Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Holy, I wasn't first this time, like by a long shot. Good morning, Railroad. Good morning, Juice. Good morning, everybody. Yep, it was Railroad for sure. Good morning. Nice to see you all. Let me go double check and make sure we are live. Yep, there we are. That's good. Let me double check Rumble. Rumble, you're growing fast each day. Keep it up. That's great to see. Yep, there we go. All right, everybody. Learned a lesson yesterday. YouTube only keeps the first 12 hours. All right. So there's like a 10-minute chunk that got dropped, and I don't have a copy. None of my studio stuff goes more than 10 hours. So when we go past 10 hours, we get into YouTube only territory. And then now YouTube only territory is 12 hours. So I'm going to do my super best to keep it under that so we don't drop and miss anything. But thank you all for being there. It was a great day yesterday, wasn't it? Did you sleep well? I slept really well. It was wonderful. And I'm going to go through the Chris notes this morning. We don't have a video from the Canadian Constitution Foundation. We kind of want to catch up on the Chris notes. I have a bunch. There's some for Steve as well and Bridget as well. So we'll get through that this morning. Good morning, freedom lovers, of course. Valentine's Day is a lover's day and we want freedom. Hey, yeah, freedom lovers, for sure. Second, Juice. Nice to see you, bud. All of you are wonderful. Good morning. Prairie, representing. Nice to see you again. Good morning. Good morning. You all have your coffee. I am so excited for today. I am so excited for today. 1 second. It's cold in Alberta today. We got snow. It's the first real good snowfall coming down right now. And second lesson of the day, preheat the trailer. I was cold, like even touching my mouse and setting up things this morning. It was cold. So lots of lessons. We're learning lessons. You're back. You're back. You were a couple streams ago. I don't think you've been around for a little bit, but this is quite the day to show back up. Double A, whatever. We got Keith Wilson. Okay. Keith Wilson was the lawyer. If you're going to do cartoon characters and stuff, he's the lawyer. Because he did a lot of work. Eva as well. Eva was working a lot with him. I don't want to just put all the praise onto one dude, but you know he deserves a lot of it. So we should be hearing from him today. Let me just be very honest. I'm guessing at the witnesses today just based on the witness list. They're not confirmed, and as we saw even yesterday, the witness list changes like real time. So Keith Wilson, Tom Mazzaro, and Pat King are the next ones on the list. We did 3 witnesses yesterday, so they might cycle through 3 today as well. So if they throw different witnesses at us, please don't hate me, but it's looking that way, and I'm very excited to see all 3 of them. Tom Mazzaro, if he had a cartoon character name, I would think he'd be the logistics man, something along those lines, because he was the one that was making sure that the lanes were open, everybody was going where they should be, coordinating with the city to make sure that they're where they should be, do their best to make sure that the people that are cooperating. He was a lot of logistics running around. Maybe the mediator. He had a whole bunch of little roles there, a whole bunch of hats on. So we'll hear all about that. I think you will be quite happy with him. About long streams, yeah, they get long. That's okay. Snow here in northern Alberta. Of course, you send it our way. Thanks, Railroad. But it's good. It's nice. It's fluffy. It's not big, heavy snow. Eastern Ontario and especially around Toronto, they can get some pretty heavy snow. But yeah, so right now it's nice and fluffy. Beginning of the year. Good morning, Ellen. Yesterday was interesting. Popped into a live space last night though, and it was a little depressing that they didn't seem to be watching the same hearing as we were. Are they taking it from a different perspective, Ellen? Are they taking in media with it as well? Are they just simply not watching it? Or they just have a different opinion? Like they saw whiners and complainers instead of freedom fighters and voices. It's hard to get everybody to hear the same thing. But is that what you mean? Or are they just simply not watching? They don't have the details. You too, Joe. Yeah, well, send them my way. These little recaps. I'm working really hard, guys, to try and get these videos out, the recaps as fast as I can. There's lots of training going on. I'm trying to do that. But send them my way. You can always fast forward and skip inquiry part if you want to get to the commentary quicker. Let's talk. And then if they want to be on the show, if you find somebody, Joe, that, has a view and would be willing to join the show, please do your best to introduce them to the show. Morning, Railroad again. I'll leave that with you. Same hearing. Oh, yeah, Railroad. Basically, probably the same questions I just had. Hey, Terry. Nice to meet you, Terry McDonald. Good morning. A warm fall here in Ontario. Almost more like late summer weather. Very fortunate. Well, Ontario's huge. So southeastern Ontario, you eastern Ontario, central, probably not northern if you're saying all that. West, you in Thunder Bay. Where are you? Yeah, saw you there, Joe. Cool. Oh, wow. Astonishing level of ignorance. Yeah, so I guess, I missed some of that because I got a lot of balls to juggle, especially with this trip to Ottawa coming up. If you didn't hear, I'm going to head to Ottawa the 12th, 13th in that area. I'll start live broadcasting on the 14th from Ottawa, and I'll stay there till the inquiry is done. I'll be in Toronto for the 21st, 22nd, 23rd. I might be there just for a couple hours, but I'll be dealing with court for a few days and then go back up to Ottawa. But the stream will be up every single day. We'll make sure you have it. You may not have my mug on every break during a couple of days, but you'll definitely have some guests and maybe a guest host or something. We'll see about that. Terry, after all the shots you guys went through, with you deserve a break. Oh, gosh. It's snowing it's Calgary? Or no, it's Edmonton. Edmonton, yeah. Some prefer to wallow in their own word style. Well, look, Joe, let's give them a little empathy here. It's going to be a hard transition to get themselves out of that narrative. That narrative was pushed on them so hard during a fearful moment. It just stuck. It's kind of like a bruise in the brain. Think about it that way. Bruises can heal, but if they're really bad, they're going to be there for a bit, turn yellow, that kind of thing. Think about it that way. Because they were pounded so hard with such a negative, hateful message, the transition out is going to be longer than normal because they're going to resist it, because they have to then kind of internally accept the fact that they fell for it and then they propagated it, because all of them, the ones that are struggling right now, all of them are struggling over, oh, what did I say to my friend that one day? What did I say to my family member that one day? Oh my gosh, they weren't violent terrorists. And, what did I say to my uncle? That's likely what they're going to be struggling with, Joe. Grief has many stages, right? So, and I think this would be a grief thing when you find out your government really hurt you. And it's a type of abuse. I don't even know if we have a name for it. Probably somewhere in our language we have a name for it when your government is repeatedly abusing you. Anyways, let's have a little bit of empathy for them. And the fact that they're out there and talking and spreading their voice is a good step, because when they are quiet and they're not willing to talk, that's a bad step. So they're going to voice a lot of things, be a little bit upset. And we won't get them all. Some of them will never understand, but lots will. I really think there'll be a wave of people waking up. So let's give them a place to wake up too. Keep the stuff out of here for a while. I'm not ready for snow. Yeah, there's two minds on that too, Ellen. There's people that can't wait for it. There's people that count every flake. There's people that make money on it. So there's two camps on that too. There's two camps on everything. But yeah, typically people, that's a sign of a lot of colder days. Yeah. And yeah, I get it. But yeah, you take it. This is Canada. We know what's coming. The Bridget testimony, Terry, it was good. It was good. It was a roller coaster, emotional and information. There was stuff that we didn't know about, I'm sure. There's certainly a problem between the founder, Bridget, and the next gen organizers, whatever you want to call it. And there was certainly some sort of falling out about the plans and what to do with things. So, like I said yesterday, it takes two people to fight. So put two people in a room and you'll eventually get a fight. And according to the law, it takes three people to have a riot. So there were several more than three people. So I'm not surprised some things fell apart, misunderstandings, feelings got hurt. pecking order was being challenged, things like that. It will happen, especially in a grassroots organization where there's no defined leader. That kind of thing will happen. But everything we heard, including those little pieces of nuggets, really helped. It didn't help the narrative that there was a need for the EA. And what it really did was humanize the truckers, because Bridget was the original trucker who actually had an event and recorded it and went through some trauma and continued to go through trauma and then continued to go through trauma to the point where she had a breaking point. She shared some stuff. People get hurt. She was hurt, no question. So she added humanity to the trucker story. So we thank her for that. And also as a trucker, she's also strong, very strong. So that's also going to be part of the dynamic when you're dealing with people. Terry, the Toronto GTA. So southwest, southeast, southwest. Burlington, Brampton, Oakville, the north side of Toronto, Scarborough, Oshawa, Whitby, around there. Terry, you same area, stunt me. Cool. And Terry, I'll be in the Toronto area just for a few days. I don't know if you want to get together and we'll have like coffee, or it's going to be long days, but we'll find some time if you're up for it. Honk, go Joe. My big takeaway from yesterday's testimony was news of the real estate deal. Okay, we can get into that, Peter. Bridget's church in Ottawa. The lynch part of the expenditure from the donation fee. Okay, it was a bombshell only that all we learned was there was a falling out. Okay, Peter, there was no purchase. Okay, there was no ability for the convoy organizers, Tamara, etc., to buy a $3.2 million building. Right? So they didn't make the purchase. They never had access to that kind of money. I think they mostly got was $1 million at one point, and then that was also heavily accounted for. So there's no question that there was no building purchased. But if you've ever been in a startup environment, grassroots, couple people getting together, spitballing, pie in the sky, dreaming, hoping, ambition, you start putting all that stuff together and lots of conversations are going to happen, including let's put up a building here and we're going to house everybody. We're going to make sure people are fed. They can come here to get their money for the support. This will be the central location. Look, it's right across from this and that. Everything sounds really wonderful when you're in that moment, just spitballing and talking about ambition, about what you want to accomplish here. Throw on top of that the fact that every time you hit a refresh on a GoFundMe page, or it could have been Give, Send, Go at the time, there's more money than you earn in a year, more there. Throw that into the equation, and all of a sudden, the best friends of the entire world, you grew up together, you played in the mud, you shared some stories, you became adults. All of that can fly away just over money. So how things were going to be spent, what they were going to be spent on, all we really heard was conversation and certainly division over it. I think Bridget had lots of real grounded hope that it was just going to be a meeting, and at some point we can all go home and then everybody gets some gas money and cover the expenses, and we'll split up all that with the truckers and call it a day. Look, Bridget, we're in November now and we're still dealing with this. Okay. I don't think your version was as rooted as we wanted it to be. I think we all wanted you to be right, but we're in November and we're still dealing with this. So I think the next gen of organizers that came in to assist in some way did their best too. So Peter, bombshell in that we didn't know about it, and at the beginning it was like, oh my gosh, is this like a huge problem? But if you actually dig down into it, it's, well, they didn't buy a building, they were just talking about it, and she didn't agree with them, so there was a division there. But I wouldn't think it was corruption or anything like that, because Bridget did say that Keith Wilson and Tamara were on the bank account and everybody was fine with that. She had no problem with it even today. And it does sound like these major problems that really fell them apart really bad all happened post the public order being executed. So at one point, Brendan stood up and said, hey, look, we know there's a lot of history here. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and we're here to hear a lot of stuff. but can we put a date on when we stop talking about anything and then further? So there's no reason to bring the entire future or after the event in when it's not relevant or material to the event that we're dealing with. So there's clearly, Brendan let us know there, and the witness was letting us know, Bridget, that there was also other stuff that happened after. Like, I assure you, it's not about corruption or bad. We're not going to be finding out that people are insiders or anything like that. What we're going to find out about is a lot of confusion about who had access to money, what's going to be done with it, and frankly, will they ever get it? That's still not even answered yet. That question is still ongoing in Ontario court. So look, I don't know if it was a bombshell in that it rocked the boat, but it certainly was new information, and I kind of think it also humanizes them all, because up to that point, there was a lot of heroism going around because what we saw was a lot of the stuff that they're putting out. So to know that they're also human and they argue and there's misunderstandings and just straight up division, I don't really have a problem with that. There's no violence, there's no abuse, there's no theft, there's no crimes. So, it sounds like a typical startup to me. I've been around a lot of them. Founders come and go. Founders are visionaries. They're not necessarily operations. The prototypes, those folks. I don't know if you're talking about the second group, but that's what they had. And I think they did what they could with what they had. Terry, 2 years, relentless fear. Yeah, for sure. During the COVID, by media and politicians continued in convoy era. Insightful point, Jason. Media legacy are trying to stay afloat, but in a negative way. Well, negative sells. Negative sells. They do say that, and it does seem to be the case. The weird, I can give you anecdotal. If I send out an aggressively strong position tweet, and I'm whistleblowing, highlighting, and I'm taking a very, very strong position, it does well. It does well. If I do a love your neighbor type of message because I feel that way, and I think it's a reminder that we should all have, and don't forget there is a lot of good in this world too. No, not so much. I don't know if it's because people don't like it. I don't think that's the case. It's just maybe they don't feel the same way about sharing it. But yeah, predominantly negative. If you understand that and you go into it, then it can help you a bit. Here, Ellen. Yeah, it was a great group here. Prairie sounded the worst. You mean when she did it, like sounded the worst, as in you heard and related with her a bit more, or it was worse for the narrative, like it was a bad thing that she kind of encouraged slow rolling and stuff like that. Again, we're allowed to protest. We are allowed to protest, and as we heard from Stunt, I believe there's other protests right after with the Ukrainian-Russia incident situation, and that actually had a lot of the things that is being complained about the convoy having, which they didn't. They're basically embellishing it, but this other event did. So if we get Stunt on again, we can get into more details about that. But we protest. This is Canada. Free means you should be able to protest. We can't agree on everything. That was clear as mud. Those folks were pro-convoy from a different group of personalities, I guess. I don't know if I'm getting all messages, Alan. I think I may have fallen behind on you. I'll try and catch up. Thanks. Sure, Terry. And look, humans, right? Humans will be humans after all. Sure, yeah. And for sure, if we can meet up for a coffee, let's do that. Stay connected here. Hit me on Twitter. Yellowhead.vote. If you go to that in the web browser, not only will you find my bio and you can send me a message there, you'll find all my social links. So the other day I was trying to hunt down my Rumble. I really should have just given you my website. So yellowhead.vote. You'll find the feeds, and inside of the feeds, if you don't have Twitter, you'll get the Twitter feed and you can see it there. But it'll also have a list of all my socials. There's quite a few, a little bit too many to mention. But if you really want to find me on other platforms, you can do that there too. Barrie in Toronto North. Cool. Oh, okay, so you're up on the 400 area. You're taking the 400 up to Barrie, somewhere along there. Brainstorming. Jason, how much nonprofit org do you have forming, participating? A little bit. Don't think we need organizations, though. I think grassroots is the best bet. If you need a little bit of money, sell mugs or something. But I don't. I've turned down more organizations than I've been involved starting because I don't think you need it. This is a very good grassroots at this point. Maybe we can chat railroad more about the purpose of an organization, even not profit or not for profit. We can chat more. I have a brother who's also very into that. He does a lot of organization stuff there as well. So where was that? Full of bootleg. Perry, don't think so. Just different perspective. Okay, so I think you guys are chatting a bit, which is awesome. That's what I love to see. I want to be in here a lot, but I definitely am not physically possible to be here all the time. Yes, when we should get BSA. I'm learning a lot of abbreviations. FFS. I learned that one. I liked it. I learned that one. News is not news till you make it bad news. Paraphrasing. Sure, yeah. No, like people, we slow down for the car wrecks, right? Inquisitive. The way I kind of look at it, and I watched. Okay, if you ever look at my YouTube history, you're gonna think I'm a weird cracker or something. Like I'm a weird dude or something. Like I'm just broken or something. Because I also watch car crash stuff. You know, the Tesla channel has got a good one, Tesla Cam or something like that. Because Teslas have a lot of cameras on them, so there's capturing a lot. And I look at them not for pleasure. I look at them as homework. I'm preparing. So as I'm driving, I've already kind of seen a situation where you might be coming from the right and there's a hidden bush and there might be a road there because I saw a video where someone didn't see it and they ran out or something like that. It kind of gives me like a little bit more perspective of the world to see what can kind of happen, so I can avoid them real time. And I also was a big fan of those crime documentary stuff that would talk about psychological portions of crime and criminals and stuff like that. But YouTube cracked down. There was this really wonderful channel about it. It was straight up documentary. There was nothing in it. But YouTube shut them down because sensitivity. Some people were not sensitive, or they were too sensitive to the content matter. It wasn't that he was doing anything wrong. It was that the content matter was about people who kill people. Come on, YouTube. I think that's incredibly ridiculous. I think that level of coddling's got to stop. What you've done to me, the little hiccups you've given me, has given me a lot of thought about truly what YouTube does. From an outsider, I was more of they're a company, maybe they have some reason. We hear about people being banned, but I didn't watch that video, so I'm not really sure. You kind of have that perspective. As a fresh, green, new little creator in this YouTube world, I can tell you there's a lot of things here that's not cool. Not cool at all. We wouldn't accept this in our job, like where we would go to work in here in Canada. We wouldn't accept this kind of level of censorship and control of information. So I've now seen it firsthand, a topic that maybe an MP in the future should be dealing with, or an MP now should be dealing with. But I'm not hopeful with C11. C11, I think, is the complete opposite to what I'm talking about here. Cool. Thanks, Terry. It happens to the best of us. And believe it or not, I am mid-40s now, and I quite literally have been on a computer since the very, very early days. I would say 1982 would have been the first time I was touching a computer. So it was about 5. Ever since then, I've been making my career on computers, and I really can't home row type. I can't use all my fingers even to this day. A lot of 2-finger, and I'm starting to get to the 4-finger. To the best of us, Prairie. Typing is typing, typos is typos, and we all have them. Cool. Railroaded. Here's a link for a little info on the protest at the Russian. Yeah, no, that was a bad one. Like I saw some videos too from stunt winning recorded things, I believe. Yeah, there was actual property damage and city damage and roads. And look, I'm not complaining that the protesters did that. I think what the point to this particular one is Canadians protest, and this is what a protest can look like. And the convoy one didn't come to that level. It's not like we're trying to compete on levels and whose protest is better or anything like that. It's not that at all. It's what will Canada and Canadians tolerate? What will we accept? And we can accept quite a bit as long as it's not actually hurting people. look, Freeland and Trudeau and stuff like that, if this convoy really wanted to do economic damage, 3 railroads and you're done. You know that. Okay. Far less effort. And you know that. You've dealt with that a lot. So you know that. Mountain of a molehill still. Look at that. We got the bots already. And look at that. It looks like my mod took care of it. Don't mess with us, bots. We're a growing community with moderation on the bots. We don't moderate talk, but we certainly don't want bots hanging around. Don't click on it for sure. Don't click on it. That's not for me. I don't support that. Poor timing. Don't click on what? The bot, probably. Oh, the link, maybe? I don't know. I didn't click on it. So I didn't click on that yet. But whatever that drama is. All right, we got about 5 minutes. So we'll do this. I will do Chris's notes in speed time because we covered quite a bit of it already. All right. That's Peter Slowly. I kept those notes. There's Chris. Started off with applause. And then Brendan made a statement. You may not have been familiar with what Brendan did there. He stood up before the witness talked. He was not questioning the witness first, but he was putting stuff on the record. And what he put on the record was he may have to not answer questions because of self-incrimination on a civil matter. We've heard this a lot in American TV, self-incrimination, normally on criminal, though. Did you know civil could be a consideration as well? Yeah. So that certainly meant that there's some sort of civil lawsuit or something like that where he has allegations made against him, and he wants to be careful not to participate by providing accidentally or otherwise information they're not entitled to or it just doesn't exist. So he wanted to just make it clear on record that this witness may have to invoke some self-incrimination protection on a civil matter. So not to get all weirded out by that, I can't answer that type of questions or answers. Okay, so I'm just going to recap quick for Chris. What he was great at was he was the business trucker representative. He represented the business portion of it. What did mandates really mean to the business side of trucking? And it was 35% loss of drivers, not 10% or a small number. And it immediately hit them. January 15th, immediately hit them. Super long lineups, tough to get drivers. Everybody was now competing. It was just a huge mess. And if you're an independent trucker organization, not one of the big ones, it was even worse for you. It's the nature of the market. It's a lot higher resource for a small company to go find someone because you're quite literally just a small group searching resumes, talking, interviewing. It's hard. The smaller you are, it's harder to get more people. So he represented that very well. He also represented a human who was angry at some point and someone who learned from his lessons. So that little part around some of his previous posts, can we learn from that? Because that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be, not cancel culture. Cancel you from something you said. Bring to light and see what you're at today. If that's still an issue today and you deal with it, we can move on. Because it's a sliding scale. Something that wasn't good or something that was fine a while ago suddenly changes and it's not fine anymore. Retroactive. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So what I did like, though, was he took accountability. He said, straight up, I'm a different person. This whole thing changed me. A lot of things changed me. I'm a different person. And Canadians love that. We love that. We want a second chance, a third chance. Maybe that's about it at that point. So he moved on from that, which was a very, very good moment for him as a credible witness. That is a way you handle the bad news, the elephant in the room, the thing that's going to hurt you. That's exactly how you handle it. You take it straight on and don't try to dance around it. Maybe a little too late, but slowly you could have learned something from this witness. You got some warts. Everybody's got them. If you had bad days, everybody's got them. Face it. Don't try and run and obfuscate it and turn it into something it wasn't. Face it. Canadians love that better. Okay, I think we're going to get audio soon here. So let's get this ready for you. And then we closed off. He did some talk about Diagolon, put out the truth. I really like that statement. What he said about Diagolon, that's my research too. I didn't find much more than that. The Canadian government may claim it. And then the bank account stuff, 3.5 months on TD Bank. If you're still with TD Bank, You may have other reasons why, but they only froze the checking and savings and the cash accounts, like where you get money, but they didn't freeze mortgages or credit card bills or anything else that were liabilities. So they made you pay, but took away your ability to do that, which is digging you into a hole. His gas cards were a problem. He had to go and make other arrangements to get things straightened out. So, dude, 3.5 months, TD. We're gonna get a lot more answer to that because the Canadian Association, Civil Liberties Association. Let me get their name right because they're a wonderful organization. Oh, I got it. Canadian Civil Liberties Association. They're working on the bank stuff. Keep an eye on that. It's going to be great. We should probably reverse a bunch of stuff, and there should be some penalties and apologies and restitution. There should be some things to fix up because that was way beyond acceptable to the banks. You guys are listening. I know you didn't like it. I know you were pushed. I know you were given immunity. I know you thought you have immunity. We'll deal with that question in the future too. The Senate didn't approve the EA, guys. So the question about whether or not the banks had immunity, active immunity, legal immunity, that's still a question, and it will be challenged. So to the banks, you know that. And put the blame where it belongs. You were pushed into the corner aggressively when you should not have been. All right. How do you know you don't like a video before you watch it? You shouldn't. You should go with an open book, right? Even with the title, clickbait, all that kind of stuff. It sometimes doesn't match. Go with an open mind. And there's nothing wrong with video and information you don't like. Use that as an opportunity, not to adjust or change your mindset, but to be open to all information. The more information is bouncing around in that cranium of yours, the better. But just be cautious with fake, false misinformation, because that doesn't help. That just foggies and clouds up. But if the information you're getting is true and honest, you just don't like it, allow it. Learn to accept it. You'll be way better off if you learn how to do that. If you really want truth, you got to take in the warts and all, because nothing's perfect. So go ahead and accept it that way, and you'll be way better off. You'll be a happier person. Good morning, friends. Good morning, Denise. Nice to see you. And here's Elise. Glad I found your channel. Oh, cool. Yeah, you know, I kind of saw that coming. We saw that one coming. And I also wasn't finding the voice that I was enjoying listening to. There's a lot of good voices out there. Maybe I'm a little weird that way. I want a more calmer, straight to the point, legal. I want rational. I want logical. I want to try and deal with emotions and anger, but focus in on the material. So if you're here for that, great. That's what I'm here for too. And from time to time, I do watch my videos back, and it's an odd experience because even though I'm sitting here talking to you, this is real time to me. When I actually watch the video later, it's actually neat to me to see where the conversations went with guests and stuff like that, because I'm in a completely different mindset right now as I do this than I am when I'm watching it later. And I am enjoying them. The guests, I like watching them a second time. To me, it's like Fight Club. You get a bunch of information, and then you go again with that information and watch a second time, and it's just as good or better. So I like to watch the guests twice. Good morning, everybody. Oh, wow. Sorry if I don't get to all your comments. I'm doing my best here. You guys like crime videos? Yeah, if you don't like crime videos, they're great. They're great. They're great. It's good information. Learn the psychology. Psychology is a good thing to spend some time on learning, not just for yourself, but it also helps you understand the world and the people around you. And if you get really good at it, you can assist other people with it as well. So I was disappointed that they attacked that genre on YouTube. Morning, Lisa. Everybody's wonderful. Good morning, Railroad and Ellen and Prairie. You guys do click the link. Okay. The Azario. I like him. Oh, there's a weird one. You'll get that one, Railroad. I'll leave that to you. That's a new one for me. I haven't seen that before. I think it was just a tweet. Okay. Morning. Everybody's morning. What's up with that lawyer for the convoy yesterday in regards to the paper that did the lady and that lady's testimony? Okay, hold on. I got the audio. If they're not coming in, I'll try and answer that question, Prairie. You mean it was all messed up? She came in late with her evidence. I think it's kind of her fault. She came in late with her evidence. She could have had it months in advance, presented, prepared. And I think the process of putting her evidence into the database, oh, good, they went away. The evidence into the database made it difficult for everybody. They may even just split up her package into multiple packages so multiple people can put it into the database. But in either case, when it all came back to her, it wasn't in the format or the numbering she had.
Order allowed.
It was a problem for her. I guess that might be what you're talking about. All right, it looks like we're ready to go. Please tell me it's Keith Wilson. Please tell me it's Keith Wilson.
The Public Order Emergency
Let's find
Commission
out
is now in
together.
session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. Apologize for the slight delay. Okay,
Morning, Commissioner.
morning.
Jeffrey Leon, co-lead Commission Counsel. The next witness will be Keith Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'll swear on the Bible.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Ian Keith Wilson, W-I-L-S-O-N.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
I'd like to begin by getting some information on your background. I understand you're from Edmonton, Alberta.
That's right. I'm originally from Burlington, Ontario. Spent first part of my life here in Ontario and the balance of my life out west.
You and I did it the opposite ways. You practice law in Edmonton
That's correct.
for how long?
I think I'm 27, 28 years at the bar now.
And you're a King's Counsel.
That's correct.
And can you describe for the commission the nature of your practice?
I've typically, throughout the course of my career, dealt with people who are up against bigger forces than them. I have represented many landowners and farmers and ranchers in Alberta in disputes with oil companies. But I've also, much of my practice has been focused on helping people when governments in their mind has gone too far, affecting their life or their business or their livelihood. And so I've done a lot of judicial review and administrative law and tribunal work.
Thank you. And have you, I take it you've appeared before all levels of Alberta courts and many regulatory tribunals?
That's right.
And can I ask the clerk to bring up WTS 6058? You attended an interview with me and my colleagues on October 2022,
That's correct.
and you were provided with a draft summary that was prepared by Commission Counsel.
That's right.
And you had an opportunity to review that summary, comment on it, and then you were provided with an amended version, which you also reviewed.
That's right.
And I'm showing you on the screen what we've, an interview summary. You recognize this as your interview summary?
I do.
And do you have any changes or corrections you want to make this morning?
No, other than, as we've heard from so many witnesses, there were so many events occurring and it was some time ago, but to the best of my recollection, this is accurate.
Thank you.
If I can just interrupt, you have a tendency to speak rapidly. So if you could try and moderate it, that would be helpful. That's for the interpreters, obviously.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I'll be referring to your interview summary from time to time, but if at any time you need to refer to it, you just let me know and we can bring it up.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you some questions about how you became involved with the Freedom Convoy. I understand that you were contacted by the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms on February 1, 2022.
Yes,
And at that time, you were acting on another matter through the JCCF.
that's correct.
And what was that retainer?
What happened was in the fall of 2021, my wife, who is a retired nurse, we've been married forever and have 4 kids, and she became very concerned about what she was seeing in terms of government policy, health policy. Felt that things were badly going awry, and she did something she's never done before, where she encouraged me to get involved and take a case. She's normally the gatekeeper because I tend to take too many cases. And Ms. Chipiuk, who I'd practiced law with in the past in other cases, approached me and asked me if I'd be willing to take a case at the Justice Center. They needed senior litigation counsel. I agreed. They told me I could pick whichever case I would like, and I'd been studying the travel mandates, and I thought they were ultra vires, the Aeronautics Act, and and also obviously breaching charter. And so I agreed to lead that case with former Premier Brian Peckford as our lead applicant.
And that case is still going on?
We just got struck on mootness, and we're appealing that to the Federal Court of Appeal.
When was that?
We got struck not last Thursday, the Thursday before, while I was here. And then that led to on the 1st of February, I had a legal team meeting set up, noticed some extra people in the Zoom room, and let them in. And I was informed by one of the lawyers who I'd met for the first time on that Zoom call that the truckers in Ottawa that morning had reached out to the Justice Center and asked the Justice Center if they would provide legal support. The lawyers on the call told me that they'd assembled a team, and they'd asked me if I would come to Ottawa the next morning and lead that team, and I agreed.
You were able to clear your schedule that quickly?
Well, I got spousal consent very quickly, so that helped tremendously. And yeah, I was.
Now, you say there was a team of 4 lawyers, I believe, in your statement?
That's right.
And who was on that team?
Eva Chipiuk,
Yes.
Andre Murmur, Tim Turple, and Allison Pechovic.
And had you been following the news about what was happening in Ottawa?
Yeah, I was very fascinated with how the convoy started to form. I was amazed at the rate at which the donations were coming in, just from following social media and the legacy media as well. And I thought, I want to really keep this is prior to February 1st, of course. And I thought, well, I really want to keep an eye on this. And I realized probably the easiest way to do that would to be make a nominal donation, and then I would get the email updates. So I donated $15, a little embarrassed about that, but just for the purpose of tracking and getting the regular email updates. I had no idea that a few days after I made that donation that I would be in downtown Ottawa.
And on a personal level, did you have a view of what was happening in Ottawa?
Well, I had a view. I think there's 2 questions there. Obviously, I had grave concerns about the government's policies and the harm that I'd witnessed in my own family with our children, with my neighbors, with my friends, with my colleagues. So in that context, I have a very strong view that I think tremendous mistakes were made at a policy level. But with respect to the convoy, I felt that it was providing an opportunity for people who were also concerned to symbolize that concern and demonstrate it.
And At that point in time, what did you understand your retainer to be?
My instructions were to work with the leadership group to provide on-the-ground legal support. One of the things that we thought we would likely be doing, which we didn't end up having to do, was to obtain an injunction. We anticipated that we would have to defend injunctions, provide legal advice as to the types of activities that they're allowed to do and the things they're not allowed to do. Also, it was clear at that time, if you recall, I apologize if I'm talking too fast again, sir. If you recall that around that time, GoFundMe had publicly announced a suspension of the fundraising campaign. I was also told at the time of being engaged that work was underway to set up a not-for-profit corporation, Canada Corp, to ensure a proper organizational structure for the administration of the donations. Something else that I've done in my background that proved to be extremely useful, not only in Ottawa, but in the events since, is I've represented not-for-profit groups, and I've represented various industry organizations. So I've dealt with conflicts and strong personalities on boards of directors and seen the interpersonal quarrels that can arise. And some of the groups that I've represented have been comprised of independent ranchers. And upon arriving in Ottawa, I immediately realized this personality similarities between independent Alberta ranchers and independent truckers. So that's some context.
Okay, so the next day, February 2nd, you went to Ottawa, and I understand you went on a private aircraft?
Yes, it was a small, bumpy, I forget the name of it, but it's a twin prop. And we left at 8 a.m. We left at 8 a.m. on that February 2nd, and we landed in Ottawa at about 10:30. So it was not a luxury experience. We went up and down many times. We stopped in Medicine Hat. We stopped in Regina, Saskatoon, Winnipeg, and then Thunder Bay. All the stops were to pick up additional lawyers and the accountant, or the last one to get fuel.
Now, at the time, did you consider or did you wonder, given the nature of your retainer, why you were being flown on a private aircraft?
Because at that time, the understanding of the interim orders under the Aeronautics Act is that it did not extend to private charter aircraft. And some of the passengers on that aircraft were unvaccinated. So that was a way for us to get to Ottawa quickly under the interim order. And
did you know at the time who was paying for the aircraft?
There was confusion about that, in the same way that there was confusion about, there was two other groups that had allegedly made arrangements for us to have hotel rooms when we arrived. And so the Justice Center made a backup plan to have a third hotel ready, and that's the one we ended up using. As we were boarding the plane, whoever was supposedly going to be paying for this charter turned out they weren't going to pay for the charter. And the Justice Center made the decision to send us anyway, and if necessary, they would pay for the charter if who had originally said they were going to pay for it didn't.
And do you know who ultimately paid for the charter?
I believe it was and I'm not certain about this, but I believe it was paid from funds donated through Chris Guerra's Adopt a Trucker.
Thank you. Now, you heard yesterday Ms. Belton's evidence about a conversation she had with you regarding disclosure of this flight?
Disclosure of, sorry?
Information about this flight?
Okay.
I believe she said she was told not to say anything about it.
No, that's not correct.
What do you have to say about that?
I had no discussion with Miss Belton about this flight. I had no concerns about the flight. I'm double vaccinated. It wouldn't have mattered what aircraft I was on.
Okay. Now, I'd like to just pause here for a moment. I know that at this point you're acting as a lawyer, and to the extent that any of my questions would require you to disclose privilege information where privilege has not been waived, would you tell me and not answer?
I will, and just so everyone's clear, I do, in July, my clients instructed me to consider making myself available as a witness, and granted a waiver with respect to these matters, this proceeding. And we've subsequently confirmed it in writing to avoid any confusion that I am here today with a waiver from my clients with respect to solicitor-client privilege.
And when you say your clients, who did you include in that?
The clients include Freedom Corp. So that's their short name for the full legal name of the not-for-profit. It includes Tamara Leach, Chris Barber, Danny Bulford, Tom Marazzo, Sean Thiessen, Miranda Gracer, Joe Jantz, Dale Enns, and Ryan Mihilowicz. And I believe that's the full list.
I understand that during the period we're about to talk to, you were also dealing with Chad Eros.
That's correct.
Was he part of your client group?
He was offered an opportunity to become a client and did not sign a retainer agreement.
My understanding is his position is he was a client and that he has not waived privilege.
That's fine. And out of an abundance of caution, we can respect that. I do know that the absence of a retainer was confirmed by him in writing. So to me.
And if at any time you're in doubt about privilege and you need time to consult with Mr. Miller, you'll just let me know.
Absolutely will. Thank you.
Now, so you arrived in Ottawa then with the group in the evening of February 2nd?
That's correct.
And understand you rented a car and went to the Ark Hotel.
Yeah, I was in a taxi with Dwayne, and I can't recall specifically who else was with me. And then the others rented a car. So we had two modes of getting there, and the decision was to get me and Dwayne downtown as quick as possible because we had so little time to deal with whatever we anticipated coming. While we were on the plane, we received a briefing on and reviewed the emails from GoFundMe, which are in the record here, setting out all of their concerns. And then we drafted during that flight a substantive, I think my letter is 4 or 5 pages addressing each of the issues that GoFundMe had raised. So we were working on that flight. We wanted to get downtown to meet the clients, sign retainer agreements, and brief them and give them an opportunity to review that letter to GoFundMe so we could get it to GoFundMe as soon as possible.
Okay. And you went to the Ark Hotel, am I right?
That's correct.
And that's downtown Ottawa, Slater and Metcalfe, I believe.
Yep. The vehicle we were in drove right up to the front door of the hotel, just like it would today.
And when you got to the Ark Hotel, understand you met with Tamara Leach, Chris Barber, and was there anybody else there?
Yeah, Miranda Gracer was there. Sean Thiessen was there. And I believe that's it. There might have been 1 or 2 other people in the room, but that's the best of my recollection.
And had you met any of these people before?
No, never.
Had you at any time heard about Ms. Leach?
Yes, I heard about her, but only in the context of the Freedom Convoy. Anything else I learned about Miss Leach, I'm pretty sure I Googled her as soon as I was starting to watch the convoy form. So this would be in, late January, to try and understand who she was. But I've had no prior dealings with her or awareness of who she was or what she was engaged in until I Googled her because of the convoy.
Okay. And about what time did you arrive at the hotel?
My memory is it was about 11:30 at night.
Okay. And could you tell the commissioner what happened at that point in brief?
Sure. Well, I mean, first of all, we drove through the downtown, so that was my first chance to see where all the trucks and the protest vehicles were and all the signage and so on. And how you could still drive around. There was always one lane open. That's how we got right to the hotel. When I walked into the lobby, I could really feel the tension. There was truckers everywhere. There were supplies stacked and piled everywhere. And the tension was, I could really feel the tension.
So can we come to the meeting that you had with your prospective, at that time, prospective clients? So you said did you finalize your retainer at that point?
Yes. Andre Murmur had the paperwork and had them sign.
And did the nature of your retainer differ from what you told us about what your understanding was about it?
Well, and I should clarify one thing, that the way the Justice Center operated at that time, the retainer has their name on it, the Justice
Yes.
Center, as the legal provider. Was the retainer different? No. At the nature of my anticipated involvement remained constant.
And I take it you then proceeded to get to know your clients?
Yeah.
How long did that evening meeting last? You got there at 11:30. When did it end?
Not that long. Everybody was exhausted. We had just had, landing and taking off several times in a small aircraft is a little bit hard on the body. And not to mention, I had I'm sure all of the people on our team were the same. This happened so fast. We had very, very little sleep. We could tell the fatigue. And that was when I first was informed that Tamara was aware that some group was calling a press conference for the next day and they wanted her to speak. And I immediately started asking questions about, okay, who's called the press conference? What's its purpose? Who all speaking? Was there a media advisory? She didn't know, this is not her world. I've dealt with high profile cases and communication specialists extensively, so she didn't even know what a media advisory was.
Okay, and I understand that you wrote out her remarks for her.
Well, what happened was I had no intention of being in the media. I was there to not be in the media, but to provide guidance. And even in that first meeting, I started hearing these different groups' names. And I was, okay, well, who is this group and why are they here? And what this other group? It was the chessboard was the fog was starting to lift. And I was sort of, oh boy, this is going to get complicated. The major concern I had was two things. Tamara made it clear to me that she did not feel comfortable. Appreciate she's absolutely exhausted. They all were. I could see the fatigue. And she didn't feel comfortable being exposed to a long format press conference where every media person could come at her, basically. And so I was already giving some thought as to how we could possibly restructure the press conference to make it more orderly and make it more effective in conveying some information that I thought the public and the world wanted to hear.
So, and you did you prepare her remarks for her?
So the next morning, my legal team was adamant that I should take a more active role in the press conference. I was initially reluctant. When we got from our hotel, which was out of the downtown, to the Arc and went into one of the logistics rooms on the main floor, it's a big boardroom, I got more information about the plan for the press conference, and that was, it was going to include a number of medical doctors. And
Sir, my question was just whether you prepared her remarks, Tamara Litch's remarks for her.
there was, Take Back Our Freedoms had a external communication consulting firm that had prepared a speech for her. A number of us, including Tamara Leach, reviewed it, did not like the messaging. So Ms. Chipiuk and another individual, a medical doctor, rewrote it. It still wasn't in Ms. Leach's voice. So I assisted Ms. Leach in revising that statement, and it was finalized in very short order because we only had less than an hour. And then she proceeded to the press conference to deliver it.
And Mr. Clerk, can I ask you to bring up JCF 50155? It's a video. And I'd just like to play 1 minute from that.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. My name is Keith Wilson. I'm a lawyer with the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. As some of you may know, there was an announcement earlier today that the Justice Center and a team of lawyers are here on the ground in Ottawa to assist the truckers and the Freedom Convoy 2022 with whatever legal needs they might have. What we're going to do today in this brief press conference is you're going to hear from Tamara Leach, who we all know is the spark that lit this fire and the leader of this organization. You're also going to hear from Joanie Pelche, who is going to summarize in French what Tamara says.
Okay, can I ask you to
And
stop
then-
it there, please? You say that Ms. Leach was the spark that lit this fire. Who told you that?
That no one told me that.
Where did it come from?
My brain.
Okay. And how did your brain figure that out?
Well, I observed what was happening and I noticed that this is again prior to me being engaged, that she seemed to be the organic leader. She was the one that was doing the Facebooks, lives and other videos. She was the one who was sending out the message, and she seemed to have the personality of a natural leader that inspired others to get behind her.
Thank you. Now, can you bring up, Mr. Clerk, HRF 40139? And this is a letter to GoFundMe that I think dated February 3rd, and that's the letter you told us was drafted on the plane, correct?
That's correct.
And just if you can scroll up, please, a little more. You note at the bottom there, you set out your understanding of the evolving goals of the committee's GoFundMe campaign.
Yes.
And if you can just scroll up, I won't read them, but that's what you understood to be the goals.
Just one moment. Yes.
And if you can just scroll up a little more, stop there. The paragraph beginning, everyone has been surprised. You say the last sentence there, the truckers have been open with the media that they are not leaving until the government vaccine mandates are lifted. Who on the plane provided that information?
I think it might have been either in some of the drafts that Mr. Eros had prepared, and understand that we did a draft on the plane. So that would have been the, is that the Wednesday night? Anyway, the February 2nd. Then we had the letter reviewed by the clients. And then the letter the next morning was reviewed by the finance committee back in Alberta. And a number of people requested, as normally occurs if you circulate a draft, that words and sentences be added. So I don't know exactly whether that arose in the very first draft or whether that was something that some of the leaders in Ottawa had added, or whether that was something that the finance committee wanted added.
And can you just scroll up a little more, please? You note in the second bolded paragraphs that the intention is not to reimburse those committing unlawful acts or criminal acts, and you say the convoy has been clear, it only supports peaceful assembly. At this point in time, I take it you were aware that there were some officials that were suggesting that some of the conduct going on was unlawful?
Yeah, and I've heard that a lot. And what I've always struggled with is, at what point in time did those officials believe it became an unlawful assembly, and on what basis? Because it just seemed to be a terminology that started to morph and become adopted with no particular triggering event or explanation as to what that individual or official thought constituted an unlawful assembly.
And later that day, you attended a phone meeting with GoFundMe.
That's correct.
And among other people.
That would have been on the, sorry, that would have been on the Thursday afternoon.
Yeah. And among other people, Mr. Eros was on that call.
Yeah, all of the lawyers that were with me and a number of the board members from Freedom Corp were there, as well as Miss Leach.
And Mr. Clerk, can you bring up WTS 6032 and go to page 8? This is a witness statement provided by Chad Eros. And he made certain statements in there, and I want to give you an opportunity to respond.
Sure.
On page 8, he says that the, if you can scroll up. A little more, please. I'm not seeing it right now, but he does say that the JCCF lawyers, and specifically you, were trying to take over the meeting and assert themselves as the spokespeople on the financial side of the convoy. Do you remember reading that?
I don't remember reading that.
Right there, and where it says Mr. Wilson trying to take over the meeting. All I want to know is whether you want to respond to that?
Well, I mean, what does that mean? When I led the meeting, someone needs to lead a meeting from when you have two parties. Mr. Eros spoke, other lawyers spoke. Mr. Eros spoke extensively in explaining to the GoFundMe executives and their legal team, because I would estimate by memory, there was 10 to 12 people from GoFundMe on the other side of the conference call. This was a call, not a Zoom.
Yeah. And you mentioned, sorry.
And we relied heavily, at least our side, on Mr. Eros explaining the financial controls and who he was and his background in banking and as a CPA, and his role as treasurer. But yes, I did lead the discussion. That is true.
And I understand as well that you had some discussions with Mr. Eros about the organization Take Back Our Freedoms.
Yes.
And did Ms. Leach have some concerns about that organization?
Yes.
And what were those concerns?
My memory is, as I indicated in my witness statement, and it wasn't just Take Back Our Freedoms, this was happening extensively, and it happened immediately, or I observed it immediately after the first day when I actually started to, appreciate I'm coming in at night and go through the lobby and up to a hotel room and then back out. The next day, I'm now starting to interact more, and I'm now in a big boardroom, and there's these different people coming and going, and I'm trying to figure out who's who. There was no organization chart. There was no introduction session. It's not even like a meeting where you go around the table and introduce one another. That didn't happen. It was constant chaos. So I learned that there was a group, and then I learned that it was this TBOF. I didn't even know what TBOF meant initially. And then I'd heard about this Canada Unity. And then there was Mr. Bourgel's group, Something for Freedom. Then there was Veterans for Freedom. I could go on. There were so many different groups I was starting to learn of. And what I observed was that different groups were trying to take control. And what I observed and believed to be true is that some were trying to take control because they saw the organic, flat hierarchy largely of the convoy and wanted to make it more successful and felt they had the organizational capability to do that. Other groups seemed to want to reshape the Freedom Convoy into their own event, branded theirs. And I got the distinct impression from some others that they were trying to get their hands on what at that point was $10 million in donations. And my impression and my recollection from the discussions that I would have with Ms. Leach, as various people would demand private meetings or play games and say we weren't allowed to use the boardroom because it was their boardroom, those sorts of things, that she was under pressure from a lot of these different groups for the reasons I've given.
Okay, and coming back to Take Back Our Freedoms, am I correct that Mr. Peckford was the chairman of that organization?
Yeah, and it's interesting because he's more of a symbolic chairman. In all of my discussions with the Honorable Brian Peckford, I would speak with him not every evening, but maybe every second or third evening. My telephone logs confirm that I've tendered in evidence, and I was looking for guidance from him. He was, he's an elder statesman. He's been through a lot. He's one of our founding fathers of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, very seasoned politician. And so at no time did we ever have any discussion around Take Back Our Freedoms. Did I feel he was speaking on their behalf? Him and I become somewhat close through my work on his federal travel mandate charter challenge in federal court. And I was using him as a resource and someone to run ideas past and get guidance from.
And am I correct that you were aware that at least Mr. Eros had some concern that if there were concerns about take back our freedoms and you were acting on behalf of Mr. Peckford in that other litigation, that you were in a conflict of interest position?
That was never raised at any time. I don't feel I was in a conflict because at no time did Mr. Peckford ever ask of anything of me. I was the only one who asked of things from him. The concerns that you're referring to are concerns that were never aired at any time during Ottawa by Mr. Eros, and only some months later after the Ottawa protest had concluded.
Okay, thank you. And just to shift a little bit here, you were staying at the Ark Hotel, is that?
No,
Where were you staying?
at a Best Western, I believe it was about a 20-minute drive towards the east.
So you arrived there, excuse me, on
So
February.
20-minute drive from downtown. So
Right.
each day it took us 20 minutes to get into the downtown core.
And so you arrived there on, did you stay there the night of February 2nd?
That's correct.
And when did you leave?
Our stay there ended, it would have been approximately around the Sunday of, just trying to visualize a calendar here. The second Sunday would have been, anyway, I think we stayed there for about 10 days.
And then where did you go?
Then we went to the Swiss Hotel.
And how long did you stay there?
We stayed there until the Wednesday, which would have been the 16th. It was on the Wednesday that it was apparent. This was when I had the phone call from Steve Kay, city manager, advising me that the third attempt to move trucks was going to be unsuccessful, and he was very disappointed, as he himself testified here.
Okay, and I was just asking you the date, sir. And,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to contextualize things, and I have to remember things by events because I wasn't calendar focused. And so it was that day that it became apparent that something dramatic was about to happen by the government and the police. And as a result, Miss Leach instructed Miss Chipiak and I, because we were the only two lawyers left on the ground at that point, to relocate to a new hotel.
and where was that?
La Germaine.
And how long did you stay there?
I stayed there until the Sunday, which would be the 20th or the 21st, I believe.
And then did you go back to Edmonton?
I went home, yes.
Yeah, okay. You know, did you have interaction during the period you were there with James Bowder?
No. And if I did, it might have been where I was in a room or in a hallway or on a sidewalk and he shook my hand, but I met so many people.
Okay.
The interaction would have been unremarkable.
And you became aware of his, or Canada Unity's memorandum of understanding?
Yeah, very early on, I was approached by many people, both within the client group and others, asking me about it.
And I believe, is it fair to say it was in your, from your perception, getting a lot of attention and you talked to a lot of people about it?
Yeah, they would ask me. I didn't make it a topic that I felt I needed to discuss with others, but I did get asked it a lot. And what the first thing that's obvious about it is a memorandum of understanding in its simplest legal concept requires all parties to it to sign. And it was evident that the signature lines on the last page were not going to be signed by the Governor General, nor someone from the Senate. And in any event, I would explain, when I was asked by the board to brief them on it, I explained, and I apologize for my voice, I'm recovering from a cold.
There's water there if you need it.
Yeah, thank you. That I explained that there's only two ways that governments change under our parliamentary system. The first is when the Prime Minister contacts the Governor General and dissolves Parliament and asks that the writ be dropped. The second, through parliamentary tradition, is where a bill is identified as a confidence vote and Parliament votes to defeat the bill. In that second instance, the Prime Minister would similarly contact the Governor General. This idea that a certain number of people could sign a document and that would somehow compel or incentivize and lead to a change in government, I explained consistently and repeatedly, is legal nonsense.
And you knew that, did you know at the time that almost somewhere around 300,000 people had signed on to a petition regarding that?
I didn't know the number. I knew that it pre-existed the convoy. I knew that Canada Unity pre-existed the convoy as a group by at least a year or two, that it was not a creation of the convoy. It was one of these hanger-ons.
So I take it you were surprised that so many people were taking it seriously. Is that fair to say?
I am very surprised at, this is not the first time I've run into this. I've had to litigate opposite the sovereign citizen folks and quoting admiralty law and think that if they present a flag in a certain way in a court, the judge loses jurisdiction. I've had to encounter this many, many times in my career. So I was just like, here's another one.
Okay, now on February 4th, I understand you were served with a statement of claim and an injunction motion by Mr. Champ.
That's correct.
And you represented the convoy leaders in that matter?
Yeah, not everyone who was named at that time is my memory. That pleading has been amended a number of times and is a evolving document, is to be expected in a litigation of that nature.
And did you oppose the injunction?
What we did was we received it at approximately 4 o'clock. That was at the same time that we also received notification publicly that GoFundMe had determined that the fundraiser violated their terms of service and that they were stopping it and either going to send the money to some other group or refund it. We had a lot going on. We were served with a motion record, emergency motion returnable the Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock. So my legal team and I prepared through the night. Mr. Champ continued to provide supplemental materials in the magnitude of hundreds of pages. We had everything ready to go by noonish the next day, but not even enough time for me to read the factum. So I took the...
Did you oppose the motion?
I'm answering your question, sir. We took the position that it was just improper for the court to hear it on the Saturday. We agreed to come back on the Monday. I had informed my clients that there is no way the court was not going to grant the injunction, and that the best we could do was to ensure that the terms of the injunction order were not excessive, were not prone to abuse and arbitrariness, and had an acknowledgement of their right to protest. So we, the real argument before the court was, what is the terms of the order going to be, and overcoming the challenge of in rem versus in personam orders.
Thank you. Now, around that same time, I understand from your witness statement that you had some discussions with Mr. Marazzo about his concerns that there seemed to be a change in tone in the response of the Ontario Police Service to the protesters.
Yeah, the Ottawa Police Service, that's correct.
And that change in tone was related to what Mr. Marazzo saw as a shift from a negotiation type response to a surge and contain enforcement type response. Is that right?
Precise.
And was that consistent with your view?
Yeah, and we had, to the extent we had the opportunity, because as you can appreciate, it was a very, very fast-moving, chaotic environment with so many either interpersonal issues arising between the players or logistical issues or whatever. But we did have occasion when we were, Ms. Chipiak and I were leaving our hotel, we worked, it must have been the Monday when we were in court, because we ran those from our hotel outside of downtown. And we heard Ms. Deans in an interview on CBC's As It Happens. And her language was deeply troubling. And that combined with Mr. Marazzo expressing concerns about the change in tone from Chief Slowly, it heightened the urgency of trying to find a way to open up dialogue. And I had, if you look at my phone records, you'll see that my first attempt to bring in Mr. French occurred actually that weekend.
Okay, and what was your strategy as a result of this?
Well, in my past, I've been involved in two international scope crises. The first was the 2003 mad cow disease outbreak in Alberta, where I was representing a government agency. And the second was in 2009 H1N1, where I represented the people who were patient zero for the zootonic transmutation. And so I've been in emergency operation centers of government on two major incidences, and I've seen the chaos that occurs in there. And, I know the importance of dialogue and communication, and I know I sense the danger of the parties not talking, even if it's back channel. So I had a strong desire to open up back channel communications so we could bring the temperature down, start to see if there's ways to resolve this, de-escalate this, wind this thing down. So that was a heavy focus of mine at all times.
Okay, and I take it that you contacted Mr. Peckford and asked him if he had any contacts that might help?
Yes.
And then you received a call from Dean French.
That's correct.
And in your statement, you indicate that Mr. French suggested that what was needed was to move trucks out of the residential areas. Is that right?
Yeah, he laid down some ground rules, sort of base conditions for his willingness to get involved and try and be an intermediary. And so I still remember, and Eva Chipiak's reminded me of it, that we had a very, very intense phone call where he was testing me and I was testing him. But what he made absolutely clear was that the truckers had to be willing to move out of the residential areas. And I had to be honest with him about whether I thought that was achievable. And once he learned to trust me and I learned to trust him, we both thought it was achievable. So then he proceeded to go to work.
To which?
To go to work on it,
Oh.
go behind the scenes. And I wasn't asking for the details. That's not how it works. If you've ever done this before, you just let them go do their thing behind the scenes and they will come back to you at the appropriate time.
And on February 8th, I understand that Mr. Marazzo asked if you and Ms. Chipiak would come to a meeting at City Hall.
Yeah, what had happened was I first met Mr. Marazzo on the Thursday that we had the press conference. It was later in the day that I was introduced to him. It's the first time I had met him. I immediately was impressed with his calmness and his level-headedness. There was a lot of emotion up and down with various individuals in these rooms, but Tom was always just completely calm. And he had been observing for longer than us. And he had been working with the police liaisons and felt that he was in a circle where nothing material was arising. And he advised in the meeting room, I remember he came in, he'd left a meeting with the PLTs and had told them that he didn't want to speak with them anymore and he needed somebody that was more of an inspector level, somebody who had some actual decision-making capability and greater authority. Things went quiet. The next morning, this would be now the Tuesday.
February 8th?
Correct. Tom told Ms. Chipiak and I that he wanted us to come to a meeting at City Hall at noon. And I said, okay, what's this all about? And does the city know we're coming? Because one thing that is a certainty of lawyer will of any experience will share with you is that it's always a bad idea for your client to unexpectedly bring lawyers to meetings. It never goes well. So I've never before consented to that in my 27 years. But this being such an unusual circumstance, I agreed that we would go. And we arrived at City Hall and had quite an interesting interaction in order to get upstairs to meet with Steve Kay.
Okay, and I take it that you met with the PLT officers and they weren't very happy about your being there. Is that right?
Animatedly angry. Yeah.
And so, as you indicate in your statement, you told them that to try and cool things down, that you would seek instructions not to impose the continuation of the injunction, which was coming up in court.
That's correct. The only thing you go through your pockets and see, what do I have? And I had nothing. And Eva, Ms. Chipiak, as astute as she is, pointed out that there was one thing that we did control. And that was what recommendation we could make to the board about what position they would take on the continuation of the injunction, because Justice McLean had issued it for a set number of days. I can't remember the number of days, but it was only set, and we had a returnable date that was coming up in the following, later that week, I believe. You can figure it out from the pleadings. So we said that we would seek instructions from our client not to oppose it becoming a long-term injunction. So the quiet that had resulted from the injunction would remain, and that was what we offered.
Had it been your instructions to oppose, the continuation of that injunction?
I had not yet received instructions at that point.
And I take it that you ultimately had the meeting with Mr. Kanalakis?
Yes,
And were you here for his testimony?
yes.
And is there anything about what he testified to regarding the meeting that you disagree with?
There was a couple of sort of nuanced details, but that I think he might have just been misremembering, at least, or alternatively I am, but nothing of substance.
Okay, and subsequent to that meeting, or sorry, let me take a step back.
Sure.
I understand that he had two concerns. One was to keep the meeting secret because he didn't want it to get out if there wasn't a successful negotiation. And he wanted to move trucks from the residential area and the Rideau-Sussex intersection.
Yeah, he'd given us a list of 3. So I led by saying once Evan and I went into the room, and I know there was some conflicting testimony. There was 3 PLTs in that room. There was 7 people in that room. I know someone testified, I think it was one of the, it might have been Drummond, that there was no police in the room. That is absolutely false. And he's likely just wasn't accurately briefed, I suspect. And I led by saying, okay, give us your top 3. If we can get movement at 3 locations in the downtown, if we can move trucks and protesters, where can we provide the most immediate and effective relief? And they gave us the 3 locations, and one of them was Kent, and I can't recall the other 2. But what I also picked up on, as did Tom Marazzo and Eva Chipiuk, is that they spent almost the entirety of the time talking about Rideau and Sussex. And so even though we had this list, it was clear to me and to us as a team that Rideau and Sussex was in a category by itself. So we promised them at the end of the meeting that we would keep the meeting secret. And the reason that that was important, it's in these situations, it's always about building trust. And it's the littlest things you can control that build the trust. And so we agreed to keep the meeting secret. And in fact, no word got out about the meeting. And I said, and I'm not from Ottawa, so, you know, I was stuck in buildings. And then when I was on the move, it was often at night. So I was very spatially disoriented all the time. And so I said to Eva Chipiuk, who had done her, I don't think it was her Master of Laws, I think it was her undergrad or her LLB here in Ottawa. So she was very familiar with the area, and Tom obviously was. So I said, can you please take me to Rideau and Sussex? Sorry.
Okay, so take it after the meeting, the 3 of you went to the intersection?
That's correct.
And Mr. Clerk, could you bring up HRF 401550? Take it, this is a picture that you took of the intersection at that time?
Yeah, I took several pictures, including a picture with Mr. Marazzo and Ms. Chipiuk in it. I started doing that just to help keep track of things. You know, you get metadata on your phone, so it shows exactly what time and place. So I started taking these pictures.
Now, you indicate in your statement that at some point you left the intersection and Ms. Chipiuk and Mr. Marazzo remained to talk to the protesters?
Yeah, we decided, and this is the way things worked, particularly with the people that were there involved in the protest, is if something needed to be done, you did it right there and then. You never waited. So the decision, we had a discussion, and it was Eva and Tom were like, well, why don't we try and move this intersection right now? So I said, all right. I'll go back to the Sheridan, and the reason that we agreed that I would go is because we had so little to negotiate with in terms of tools and tactics with the protesters. Because I had been on the stage at the press conference the week previous, I was recognized as the truckers' convoy lawyer. So the idea was that if they made significant progress but needed just something more to get the truckers to agree to clear this intersection, that they would say, well, we're going to have Keith come. And then I would come and try and use whatever influence I may have. So that was the plan. And to be clear, because there's been conflicting evidence about this, our focus at this intersection was to clear it, which is very different from the deal with the mayor, what the objective was.
Yeah.
This was to clear this intersection. And as soon as we got there, we could see why it was such a concern. I think there's 6 streets that come together. There's the very high-end condo tower. There's the US Embassy down the road, the Senate, and on and on. And we're like, okay, we understand why they want this cleared. So our goal was at least to clear up the westbound lanes.
And if we can bring up, back up your witness summary, WTS 6058 at page 7. And can you scroll up a bit? You said out there, in the interest of time, I'm not going to take you through it all, of what happened at Rideau and Sussex that led up to your finding out that there was a willing, or at least Ms. Chipiuk and Mr. Marazzo, the bottom paragraph, finding out that the truckers had agreed to move their vehicles to Wellington, but there was a problem in removing the Jersey barriers, and that fell through.
Correct. Well, and it was not, what had happened was, my briefing is that we had an advantage because the first 3 big trucks that would have to move were the ones that had the Polish immigrants. And Miss Chipiuk is Polish background and can speak Polish fluently. And she very quickly developed a rapport with these truckers. And we knew if we could get the first 3 to go, it would incentivize the other ones to join in. There was a sense of each of these areas that people didn't want to be left alone, that there was a real group think going, we picked up. So, but this was an intense group. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you've heard about that. There was this Forfada stuff that the first time I heard it was in this inquiry, so it was never on our radar. But so Mr. Marazzo gathered, about 80 of them together and in the middle of the intersection, surrounded by their vehicles, and got them to pick amongst themselves 2 representatives. Then he moved forward in effectively a parley in the old military sense with the police to the west up to closer to Wellington. And then the particular police liaison, Sergeant Feng Li, had a little bit of an aggressive personality. He could really turn aggressive very quickly. And Mr. Marazzo was concerned about him interacting directly with the trucker leaders from that intersection. So Tom went up, spoke to Feng and said, okay, bring in the equipment. We're ready to move at least half the intersection, the westbound, up into that space on Wellington. Feng, Mr. Lee's phone rang. He stepped back and then turned around and said to Tom, the deal's off. They're not going to move the barricades. And we now know from the record and the testimony of others that others higher up the command vetoed that movement. So
Okay.
Tom, but this is important, Tom did not go back and disclose what actually happened. He said they just can't get the barriers moved because he didn't want to destroy what little progress we had made. We agreed to have a cooling off because a lot of the truckers were upset. They had arrangements to make kinds of moves before our involvement, and they felt that the police had double-crossed them. And so we decided to give everything a cooling off and a try again on the Thursday.
And so that was on February 8th. And I take it that February 9th, there were some discussions with the OPS PLT officers, and that led to February 10th, where you returned to Rideau and Sussex to try again. Is that?
Yeah, on the 9th, PLTs about 4:40 p.m. Contacted me through Eva Chipiuk. That was the protocol we had, is that if they needed to get me urgently, they would call her because she was always at my side. And they came over to a meeting in the main floor of the Sheraton. It was an intense meeting. But we briefed the board that evening, and Tamara Leach requested that all of the road captains, all legal, the board members all assemble at Sussex, or Rideau and Sussex the next morning prior to 10 a.m. in an all-out effort to use their persuasive skills. We had an initial success where there was a load safe truck that you'll see in lots of pictures. Load safe is what was on the logo on the side of the cargo trailer of the semi-truck. And it was parked right by the valet area of the Chateau Laurier, and it was pulled up on an angle, almost jackknife, blocking almost 4 lanes, and the police did not like it at all. They'd been trying to move it, and I was standing with a large group of PLTs, Miss Leach and others. Mr. Barber came up. We said, hey, I said, Chris, or one of us said to Chris, is there any way you could go talk to that guy? And as you heard, we all watched in amazement. Chris jumped up on the step and was hanging onto the mirror. The window came down. He started visiting with the guy for a few minutes, and all of a sudden Chris hollered out for truckers to come and set up a perimeter to safely back him up. And the backup alarm went on, and they repositioned him so he was right up against the curb. And I remember we all thought, okay, this is a good sign. Maybe we're going to do this.
And then, as you say in your statement, there was a crowd that suddenly appeared who didn't understand what was going on, and they, in effect, kind of surrounded the area.
Just a little bit more detail, because I think it's important for context.
If I can just stop you for 1 second, I do have a video. Would that help?
I'd like to contextualize it first, if I could.
Sure.
So what happened was we had a bunch of failed attempts to get enough truckers to agree. We always had the Polish guys at the front that were ready to go. So a lot of the team, or those of us who were there to try and clear that intersection, were done. It was a very, very cold day. I was back and forth trying to keep warm in the lobby of the Chateau Laurier. That's when I got served with one of the seizure orders and was dealing with the TD Bank on interpleader. There was so many things going on all the time. In any event, we'd largely given up. It was just about to get dark. And then one of the PLTs came out of the area, and he came up, and Tamara was with me and a couple of others, and said, they're ready to go. And Tamara's like, well, then let's do it. So they called in the big heavy lift equipment to lift the barricade, and they end up bringing a tow truck as well, a flatbed tow truck, because you may have saw one of those pictures. They have these orange mechanical devices that are actually bolted to the ground, and when the vehicle drives over it, it comes up behind it. So We were waiting. It was now getting dark. And as was typical, as you get into 4 or 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, the number of Ottawa residents and others that would start to converge in the downtown would significantly increase each night. This was typical of that. When the trucks and the heavy equipment arrive, they've got yellow flashing lights, they have backup alarms. That caused even more people to come. Because we were anticipating moving the trucks up past the War Memorial to Wellington, we needed, the police were obviously handling this part of it, more police to create a safety corridor so that no one got run over. And as the one vehicle backed up and its alarm was very loud, people started to rush in. Tamara had been removing from the barricades the signs. No one out, the police were smart not to go and start taking signs down. It was Tamara, and she was recognized. So she would place the signs over on another railing by the Senate to get the barricades ready to be removed safely without controversy, hopefully. Just as the equipment was going, people rushed behind the tow truck because they seemed to think that the police were about to do something bad to the truckers. I was talking to them. Tamara was individually talking to groups of people. It's okay. This is a cooperative move. We're trying to clear this intersection. The truckers want to move up to Wellington. And then people would sit on a barricade. Tamara would go talk to them. They'd apologize, get off the barricade. She'd turn around and they were on another, different people were on another barricade. And then the police were further in. Tamara and I were trying to talk to as many people as we could to explain that it was okay. This is a cooperative move. We're just trying to clear an intersection. And then the people just swarmed in, and that's where the video plays.
Okay, can you pull up please HRF 401587?
And I'm in the orange high visibility coat, which they jokingly called my trucker camo.
We stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. I'd like to move back to your statement, please. That's WTS 6058. And we only have about 15 minutes, so I think we're going to try and speed it up a bit.
Excuse me, that video was what date?
That would have been on the Thursday, sir. That would have been February 10th, the evening. That would have been about 5 o'clock.
Sorry, go ahead.
Now, you set out, starting at page 9 of your statement, your dealings with Mr. French and leading up to a meeting with him on February 11th, where he presented to you a draft letter from the mayor, and you went and got instructions, and you discussed it with the board, and the board agreed essentially to go ahead with the proposed deal to move trucks out of the residential areas. Is that?
That's correct. And the proposal was never just to move up to Wellington. It was always recognized that probably only 25% of the vehicles could go to Wellington. The more dominant theme of the plan was for the vehicles to move to the remote locations at Embrum, Exit 88, and Arnprior, and to have expand the shuttle buses that we're already running. And there was also, this is a very important point, and I don't know that it's come out yet, is a lot of people who were there, the truckers, never planned to stay that long. But the Canadians they met along the way, and the stories and the heartache that they heard, and the trust and plea that they heard from those people, many of the truckers I talked to felt this obligation to stay as long as they could, but they also needed a way to leave gracefully and respectfully. And one of the things we recognized was that if 75% of the vehicles were going to be given an opportunity to leave and go either to Embrum or Arnprior, that some would actually use it as an opportunity to go home and do so respectfully. So that was an important part of the plan.
And that's what you refer to in your statement as an exit strategy.
Correct.
And in that regard, if you can bring up, please, HRF 401278. And this is an email, excuse me. It starts at the top, February 12th, from you.
It's in reverse chronological order. So
Yes.
that would be the latest response. I had prepared following the board meeting on the Friday evening where the board decided to approve the deal. They were all there in person except for Mr. Dichter, who was incapacitated due to his broken leg and had to stay at the Sheridan, but we had him joined by conference call. And because of the significance of this, even though on the Friday they had all agreed to proceed with the deal with the mayor, I wanted to get something documented. So I sent an email to all of the board. You can see where it says, right just by where the mouse is, a little bit up and to the left, a GIDG. That's a part of Bridget Belton's email address. You'll also see, you can see Mr. Dichter's emails on this as well. It's the first one on the CC line, actually. And I received responses from everyone approving it. It makes reference to the arrangement with the mayor. The plan was, how are we going to get the truckers on side? So the decision was made to do this Freedom Manifest document where Tamara, with all the board members signing at the bottom, would say it's time. We've had an impact. It's time to do something differently. It's time for us to focus our presence on Wellington, where our beef is with the federal government, for them, and for them to have the other trucks move out to the other locations.
Right. And if you can just scroll up, please. There, stop right there. You say in that email from February 12th, 3:47, you indicate that the drafting committee had looked into a way to draft a document that would describe the Freedom Convoy's overall demands of all governments and a way forward strategy. And so they were working on the broader document for review by the board tomorrow, but you're circulating a draft now as a and it was intended to be a communication for the captains and truckers regarding the deal with the mayor. And then you say towards the end of that line, after Wellington and Elgin, while at the same time taking away the excuse that Trudeau wants to unleash the police goons and seize trucks. Remember, we are trying to block Trudeau from having the justification to cause the police to use the new emergency powers against the truckers and allow the truckers to stay here in Ottawa for as long as it takes, etc. Now, this is February 12th. At that point in time, did you anticipate use of the Emergencies Act?
Yes.
And further, if rather than looking at what's the draft, can we pull up
Mr. Leon,
HRF 40?
Sorry, excuse me.
I apologize, Mr. Leon, Commissioner. I'd just like to make a note of the record, or perhaps a small objection. Ms. Belton testified yesterday that on the mayor's deal, and it was her understanding that it was all completely fake news. I think was the terminology she used. And as I understand it, Mr. Wilson is now testifying that this deal was sent to Ms. Belton as one of the convoy organizers and that they all agreed to it. I just note in fairness the witness, I don't think that was put to her by the commission nor the convoy organizers or Freedom Corp. So, I mean, we're all working very hard, Herculean, and we're missing lots of things at times just because of the pace. But I think this is a rather important point that it's unfortunate we didn't hear from Ms. Belton on that issue.
What, I think at this stage, let's hear the evidence, and maybe that's a point that can be made later. But I'm sorry, you want to also involve yourself in this?
Yes, sir. I don't think the issue is whether or not Ms. Belton is being impeached. Frankly, I don't think it matters. So this commission doesn't need to make a finding of credibility of Ms. Belton. So I understand my friend's concern, and he's turning to the rule of Brown and Dunn. But I don't really even think it's a concern, sir. It's not material.
Okay.
HRF 401285. And this is the Freedom Manifest that was, I think you said there were about 800 copies made up and distributed to the truckers?
That's correct. About 850 copies were printed. We decided to go old school Gutenberg, printed press. In fact, I took a little video and had forwarded it to Dean French so that he could see that progress was being made on the efforts and the plan to get the information out to the truckers. The Chris Barber, Tamara, and others went out onto the streets and met with truckers, and the road captains handed these out. And Tamara even went out to Armprior and Embrum to inspect them, to make sure that they had sufficient capacity to take all the 75% of the vehicles, and to meet with the owners of those lands to make sure they were comfortable with that many vehicles showing up in the coming days.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask they be pulled up now, but just for the record, we then had the exchange of letters between the mayor and Ms. Leach, which we've seen. The mayor's letter is HRF 401264, and Ms. Leach's letter is HRF 401275. Can I now ask to bring up HRF 401323? And this is a document dated February 17, 2022, open letter to our premiers and to our elected and appointed officials. It's a long letter, but I take it that the idea of this was still part of the exit strategy to do something to make contact with government officials so that people could be satisfied that you'd done all you could do at to that point. Is that fair?
Yeah, it is. And I think what we were hoping would happen is that the success that we felt we could achieve with the arrangement and the agreement with the mayor, and because if it was successful, we were going to have had the downtown cleared out by the Wednesday, but for Wellington, up to the Sir John A and, a defined area, which they actually in the logistics meeting shorted up because of the issues about the hospital and so on access. And the truckers agreed to make it even a smaller area. Was that it would focus the protest now on the federal government, and then the federal government would be encouraged by the fact that the truckers proved to be honest brokers, and that would lead to a meeting with some federal ministers. There was not a strong desire to have a meeting with the Prime Minister. It was more with the ministers, and that we could agree on a process of formally presenting briefs and information and scientific information to support and comparative information, because Canada was an anomaly at this time in terms of our mandates. The other G7 countries weren't doing these things to try and persuade the government to review its policies.
Thank you. And then we don't have to bring it up, but in your statement, page 10 and 11, you outline your understanding of what happened in terms of the movement of the trucks outside from the residential area, either to leave or up to Wellington, correct?
Yeah, well, I was directly involved, and on the Monday, and my text messages and my phone logs confirm it. My text messages with Sergeant Lee, with the mayor's chief of staff, and with the city manager. The reports I was getting from the ground were that the police were not in a position. They were getting blocked at different phases by the police. They finally got some trucks moved. We were ready to move trucks again on the Tuesday. Chris had worked and others, Joe Jantz and Ryan and Dale and others had gone out and worked hard to get a whole bunch of trucks ready to move on the Tuesday. Police completely blocked it. We now see all the back communications and infighting that was going on. We didn't know that at the time, obviously. And then again on the Wednesday. And the other thing is we realized when we discussed it, and I listened to the road captains and to the Chris Barbers, is they felt that once the big trucks moved, there would be stragglers, but they wouldn't want to be alone, and that they would either leave or they may go and infill a little bit. But so we recognized that. And there was also discussion that if, and this is controversial, but there was also discussion that if we get down to a few areas where everybody else has either gone up to Wellington or gone out to the base camps or gone home, and we have a few holdouts, that Freedom Corp would no longer provide any supplies, fuel, or materials to those areas to incentivize them to follow the lead of everyone else who was leaving downtown.
Thank you. I see I've gone up for my hour and a half, Commissioner. I have two more points to deal with if I could.
Sure.
Thank you. HRF 401298. This is a letter that you sent to Chief Bell stating your view on the powers that were the police were given under the Emergency Act.
Mm-hmm.
And you took issue with whether there was the power to prevent peaceful protesters from coming into Ottawa to protest.
Correct. And just to clarify, the letter is signed by Ms. Chipiuk, but I did review the letter. And we also had at least 4 or 5 other lawyers from the Justice Center reviewing the same statutory regulatory instruments. And we had all reached the same conclusion that the description that the government officials and the police were using to describe the measures was not even close to what the emergency proclamation actually said, and that as long as you were not seeking to interfere with international trade, disrupt or interfere with critical infrastructure, or engage in serious acts of violence against persons, you continued to have the right of political advocacy, protest, and dissent. And so the labeling by the police chief and others that any Canadian citizen was no longer allowed to walk in downtown Ottawa or hold a sign in front of their parliament was not legally accurate and was against the charter.
And I think we've seen the video that's, and you don't have to bring it up, HRF 50274 that you did with Mr. Barber to essentially giving that opinion and telling whoever saw the video that they could and should come to Ottawa and continue lawful protest.
We were in the 7th floor boardroom at the Sheraton. I just finished briefing the board on the legal review that had been completed of the proclamations. And Mr. Barber turned to me and said, come over here, sit on the arm of the chair, let's do a TikTok. And it literally happened that quick.
And in making that TikTok video, was it your understanding that there was about to be an enforcement initiative by the police to remove people from the red zone?
I didn't know for sure. What I did know is that there was numerous times where information would come into the operations center from various police sources that a raid was imminent, and it happened many times. And then the raids either did occur in part, such as Coventry, or other evenings where they would go and take firewood and fuel or food from one of the blocks. But it did appear from the buildup we were seeing on the ground, it was obvious, and the information we had about the number of, I don't know, there's some Lansdowne Park or someplace had been set up as a processing center. So it seemed that there was a shift occurring.
And did you have a concern about the fact that if that was going to happen, you were suggesting to people to come back into the red zone and potentially be in danger when the enforcement action started?
No, because I'm a Canadian and I never imagined that our government, our federal government, would use that level of force against nonviolent, peaceful Canadians.
And just a couple of final points. We heard Ms. Belton's evidence that her hotel bill had been paid by Mr. Bourgault. Have you ever met Mr. Bourgault?
Yes, I met Joseph a number of times. He's an amazing human being and very concerned Canadian. But I have no knowledge of any bills he was paying.
Who paid your hotel bill?
Who would have paid my hotel bill? I'm pretty sure the first hotel bill went on my firm Visa card, and then I was reimbursed by the Justice Center. The Germain was on my Visa card and was reimbursed. And then the Swiss was paid for, I believe, I don't know this with certainty, by Chris Guerra through Adopt a Trucker.
Thank you. And do you have any other information about Mr. Bourgault, about contributions he may have made to the Freedom Convoy in terms of how much or what for?
No, I do know that he helped pay for some meeting rooms. I don't think when Mr. Marazzo and Mr. Bulford were holding their press conferences at the Lord Elgin, I don't think he paid for that, but he might have. And it was mostly the only firsthand knowledge I have was hotel rooms.
Okay, and then there's two other documents that I want to ask you about. The first one is HRF 60. Just let me get it here. 8-3. And this was a press release, February 17, 2022, from the Freedom Convoy indicating that they did not support any of the comments being made by Mr. King. I may have asked you this, but had you met Mr. King?
I knew of Mr. King over a year prior to going to Ottawa. He had a court matter in Red Deer where he was all over social media saying that he's found this magic recipe for defeating all government laws. And I researched it, read the court's decision, and it was clear he was misunderstanding how the law works. So I knew of him from then, and I knew that he was a very loud voice. When I found out that he was here, I told the clients that I wasn't prepared to be in the same room with him. There was one instance where he was brought into a room and I immediately requested that he leave. The reason was that I had heard of his language at times, and maybe it was unfair to him. Maybe I was duped by the media. I don't know, but there was innuendo of violence, and it was completely unacceptable to me, but more importantly, Ms. Leach, because the legacy media was repeating it so many times and it was needing to be explained so many times. The board made the decision to issue this press release. This is the only press release of this nature that was issued where they identified a person and made it clear that they did not agree with, as it says, he does not speak for us. We expressly condemn any talk of violence from him or others.
Thank you. And then the final document, HRF 60513, page 3. I just wanted to ask you about this. This is one of your, I believe, text messages. Yeah, right there. Stop. If you can roll it up a little more. There, right there. I believe this is at least dated at the top, February 9th. Did you appear on Fox News?
That's correct.
And how did that come about?
I received on a daily basis 10, 20 or more media requests. Everyone from the New York Times, Washington Post, BBC, France 24, Belgium, Korea, Japan, and every Canadian news outlet. I did agree to do one interview, and I agreed to go on Fox with Premier Peckford.
That's Premier Peckford on the right.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions, and thank you, Commissioner, for the extra time.
Okay, so we're pretty close to the time for the morning break. So I'm going to take the 15-minute break and we'll come back and start with our list of cross-examinations.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Well, there we go. There's the morning. That's Keith Wilson, a lawyer. Just give me a second. I'm going to turn my generator off. Don't want any more interruptions. Okay, listen, I'm going to be frank. I'm going to be very frank. I'm going to be upfront, and some of you may not like this. I don't like the witness lawyering going on here. He's a lawyer, so it's just natural in him to do that. What I mean by that is the question could be, what color are your shoes? And then we've heard so much more information about not only his day that got up to it, and then what drove his decision for the type of shoes. And there's so much lawyering going on the stand that I'm not a fan of that. I would like to just get to the questions and to the points, because it feels too much like fixing things, covering things, because that's what lawyers are trained to do. Anybody else find it funny when they say recess? Do you think about schoolyard, going to the playground 15 minutes? Are they all running outside playing for a bit and coming back in? We get that picture. I think Simpsons did that to us once. They did a court thing where it was recess and they went outside to play. I think about that sometimes. Got some good notes for him. I don't have a guest. I thought I was getting close with John. John, if you're listening, I thought we're close to doing something this morning. You're definitely got some excellent perspectives that I would like to explore more. So if you ever get the desire to go ahead and chat some more, I'm not tough, but I will definitely challenge you. So if we want to do that, we can do that. We heard stuff about solicitor-client privilege at the beginning. We heard about his flight and his plane. I'm going to cover something about that. You know, some of you know I do hold a private pilot license. I'm GA. I'm not airline or anything like that. I'm not commercial. So I have the PPL, private pilot license, not CPL, commercial, or ATPL, which is the airline one. I'm just a little guy. But I don't have multi-engine. So I couldn't have flown his plane, but I'm familiar with what he was doing there, flying across country in a general aviation airplane. Most of those stops he mentioned were likely fuel, because you do have to pick up fuel all the way, along the way. But did you know that, yes, he was absolutely right. Vax, there was no restrictions at all. Think about that for a second. You want to get on a commercial flight, domestic or international? So many restrictions. In fact, you got to go through security at the gates, right? You all know this. You walk through the security, the beep, beep, beep. They're checking your bags. General aviation flying, you don't even have that. We don't have no security. We just go straight to the airplane and we fly. No vax requirements. All pilots were exempt. You were able to fly borders, non-vaxxed, as long as you're the pilot. That was the rule. It was not even a rule based put onto us. It was the airlines put on the rules to their pilots, and then the government put it on passengers. So there was some restrictions around passengers, but not for the pilots. Pilots, we were able to just jump up in the plane and go. We don't even have to go through security, let alone a vaccine questionnaire or something like that. Why do you think that is? Do we have a class system? I'm not trying to put restrictions everywhere, because there should be no restrictions anywhere. But, well, of course, chartered flights, you know, that's what the Prime Minister uses. That's what his friends use. They all got planes and stuff like that. They all pop around. You know, we certainly don't want to upset that class of travelers, did we? You know, luckily for a lot of us who were not vaxxed, that's the only option at the time to get across country fast. So I understand why Keith had to do that, because going from Alberta to Ontario is long. It's a long drive. It's a beautiful drive, but it's a long drive. So I get it. Why it became a point, though, was because Bridget kind of brought it out as a point for her. We're getting a lot more about the dynamic. And okay, you're here for honest opinion. You're here for unbiased. So I'm going to have to be. Look, I am a fan of the movement and what happened, but I'm learning more about the organization behind it. The very first thing that got my ear in a way I didn't like was when Keith referred to Tamara as a spark that lit this fire. The council picked that up as well. The commission council picked up as well, because we know that's not the case. It was Bridget. So this happens, people. This happens where someone else new comes into the equation. He's King's counsel. Like this is a guy who takes his profession serious. He's recognized, and he's good at what he does. He's evolved in quite a few things. Oh, but I think the spark that lit the fire when he made that comment was actually the spark that lit the fire in separating the group that was kind of coming together. This is what I'm getting out of both testimonies. So Friday's testimony, and then right now with Keith, there's clearly a dynamic there that would have been difficult for everybody to facilitate and make their way through. I was uncomfortable with his response to where did you come up with that spark that lit the fire? Because his answer was my brain. Gosh, come on, Keith. Like, yeah, that might be the actual technical answer, but it should have been more of I I just kind of made it up instead of like a my brain comment. But he did the second part of that. He went into that. Look, I'm not trying to cover for Keith. I think that I don't think he makes a good witness. I don't think lawyers should be witnesses sometimes. And I think there's an example why. It's not like he's wrong or he's giving bad information. There are many types of many types of witnesses, and a lawyer-based one is not a good one, in my opinion, because he talks way too much, and it does feel like he's sidestepping, and he might be. It's hard to understand sometimes. It's hard to really follow lawyers if they even are sidestepping. They're really good at that. Another thing I wasn't comfortable with, because this is what Bridget was talking about, was the expanding terms, I guess, for ending the convoy. So we got a document that was shared with GoFundMe, which basically laid out an expanding list of things, and it had the catch-all, which was basically, and it could evolve from there. You know, it is, I can see the breakaway now from Bridget. Bridget, I can see what you were going through there. This was a group of people that had some professionals and lawyers now, and all these other people talking all these words and act this and statute that, and, you know, experience here and King's Counsel and all that. I can understand why that became very intimidating and uncomfortable. Because I'm uncomfortable too, hearing them talk about what it was they were doing and how they kind of established themselves. Sans you were not one of the ones listed in that email. So I get it. And also to the convoy team, you stepped in it, because when you set up a council for the financing portion of it in order to work with the fundraising and be the official recipients of it, you had to establish yourself as the proper one. So you went through, I guess, all those steps, also not including the originator, but you were able to then establish yourselves as, at least at that time, the organization that was going to be going forward with it. We got no questions about how it's set up. You know, I'm sure everything's set up fine. Dotted your I's, crossed your T's, did all that, because there'll always be scrutiny later. But you weren't with the founders, the founder. So I can see why there's a dynamic there with Bridget, and why there's talk about lawsuits and stuff, because significant amount of money collected, and maybe more importantly for this group, significant amount of money spent that wasn't reimbursed. Not just legal fees, but there was a whole bunch of people that was anticipating fuel and other costs to be covered, and it didn't end up fully covering it. So that might be part of the dynamic too, because this is what Keith is talking about. For example, when they're doing the letter and doing the drafting on their 2-engine plane headed east, doing the turbulence around the Great Lake. I don't know if they went over or around. It's dangerous to go over if you're a smaller plane. Probably went around. But anyways, a lot of bumpy stuff. And while they're doing that, they're doing the drafts. And inside the draft is a line that says vaccine mandates must be lifted. So he was asked, who said that? Like, where did that come from? And this is why I don't like lawyers as a witness, because his answer is a lawyer answer, talking about all the drafts, and it was going back and forth, reviewed by client, and then went to there, went to that. And then finally got to the end where the actual answer is, and he's like, I don't know. It was just at some point added. But that's why I don't like lawyers as a witness. They take a long time to get an answer out. Mr. Eros, I got to learn more about that. There was a lot of around that, take back our freedoms with Brian Peckford. There's a potential conflict of interest that had to be explored there. And there's some stuff going on around whether or not Keith has full waiving of client or solicitor client privilege. He talked about it at the beginning because it's incredibly important. The only way to not have to maintain the privilege is it's waived. Well, there's another way. It has to be like a severe criminal, intimate, harmful act. There's another way. But that's very extreme. That's like the EA version of waiving privilege. But for the most part, it can be waived. And then it got a little sticky because it wasn't clear on who had retainers with him, because there appears to be a gentleman who is not on their team anymore, but was kind of on their team at one point. I don't know enough about that person to know more about it, because obviously they were on the out, and I don't know what was going on in any of that. But it was brought up by council or committee council. So as we can see, committee council is being fair. They're going down the middle. Uncomfortable questions for everybody. Okay, uncomfortable questions for everybody. So this little kerfuffle around Brian Peckford, Take Back Our Freedoms, a conflict of interest, Mr. Eros, there's a little bit of something there. But I don't think Keith would be taking a stand or making any conversation or saying any statements that he didn't believe he was already protected on. And he kind of said that by saying, you know, look, I got an email from him that says there's no retainer. Keith will have a problem with that, though, because retainers don't have to be written. He knows that. They fight hard and push to written retainer as like the grand document, and sure, maybe, but he knows retainers don't have to be written. They just have to be agreed upon. So he may have a sticky situation around that. If there's somebody saying I had a retainer, he shouldn't have spoken because I didn't waive my privilege there. We'll see. It will already be on the record, so there won't be any way to like rip it out of the record. But there may be penalties or liability or civil something. But again, that's all speculation. I don't know what Keith has and what this guy has and where they're going with that. The MOU made its appearance again, that MOU, and Keith did some more lawyering there, and he let you all know that it's just a doc unless it's signed by all interested parties. 100% true. You cannot have a one-sided MOU. There's no such thing, because an MOU is a memorandum of understanding, not a memorandum of demands, not a memorandum of issues. It's a memorandum of understanding. In order to have an understanding, you need two parties. What's there to understand if there's a single party? That's a demand. So to be an MOU, yeah, it has to be executed by all interested parties. And the signature lines at the end were not. So look, what he was getting at there was it's not a legal document. It was legal nonsense. That's what he ended his little testimony there on that one. It was legal nonsense. And I get it. Trying to tell CBC that they think it was like a binding contract that they're going to take over the government with. He did a good job at explaining what an MOU is, but he went lawyering into it. Paul Champ, here you are, bud. You're making your appearance. First, you're suing very quickly, very early, while trucks are still spewing diesel fumes into the air, like you say, and you're serving them, naming a whole whack of people. Some of them weren't even his clients. Then the city injunction came up, the one that stopped the horns, whether or not they were going to fight it and cooperate and all that kind of good stuff. Because Mr. Champ was really pushing hard. He was providing lots of documents. There was no time to read the factum for the injunction. Like Paul Champ, the city, they were moving things quick and making things, they were lawyering. There's a lot of lawyering going on. And Paul Champ, again, I'm not anti-Champ. I'm also not for tax the rich there, Paul. You still have the sticker. I saw it today. But opportunity, there's a lot of people that were upset. So Paul represented them, I guess. But the process gets complicated. Meeting on a Saturday is very rare. So that must be an emergency injunction because that's very rare. But of course, the courts will accommodate emergency. Trying to get it to go to Monday would have been difficult because it was an emergency injunction. It would have been difficult to adjourn it. If we want to move fast in our system, we got to be able to move fast. If we can just adjourn everything, there's really no point to try and have a accelerated mechanism. So I would kind of get that. It does suck that they dumped a bunch of info on you, but at the end of the day, you should be able to have a position to stand on pretty quick. Are you for the injunction, against the injunction? It turns out that Eva came up with a great plan to be able to offer a carrot, which was, well, we don't have much to offer. Like Keith said, we had empty pockets. We had not much to offer, but we can offer the consent to make it a long injunction because we expect to be here for a long time. So let's go ahead and make it a long injunction. And that's goodwill on our part. That's all we can offer is we will honor the injunction for a lot longer than you're asking for because we're going to be here for a long time. Good job, Eva. That's very clever. Because not only is it a concession in some way, some goodwill, it's also a good reminder to where your position is. You're not planning to go anywhere, so you may as well get the injunction to cover a longer period of time. Clever. I was really impressed by that. And so was Keith. He brought it up again. They started to get concerned about the change of tone from slowly. Am I done with Champ here? And then Champ stood up and did an objection. Champ is good. Okay, guys, like I kind of want to pick on him only because he's kind of silly sometimes, but he's doing a good job. He's making sure that people are clear on the testimony, especially from Friday, because Bridget specifically said that this letter or notice from Tamara, she posted it as fake news, but yet her name was being associated with it as being aware of it or received it. Whether or not that was the case, whether or not she reads her emails, whether or not she slowlies her emails, which is to skim it and ignore, I don't know, but that came up. And good job on Paul Champ, and also good job on Brendan.
Order allowed.
We're back. They're in my ear.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, the first up is for the Government of Canada, please.
Good morning. I'm Robert McKinnon for the Government of Canada Council.
Morning.
Mr. Wilson, I just want to take you to a point that you made at the end of your testimony with Commission Council. I don't know that we have to turn up the document, but it was in reference to an email of February 12th that you had sent. And the line in there that I just want to clarify is where you say, "We are trying to block Trudeau from having the jurisdiction to cause the police to use the new emergency powers against the truckers and to allow the truckers to stay here in Ottawa as long as it takes." Do you remember that line?
I think you misspoke. I think you meant to say justification. Does it say jurisdiction?
Oh, having the, okay, sorry, justification. Good memory. So is that not a reference to the declaration of emergency that was made the day before by the Ontario Premier?
No.
It does not speak into the future. It says to use the new emergency powers, which just came into effect the day before.
It was we had, so I had lawyers with me on the ground. I also had teams of lawyers back at their normal place of business. When an issue would arise, I would delegate it out. I would say, okay, this team in Toronto, I want you to review this. We even prepared a draft judicial review application for the both the city's emergency proclamation and the Ottawa, or sorry, the provincial government one. Media assessment is, what does this change? What impact does it have on the rights of the people on the ground? And we concluded that it was largely benign.
Okay. What I'm saying is that those words refer to the new emergencies power in the present tense. The declaration from the federal government came on the 14th. It was 2 days before.
Well, I can help you by telling you what was in my mind. And our concern was, I believe that it was early in the previous week. By early, I mean the Tuesday, and if not Tuesday, the Wednesday for certain, that we started hearing rumors that the federal government was contemplating invoking the Federal Emergencies Act. So all of the references in any of the communications that you have at that time would be, and unless there's one that's more specific about that. There was, we weren't concerned about either the civic one nor the provincial one.
Can you point me to one document which documents what you're just telling us now?
Well, first of all, this was not a normal file.
Right, but you've managed to paper
Can I
this
finish
file.
my?
Sorry,
can
okay.
I finish
Go
my
ahead.
answer,
Sorry, go
please,
ahead.
sir? This was not a normal file. You did not, I did not have opportunity to document things. I'm telling you under oath that at no time was the either the Ottawa State of Emergency Declaration nor the Ontario State of Declaration a matter of concern for me and the other lawyers with me. We were very concerned about the potential and the rumors we were hearing for the federal government to invoke the Federal Emergencies Act.
Who told you the federal government was considering using the Emergencies Act? Who told you that?
I can't remember the specific individual, but I do remember the source that they relayed, and they advised that they had heard from some MPs that there was active discussion over at the Parliament about the Prime Minister considering using the Emergencies Act. And it was so MPs, some MPs had shared with the people involved in the convoy, and they reported that to me.
Do you have any document you can refer this commission to today?
I might, but I can't recall any offhand.
And you can't recall any offhand? You can't recall a description of the document or anything like that right now?
No,
Okay.
that's correct.
All right, I'd like to continue with just confirming some statements from your witness summary. You'd agree that there was a broad array of groups that were part of this convoy,
Correct.
and you subdivided them into 3 groups: those who came to support the movement, those who came to take it over,
Mm-hmm.
and those who came to seek a piece of the $10 million.
That was my assessment. Probably I reached that conclusion in my mind within, I would say, 3 to 5 days of being here. I had had sufficient interactions and repeated interactions with different individuals from different groups that was the pattern that I felt was present.
And you also have said that the convoy attracted a lot of strange people.
Yeah,
And in those people, you mentioned the Coven of Witches.
that's what
And
they
you-
called themselves, and they were doing weird seance things and burning things in the lobby.
and conspiracy groups like Digilo, the
Yeah.
QAnon. Yes?
Yeah, you bet.
So it not only consisted of a broad array of groups, but it attracted other strange groups that, at least as you've described them, correct?
Like moths to a flame.
So you'd agree that some of these individuals, we've heard a little bit already, may have tried to hijack the message or even try and control perhaps parts of the convoy group. Is that correct?
Yes, and it was a constant effort by Ms. Leach, Mr. Barber, and others to fend them off, so to speak. And I do recall reading documents in the record where CSIS and the RCMP had also intercepted communications and reached the same conclusion that there was a concerted effort by the mainstream group to resist these hangers-ons.
Okay. And Mr. Barber testified yesterday that he could not control truckers generally. They're very independently minded and certainly not the groups that were coming. Would you agree with that assessment?
That's correct. Yes, I would agree.
And there's in Mr. Aros's interview summary that you've been taken to a little bit, a reference to, or at least a quote that you supposedly mentioned concerning taking back our freedoms group. Yes. Did you refer to them as bad actors?
I don't think I would have referred to, no, I don't know that I would have referred to them as bad actors.
Okay, he says you did.
Yeah.
And bad actors and manipulators, he says.
I would have characterized without a doubt some of the individuals involved with that group as being manipulative, 100%.
So even within your group, the convoy group and the leadership that you've mentioned, there were, would you say, sort of divisions or factions, I would say?
Absolutely. It was an incredibly diverse dynamic. Remember that if you walked into the operations center at any given moment and said, how many people in this room knew one another before January 15th? And the only 2 people would put up their hands would be Chris Guerra and Chad Eros. These people all came together for the first time.
All right. And you mentioned the negotiations with the city of Ottawa in the days leading up to February 14th. Yes. To move the trucks out of residential neighborhoods to take at least a bit of a valve to some of the temperature that had been raised with all the complaints and issues that arose from that. That's correct?
Yeah, and the tensions with the police and the political tensions. It was time to de-escalate and reduce the footprint and relieve the pressure.
But that was never intended to rid the city core of the gridlock of 30-ton trucks or resolve the grievances of all the various protesting groups.
There was no gridlock. I've described how I was able to travel freely.
Well, let's just say you're not saying that it was empty of 30-ton trucks sitting in front of Wellington.
No, the idea was to concentrate, and this was discussed in the negotiations with the mayor. The mayor's message that I received through Mr. French was that he recognized that the grievance, I think it's even in his letter, if I'm not mistaken, that was with the federal government primarily was the triggering event, the federal mandates that you've heard about.
But your deal.
Sorry, sir, I haven't finished, and that was slowing down because commissioners reminded me that I'm speaking too fast. So it was recognized that trucks would remain on Wellington. And to be clear, there was no understanding that it would be a grant of immunity. It was recognized that at any time after those trucks repositioned, the police could come and move them out. It was recognized that there would be an interference in the flow of traffic on Wellington, but I note, because I was up there the other day, it's blocked today, this very moment, by government barricades.
Okay, I'm just getting to the point that the deal was never intended to resolve all these grievances and protests and to get rid of the trucks from the city core, correct?
No, it was absolutely to remove the pressure on the downtown residents and businesses, focus the attention on the grievance with the federal government, build from the success of de-escalation and negotiation to incentivize and encourage the federal government to come to the table, open up a dialogue, and set a pretext for the truckers to go home.
Would you be surprised that the mayor would say that the deal was to just release some of the tension from the neighborhoods? It did nothing to deal with the core issue of getting rid of the trucks in front of a Wellington. I
don't know. Do you want me to repeat my answer a third time?
No, I don't need that, but I've got your answer. So you don't agree that this deal was intended to resolve all these issues and gridlock on Wellington?
Complex problems require complex solutions. Complex solutions require phasing.
So you had faith?
I had faith. I had confidence in the goodwill look.
Do we have an agreement, a written agreement that said they would move?
I have been able to resolve at least more than 90% of all the litigation files I've been involved in by opening up dialogue between the parties. And I remained optimistic that through applying those skills and those tactics that we could have had a peaceful resolution and a respectful Canadian dialogue about important policy issues.
Who were you representing at the negotiations? Were you representing the leadership that you mentioned, that the directors of that company, the nonprofit company, the Freedom 2022, the president, Tamara Leach, and the vice president, Chris Barber, and the treasurer, Chad Eros? Beyond those people, who were your clients?
You've described them. That's accurate.
So you were not acting on behalf of all of the truckers?
That's correct.
So you had faith?
I had faith, and my faith in the same way, I would have quit practicing law, sir, a long time ago if I didn't have faith in the ability of people having civil and respectful discussions to resolve disputes.
But the objective of that agreement was to move 25% more trucks into the Wellington Street area. So it doesn't do anything to relieve that congestion.
Fair, but we've already established, sir, that the road's blocked today. So if, I'm not sure if your concern is about the presence of trucks and Canadians or whether your concern is about the road being blocked. It can't be the road being blocked because it's still blocked to this day by the government.
You have heard or you're aware of the evidence given at this inquiry of the racial slurs, the intimidation,
Mhm.
the threats against Ottawa residents and public officials, and the blaring high decibel horns at all times of day and night during these demonstrations in Ottawa. You're aware of that evidence, correct?
I'm aware of the allegations, and I'm
Okay.
also aware of what I experienced, which was Canadians, particularly immigrants of all ethnic backgrounds, coming together in a very peaceful, respectful way with a deep concern about what the federal government and governments were doing to their rights and freedoms.
I'm just talking about those particular allegations right now, okay?
Yes.
As a lawyer, you would agree that those are not protected as a form of free speech or action under the charter.
No, I don't know that I'd agree with that. I need it. You have to be very contextual specific. Our free speech rights are very broad, and just to say that someone made some vague allegation of racism is not enough for me or anyone else to make a reasoned conclusion.
You agree hate speech has been codified in the criminal code, right?
Yes, and I find the Prime Minister's hate speech towards unvaccinated people and saying, how do we deal with these people, deeply troubling.
Right. So you don't agree then that threats against the life of somebody is not a protected form of speech under the charter?
I do not believe that anyone, either morally or legally, should be threatening anyone else's life, and I have received many death threats myself since representing the Freedom Convoy.
Okay, so we agree that that's not protected, right? Death threats are
yes.
not protected.
Correct.
Nor is speech that is looking to demean to an extent a particular group of people in a serious way.
Sir,
Hate speech.
I'm going to have to object at this time. My friend is entirely mischaracterizing the law of Section 2B of the Charter and the decisions in respect to that. In fact, the Supreme Court of Canada, of course, has held that hate speech, other than inciting violence, is actually protected by Section 2B of the Charter. And so I would ask that my friend essentially cease putting errors of law to the witness on public television, sir.
I am just asking for his view as a lawyer, but I don't have to continue. I have other questions.
Mr. Commissioner, I hate to interrupt the proceedings, but I've received an email communication from our certified transcriptionist asking if parties, when they're making objections from the floor, to please state their name first. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I think this is proper cross-examination, so go ahead.
Okay. So you'd agree trucks do not have charter rights?
Yes, obviously.
Good. And you don't have the right to park somewhere for 3 weeks, wherever you want, whenever you want.
I was asked many times, every day, by truckers when they recognized me, and they would say, Mr. Wilson, am I allowed to have my truck here? And if they were parked in the parking lane, I would say it depends. What does the sign say about how long you can park? You might get a ticket. If they were parked in a driving lane, I had the same response to all of them, which was, you tell me this. If you were to stop your truck in the number 2 lane on the 401 and get out and leave it, what would happen? And they would say the OPP would come, they would ticket it, and they would tow it away. I would say to them, you're in the exact same situation here. No, you cannot lawfully park your truck there. There is an interesting argument because they were told to park there by the police as to whether they might have an officially induced error defense, but that was the answer that I would
Okay, you'd agree it's not a protected right under the charter.
Of course.
And neither is blaring high decibel horns a protected form of speech or action under the charter.
Well, there was, and I'm not trying to be cute about this, but you're asking me a very nuanced question because charter rights, especially when you get into freedom of expression, are nuanced. There were times where these dance parties on the weekend, and I said this and it's in the transcript, but when I was before Justice McLean, because we did have a discussion about whether there was an artistic element, and the trucks would start with the different frequency of their horns, would start doing dance beats. So there was that, but it's clear Miss Leach and Mr. Barber were clear that they did not want the horns. Before the injunction, the week before the injunction, the truckers agreed amongst themselves to have a quiet time from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. because they wanted to get sleep too. The injunction allowed that to be expanded.
Well, people weren't dancing to these horns that were going all hours of the day and night. You've heard the evidence from the residents.
I witnessed people dancing a lot to the horns with the music. I'm sorry, sir. That's what I saw. I'm under oath.
Yes, at 1 a.m, 3 a.m.
Yes.
And okay.
I did.
I won't-
I
I
wasn't
won't
on
go
the
any-
street at 3 a.m, so I can't say, but I was at least once or twice leaving meetings at 1 a.m.
I've got your perspective. Do you recall a second press conference that you gave on with others on February 6th? So this one you were more organized. I could call up document COM, I think it's 50856. It's a transcript of that. There, you attended, Ms. Litch, Mr. Bulford, Mr. Dichter, and Tom Quigan. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that?
I believe that was a press conference that Mr. Dichter had asked that was primarily focused on Bitcoin. It was in the Sheraton Hotel, and I and Miss Litch were asked to come to attend the first part of it to provide a legal update and an operational update on where things were at.
So these were people who are all part of your group. Is that right? So Tom Quigan, Mr. Dichter, Mr. Bulford, Ms. Litch, that they're all part of your convoy group leadership, would you say, or part of your working group?
They're part of the Freedom Convoy, about as far as I'd be prepared to go.
Okay. And you worked together.
I worked with lots of people every day on a wide variety of issues.
And Tom Quigan is an ex-military intelligence officer, correct?
That's my understanding.
And he worked in the operations center, is that right?
He was mostly, I almost never saw him in the operations center at the Swiss. He was almost always at the Arc, and he was doing these on his own initiative, these daily situation briefs. They were not reviewed by anybody. In fact, I still haven't even read most of them. We had no time to even read them, and he was circulating them to the truckers.
Now, so he did write daily intelligence reports and special intelligence reports on certain events, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, and I've read some of them since preparing for this.
And do you place credence in his assessments?
Sometimes I did, and sometimes I didn't.
Are you, okay, well, we could take you to who he is first. Page 12 of this document. Where it has his Tom McQuiggan's, if you go down to line 12. Are we on the right page 12? Okay, I've got page 12 here. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. Yeah. So it says he describes himself, I'm ex-military intelligence. I also worked for the RCMP for 6 years in national security, the Integrated National Security Enforcement Team. I'm one of the few court experts in the country on terrorism, and I'm a declared court expert in both in criminal court, and which is to say Ontario Superior Court as well as the federal court. Do you see that?
Yeah, I've since reviewed his CV and confirmed these things to be true.
Okay. And he did put out reports every day, right?
I don't know if it was every day. I was a few days in that I learned that these things were occurring. I think they were distributed to the block captains, if I'm not mistaken, in the morning.
Yeah. So
You're
on
going to
page-
have to get to the point quite quickly. You're already over time.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take you to one of the threat assessments right now.
Okay.
One of the daily assessments. It's document HRF 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros 18. So you'll agree that there were people attracted to the convoy, not only strange, but who had violent tendencies, if you could look here. So this is on February 3rd. This is the day I think you arrived. Here, the assessment is Freedom Convoy 2022 assessed that potentially violent protesters may arrive in Ottawa to vandalize property. Following that, they will then attempt to blame convoy members for the violent actions. The protesters are likely to arrive in Ottawa either late Wednesday or Thursday. The violent actions are likely intended for Thursday and Friday. The actions from the protesters are likely to consist of harassment of citizens and damage to vehicles and properties. And then they describe how they're going to be dressed. Do you see that?
Yeah, I recall that. In fact, we were received a separate briefing, and this actually was raised by GoFundMe executives and their legal team on our call on the Thursday. And it was Antifa. They had previously come in on occasion and knifed trucks, cut the airlines, knifed tires. And they had announced on social media, I was told, the Antifa group, that they were going to be coming in a larger numbered force and trying to do more damage to the trucks.
Sorry, if I might ask one more question, Mr. Commissioner, just on, it's on a document that the transcript, if you could pull up the transcript again, it's page 14. It has to do with tow trucks, an issue that everybody seems to have an opinion on. So this is Tom McGuigan, again, in the interview. That's right. So he says concerning tow trucks, the short answer is tow truck companies right across the country in Alberta, Ontario, whatever, have either politely refused requests from the government to assist or not so politely refused requests for assistance. And if you turn over the page, well, sorry, go down to the bottom of that page first. What it shows is the federal government in Ottawa is reaching all the way down to Buffalo, New York, trying to find a tow truck, and they can't get one because the, turn over to the page, trucking industry is somewhat of a brotherhood, much like the military, much like the police, and we do kind of all know each other, and no tow truck company that wants to be in business for more than a week after this is going to help out. And it goes down a couple more paragraphs. So what's actually happening now, we have a network of tow truck operators who are talking to each other to see who's being called and who's not. Short answer is they're having a hard time getting tow trucks. So was the convoy actively trying to prevent the use of tow trucks?
No, there was never any of the rooms I was in, and I was usually with the leadership at all times, any effort, attempt, or even discussion about reaching out to any tow companies to discourage them. And we know from the evidence from the police and the previous days of this inquiry that in fact, the governments were able to get tow trucks.
So that contradicts what Mr. McGuigan just said in his press conference on February 6th.
And corroborates my evidence that sometimes I agreed with them and sometimes I didn't.
Thank you.
Okay, the Ottawa Residents Coalition, please.
Paul Champ for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. Commissioner, I'm going to I don't think I'll have any difficulty finishing within time, but just like advise, the City of Ottawa has offered their time to me in the event I get close. So. Mr. Wilson, just have a few questions for you on your testimony from this morning. First is with respect to your flight to Ottawa, how you got here. There was a news report that was on a charter flight operated by Northern Air Charter. Is that correct?
I believe so. I think that's the name of the company.
And apparently that company is now under investigation by Transport Canada for carrying unvaccinated people on that flight. Are you aware of that?
That was the allegation by CTV, and my understanding is an investigation was commenced, but no action was taken.
Okay. And who originally offered to pay for the flight? Was that Mr. Bourgault?
I'm not, as I testified earlier, entirely clear on who was offering. I don't remember it to be Bourgault. It might have been Take Back Our Freedoms. I believe there was a couple of people, and as I explained, we had this pattern where people would come forward and say, oh, we'll look after this, we'll look after that, and it didn't happen. There was some uncertainty as to whether or not we were even going to be allowed to get on the plane, but the Justice Center said, this is too important, get on the plane, we'll sort this out later.
Okay. Now, before you got on the plane, I understand from the interview summary of Mr. Eros that there was a virtual meeting or a Zoom meeting on or about January 31st, where there was yourself, Andre Mamari, Brian Peckford, Tamara Leach, and himself and Joseph Bourgault. Do you recall that?
It was on the evening of the 1st. It was the reception they had in the hotel was terrible, terrible. They've only heard probably a third of what we talked about. Mr. Bourgault was not on that. There was a doctor with a British accent, very nice man. I can't remember his name. And Mr. Peckford was most definitely not on that call.
Was not.
Was not.
Was there another virtual call with Mr. Bourgault and yourself and Mr. Eros?
I have never had a virtual call at any time in my life involving Mr. Eros and Mr. Bourgault ever.
Okay. When you arrived in Ottawa, you testified that it was apparent to you that Ms. Leach really was the leader of this movement. You said that it seemed that people listened to her. She seemed to command a lot of respect and so forth. That's right?
Yeah, and even if you walk the streets when we were moving from one location to another, it was remarkable the people that would come up and stop her and politely ask if they could have a hug. And the tears would just start to flow. And often I was standing behind her and I would hear what these incredibly tragic stories that these people would share, and the grown men, and about how they'd lost children to suicide, they'd lost their businesses, they'd lost their marriage. And it was Tamara and seeing what Tamara was doing that had given them hope.
I guess, was it also in part because people knew that she had control over the $10 million from GoFundMe? That's why she was a leader?
Tamara figured out something way before I did. And I remember it was my fault. I thought someone was coming up to hug her. We were leaving the Westin Hotel after coming out of the meeting with Dean French on the Friday night when he had presented the mayor's proposal. I thought it was someone wanting a hug, and it turned out it was a TV crew from Berlin TV from Germany. And I felt bad because we tried to protect Tamara from that. But when they asked her about the 10 million, she responded by saying the money's symbolism. The money is symbolism. It was, and if you look at how much money actually got to the truckers and how much was actually returned to the donors, the vast majority ended up back at the donors. And as you know very well, otherwise it's in the escrow fund under court supervision, partly over which you must receive notice before anything can happen to it. So the money was symbolism in Tamara's view, and I think she's right. It was a way for Canadians to demonstrate and add their voice to what they thought the Freedom Convoy stood for, which was holding the government to account and advocating for respect for our charter, return to the rule of law.
I wasn't going to ask a question on this, but I couldn't help when I heard your testimony about the Horn injunction. You testified that you advised your clients that the horns were a problem and that you expected that the injunction would be granted. And you were asked a couple of times by Commission Counsel about whether your clients opposed the injunction. Just to be clear, your clients opposed that injunction, correct?
Thank you. I honestly can tell you, Mr. Champion, as you know, one of the things that happens to me when I come to Ottawa, I meet you. and I mean that in a respectful way. You've been very professional in your dealings, and I thank you. I actually, as I was asked that question, couldn't remember whether I actively opposed. So if that's your memory, I agree that I probably did do as lawyers do oppose, but what I remember more clearly is advising my clients that there was no way that the court was not going to grant that injunction.
You had argued that the horns were not irreparable harm and Ms. Lee should wear earplugs. Do you remember to sleep? Do you remember those arguments?
I don't, but I have confidence in you. If that's your memory, then I'll accept that.
Okay, I won't go further down the road of the different arguments that were made. But then on the continuation of the injunction a week later, as you remember, that became a bargaining point with the city. You were offering to the city that perhaps your clients wouldn't oppose the continuation of Ms. Lee's horn injunction if they did certain things. Is that right?
That's correct. And my memory, I'm hoping, is correct that you recall we did not oppose that.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right. You did not oppose the second one. I want to ask you some questions about dealings with the police. Now, you've testified that you were hearing at times that there were police raids imminent at different times during the protest. And we did hear some evidence from the police that there were raids planned at times that then were aborted. So it sounds like you might have had some solid intelligence on that. Is that fair?
Well, actually, we thought we did, but after having observed the proceedings since the last few weeks, we had no idea of the level of dysfunction, of infighting that was going on. We assumed that when information filtered in to the operations center that a raid was going to occur at 9 o'clock that night at this location, that it was real. And then when it didn't happen, the assumption was it was a test, not that there was something happening where different inspectors and forces were in conflict about a plan. We did not, that was all new revelations through this inquiry.
Yeah, those new revelations, I think that's one issue your clients and my clients can agree on for sure. You were getting information from sympathetic police, is that right?
That's correct.
Throughout?
Yes, there was. The remarkable thing was that all these different individuals who had experienced, I was never, prior to this, a big believer, I didn't think they were a bad idea, but mission statements. It was remarkable how efficient everybody worked because they all had the same mission statement that they had formulated deep to the core of their being, was that they felt the country was badly off track, that their families and their communities were being harmed, and this was their opportunity to try and make a difference. So we had former police officers, military, Navy, CSIS, airline pilots, doctors, nurses, teachers, carpenters, chiropractors. The whole breadth of society was there, and the cream just rose, and they organically came together during the time in those who were getting things done. There was very little infighting. There was a lot of people coming in that we were trying to manage, but it was really remarkable, the organic way in which the enterprise ran.
So that if people could cook, they were cooking. If they were IT people, they were helping you with that. If they were communications people,
well,
they were
and
helping
I still remember
if they were
one,
police and had intelligence, they could share you with that.
One really illustrative example was in the operations center mid-morning, super cold outside. Some people are the big, huge square table, people working, people standing in groups, people looking at things on the board. And then someone came in and said some situations occurring at Albert and Kent or wherever it was. And everybody stopped for a minute. No one said what needed to be done. 2 people got up, threw their coats on, grabbed their toques, and they were gone, and then everybody carried on. It was so efficient that there was no point even discussing what needed to be done and who was going to be doing it. Once the information came in, that the people who knew they were best suited for dealing with it did. It was spectacular to watch. That's why I now believe mission statements are very important.
Now, on some of the things that people were doing cooperatively with the convoy, we heard from both Ms. Belton and Mr. Barber about the distribution of cash to truckers. You knew that was going on, right?
I observed it, yes.
You observed it, and they were trying to keep track of how much cash is being put into each envelope before it was being distributed.
Yeah, that was really Chad Erose's department, and he has given interviews that are online where he describes Chris Carson's interview where he describes the processes that he put in place. But I did observe cash being counted. My understanding was it was coming from the stage and from other places, and being put into envelopes, and then teams would go out and distribute it to the truckers.
But Mr. Eros, he was one of the directors of Freedom Corp, correct?
He was not only a director, he was a treasurer, and he was a paid accountant.
Right. So he was gathering or trying to keep track of that money on behalf of Freedom Corp, right?
I would hope so.
Right. And as an advisor to Freedom Corp at that time, you were aware that they were managing this distribution of funds and cash out to the truckers?
He was, yes.
Okay. And he had estimated that it seemed that around $20,000 per day was being raised through cash and e-transfers. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I think the first time I saw cash would have been probably around, just trying to visualize a calendar here, probably around the 11th or the 11th, maybe. Yeah. And that weekend, the 12th. That was after the provincial government in Ontario, the Attorney General, issued the seizure order that you're familiar with respect to the Give, Send, Go funds. And much like what you saw happen with when the police said no more fuel, if you bring fuel to downtown, you're going to be charged with counseling mischief or something. The next day, Ottawa residents and everyone showed up with gas cans. It was an I am Spartacus moment. And what I observed was people were so determined to support the truckers that because the GoFundMe got shut down and now the Give, Send, Go was being frozen, they weren't going to let that discourage them. I heard anecdotal stories from many truckers where they would get the tap on the door and someone would be there with their family and give them $20 or $100 or $1,000 or $5,000.
So in your statement, you say that some people were at the protest for money. Is getting all of this cash, you think that was an incentive for the truckers to stay?
Not the vast majority, because that wasn't why they were there. There's always opportunistic people that are more focused on money than others of us. That's all I meant.
And those trucks, the 300 to 400 semi-tractor trailers operating 24-hour or idling 24 hours a day required a lot of diesel fuel, correct?
Not as much as if they're pulling a load.
For sure. But who was paying for all of that fuel, the big trucks, fuel at Coventry?
I know we put in your action with the Mariva injunction, there's details on that in the affidavits. But I also know that I was told by a businessman who wanted to donate fuel that he had contacted or had his office contact 3 different fuel suppliers and the bulk suppliers, and he wanted to pay for a shipment of fuel from each of them. They declined because they said the best they could do was put him on a waiting list. They had so many people phoning from across the country to pay for fuel to be delivered downtown that they actually didn't want his money, and they said all they could do is put him on a waiting list.
So just a couple last points, Mr. Wilson, just about some of the people who you're involved with. Pat King, you testified that you knew him from about a year before the convoy protest. Is that right?
Yeah, like I wasn't at his house or anything. And
No.
yeah, he had gone on this highly misinformed rant on social media, and he was attacking a reporter. And so it's always dangerous on Twitter. I jumped in and explained the law and showed the pleadings so to show where he was misunderstanding how the law worked, and he hadn't set this big precedent. But he's a loud voice like Chris Sky.
Right.
So I was aware of him.
But Mr. Sky is from Ontario, generally speaking. Mr. King is from Alberta, like yourself, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Sky made his way across the country a few times.
Yeah, more of that. But Mr. King, he is in Alberta, so you did have some interactions with him.
You know, there's 4 million people in Alberta, right?
Yeah, but I presume you don't have interactions with all of them. I'm asking about Mr. King, not all 4 million.
The first time I was in physical presence of Mr. King was when he showed up in a boardroom in Ottawa during the protest, and it was about 2 or 3 days in, and I immediately instructed him to leave the room. Not him. I told the people around he's got to go. The only other direct interaction I had with him was on Twitter in the previous about 18 months prior to that, where he was misunderstanding a ruling by a court judge.
But Mr. King, my understanding, he was a supporter of Western separatism and so forth, Wexit and those kinds of movements. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. It wouldn't surprise me, but I wasn't aware of that.
Were you involved in those movements, Western separatism?
I've never formally been involved in those movements. I have been very concerned about the merits and the fairness of our confederation, but seeing, as you've heard, and I saw it myself, a Quebecer with a Quebec flag running towards an Albertan with a cowboy hat and an Alberta flag and embracing, seeing a Quebecer trucker who could not speak any English with a trucker from elsewhere in Canada, I don't know where he was from, who couldn't speak any French, and they were using Google Translate in a Tim Hortons to communicate, and they were laughing and getting along. It restored my faith in the future of our country.
So just the last person I wanted to ask you about while you're talking about French, Mr. Dean French. Mr. French called you a patriot, is that right?
I believe that's in the text message, yes.
Yeah, he supported the movement wholeheartedly, did he not?
It's clear, you'd have to ask him, but it was clear to me that he also had concerns about government overreach, and that the truckers were protesting that.
And I thought I understood from your text with Mr. French, he's the one that arranged that interview with you and Fox News, is that right?
He did, but I also received phone calls from Fox News. I received emails from Fox News. They were all about the same time. I mean, that's how these guys work. When they really want to get somebody, they reach out to everybody they can. I don't know that it was because of Dean that I got it. It might have been, but I had emails and phone calls from Fox News independent of those, just like I had been contacted by the New York Times and the Washington Post and everyone else.
But he was assisting you.
I wouldn't say he was assisting me. It was something he did on his initiative. I think he thought I would be a good interview.
I was surprised to see you on legacy media like Fox News. But
well, I guess we all get surprised.
This last piece, did Mr. French ever indicate to you whether he had any communications with Premier Ford about his views about the protest?
He never did, but my clear sense was I'm not very familiar with the goings on in Ontario politics, but I had a general sense. I think I might have Googled him, and I think I got a sense there was some estrangement or some falling out between him and the Premier, but I
was just wondering if he ever communicated anything like that to you.
He never brought up. The only time he would have made a reference to the Premier was, like the whole Twitter account thing, that because we had the problem with BJ Dichter logging into Tamara's Twitter account and sending out that one tweet. And he said, multiple people have access to this, right? And I said, yeah. And he explained to me that when he was chief of staff to the Premier, they had a rule. 3 people had access to the Premier's Twitter account, but 2 of them had to agree to a tweet, no one person. And I said, yeah, it would have been nice to have known that.
Just on that though, Ms. Leach also put out a live stream on Facebook saying she wasn't supporting the deal that night.
That's not true.
That's not true. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. And next is the City of Ottawa. Am I to take it you have no questions?
That is correct, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. My name is Jessica Barrow and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. I just have a couple of points I want to walk through with you. So first of all, I want to make sure that the record is very clear about who you do represent and who you do not represent. So as the representative for Freedom Corp, you represent only those organizers that I believe you listed earlier in relation to Freedom Corp and not other participants in the convoy, correct?
That's correct.
And so specifically, you do not represent Pat King or James Botter?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that both Pat King and James Botter were espousing views that your clients disagreed with. Is that fair?
At times, yes.
Okay.
Not universally, but some of their messages they did not agree with.
And we saw specific evidence of them kind of rejecting the views of Pat King and James Botter. Is that fair?
Yeah, James Botter, there was a number of times where they were preparing a press release to distance from the MOU, or they were going to add it to a paragraph of a letter. But if you've ever drafted by committee, you know that everybody wants their piece and certain things get left out. But I think they made it pretty clear that they did not support the MOU, and nor did they support, and they were very concerned about any innuendo of violence from Mr. King.
Right. So speaking of violence, you indicated that at the time you sort of advertised on TikTok that people should come to the city. It was your view that was because it was a lawful and peaceful protest in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yeah, and it was more than that, because one of the things that I mean, I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a dad, and my wife and I have 4 kids, and it was remarkable to me meeting many of the families with younger children. I mean, 5, 6, up to 12, 14, and the amazement on their face. They're interacting with all these different truckers of every ethnic background and other Canadians, and the excitement and the pride was really historic. And I commended those parents for having their children learn from this and participate in it and experience it firsthand. It was very safe. I never imagined that the police would use the level of violence that they did.
So you were aware, however, that, and there were multiple warnings to that effect, that arrests were going to be taking place very shortly, correct?
The warnings really accelerated on the Thursday. And when Mr. Barber asked me to do his TikTok, that was on the Wednesday.
And so when you're speaking of peacefulness and lawfulness, I take it you're not referring to those individuals that were charged with criminal offenses prior to that date in relation to violence or threats or weapons?
I'm not following your question. What do you mean?
So I believe you've seen the institutional report from the Ottawa Police Service. It's been made part of the evidence.
Yeah, I've only had a chance to skim through parts of it.
And would you disagree with me that multiple charges were laid prior to that TikTok video in relation to criminal offenses that related to violence or threatening behavior or weapons?
I do know that the statistics were clear, that the crime rate had gone down. I do know that because of some of the former police, paramedics, emergency services people that were in the operations center explained to me what happens in Ottawa. I think it's called Blues Fest, and the amount of assaults and violence that, and even on Canada Days, the amount of assaults and violence. They told me, having attended and participated and been on duty on those events, they had never seen this number of people come into the downtown core with this level of safety and absence of violence. So that's what I knew.
Okay, but my specific question was, when you're referring to a peaceful protest, I take it you're not referring to the people who were engaged in criminal behavior that was obviously deemed not to be peaceful.
Well, I mean, it's a peaceful protest. Were there some people within a large crowd of 5 or 8 or 10,000 people, as there were on the weekends, that engaged in criminality? That's called normal.
I'm going to move on to the deal with the city officials. We've heard quite a bit of testimony about that. And I think it's clear that your understanding of the deal always was that some trucks would move on to Wellington, and I think your evidence was around 25%, and then the rest would leave the city core. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Right. And so I want to bring you to HRF 0000513 at page 52. And just for your reference, these are the text messages between you and Mr. French.
Okay.
And actually, could we go to page 59? I apologize, Mr. Clerk. And so we just heard very briefly from you in relation to the tweet that went out. I think if you scroll down a little bit. And that's the tweet that's being referenced, right? This is an article about the tweet where it comes from Tamara's account that it's a denial of the deal. Is that correct?
Yep. Yes.
And so regardless of who ultimately authored the tweet, it was coming from Ms. Leach's Twitter account, correct?
Mr. Dichter has confirmed that he was the one who did it.
Right, but in terms of how the public received it,
Mhm.
it came from Ms. Leach's account, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And within minutes of being informed of it, and once we found out, Ms. Chippick and I got to the bottom of it, and that Mr. Dichter acknowledged that he had done his own tweet, and then he logged out and logged back in as her, and then retweeted his tweet with a quote that it was him. We said, you got to fix this, and you got to fix it fast, because I have an email from him where he agreed to, confirmed his consent, good to go. So he was the one. We were trying to think of wording that could go out to confirm the deal was still going ahead, and he decided that he would play the tweet as though the reporter had made a mistake, and I think he says something like, nice try, so-and-so. We were talking about the federal mandates. The deal to move trucks tomorrow was going ahead.
Can we just scroll down a little bit, please?
Sure.
And if you keep going down.
I think you just passed it.
No, I think if we keep going down, sorry. Right there, yeah. So this is Dean French saying it was posted 2 hours ago and no correction yet. So it does take some time, right, for the tweet to get corrected. I recognize there may have been some inner workings going on, but it takes at least a few hours for that to get corrected. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't dispute that. I can't remember. I know that we were able to correct it around, it was either 10:58 p.m. or 11:02 p.m. Dean had strongly recommended that we correct it, get to the bottom of it, figure out what happened, correct it in advance of the 11 o'clock news hour shows. And I moved as quickly as I could to get to the bottom of it because I was completely blindsided by it.
And there is, I won't take you through the whole exchange just to save time, but there is an acknowledgement from Mr. French where he's saying it would have been nice had it occurred prior to the 11 o'clock news. So would you agree that it didn't get corrected prior to the 11 o'clock news? Is that correct?
There was many times where Mr. French and Mr. Peckford said, oh, it would be nice if you could do this. And I was like, I don't think you are appreciating the dynamics of this environment. It was extremely chaotic.
Would it be fair to say that through this text exchange, and I can walk you through it if need be, but to save time, that Mr. French was expressing concerns about the impact this tweet would have on the legitimacy of the deal publicly?
As was I.
You shared those concerns?
Yeah, I received feedback from a lot of the people I was around that they were struck how calm I was most of the time. There was one notable exception where I was arms flailing, yelling, likely swearing, at a very loud voice when I was like, who did this and what just happened here? I was very, because I and others had worked very, very hard to get us to this point. We had the logistics meeting at City Hall with IOT and the city manager and Drummond. We had heard back that the trucks were ready to roll. Some of the guys were packing up some of their gear. And I was like, oh my goodness, we've come this far and we're going to get sabotaged.
And you would agree that because of that miscommunication, it would have created a lack of clarity to those following that account about whether there was or there was not a deal. Is that fair?
There was that lack of clarity even prior to that, because this is the Sunday night. So when the pamphlets were being circulated and people would get them, they'd go, oh, this is fake. Some people thought that it was actually counterintelligence propaganda either by the government or by the police. That's why the plan that we developed had teams of recognized road captains and other truckers who were very much recognized from the journeys to Edmonton to go out in teams to the various blocks to personally talk to as many truckers as possible so they knew it was real.
But notwithstanding that plan that may have been engaged, we did hear from Ms. Belton yesterday that she was of the view at that time that it was fake news. And in fact, she put a video out on TikTok that said it was fake news. Is that correct?
I can't recall. I think that was played yesterday. Sorry. Yes.
Right.
Correct.
And so even at that time, there was still a lack of clarity, even amongst organizers, as to whether there was or was not a deal.
I would say it differently. I would say that subsequent to leaving Ottawa, when they've reflected, they're remembering events differently because there are emails.
Sure, there may be emails, but the TikTok video was put out to whomever Ms. Belton's following consisted of, correct?
Fair enough.
Right. And so I just want to bring up, you mentioned that the flyer that got circulated. Could we bring that up, please? That's HRF 1259. If we could scroll down to the bottom of the notice here, this is obviously the notice we saw earlier that got circulated, correct? Sorry, if we could go, yes, right there is perfect. Is this the correct version?
I believe so.
And so
Actually, if you scroll down a little bit, I can tell you if it is. Yes,
okay.
This is the final version.
And so we see here that it says, if that's perfect. The truckers on the Freedom Convoy board plan to start repositioning our trucks forward on Monday to consolidate our protests to the streets in front of Parliament. There's also room for trucks to relocate to 88. That's the site out of the city, correct?
Is one of the 3 sites that existed at the 88 is the exit 88, which I understand is near Enbram.
Would you agree with me that nowhere in this letter does it say that 75% of the trucks are going to have to leave the city as part of this deal?
Obviously.
Right. So there may have been a lack of clarity about that issue as well.
There was a lack of clarity about many things, but most of the truckers would have, some of them wanted to go. Some of them wanted to go, well, just like look at Mr. Barber. First, he had his truck downtown on Wellington, and on his own initiative, he moved it out to Arnprior or Embrun, one of the two, on his own initiative. He didn't want his truck downtown. Others wanted to do the same thing. These trucks were covered in salt. It's not a good thing to do for a long time. They'd set up truck washes at these places. Mr. Barber wanted Big Red clean. So this was not to be a precise document to enumerate every nuance of what we felt was going on at the time.
Fair enough, but you would agree, and we saw evidence of that in the video at Rideau and Sussex, you would agree that where there was a lack of clarity about what the police were up to, it created challenges for the police in managing the situation. Is that a fair assessment?
It is, and that's the learning from the video, because you saw me walking with the PLTs. We kept walking, and I had a meeting with them. And Tamara was there as well. If you pause the video, you'll actually see us walk past Tamara, and then she comes up and we talk, and we're like, okay, what are our lessons learned here? how do we do this differently? And number one was don't do it at night. Don't do it at night. That's why we shut down the moves on partly on the Monday, because it was getting dark. That was a huge error. And Tom Marazzo had actually said earlier on, we don't make any moves at night. It's just too dangerous. But it also changed the dynamic of the crowd. And that's why we needed this coordination with the police. We were very optimistic with the truckers, and a lot of them went out. It wasn't just Chris. There were several of them that were on their feet moving. If you look at some of the videos, you'll see them running along the sidewalk. You'll see the police cars, and then you see the trucks, and you'll see Chris running. And we were doing it.
And the PLT were alongside doing that as well, correct? In terms of trying to get truckers to move in response to the deal?
They weren't trying to get truckers moved. They were trying to get the other people in the police to agree that the truckers could move. On the Tuesday morning, a delegation of PLTs arrived unexpectedly for the first time ever at the Swiss Hotel. I was in a room working on the letter with Tamara for the Prime Minister and the Premiers, with the one that's been put in evidence. I got a knock on the door. The PLTs were there. I went in, and that's on the Tuesday. They said, like, they sensed something was wrong, and like the trucks are all wanting to move, but they said to me it was only a 24-hour deal. I said, look at the letter. With a large logistical exercise, the mayor's letter will take 24 to 72 hours. He looked embarrassed. He went over into the corner by the bathroom. He got on the phone, turned around. His face was a little red, and he said to everybody, sorry, major miscommunication. We're going to go out and try and get the trucks moving. So it was, the PLTs were not trying to convince trucks to move. They were dealing with the police hierarchy and trying to get them, whoever kept blocking, to stop the blocking.
But I think after that miscommunication was clarified, PLT did work with protesters, and ultimately some trucks did move,
Not
correct?
on the Tuesday.
No, I'm talking about in general in response to the city deal. Some trucks moved.
Oh yeah,
testified.
over
Yeah.
100 vehicles, over two city blocks were cleared on Albert. 100 vehicles left the downtown, including around 40 trucks, 23 of which, I know it was 23 because I reported the 23 count from Chris. He phoned me and I said, how many do you have on Wellington? He said, we moved 23 to Wellington. If you look at my text message, you'll see 23 onto Wellington. But it was 40 semis moved in total. The others left. And we know for sure one of them went straight home.
Okay, you're well over your time.
Could I just
so
ask
you're
one
gonna
more
have
question,
to-
Mr.
Yes,
Commissioner?
go
Thank
ahead.
you. You were here when Superintendent Drummond testified, and he testified that there were challenges with getting some of the truckers to move in response to that deal. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that evidence from Superintendent Drummond?
No, we anticipated that there would be some holdouts, but we also knew that they wanted to be part of the group. And we anticipated that once most of them moved, the holdouts didn't want to just be sitting there by themselves, and they would move.
And you testified that you were taking that on faith. Is that correct?
That was our expectation, and it bore out to be true on the Monday.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for the indulgence.
Okay, counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
For the record, Tom Curry for Chief Slowly. You were present uninterrupted here in Ottawa, February 2 to the 21st.
19 days, yes.
And you've described for the Commissioner your observations of the scene on the ground. Did you observe the enforcement action that was taken?
Yes, the vantage point, we had Ms. Chipiak and I, we set up a little operation center of our own, because we also had to monitor the bail applications and coordinate with the criminal legal teams. And we could see, we had the view of the backside of the Westin and that tunnel. So we saw all the police, all the highway buses coming in with the police filing off. And then we also, of course, had the television on. So we were watching the live streams from CTV and CBC as we were looking out our window. and actually watching. We were quite high up, like the 17th floor, and then getting various reports. It was a very, very active environment.
Had you given advice about the implications of the Emergencies Act, the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and what it meant for the protesters who were in the areas that had been, who were affected by that?
I had given advice to the board as I've testified on the Wednesday. I had done the TikTok that the board and Mr. Barber requested on the Wednesday. I wasn't, because Ms. Leach instructed myself and Ms. Chipiuk to go to an undisclosed location because she was concerned. She had no idea what was going to happen to us. We followed her instruction. And after that point, I lost any ability to do any large scale communication that I can recall.
Right, understood. Did you see the flyers, the pamphlets, the information distributed by police to protesters?
Yes.
Through the police liaison teams?
To be precise, sir, when I say yes, they had a big blue outline and some of them had a red outline. They were placed on the windshields. And I saw that was the calm before the storm. So it was the Thursday. There was a ceremony at the War Memorial that I attended along with my wife. And I remember stopping and reading the warning that if you didn't leave, I'm going by memory, that you would be ticketed, your vehicle would be impounded, and I can't recall what else it said.
Okay. Now, you told us you had involvement with the PLT, police liaison team members. Were they on Ottawa Police Service and OPP?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other police officials that you dealt with face to face, or was it exclusively PLT?
I had interactions with chance meetings with some OPP and other police. They were extremely friendly, very cordial, very non-threatening. But in terms of any, official formal interactions, it was the PLTs.
Okay, thank you. And of course, your role evolved as you tried to provide the convoy organizers with a legal strategy or input into their strategy from a legal perspective and advice to achieve their objectives. Is that fair?
Yes.
Your contact with protesters, I think you told the commissioner, just to clarify, these are independent operators. Yes?
Yeah, reminded me of the ranchers in Alberta. Yes.
Indeed. And you told us that they came here, and I'm not going to say every single one, but would it be right for the commissioner to understand that those protesters who you encountered came here to Ottawa as part of the convoy intending to protest for the weekend, but were inspired to stay as a consequence of the response that they observed from Canadians as they came here and once they arrived?
I think they were inspired and they felt charged with a new responsibility to ensure the protest was successful, a responsibility they didn't realize they would be invested in them when they set out. However, I do know, having reviewed the evidence, that in every instance that I have seen, Ms. Leach was clear that at no time did she say we're leaving after the weekend. I believe she said we're going to stay until the mandates are lifted.
Right. The independent operator protesters, though, do you agree with me that because if they're not on the road, they're going backwards financially, right?
Correct.
And so would it be right? I understood your evidence to mean that the protesters, the independent operators, leaving aside the organizers and their message, that the protesters were invested in a shorter protest than they were inspired to commit to once they got here. Is that fair?
Do you mean the opposite of what you just said?
Independent operators who came here weren't intending when they let me start over again. the inspiration that you've spoken about, that acted on them to stay here and protest longer than they would have originally. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
I thank you. And I wasn't trying to be unfair to you. I had a number of truckers say to me that they originally planned, as you've already heard from Mr. Barber, to be in the convoy for a day, join it for a certain distance, and then turn around and reverse course home. And then they found themselves in Ottawa for a prolonged period. Yeah, that's part of that synergy of growth that occurred.
And you told us that there were some challenging members, even among the top group or the leadership group. You've called Mr. King, I think in your statement, a rabble rouser who was at least, if not encouraging violence, tolerant of violence.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he was very angry and frustrated and really wanted to fight hard to get the government to change course. And not all of us use the same approaches.
Mr. Dichter was undermining the leadership, or at least in part.
Yeah, I've just never been able to understand Mr. Dichter. I mean, and the other thing is that he wasn't there that much because, firstly, he had left early before I arrived in late January, and he'd had a car accident, I believe, near Kingston. And then he returned on the Friday, the 4th of February. And then early that evening at approximately 6 or 7 p.m., as he was leaving the front door of the Arc Hotel, he fell and badly broke his ankle. So then he was away at hospital for a period of time. Then he was restricted to his room because he just had a wheelchair and crutches. Then he had to go back for some surgery. So he was out of the loop a lot.
Right. And then, Mr. Bowder, you've described the MOU was not helpful to the main strategy the organizers were pursuing. Fair?
A distraction and false hope.
Now, that meant all of it in the aggregate, in addition to the independent minds of the independent operators, that controlling this entire group was very challenging.
It was impossible.
And one of the things, could I show you, please, just to see if this quote is accurate, in HRF, please, Mr. Registrar 1379. Just while that's coming up, Mr. Wilson, that I think you gave an interview to Mr. Lawton, who has published or was publishing a book about the events of the convoy. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
Can I just ask you, please, to look at this and just maybe to the top, just to orient the witness, just a little higher. There's an email, I think. There we go. Do you recall seeing this?
Yes.
Could you please go then to, I think it's page 5. There is a quote attributed to you. I just want to make sure that it's right there. It is. And for context, Mr. Marazzo had also spoken about some of the events, and the last line of that part, see it at the top, no one could force the truckers to do anything they didn't want to do. And you seem to have agreed to say, we don't control them. We don't even know who they are. No one signed up. It's not a curling bonspiel. It's not a golf tournament. And you made the comment that you can't simply tell them what to do. Fair comment?
Yeah, and that's why we had to use other approaches of moral suasion, of leadership, of recognizing their fatigue, recognizing the desire of many to find a graceful and respectful way, a proud way to get back home.
And the Ottawa Police Service in your interaction with them expected, and reasonably expected, that a peaceful protest, a lawful protest, would be held in their community. Fair?
I have to assume that to be true.
And the unlawful, you raised the issue with my friend, Mr. Leon, about when did it become an unlawful protest? And you've answered this question to others. I won't dwell on it, but certainly you would accept that the blocking of municipal roads, the violation of noise bylaws, and other forms of what might loosely be described as harassment as part of that demonstration would be a challenge for police in confining the protest to a lawful protest. Is that fair?
Well, if you and I mean you and I, happen to be walking down Wellington on February 10th, and we were having a chat lawyer to lawyer, I don't think we would conclude that you and I were breaking the law by walking down in front of Parliament, you know, on the sidewalk of Wellington Street. So this was the challenge, is that you had individuals who I had told consistently when they asked, you know, of course you can't park your truck there. And I always used the analogy to the 401, which they got. Yeah, that I wouldn't be allowed to do that. This is no different. But for this potential, and I really wouldn't get into it, most of them about officially induced error, because they were told to park there and then they were barricaded in place. So it was this weird mix where you had people lawfully, in my view, walking, mingling, shopping, interacting, some showing signs, some not, some just wanting to take it in, with others who were breaching various parking bylaws and, you know, municipal ordinances and provincial statutes.
Right. And just a couple of quick things then, Mr. Commissioner. On top of that, you also face the challenge of some, I think in your statement, you may describe them as strange people who had descended into the protest, often in the evening, often on the weekends, some sovereign citizens, others who were, I think you may have labeled them troublemakers. That was a challenge for the convoy organizers to deal with, of course.
Constantly.
And challenging, obviously, for police and residents.
Yes. And there was a good cooperation there, you know, when that was the rule. So everybody had a block captain, and if an Antifa was going to show up, the rule was you phone the police, you call 911. And the frustration for us was the next day, you know, 3 people from Antifa came in and vandalized trucks. The next day, the police chief or whichever one would hold a press conference and say, last night we had 3 charges for property damage in the downtown core. And we're like,
you closely watch the signals coming from all levels of government, including the Police Services Board here in Ottawa and the Chief Slowly, correct?
Yeah, our most acute concern was the level of pressure we saw building on the police slowly from the Police Services Board. That's what motivated Mr. Marazzo to take a series of steps to cause the city meeting to facilitate some action to reduce pressure.
Including through your efforts with Mr. French to avoid what I think in one of your text messages to him was a bloodbath.
Yes, and the first one though was it was 2 distinct strategies. One was immediate acute, which was the pressures we saw on Slowly before he was no longer chief. And the other one was a broader exit plan.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. The OPP have no questions today.
Okay, thank you. The CCLA, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Eva Krajewska for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Mr. Wilson, just briefly, were you still on the ground in Ottawa when the financial institution freezing orders started to come into effect?
Yes, just to be clear, there was 3 instances related to freezing that I was dealing with, well, 4. And no random order just off the top of my head. The earliest one was a threat of an interpleader application by TD Bank through their external counsel. The next one was the ex parte order obtained by the Attorney General of Ontario under the Criminal Code declaring the donations proceeds of crime. Then the next was a freeze order of sorts. And then we had the emergency measures, the financial measures. And then after that, we had the Mariva injunction.
Okay, I just want to ask you about the financial measures under the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
Can you just, did people come to you from the Freedom Convoy and ask you for advice with respect to the orders and relate to you how they were affecting them? And can you just provide if they did, could you just provide a summary of how the orders were affecting them if they came to you to speak to you about that?
Every one of them did in real time, and they were finding out at different times. I still remember One of them coming to me and saying, I just got a phone call from my wife. She's at the supermarket. She was with the kids. Grocery cart was full. She went to pay with the debit card. It didn't work. There's a lineup of people. What's going on? Because now the conveyor's full with the next person's groceries. And then she tried her Visa card and her second credit card, and none of it worked. And she had to leave the store in great embarrassment and phoned her spouse and said, what is going on? We had other people that were trying to put gas in their vehicles and couldn't. There was more than one instance where people needed to get prescriptions filled, could not. And then subsequent to that, as we worked to get the freezes lifted and reached out to the bank, we developed this template email to write to the bank to ask the bank to respond to us as lawyers, Ms. Chipiak and I. Then we have received reports since, and to very recently, that a number of these people, even though their bank accounts were unfrozen, sorry, Mr. Commissioner, I just realized how fast I was speaking. After their accounts were frozen, have been denied credit applications. And I have explained to my clients and others who contacted me that the Canadian Bankers Association representative who testified before the House Committee said that each of these persons will have their accounts, their names marked, flagged for life.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, convoy organizers, any questions?
We have no questions, sir.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, just 2 points. Mr. Wilson, in response to my friend Mr. McKinnon's questions about whether you were referring in that email to the Federal Emergencies Act, I believe you said that someone had heard from some MPs that it was under active discussion.
Yes, we'd heard it a number of times over the course of the week prior.
Do you recall who was telling you that?
No, it would have been someone coming into the operations center that had heard from an MP. I remember hearing, because I would say, well, what's the source? And it was some MP, and I can't remember. I don't believe it was indicated as to which party, whether it was the Liberal, New Democrat, or Conservative MP, but it was, I guess there was strong rumors over in the Parliament that it was under active consideration.
And in response to my friend Mr. Champ's questioning you about the injunction, I think you acknowledged that you did oppose the initial application.
Yes.
Now, can you help me with this? I understood from your evidence that your clients had been concerned for some time about the horn blowing.
Yes.
And I believe you said that they took their own action even before the injunction.
The truckers had agreed amongst themselves, and this is in the transcript and represented, I believe, in an affidavit actually, before the Superior Court in the injunction application, that they'd put in this informal protocol of being silent between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Justice McLean on the Saturday application had suggested the parties consider agreeing to maybe allowing 1 hour for horns during the noon hour. But when we returned on the following Monday, that was something he wasn't interested in entertaining.
And so can you tell us, if there was this concern, why was it that you were opposing the injunction? Wouldn't it have been consistent with your client's views to have an injunction and stop people blowing their horns?
The board was split. Other members and some of the truckers felt that it was something that they shouldn't be restricted, other than the agreement they had for night quiet, from being able to blow their horn. They thought it was part of their right of protest. So there wasn't unanimity in the client group on on that point, and the instructions that I and Ms. Chipiuk received were to oppose it. Now that Mr. Champ has refreshed my memory.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's completes the cross-examinations. I just have one question, and it's with respect to something I believe was heard early on. Was there an area that was allowed for protests or encouraged by either the police or your group to carry out protest other than on Wellington Street? I'd heard something about near the War Museum. Are you aware of anything like that?
Yeah, no, there wasn't. And that was one of our frustrations, Mr. Commissioner, was that we were always faced with this zero-sum choice with the police liaisons. We were trying to, I really believe that if we could have a stepped type process, you know, a ramping down and building off success and building trust. But no, it was always the number of calls in a day. And if you look at my phone logs, you'll see the number of calls in a day I was receiving from the PLTs after I became more involved in that. And it was always the same question: Keith, what's the exit strategy? You know, it was always, when are everybody leaving, sort of thing.
Okay, so you're not aware of an area near the War Museum that was that protests were allowed and were carried out?
There was an area, I believe, along, if my geography is correct, and it may not be, along the Sir John A, where they had set up, and you'll see this, there's photographs of it, and I don't know, but there was never any discussion or offer from the PLTs for anything other than ending the protest in its totality.
Did you ever specifically ask the PLTs for an area or a manner to continue the protest?
No, I did not. Other than taking the steps of this de-escalation and reducing the footprint to Wellington.
So you didn't ask and they didn't offer?
Correct.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your evidence. We're going to take the lunch break and come back in an hour with a new witness. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
Hi, Chris.
Good day to you, sir. How you doing?
Good. I'll just recap here. I'm going to address John's question or point right here too, quickly, and then we'll get into some stuff. We are possibly going to have another guest join us. I'm leaving the name out for now, just in case her travels don't allow for it, because she was on a plane just moments ago and just arrived in the snow. So we'll see how that goes. Hey, John. So yeah, this part of the inquiry is more like a pretrial hearing. Two lawyers arguing back and forth about the facts to proceed in trial. In this case, there are no actual criminal charges to proceed on. Well, John, it's also civil. Like, you have civil stuff, so it doesn't have to be criminal. So it's also similar to a civil pretrial. And John, what I've kind of labeled this entire inquiry as is just a huge discovery process. It's a big data dump. So pretend like this is a massive civil case and we're just at disclosure. This will close with a report, 60,000 documents and files, yada, yada, yada. And then from there, John, charges, criminal, civil cases, defamation, perjury. These are all things that could be looked into, malpractice even. I'm not saying there is any of them. I'm just saying once we get through this discovery stage, anything can come out. So, John, I agree with you. There's kind of like a little pre-trial hearing where they're kind of working out a factum, an agreed upon state of facts, maybe. And I kind of see it, but I see it more as a data dump. This is a disclosure stage. And John, you've been a wicked, awesome commenter. We don't agree on everything, but we certainly have a lot to talk about. Yeah, OPP is not asking a lot of questions. They don't need them. They had the Hayden reports. They know what went on. They're very familiar with the true narrative. No reason to pull things out. But they did do lots of questioning of OPS, City of Ottawa, even residents. But yeah, we saw this. Sorry, there was the OPP and there was another group that declined questions. The city declined questions. Paul Champ was a champ again, I guess. So And then Clay. So, Chris, this is not what I was expecting, to be honest. I was all hyped up. I had my energy level high, and I was basically expecting soundbite after soundbite after soundbite. It was just going to be a long convoy of sound bites coming out of this guy. But that's not quite what we got. We got really expanded explanations. We got very detailed explanations. He did a lot of what I would call injecting his narrative in basically every question that he was asked, so that he was able to get. This is one tactic, because sometimes the question asker is not going to necessarily ask all the questions you want to get information in on. So, what color is the sky? It's blue, and then the wind is coming from the west, and then like you start adding more details and information, sometimes not even relevant to the question. So I heard a lot of that. I'm not a huge fan of lawyering on the witness stand. Not a fan of that, because we're supposed to be amateurs on there, but he's not an amateur. He's King's Counsel. So for anybody that doesn't know what that means, he's done some really good work, and he's been invited into a prestigious group. It was a Queen's Counsel, of course, until we've changed. So the King's Counsel. So yeah, what's your perspective so far? Did you catch much of the morning? And is it going the way you maybe thought, or is it like exactly what you were thinking?
I think it's one of those, you flip a coin, it's going to go one way or the other. And I had hoped they would keep the answers a little bit more short. It is kind of how I thought it was going to go. Someone like him is not going to allow. He's probably when the question's asked, he's already and knows why the question's being asked, what direction they're going. So I think he's being careful in making sure that nothing he says can be taken out of context, which can be expected, but that will add to the time for sure. I agree. I don't like having lawyers on the stand. Either, because you can fully tell it's a different dynamics. Like the fellow mentioned, it's like a pre-trial. But still, I think he answered his questions. I don't think he made any mistakes as far as that goes. Nothing to hurt, but nothing necessarily to further any details, or there was no bombshell information. I didn't catch all of it though, so correct me if I'm wrong. But very dry, hard. I had stuff going on at my house as well too, so I just had it playing in the background so I could hear it. Nothing like I was hoping it would be a little bit more, but for it to get to be more exciting or entertaining, I don't necessarily think that would help us here. I think it's good that it was dry, get through it, answer the questions, move on to the next witness. I'm more concerned about later when Pat King testifies.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll get to him today now. So it looks like we're going to wrap up probably with Tom Marazzo. Maybe we'll get to Pat, but I can't imagine Tom. They're going to rush him. There's a lot there too. And I also want to go back to this question from Lisa here. What's up with Brendan, and why no cross-examination, no mention of Bill of Rights? The charter is designed for the government to loophole. Likely, Lisa, the main reason why is because Keith already knew everything they wanted to get in, and he got them all in. So they knew what points they wanted to hit on in his testimony, and he already got them all in. There was nothing else to get out. Likely strategy, likely they're all on the same page, likely what they know. And you only do a cross. Like exam in chief is when you bring in information because it's a witness that you brought or something like that. Exam in chief is where you're bringing in most of the meat and potatoes. A cross is meant to attack anything that came out of the exam. It's not a whole. It does bring in new information, okay, especially if you're the defendant. It does bring in new information, but it's kind of meant to cross-examine the examination in chief. So whatever happened in the first part, bring it up, challenge it, clarify it. It's not really the place to bring in a whole bunch more information. And then last point here, Lisa, is they're not in trial. The convoy is not a trial here. This is an inquiry into whether or not the evocation of the Emergency Act was justified. So what, other than, like, also the Constitution's not on trial, the government's not on trial for violating the Constitution. That's not what this is. There certainly is going to be others that tackle that issue head on and more directly, but that isn't what this is either. So Lisa, there really isn't much for Brendan to get out of Keith that wasn't already brought in. And that would be material to countering the narrative or the mission to find out whether or not the Emergency Act was justified. I totally trust Brendan, and we did see him stand up, especially when Paul Champ tried to inject there, and Brendan kind of stood up and clarified it a bit there. So he's doing what I would say would be lawyering just fine. But great question, Lisa, because I think a lot of Canadians were hoping that this would be a rah, here's the judgment, and the Constitution was violated, and Trudeau's punishment is 30 days prison. Like, that's just not what this is. This is really just big data dump. And yes, still hearing the word King Prairie, still bugging you. Queen Elizabeth Highway, I wonder if they're renaming that. Is that staying the QEW in the GTA area? Are they doing King Charles Highway? I don't know if they're renaming it. Just a sec, Chris, we're about there. Oh, we can hear Chris way better. See, Chris? Yep, Prairie's got you. We got an ear for you. And yes, we can hear him way better. Great upgrade there, Chris. I have concerns as well, Lisa. Yeah. But look at the Peckford stuff as it's making its way through the appeals court. That's a constitutional one. And I think there's a second one that's being worked on as well, to answer some of these questions. Let's stay tuned for that. But the inquiry is not where you're going to get the answers. You might end up with more questions than answers, Lisa, and what you don't know is staggering. Last 30 minutes of the inquiry, the focus has shifted from the action of the convoy organized. The government actions are now secondary. Yeah, because the city took over, right? So the questions started coming from the city, and what the city really wanted to emphasize was that they are working with them, and they were trying to get things done, because the city still wants to come out of this shining. They want to repair their reputation too. Steve K, multiple attempts, some worked, some didn't. So they definitely don't want to leave the stink that's kind of accumulated around their reputation from day one when this whole thing started all the way to now. So yeah, I'm not surprised that, John, that the city kind of started to turn it and focus in on the action of the convoy, because they're going to try and clear the record on what the city's involvement was. And I also believe there's a lawsuit against the city, so they definitely want to make sure that the city is getting, at least out of these witnesses, cooperation around the involvement of the city at the time. And it was decent efforts by the city, is why I think the city pushed in that direction. And then Terry, great point, a huge data dump. Yeah, this is a WikiLeak, a little bit more official, right? We didn't have to have it stolen. But unlike WikiLeak, there's a lot of redaction. So, it's not a full data dump, and there's definitely going to be a lot of in-camera privy stuff that we'll never see unless you send me there and I'm an MP. Report back to you. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of privy stuff that we won't see here. So unlike a true wiki dump or data dump, we're getting a redacted version, but we'll start there. And it's amazing how you can find nuggets and find information that the redactors never thought was important, and turns out it was quite important. So we'll go through and dance this game, and we'll go through the data for quite some time, Terry. All right, that's the end of the comments right now. So my guest hasn't shown up. I did get a picture from her that there's a lot of snow. Where she's at, there's a lot of snow. So we'll just let that simmer, and it's you and I, Chris. And Prairie will be happy to hear from you. So going to the afternoon, we're definitely, I believe, seeing Tom Mazzaro today. Are we going to expect the same type of calculated responses like we saw here? And I don't mean calculated as in they were trying to make sure that everything smelled good. It's natural in a lawyer to really think it through. Because we do know Tom has military, I believe, maybe some intelligence, maybe some friends still. And he's also already been described as very calm and collected, level-headed, negotiating, logistics. So he's already been described as someone that doesn't get all excitable and emotional. So are we going to see more of a controlled witness, or are they going to be able to get him passionate to speak about what was going on, or are they going to get him upset and get under his skin? What do you think there, Chris?
Well, I think it's unlikely they will get under his skin. I think that, it's a different kind of professional training when you're in the military, as opposed to being a lawyer. So I don't think we're going to see it won't be similar, I don't think, to Mr. Wilson. But at the same time, Tom can get passionate. And I mean, he put out a video yesterday and stuff, like if he can maintain a level of mature, like on the stand, right? If it's one of those, I think it'd be very difficult to try and take him off track unless they have something or try to introduce something that is new, right? And or I still think too, though, he'll have people in the audience or someone like, I don't know if he needs that, but if I was testifying, I'd want to have someone I can make eye contact with to be like, shorten your answers, to make those communications. We haven't seen too much of that so far, but I still think he's going to come across as quite stoic and to the point, probably very short answers and responses. Because a lot of it with military is linear. Get to the point, right? Don't waste my time. I'm not here for stories. Let's move forward. But you never know with this and what their angle is. I think their goal would be to try and frustrate him and get him to look unhinged. But probably the wrong guy to try and do that with, in my hope, just from my experience and seeing how he presents himself and what he was trying to accomplish. I think it's going to add very similar to Mr. Barber's testimony with regards to trying to keep the peace and to keep everybody in a good mood and understand the tactics and logistics, stay ahead of things. It's going to be interesting, though. I'll probably be glued to it for the whole time for sure.
Yeah, and Mr. Green makes a good point here. So when I go to Ottawa, the 12th, 13th, yeah, Mr. Green, we'll be doing a lot of privy stuff, a lot of government stuff during those weeks there, and it's going to be ugly for us. I'm pretty sure that this Friday is going to be our peak, and then there was my hand. It's going to be our peak, and it's going to be downhill from there, only because we're not going to be hearing from our convoy again after this week. It's just going to be the counter narrative. It's going to be officially communicated. It's going to sound very sincere and very authoritative. And we're going to be hearing 3 weeks of that. And then capped off with the Prime Minister and Freeland and some ministers, Marco. And they're all going to do the exact same thing because they're professional politicians. They're going to go right into the camera and they're going to connect like they're on a campaign, and they're going to be trying to pull everything out because that's politician. That's what they do well.
Narcissism on full display.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the CBC is going to be framing that as the most honest prime minister we've ever seen in our entire life. And why don't we just make him king? That's basically going to be the message there, because they want to protect him in the next election. It's not going to go well. But that's kind of what we're looking at. And look, I got some pushback in a Twitter follower DM in the private there. I said, look, my position is I think Friday is going to be our peak, and then it's going to go down from there. It doesn't mean we're going to lose. It doesn't mean it's going to be all bad. It just means we're not going to be feeling patriotic and super happy with the testimonies that we hear. Because quite frankly, I don't think it should be happening. I don't think any of that testimony should be happening. We've well established right now there is no foundation here. So we're going to have 3 weeks of attempting to establish that. And that's
cross-examination is going to be popcorn, though, I think.
Yeah, good point. Okay, so good point. So when we get, good point. So Brendan's awesome. I think Paul Champ is going to go slice everybody up. We should make a blender called the Champ, because he's just going to chop up everybody.
I'm on the fence with him. Like, I appreciate he's going after everybody, but I keep seeing that tax the rich, and I'm just like, you could leave your politics at home, but still continue. Sorry.
No, he's definitely a love-hate relationship. And that's why I kind of like his character in all of this, because you don't know what you're going to get. But what you do know is nobody's going to be happy with it, other than maybe his clients, all 8 of them. I'm not sure how many he has. But he doesn't represent all of Ontario. Oh, Ottawa. We got some information in, and I'm going to look into this one. Okay, because I want to be careful about misinformation stuff. Right now, I have a lead, I guess you want to call it, that Paul Champ's legal fees are covered by our government, not a coalition or a fundraiser or something like that. It's being covered by the government. Now, there might be some reasons for that around human rights and other things, because for the most part, the Canadian government doesn't make victims cover fees in order to proceed with legal stuff. So I could see if there's maybe a victim fund that's taking care of that for them, for the simple fact that if there wasn't something like that, what would genuine residents and businesses do if they have to come up with $1 million to get a Paul Champ? So if there is a connection to government funded legal fees, think of it more like legal aid than you do as government interference.
That's clear with his questioning. Like, it's not a script. He's asking everybody difficult questions and framing things in a way that you would not suggest that's a liberal plant, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that one too. But this guy is definitely wanting to be taxed by himself in the future because he wants to be rich, so he can be taxing himself. And I agree with that, Chris. I think he's being very cutthroat on everybody. Now, when we see the first Government of Canada witness hit the stand, and if Paul goes up there and says, "Hey, Jim, how you doing? Nice to see you." Well, then we know. But I don't think that'll be the case. I think he's got a whole box of sharp knives, and he's ready to use them for the entire process. Because every drop of blood he gets from an official turns into dollars at the end of all of this. So, Paul Champ, love or hate him, he's in there, and he's going after everybody. On that function, Chris, I like him because he pulls truth out. It's really hard.
I'd rather have him in there than not.
Yeah.
As much as he irritates me in some of the things in the style, it's kind of like, well, that's what he's there for. He doesn't seem to be biased. He's just swinging at everybody.
Yeah, and I think even the other side might be getting annoyed with him too, because he's going after some of their side, right? Or that's how they'll feel about it. They're like, leave OPS alone. They're with us.
He's the wild card in the room. Right, like they're you just don't know what's going to come up. But like I said, it'll be interesting to see his first line of questioning when the government, that'll be a real telltale because it could turn quite ugly for them, right?
Yeah.
On both sides.
Yeah, and his lawyering is good. He actually is a good tactical, actual lawyer. So when he did those objections, they're good. They're well thought out. They're well placed, and they're on the record now.
He's a surgeon for sure.
Yep, they found a good one. I'm surprised he has that sticker though. I wonder if that's 4D chest, or I wonder if that's just oversight. I don't know about that, but I don't think he should be displaying political anything.
It hurts him to do that, I think.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Jason. Well said. Not sure what it was, John. Just refresh my memory. But yeah, I think this trial is going all right. And if we do get to Pat King, is that where you think we're going to get the fireworks? Is he going to hold his tongue, or is he just going to explode? Because he definitely seems like he's kind of on the fringe the entire time, and even to today. I don't think he's being sat down and counseled. So I wonder how that's going to go. What do you think?
Well, that's the interesting part. Again, I'll qualify it by saying that, I don't know Pat King, right, very, very well at all. Like, I've never had any interactions with him, but I noticed in the beginning, one of the things I was taught at a very young age is that, if you're going to take on a leadership role, is your participation going to help or hurt what the overall goal is? Mm-hmm. And if there's any question that your participation can hurt it, you must withdraw. That's what a true leader should do. You don't want to risk the entire message because of some things you said. And I saw some of those videos early on, and I was, I distanced myself, saying, hey, encouraging them. I always encourage, don't have a centralized leadership for the convoy, because it gives people the opportunity to find, build somebody up just to tear them down. Yeah. But as far as thinking he shouldn't be able to say what he wants to say, I'm a free speech person, right? Probably a very fun guy to sit around a campfire with. To be honest, I'd probably be laughing a vast majority of the time because I've seen a lot of his content. But there are those little things that the government's going to focus. They've already done it. They've already introduced it, one of the videos. And so I think that hopefully he's had some level of counseling as far as the identifying his triggers, because I think it's a big part of being self-aware when you're sitting on the stand, trying to just be able to navigate with all the pressure. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, she made it. You dug through that snow in your driveway. You got in.
Oh my gosh. It's like, I can't believe it. Like, we must have over a foot of snow here.
Yep. I should have sent you a skidoo so you can get home nice and safe and quick.
It's wild. Like, I was up at 3:30 in the morning to catch my flight. It was so nice in Toronto when I left. So I'm still like stunned here. So
yeah. And I think
fill me in about what I missed this morning. I know that Keith was testifying. So
Keith, a lawyer on the stand. Yeah, we had a lawyer on the stand, and he sounded like a lawyer on the stand. He was lawyering all the way. No bombshells, I would say, but certainly a lot of narrative came out. He got all of his points in there. And I think we're done with him. Are we done with him? Yeah, we did the re-examine. We did the commissioner. So we're done with him now. So now the next will be Tom. The weather that we have here, I think that's courtesy of Paul Champ, because he started to throw some snow at Alberta during the testimony here, talking about Wexit and talking about some other things and whether or not Keith was involved in that. Yeah, no, he's throwing a bunch of some cold weather our way for some reason. But yeah, that came up.
I was wondering if that was going to come up, right? Because I mean, like, I heard those rumors. I mean, I ran for the Maverick Party, right? So I mean, like, I kind of know what's going on in the party. I didn't know Tamara though. Like, I mean, I knew that she was a part of it, but I didn't know her personally before this. But yeah, there was this wonky story. I think I put it up about Gerald Butts, and it was all about how, everybody was asking where this money was coming from. And it was all basically, to fund the Maverick Party to, break up Canada. And it was this huge rumor that went around. And I was just like, oh my gosh, right? And I mean, that's partly like when I decided to actually get involved with the convoy. Because I was like, if this is the sort of stuff that's coming out this early, like imagine what's going to happen later on, right? So then I like contacted Tamara, and I was like, there was no planning. I was just kind of like, can I help, right? Like, can I support? If you want to talk, if you want to give an interview, I'll help plug this, and help sort of grow it as best as I can. So, but yeah, that bonkers story was like part of the reason why.
That's incredible. And for the people who don't know you, Andy, why don't you go ahead and quickly introduce yourself, because we know who you are, but there's a lot of people here today.
Oh, are there? Hey, hi guys. Sorry, I'm in bad shape. I like literally just cruising on no sleep, into like the worst snowstorm I've ever seen, basically.
Welcome home, right?
Yeah, so I'm Andy Lee. I was a former federal candidate, and I'm an independent journalist, podcaster. Just read, write, research. I don't work for anybody. I just do it for the public, for myself, and for our country. So, and yeah, got very, very involved in the convoy. I felt very badly about how they were being portrayed. I thought it was going to be portrayed extremely unfair. So I was really, really concerned. And all those concerns were validated, of course, with the coverage that we saw coming out. So I was determined to try to tell a fair story of what was going on. So that was sort of my role in all of this, and what I felt was my duty.
Yeah, and we're getting a lot of things that come out of this action, this convoy. And one of the things that I think is surprising, and maybe we never planned on, was a stronger grassroots journalism in Canada. We are now far more independent when it comes to journalism and reporting than we were before. From the streamers during the event, walking around, bringing it all, to even us doing this here today. And we've got other streamers doing this today, because mainstream's not doing it. So, maybe Trudeau gets a centralized, some policing force or something out of this. But what Canada might have gotten out of this is a new type of journalism. And it's still young. We're still working on, the way this is done. But look at what we got now. We now have alternate media that is growing faster than I think anybody in the government would have wanted, for sure. Hence the C11. C11 is going to be a thorn in our sides for anybody doing grassroots or independent journalism. Can we count on you, Andy, to keep doing that? Are you planning to keep that fight going? Is this your thing for a while?
Yeah. I'm in the middle of some personal things that I move, but I do what I can when I can, and I work really closely with a lot of the other independents. So people send me tons of stuff. Like I get who knows how many messages I get a day. So I have a really good relationship now with the other independent journalists. So I'm really, really grateful for that. And so a lot of times I'll forward that on to them and be like, can you follow up? Because I just don't have the resources, right? I'm sort of a one man wrecking ball here. So, so yeah, but I'm going to keep on doing it. Yeah, that was the great thing about this, is it really did sort of, expose our media, laid its deficiencies, out for everybody to see. And it really did. It was sort of a David and Goliath battle of the independents versus the mainstream media on the ground there for convoy coverage and things like that. And I think that there's no doubt that the independent narrative, which is a much more fair and accurate narrative. And I'm really, really glad to see them hitting on that in this inquiry and bringing that up. I think it's a really, really important thing. And of course, that awful communique between Mendocino's office and the PMO's office. I mean, they plotted, they already had a tactic to paint them as bad people, right?
Yeah, they had their comments from a year ago, and then they brought them forward again and built their framework around those comments.
Yeah.
That was constructive.
And counting on mainstream media to sort of come to their aid and write the sort of stories that they wanted to be able to use to forward that narrative against these protesters. So pretty appalling, disgusting things, I think, are coming out. So, I didn't know what was going to come out of this inquiry, but I think that there are going to be some good things coming out of it. And that's definitely one of them.
Well, I think what you just did there was a perfect segue because you said some of the disgusting stuff that's coming out and all that kind of stuff and surprising information. Hey, Andy, government of Canada admitted yesterday that Freeland is with the WEF.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that if you want. We can talk.
The government of Canada let some of the cats out of the bag, like the penetrated cabinet video.
Yeah,
They talked about it.
So, I mean, I was doing some work in the WEF and their influence in Canada, because I look at sort of foreign influence in Canada. It's sort of where I'm interested in. And I started to look at the WEF and the connections, and you know, a lot of this came about right after Justin Trudeau was elected in 2015. We had a sort of a historic visit from the Chinese Premier Li Keqiang, who is also a WEF member. Chrystia Freeland was the foreign minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time. She's a WEF member, and you know, there was this whole there was a lot of talk and background dialogue going on as to whether we would broker a free trade agreement. And you know, it seems like, and of course we had Dominic Barton. So Dominic Barton was with McKinsey at the time, but Dominic Barton did work with Larry Flink of BlackRock, did work with Freeland and our government. Again, these are, you know, all WEF members. And, you know, that's how we signed up to the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is not that great for Canadians, right? Have we completed any projects yet? I'm not even sure. I did a 5-part series on that, digging into it. So, and there's still more to go because they signed up for more projects. And I want to know more about those projects. The Metrolinx project, that debacle, is one of those projects that I've been looking into. So, and then there's another project, it's Oneida. It's a battery storage, energy storage project that's on a First Nations, Grand River First Nations, I believe. And that project was actually, Oneida is owned by Annette Verschuren. She's one of the richest women in the world.
Okay.
She's a personal friend of Trudeau. She's traveled with him in Telford to the White House, actually. And, you know, she got this lucrative, subsidized contract for green energy storage from, you know, our government. She's the richest woman in the world. And again, if this is a viable project, right, these projects aren't supposed to be, they're not supposed to be charity. They're supposed to be making money. Right.
Correct.
There's supposed to be revenue generating projects, right?
Yes, solve a problem or make money. You have to do one of them.
Yeah, like there's supposed to be infrastructure projects. So, you know, I had huge problems with that. I mean, the irony of that project is that they got this whack of money for this battery storage project. And I've talked to, do you guys know Parker Gallant?
No.
He's great. Does energy analysis, fantastic, independent, really smart. So I brought forward my concerns, and he's like, yeah, it's absolute garbage plan, right? It's going to cost more money to deliver energy. And I looked at studies, and everything says that for right now, battery storage is not the way to distribute energy. It's going to be more expensive in the long run. So yeah, I mean, the kicker is that this Six Nations that, you know, is hosting this project for one of the richest women in the world, they don't even have clean drinking water.
Yeah, so we're skipping some infrastructure there, aren't we?
Yeah, so I'm like, so we're giving, you know, Justin Trudeau's personal friends infrastructure I'm so tired, infrastructure bank dollars, you know, and meanwhile, you know, they're building this project on a First Nations that doesn't even have fresh drinking water. So it's kind of bonkers. So yeah, I mean, and this is the sort of stuff that started happening, you know, around that time period, Justin Trudeau's early years. He was very, very eager. We know that Pierre Elliott Trudeau had established, you know, diplomatic relations with China. That was one of his, you know, his sort of legacy moves. During a little bit of a different period in China. And, you know, the WEF has strong ties to China. It always has. In 1978, I believe it was, Klaus Schwab went to China, visited China with a delegation, you know, talked to the leader at the time, which was Deng Xiaoping, and invited him to the World Economic Forum. And China hasn't been absent since. So, you know, I think he took 20 corporate delegates or something like that, and they signed a memorandum of understanding that they would band together and work on technology and things like that. So, you know, and I think that it was done probably back then in good faith, because that was a period in time when China seemed to be opening up to the world, right? It was establishing diplomatic international relations and things like that. So, you know, I don't think that anybody could have foreseen, you know, what Xi Jinping was going to do and the direction that, you know, the party was going to take. And it's taken this awful, like drastic turn. And you know, Xi Jinping was, you know, he came into power just before Trudeau. So I don't know if we exactly knew the direction that was going, but we certainly know it now. But, you know, they still won't decouple themselves from China.
That's right.
You know, last year, I think Xi Jinping gave the, you know, the keynote address, and I pointed out on Twitter, it was the only thing that Klaus Schwab actually tweeted out was Xi Jinping's keynote address at the Davos summit. So I was like, I mean, you know, democracies around the world are saying that it's time to decouple with this country, and you know, it's become a threat. So, you know, and we're still going to the WEF in Davos and pretending like there isn't this, you know, this very, very serious, deep-rooted relationship that nobody's addressing, you know, that's rooted in an authoritarian government. And a lot of the, you know, the WEF things that you see coming along, a lot of them focus on, you know, like a quasi-surveillance state, right? They're very, very interested in information gathering, right? And information harvesting and, you know, somewhat of a surveillance state, digital banking, digital currencies, ways that you can track, you know, digital ID and things like that. I mean, those are all things that China's very, very advanced in, and it's things that the WEF is very, very interested in, right? And it's things that our government is also very, very interested in. So, you know, it's a crooked little house. Like I said, I said to think of it as a united front operation for corporate profiteers.
That was my next question for you, was actually dig into that. And Chris, get ready. You're going to have the next one after I'm done this one. WEF proudly put it on their website. Their mission is public-private partnerships. Okay, bringing public-private together. Okay, nice little mission statement. We heard today from Keith the value of a mission statement. That's their mission statement. Who asked for that? What problem are they trying to solve? And where did this come from? Because typically a business, an organization, nonprofit, profit, all of them are there to satisfy some sort of need that came up, or they're trying to be opportunist and they're trying to, like mining or something like that. They found some resources and they're trying to collect it. There's very few times where you would, for purpose, I can't even think of the reason why other than nefarious control, that there would be a need for an organization to come around and say, hey, all governments around the world, let's merge, and let's merge it with the private sector too. Why? I don't see their actual value. I don't see their purpose. That's where I kind of started with the WEF is why do they exist? Who came up with it? And then when I looked into it, well, it's been around for a long time, a very long time, in various forms and various names. And they definitely have some common connections with UN and other very powerful global entities that we deal with, including the Global Fund. So since 2001, Canada has been contributing billions to that. And that's got a direct tie to the WEF through the executive director, who's just like Freeland. She's on two things. She's Canadian government, and she's also the treasurer. He is the executive director for Peter Sands. So if you want to look at him, Peter Sands, executive director for the World Fund, and also the steward for the health and wellness of the world, something along those lines, for WEF. So since 2001, Andy, we've been contributing billions Canadians, and that was under Chrétien, and it wasn't stopped by Harper. Harper also contributed with the funds. Maybe that wasn't a question. That was a lot of a statement there. So maybe now I'll pass it to Chris, because now I'm talking about Harper, I'm talking about Liberals, I'm talking about both of them contributing. So Chris, why don't you go ahead and see if there's a question there around the parties, their involvement with WEF, and let's see what we can kind of dig out.
Well, I think that's one of those things where you always got to take a step back, because I've been very careful, you know, to not try and it's with what Andy said, you know, it's a lot of stuff could have been done in good faith with good intentions. And so I've been careful not to, you know, broad brush just because you're on their website that you're an evil person that wants to control the world. Some, you know, it doesn't take long once you go down that rabbit hole to be like, okay, you know, you can start identifying who are the people, who are the players, who are the ground teams. You know, it's not when you're rich and you're a narcissist, it's not you know, I would assume more power is what they're looking for to build
Can
their
I
wealth and
challenge that just for a
influence.
second, Chris?
Go ahead.
Because that comes up a lot. Narcissist. Maybe. But I think it's bigger than that. I think they may have swallowed their own pill that they are the saviors of the globe.
Maybe
So
at the top, but a lot of the people they recruit, they've got a certain personality type. If you compare Trudeau, Macron, Arden, they've all got the same, again, I'm not qualified to clinically diagnose.
Yeah,
But
I would
I've been
agree with
around
you.
the personality type.
Yeah, I would
almost
agree
my
that
whole
maybe
life.
it's a prerequisite, but I don't think it's the motivator. I think it's a little bit bigger.
No,
It's more
not a
time.
motivator. It's just the ability to deliver. Because if you don't have empathy, people will cross that line a lot sooner. And I don't see a lot of empathy from the people that are driving that. But when you pull back to looking at the infrastructure bank and have Harper and everybody continue along, there's obviously some concerns there when you're looking at what the long goal is. I'm always just really cautious to with these people. I don't know how much information is broadly shared. Right. Because I mean, if I was young and in my 20s and I get to I've been tapped to join a young global leader group. Well, what does that mean outside of, okay, I'm going to build my portfolio, my CV, I'm going to be able to be connected. I might get into, it'll open doors for me in the corporate world. But there's that quid pro quo that may not even be discussed until the time comes for them to call you. Right. Like a lot of the times you're in and think everything is good until the tone changes and there's an expectation on the other end of the phone. And that's where you find out, whoa, maybe I've signed up for something. What have I signed up for? What did I get myself into? And I think right now, unfortunately, we have a situation where you probably have a lot of politicians. I mean, I back off of hammering. Like, I don't even consider what I do hammering the Conservatives. I ask questions and I want more from my leadership in opposition and other things, right? I don't have any personal problems with people. But I do take issue when you have certain things like this, where it is a foreign influence component. If Freeland wasn't on the board, I wouldn't have as much of a concern. Like, of course I would. I'm just like, what are you guys doing over here? It makes no sense to me, right? Of course, you got to use these tactics because your ideas are insane, in my opinion, right? Like, you're trying to force things on people that are counter to what a human instinct should have. If you're well adapted and understand, you want your best for yourself, for your family, for your friends and your neighbors and everything. But when you have this consolidation of power where a switch can be flicked given a crisis, we start to see a lot of opportunism. So how much of this is actual opportunism, people capitalizing on the environment that's been created over the last 2 years, and how much of it was premeditated, right? So I try to categorize people into, compartmentalizing is always just the way my brain does. And so you try and keep an objective view and try and remain unbiased. But I can't discount certain concerns that we see now with the silence that we see in regards to some major issues that only benefit. I love seeing Leslyn Lewis come out and pointing out, okay, we now have this known traveler ID for 105 million. Okay, let's dig into that. And that really might be why I've kind of stopped hammering the Conservatives, because I see what they're doing with ArriveCan. And so I would imagine they're trying to artfully, as opposed to going with a sledgehammer, right? Like I would be more of the Ron DeSantis, Kerry Lake, mocking the media, inviting them in and pointing out what they're doing while they're doing it. Yeah. I mean, that's fun. But again, when you have a media that is so easily able to frame somebody in a different light without any ability to grab that microphone and say, hey, hold on a sec, this is state media. It's a very difficult position for us to be in. But when you look at the tentacles are so insidious. Yeah. I want to know, does each province have a deal like Alberta had with health services there with the WEF? Like, wow.
Ontario for digital ID. I know that one.
Yeah. So how do they get in there? And I think that the brazenness as well, too, because a lot of the people I've talked to, especially some of my old mentors, it's the hubris that will bring them down. Well, it's, I think that we're only here today and having these discussions because of the convoy. Because something in the plan that came out of nowhere and grew. And I can guarantee you that Klaus is not happy with what is the fact that he had to use the Emergencies Act, I think, was premature. And at the moment they thought, okay, let's get this done. We need to shut it down. But to have these hearings now give us all the data, like you say, it's a disclosure phase, right? So you have the situation where 90% of the time when I was doing my work was actually getting the documents. unredacted, right? You FOI, you get them. They're okay. I want section 22. What are you talking about? Okay, well, I'll appeal this, right? And you go. It's like a delay game. But when you finally get them, and then you have actionable things to test the legal system. What comes out of this is going to be a fairly clear timeline. And I would say, I mean, it's gross misconduct, negligence when you're in dialogue and you decide to use the hammer anyways. It's very bad. And I still think that the Trudeau's haircut was punishment
for him.
Like,
I think
you're making us look bad. You're getting a haircut and you're going to this place to get it. I'll leave it there. I'm taking up too much time, but yeah.
No worries at all. You brought some good points there, Chris, and I kind of want to circle back with Andy on. Okay, so it's really easy to say that there's this global organization, WEF. Like, what are they doing? Are they puppet masters? Do they have strings everywhere? And it's really easy to kind of dismiss it if you don't know any of it. And then we kind of wonder, well, let's just say there's puppet masters globally. Does that make its way down to Canada on a national level? Like, do we have puppet masters? Turns out, testimony from Keith Wilson today, we have a name of one. So we got a name of one. His name is Mr. Dean French. He was connected to Keith Wilson through Peckford. It was through a phone call, basically saying, yo, dude, can you hook me up with some help here? So this world exists. So we absolutely have what we call behind the scenes, back channeling. And, you know, this is common. This is normal. You were one. Exactly, Chris. This way. You were one of them. So this exists. So for Keith Wilson to come into the situation and establish some back channels, start pulling some strings, or start getting some movers and shakers. And then we got testimony from the commissioner in question. He said, well, what do they do? Like, what do they do for you? And he's like, wow, they go away and then they come back with solutions. Okay. That was basically his answer. So Andy, now we have, you know, a name, Mr. Dean French. There's movers and shakers. They know old premiers. They know all these people, of course. But it was slipped into this inquiry kind of like a little bit under the covers. It wasn't even talked about after that. But I do want to highlight it because these are not elected officials. They're not even employed officials. These are just elite. Let's label it what it is. He called an elite person, Peckford, who's elite, and got connected to another elite who can make things happen, including negotiating in the back channel with our federal government. So Andy, we got these characters, we got these actors, these players. What do you think about that? Good, bad, indifferent, necessary? What do you think about these people?
I mean, I expected there was a degree of negotiation going in the background that we were unaware of, right? I don't think that's surprising, or that the government would be, you know, tapping into any resources that they, you know, felt could be useful to them, to guide them. So I don't think that's really shocking. What I am shocked at, though, is the lack of communication that we're seeing, because, you know, just during this part of the inquiry, you would think that we would have seen a lot of, like, I was expecting a lot of text messages, and things
slowly
like that.
right tis, right?
Emails, right? Communications. I was expecting, you know, the organizers and people who were cross-examining the organizers as well to be coming out with, you know, a lot of, you know, interesting texts and communications. So, but I guess maybe the point is that at that point it was mostly done through Keith, and probably he was advising them to not, you know, put out things without sort of running it through the legal advice department first. So maybe that's why. So I was surprised about that. But yeah, I mean, we knew the government was being slimy about this, right? I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, there's no, you know, even mainstream media now, I think, is having a hard time, you know, grasping that, you know, they push a narrative that was horrible and wrong, right? And this government's gonna, one way or another, I don't know if, you know, Justin Trudeau's gonna go, but somebody's gonna pay for it. You know, and I think it's really a stain on our country. Like that's the way that I see it. Is it's really a black mark against, you know, what our democracy is. You know, and that's a stain that's going to stick around for a long time. So, you know, I said, even if we didn't plan an insurrection, it might end up being one, because we could very well, you know, take down the government in different ways, like in the popular opinion polls, right? And we know that they did take hits in the popular opinion polls, and Justin Trudeau's popularity has taken a hit. So, you know, in some ways, the convoy, you know, was effective, I think, in taking the government down, even though that wasn't their intention, even though it was said at the MOU. And it'll be interesting to hear from Bowder and how that all came about. So, yeah, I mean, of course they had this stuff all going on, right? And I'm really looking forward to cabinet testifying and hoping that we do see more of that communication, because you know what little we've seen between the PMO and Mendocino's office was really, really eye-opening. I think it laid pretty clear what their intentions were from the get-go. I think that was January 24th. I mean, I was with the convoy in Calgary January 24th, and they were already planning on how to spin it to make these people out to bad people I had just met, and decided that not only were they not bad people, they were such good people that I was going to follow them to Ottawa and try my best to protect them from our government. Right? I mean, so a bunch of strangers I just, you know, picked up, and I was like, gone, right? So yeah, I mean, I did think I found something interesting today. Again, Rouleau posed the question, you know, was there any planning for this protest to continue somewhere else?
That's right. It's about 4 or 5 times he's asked that now.
He's asked it a lot, and I do think this is going to be a really key part in his ruling. And nobody so far has given him the answer that he wants. I mean, he seems to want an answer that there were plans to allow the protest to continue in a fashion, presumably, that would be deemed legal, right? To bring it back into the bounds of legality. And he hasn't gotten that question. He keeps repeating it. So I do think that that's going to become and end up being, you know, a key part of his recommendations and things like that in the future, is that, you know, especially you cannot use this, you know, these sort of measures and crackdown on protesters in this manner, you know, without having, you know, a solid negotiation plan, or without attempting a certain amount of negotiations, right? Or without having mediators try to negotiate for a certain period of time. I do think that that's going to be sort of part of his recommendations going forward. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Well, I think you're incredibly astute, because he definitely has been asking that question a few times. But I think what we heard today, you missed it, so I'll let you know. When he asked Keith Wilson that question today, Keith took it a step further than anybody else, which I don't know if it's going to assist us at all. And that was his answer to whether or not the convoy asked for an alternate place. This is the first time
they didn't know.
No, he confirmed that the convoy didn't ask. Up to this point, we heard many times that they weren't offered another place. So from the other side, there wasn't an offer to go somewhere else, which I thought was good, because it shows that they're just trying to come down. They don't care about actual legal protesting. But today was the first time that the commissioner got from the convoy the fact that, well, did you ask for an alternate place to go? And the answer was no. So
yeah, maybe a bit of oversharing there. In retrospect, we probably could have left that part out, but I think it's okay though. I think that the protesters were clear that they had somewhere that they wanted to demonstrate, and that was in front of Wellington.
Well, their position, yeah, exactly, 100%. Their positions, we didn't need an alternate. We had a legal place to demonstrate, and they were working on the whole busing everybody in and moving the trucks around stuff. So from their perspective, why do we need an alternate request? So I agree with you, where it's not going to hurt us. It's certainly not a fatal anything. But what it does do is it adds more credibility to Keith, because warts and all, he will tell you like it was. So yeah, maybe it wasn't the best that we didn't ask for an alternate place during the bashing on the heads with the batons, but we didn't think we needed one because we were already legal. But yeah, that's the first time, and you've seen the commissioner. I think this is the 4th witness he asked that question about, but this is the first time he got a response from our side, from the convoy, that they didn't request one. That's not a requirement, Commissioner, for the use of the EA. There's no line that says ask the other side if they will do something or if they want anything, and if they say yes, give it to them. Otherwise, beat them. There's no line like that. I also want to throw out there, Chris, because I have a small feeling, because of how the EA was used so quickly and how a lot of people are caught off guard by it, that there's a lot of people that didn't read the entire thing, not just on the invocation side of things, but on the fact that there will be an inquiry. I wonder if there's some of people involved in this that wasn't aware that that triggers a full-blown inquiry. And if they were aware, maybe they wouldn't have been so happy to see it come down the pipe. Because not only did the convoy highlight to the world, we're upset about something, this inquiry is something that the world's a little bit surprised about, because a lot of countries, they don't do this. So we are starting to get this interesting stuff out. Some bad news, bad information. Provincial intelligence was better than national intelligence. That's been well established now. This is not a really bad thing, this inquiry in my books. We were definitely getting a lot more information than we ever would have gotten had they not invoked it. Had they just simply got hard with the provincial EA, went in there and pushed everybody out, like basically did the exact same things, just without the EA, there wouldn't be an inquiry like this. So did they accidentally step into it? Like, what's going on here? Did they miss that step, or they miss that part of the EA that we were going to be doing this one day? Because I don't think this is what they wanted. I don't think they wanted this public inquiry. But you would have known, it's written in the EA that it was coming. So I'm confused about that, Chris. What do you think happened there?
Well, I think it's a matter of looking at it from, if they didn't use it, what was going to occur. And I think that because the only way they could freeze bank accounts and they could really, I view that as a chilling effect. I think we would have had a lot more protests since then if they didn't do that.
So you think that was a target to establish
I think
a precedence?
So. And while that was going on, there was some of the stuff that was made permanent by Freeland and FinTrack and stuff. I got to dig into that a bit more as well too. But I think it's a matter of them having, again, I think it comes down to hubris, right? They needed it to end, but they didn't, they in themselves didn't see a timeline that would fit, that would stop the growth, right? So they needed to happen quick.
Right, I think so too.
And so I bet you that a lot of people that were so on board with it didn't realize this was coming after, right? It's in the moment. How do we fix this? And you have a room that's an echo chamber. Who knows who's influencing the outside, because things were starting to pick up around the world too with other events, right? And so you start seeing how it's happening. You get up to $10 million and you see bouncy castles, tons of fun. It was becoming a beacon.
Twice, so they could have done it again a third time.
Yeah, and I was almost ready. Like, I'm thinking, okay, is this our chance? I'm in BC. It would be very difficult for me to get to Ottawa. But once things started to pick up, I'm like, I haven't partied in like over a decade. Let's
you could have
really
did the
look
James
at this.
Top thing and just walked. He did it.
Could have
demonstrated. Yeah, you could have done it.
Yeah, exactly. But I think
quick question.
Quick
question is about to come. It's 12 o'clock. They're going to hit my ear. And
Fire away,
Mr.
go
Green,
to Andy.
Mr. Green
Finish
has
with
brought
Andy.
a great question here. Andy, did you read this from Mr. Green? He's looking for some. So go ahead, take that, and then Chris, if there's time, go ahead and give Mr. Green an answer here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really hard. I mean, I've got a good relationship with a lot of our mainstream media, which I've worked hard to build on. I've met a lot of them during these protests. They're not all bad, right? That's the real hard part, is that, we have some people in some organizations that are shilling really, really hard and very, very biased. And then we have a lot of people who are actually out there doing good work, and I've met them, so I know that they're out there. And I've been trying to nurture more of these relationships and I do still come out swinging at MSM. And sometimes I'm like, you shouldn't have said that, because you've got friends and you know that they're watching this. But I'm not really sure how to counteract them right now productively myself. But I started trying to do more of like a building bridges. And when I was out marching with James Top and on Canada Day and things like that, when I would see these journalists out there getting heckled or harassed, I would go over, introduce myself, say, hey, I'm Handy Lee. Would you like an interview with somebody, right? But you have to be fair. If you're fair, I'll get you in. And a lot of them were fair, right? And did good interviews and did good work. And so I started sort of establishing relationships with people in, all the networks this way. And I follow them and I make sure that I amplify their stuff. So, I think it's just, you have to step away from the journalists that aren't doing the kind of work that you expect them to be doing. But make sure at the same time to throw your weight, find those good ones out there, right? And throw your weight behind them, support them. Because you know what? They get reviewed, right? The good ones like Natasha Fatah, right? Jeremy Strong, CTV, right? There's people out there, Robert Fife. So, these people do good work. So, throw your weight behind them. They get reviewed. All of this comes up. And, I think that we can start to force change by pushing the networks to say, hold on, you know what? These people, I mean, I've been blocked by a lot of people too, right? David Aiken blocks me, Glenn from Global blocks me last night. You know, so, and I don't put out, I think, anything so controversial or hurtful or, you know, I guess, I don't know, sharp that deserves a block. So yeah, I mean, that's what I would do is, you know, don't just boycott them, throw your weight behind the good ones and tell the networks that's what you expect. That's what you want to see, right? That's what you demand as a consumer, right? As a taxpayer. This is the kind of journalism that I demand. I demand fairness, right?
Now,
I demand partisanship.
Now, fairness, that's a great word. Chris, fairness, platforms, YouTube. So if we are independent journalists and we are getting out there, we also want fairness on there. So Andy, I got a strike yesterday and a video just took down, no option to do anything about it. I couldn't even download it again. They actually just deleted it. And they deleted it because of harassment and doxing was what I was tagged for. But the harassment and doxing came from the testimony because my video that is sans the testimony, I have a where I take all the inquiry out and I just have my commentary video. They didn't take that one down for that day. So the infraction wasn't my words. It was something that came through the inquiry. So a name or something got triggered to the AI that tagged me and then took me down. So how do we level the playing field for journalists? CBC, CTV, they can put whatever they want on YouTube, say whatever they want on YouTube, stream whatever they want on YouTube. They're not going to get striked. But here we are, grassroots, very bottom, trying, and we can't even get an email to YouTube to say, hey, look, you're hitting me with public information that's official. So that can't be a dox by its definition. But yet, well, who do I call? You know, press 1 for what? So it's not a level playing field, even on platforms. Rumble might be trying, but with C11, it's going to get even worse. So, Chris, how do we get fairness as independent new journalists, grassroots? We got Andy, we got Joe Rampart. You're getting into it. How do we all survive if the platform could be shut off, and if C11 comes around, could be shut off quickly for political speech? What are we going to do?
AM radio and carrier pigeons.
I honestly looked into that a little bit. Ham radios. I honestly looked into ham radios.
I do
Right?
radio, right? I do my show with Mark Petroni on Saga at 960 AM. So I mean, radio is a good platform still.
Yeah.
You know, and it reaches a lot of people still, right? I mean, we get way more hits on our AM radio show than we do on YouTube right now. So
I
Oh,
think
right.
it is
Maybe we
well.
gotta
You
get into
could,
that.
and you could again. It's always difficult when you try and bring people together. But if you're genuinely an independent journalist and looking to try and cut through the bias, speaking as one is often important, unless somebody makes a huge mistake and is very harmful to their own relationship and others. But I think oftentimes when something like yours account, YouTube and other platforms, ideally, I mean, if Twitter could take the lead on that, that'd be great. Could create some kind of a process. I don't want to suggest creating like an independent journalists union.
No, it defeats the purpose of
It
independence.
defeats the purpose. Yeah, but how do you come together? And a lot of it is backing each other up. I'm well known. Like if your account goes down, DM me if you start a new one, even if it's anonymous, and I'll try and help you build. But we need to get past that. It's going to be. We have to expect more censorship is coming. And if my Twitter account goes down, I get back up. I'll get a new number and I'll get right back on there because if that's the system we're fighting in, then I'm just not going to take the abuse. Right? If you got to start from scratch, you start from scratch. But there's got to be a way, I think, that you could create some kind of a network across the country that does have AM radio hosts and ways of getting information out. A lot of it can be dry, just general news. But at the same time, the ability to be fluid and flexible in what you're doing and how to get your narrative, your work out to people has to be multi-platform, right? And you have to ride that. You're always fighting the algorithms. Like you as well. Again, I know, I'm pretty sure I know what you're being accused of on the doxing side of it, but if it's going out on
Order allowed?
CPAC, how are you breaking any rules if it's
The
public?
commission is reconvened. The commission reprend.
Anyways,
Well,
we'll leave
thank
it
you
there.
both very much.
Good to see you.
Andy, welcome back.
Good afternoon.
Enjoy the
Bon
snow.
après-midi.
We'll talk soon, all
Good
right,
afternoon,
everybody?
Mr. Commissioner.
welcome back tomorrow.
Next witness is Tom Morales.
See you tomorrow then. Take care, guys.
Yeah, come tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Marazzo, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'd like to affirm, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Thomas James Marazzo, Marazzo.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marazzo.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Mather. I'm one of the commission counsel. Through your counsel, you have provided a statement about your involvement in the protests in Ottawa. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If we could pull up HRF 1595. Is this the statement that you've provided?
Yes, it is.
Have you reviewed it before testifying?
Yes, I did.
Are there any changes you wish to make?
No, sir.
Do you adopt the contents of this statement as accurate?
Yes.
Can I ask you just a few questions about your background? I understand from the statement, which we can actually take down, Mr. Clerk, is that you were born and raised in Ontario. Where did you grow up?
Niagara Falls and St. Catharines, Ontario.
And where do you live now?
Just outside of Napanee.
And I understand that you're a father of 2 children, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you served in the armed forces for 25 years, achieving the rank of captain, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then after leaving the armed forces, you earned an MBA?
No, I had the NBA when I was currently serving. And then when I retired from the military in 2015, I went back to school and did a Bachelor of Technology and Software Development.
And where did you earn that bachelor?
Seneca.
Okay. And then after that, you began working at Georgian College as a partial load teacher, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Sorry. And as I understand it, you lost that job in 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please explain to the commission what happened?
I was notified that the college had adopted the province-wide COVID-19 vaccine mandates. And I had had some interactions with my union and realized that the union was not going to be supportive. And so subsequent emails came out from the president of the college herself. And my response to that was to send an email to the president of the college, as well as deans, the VP of HR, and as many other faculty as I could put on this email. I sent it internally to the college, not publicly, looking to express my concern and question. You know, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but questioning the legality and sort of the morality of what they were doing. And a few days later, I was terminated with cause.
And when was that approximately?
September 13th of last year. So year September.
And what were you doing between September 2021 and your arrival in Ottawa, which we'll get to in a minute, which I understand was in January 2022?
Yeah. My former spouse and I sold our house and we purchased land outside of Napanee, and then we moved to that area. And the plan really this year was to build a house. I cashed an RSP to live off of while I was, trying to build the house, and really just focus on that, focus on my family. The level of tension in this country was extreme, to say the least. And I really wanted to focus on putting my family in a better situation, which meant actually going off grid if that was even possible. Because as an unvaccinated person, there was a lot of rhetoric about actually being able to participate in society. And so we chose to sell the house. We purchased land. We were going to build a house. And we ended up in an apartment together, the three of us with my daughter, in just outside of Kingston. And we were there working on plans for the house.
And prior to participating in the protests in Ottawa, had you been politically active?
No, I was not.
And I understand it, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that you've never been a trucker?
No, sir.
And you say in your statement that you arrived in Ottawa on January 30th, which I believe was the first Sunday. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And What brought you to Ottawa?
Through a mutual friend of mine in James Botter and his wife Sandy, I was contacted on the phone that Sunday morning, and I was asked if I would take a phone call with James and Sandy just to discuss some logistical, organizational ideas around the convoy. I had been tracking the convoy as it was coming across Canada, and I was absolutely a supporter of it. I really loved what this whole entire Freedom Convoy was about. So in that discussion, which lasted approximately 15 minutes, James had asked me if I would come to Ottawa and support the convoy in any way that I could in terms of getting organized, doing logistical stuff. And within 3 hours of that phone call, I was actually at the Ark Hotel.
Who was the mutual friend?
Her name is Jane Moffat, I believe. I had only ever met her once in person. And that I actually have, I think I've spoken to her one time since the convoy.
When you first spoke with Mr. Bowder, what did you know about him?
Nothing.
What did you learn about him when you spoke with him, sorry?
I learned that there was a great need to get organized. And from him personally, the details, I never got any details about him personally or his wife, Sandy. I knew there were two people that were trying to affect the change in this country, and I wanted to help them out. So there was an opportunity for me to employ the skills that I have gained over my career. And so I recognized it as a great opportunity to get involved.
Do you have any sense how James Bowder identified you as someone who might be able to assist?
I think Jane had mentioned to him that I was retired military, and I think that's pretty much it.
After that initial phone conversation with Mr. Bowder, how often were you two in communication?
I had seen James when I first arrived at the Ark, and then it was somewhat sporadic. I think he moved to a different location. I don't know where. I know he had a room in the Ark, and I would occasionally run into him. My contact with him was very sporadic.
When you arrived at the Ark Hotel in Ottawa, what did you learn about the organization of the protests?
Really, when I walked into the Ark, I was brought into a boardroom, and there were several truckers and two OPS police officers, Sergeant Fong Lee, Sergeant Lou Carvello. And the meeting had already begun, and I was asked to turn my cell phone off or remove it from the room and give the police my name, which I did. And then I just quietly sat there. James actually brought me into the room and introduced me, and I believe he oversold my career. I know there was people in the room that actually thought I was a retired general, which is clearly not the case. And so I sat there quietly and I just listened. And it was a very telling meeting. I got the feeling that after 2 days of the convoy being there, this was the very first collective meeting that they had actually had in a room. I could be wrong about that, but I didn't get the sense that this group of people had ever come together with the Ottawa Police or any representative of the government of any kind.
And we've heard the name Fong Lee. Was it your understanding that those, him and the other officer were members of the PLT?
They were.
And who were the other truckers in the room?
The details of that are a little sketchy. They weren't all truckers. Dana Metcalf was somebody I sat beside. Joe Bourgault was in the room. Ryan Olson, his son-in-law. There was Bridget Belton, I believe, was in the room. Some of the other names, I didn't know who they were when I first walked into the room, so I can't really account for who everybody was in the room.
I'll return to who you were dealing with in a minute. Could you just perhaps provide some more context or an explanation about how it was the case that you received a phone? Like what drove you to go to Ottawa after receiving a phone call from a man that you'd never met before, who you didn't know anything about, that would have you leave, your wife and your kids to go to Ottawa? What drove you to do that?
To be perfectly honest, I think it was a case of fear. I had, over the time of COVID, noticed things that I never before believed that I would see in Canada related to the way the police and bylaw and the government were going after Canadians. And for the first time in my life, I was, actually afraid of police. And I have several friends that are police officers. And I had a phone call with Randy Hillier one day, and Randy didn't know who I was. This was, I sent an email to him and Roman Baber and other people, and months later, his office had returned the call. And Randy doesn't even recall the conversation. And I said, I spent 25 years of my life in the military, and for the first time, I'm actually afraid in my own country. And he said, never be afraid. Like, you can't be afraid of the police or the government. They're here to serve us. And I think for me, that kind of flipped a switch where I was like, I went from thinking I'm afraid to get arrested or beaten by the police or getting an $880 fine to, you know what, now I want the fine. I'm done. I'm not going to hide from these people anymore. And so that started to mentally transition the way I thought. And then we came to a point where I thought, well, at some point, the lawyers are going to step in and intervene and start protecting the public. And they didn't, except for a few. Then when the vaccine came out, I thought, well, the medical community is going to stand up and put a stop to this because of informed consent. And they didn't, except for a few. And it was the truckers that gave me an opportunity to actually get into, fighting for my kids' rights.
The phone call you mentioned with Mr. Hillier, was that in the context of the Ottawa protests, or did that happen before?
No, it was months before, when I still was employed and still lived in, I don't know if I was employed. I think it was, I still lived in my old house prior to selling it and moving to the Napanee area.
When you arrived in Ottawa, did you have a sense of how long you were planning on being there?
No, I had a bag, 5 changes of clothes. I believed that at the time I would go there, get organized, start to just kind of develop a daily sustainment plan and a routine, and then I would look for somebody who was able to basically take over from me, and then I would move on if I wasn't required anymore.
So when you arrive and you've spoken to Mr. Bowder on the phone, he brings you into this room where there's protesters and some police. What happens next? How do you integrate yourself into the organization?
That particular meeting actually got quite animated, very loud. I remember Bridget being quite upset with Sergeant Lee, where she had made a comment of basically to the effect of, what, are you going to shoot us in the streets? Like, that's where the level had gone, and it had started to calm down. Eventually, the 2 police officers departed from the meeting, and we all just kind of sat around and regrouped. I think people went for breaks. And then people left the room. I remember Bridget and I being in the room, and right around that time, I think somebody brought in the map. And so I had learned there was a list of places that the OPS had requested that we not go near, like roads that we stay off of. And I said, okay, great. We've got the map. Let's start marking the map. And for me, what was really important, because I had spent, my son has a very severe heart condition. And I spent Christmas this year in the hospital with my son. And so, I'm very aware of keeping the emergency lanes open. It is an important issue for me. So the first thing we did was start identifying hospitals. We identified the police station, fire departments, vulnerable infrastructure, and then started to plan out the routes to those in an effort really to make sure that those lanes were always accessible. So that's really where we started. And then I needed to get a handle on where all the vehicles were located. And that was a monumental task, because at the time, trucks were coming to the city, trucks were leaving the city. There was a huge just change in our overall size of the convoy overall. So really that first day was about just getting a handle on where everybody was and the size and scope of the convoy.
I take it that this involved you meeting a lot of people you had never met before.
Yes, everybody.
Did anyone ask you who you were and what you were doing there?
James had introduced me initially into that meeting, so everyone just realized there was an Army guy in the room. And so my sense was right away that nobody was in charge particularly. There were strong personalities, people with strong opinions, but for some reason, and I don't know why, I think it was just the fact that I was an Army guy that people assumed that I was going to be able to get organized. And to be perfectly honest, it's nothing unusual for an Army officer to be able to do what I did. But it was just trying to get organized.
When you say in charge and get organized, do you mean get organized? Are you talking about logistics?
Logistics. My focus was really just on logistics in a sustainment plan, not any other. I wasn't thinking in a tactical sense. I was thinking just purely in sustainment to make sure that people could get food, fuel, money if they needed it for whatever purpose. That was really what my thinking was at the time.
So emergency lanes,
yes.
Fuel, food, money, anything else that you would consider as part of being responsible for logistics?
There was a big task, which was really, really difficult, was just to find the numbers and the composition of all the different types of trucks and where everybody was scattered. And then I learned that we had trucks out on the Parkway, we had vehicles out on 88, on prior locations I never actually made it to. But it was just trying to get a good situational awareness, or SA, of what was happening on the ground.
When you arrived on the 30th, and I guess probably moving into the 31st, did you come to understand that there had already been people in Ottawa who were working on food, logistics, and money?
I did not know that until, I believe, late that first evening. And that is when I met Tamara and found out that there was an alternate coordination center at the Swiss Hotel.
Okay, can you what did you learn about the alternate coordination center at the Swiss Hotel?
Just that it had existed, and that in those conversations, it was agreed that my scope of what I was interested or involved in was now going to be really cut in half. And I was quite happy about that, because I didn't want to get into this situation where I had to think about security, public speaking, and the stage and all that stuff that I had learned about. I didn't have to worry about doing first aid. That was going to be handled by the other group. We were just really going to focus on the logistics in terms of feeding, fuel, and then truck movements. That was another piece of my responsibility, would be moving vehicles in and out and around the city.
Was it the case that no one was organizing feeding and fuel before your arrival?
No, and that's the surprising thing, because that was happening. I mean, that just does happen. I mean, the number of supplies and fuel that was coming into the city, it actually did make what I was trying to do a lot more easy, because that was just organically happening anyway. I mean, when people are hungry, they go searching for food.
I'm going to do this in a bit of a two-part question.
Sure.
And bear with me if it presents a problem. But can you explain to me what was happening in terms of where food and fuel was coming from before your arrival, and then what changed after your arrival, or what you did to change anything?
To be honest, I don't know where they were getting their supplies en route to Ontario or to Ottawa, but I had seen a lot of social media videos and seen people on the overpasses, at truck stops. So I know that all along the way they were collecting food and donations, everything that I had seen on social media. And so when they arrived in Ottawa, it was the intention of the public to continue to come to the city of Ottawa and give more supplies, as much as they could possibly give.
Did you learn anything about the Adopt a Trucker campaign that was being spearheaded by Chris Guerra?
I learned about it a few days later. I didn't really know much about it. My interactions with Chris were very little. It wasn't inside. It wasn't something inside of my area of influence that I was concerned about. It was something that was kind of going on in the background, so I didn't interact with it.
How was fuel supplied to the truckers that were in the downtown core?
There were, I think, different sources coming in. Sorry, I can't remember the name of the type of vehicle. It's a fuel truck. It's probably written. I'm not a trucker, so some of the lingo I wasn't fully conversant on. I know that they were getting a lot of fuel, but it wasn't until after it was forbidden to bring in more fuel with bigger trucks and stuff to refuel them. People started to bring in the jerry cans by hand.
And was that something you assisted in organizing?
No. That was, by that point, my role had kind of been modified. It had sort of transitioned a little bit later on, about a week after or so. I just knew they were getting in fuel. The truckers were taking care of their own fuel, and there was no shortage of the fuel up until the Ottawa Police forbid them from bringing in trucks of fuel. And then it was jerry cans, and that was not my idea. That was just people being very, very industrious.
Did you do anything to coordinate fuel into the downtown Ottawa at any point?
I did not have to. No.
One of the things you said you did was get a sense of the number and composition of the types of truck. First question, how did you go about doing that?
I literally had to go and send people out and count trucks in the streets.
And do you recall what was the result of that calculation?
Well, there was different areas. So I remember speaking to one person who, after it took 4 days just to get that magic number of 322. That was a head count. That was literally somebody going out with sticky notes on streets and then actually breaking down by vehicle. It was incredibly difficult to get an accurate count because trucks kept coming and trucks kept going in and out of the city or out to different locations. So at some point, I just kind of gave up on that as a something that I really needed to focus on. I was just kind of more interested in, general terms, where do we have vehicles, center of mass kind of thing. Not, I didn't need the details of where they were.
But at some point in time, it was determined there was roughly 322 trucks?
That was our count. And I knew, honestly, that count, I guess I shouldn't say honestly when I've sworn an oath, but I didn't have a lot of confidence in the number just because the influx and outflux of vehicles. So even when I got that number, it wasn't overly valuable to me.
At any point, did you feel that you had a handle on the number of trucks that were in the city and then were coming and going, or is that something that always changed?
It always changed. And again, it lost value in knowing that specific number. The point of interest for me was that we had more trucks concentrated on Wellington.
With respect to clearing emergency lanes, the commission has heard evidence, including from Mr. Barber and Mr. Wilson, that the emergency lanes let me back up. The protesters weren't able to keep the lanes clear on Rideau, Sussex, and at Kent. Does that sound correct?
Sometimes, yes, that's true.
Was there any other locations or intersections where the emergency lanes were not left open, to your knowledge?
My understanding was when that did happen, and it happened occasionally. For example, Sergeant Lee had been, let's say, vigorously contacting me to clear out one of the intersections. And he kept asking me, if I've gone down there and checked it. So I didn't send a runner. I went down for myself to see it for myself. And what I discovered was there was heavy equipment owned by the city, concrete barriers, and 5 Ottawa police officers standing in the intersection. It wasn't being blocked by any of our people at all. So there was a give and take where we were sent, or I was sent, or other people that I was with were sent to go look at an intersection only to find out it wasn't even us. And I had two members that I was working with that routinely, when we were asked by OPS to go and check on a safety lane or an intersection or something that was blocking safety, our two people would go down and physically speak to the drivers and get them to open up those lanes.
And so it's my understanding that those efforts were generally successful except on Kent Street. Is that correct?
I can't say the street. Is that Kent is right near the Rideau? Or sorry, I'm fuzzy on some of the streets.
Okay, so the evidence has been there's been two locations. One's Rideau, Sussex, which we'll talk about in a moment. To your knowledge, was there another location that was where the emergency lanes were not open?
No, the only sticking point was Rideau. And even on Rideau, I spoke to one of the drivers personally, and I said, you need to make sure you keep a safety lane. And he said, they have twice moved out of the way. They sit in their trucks and they listen for ambulances or they listen for sirens. And if they hear it, they move the truck out of the way, because 3 times they had listened to the Ottawa police who said, you know, can you please move the vehicle? And they would move the vehicle and the Ottawa police would move their cars in that spot and they would trick the drivers. So the drivers at Rideau said, we're not falling for it again. We'll sit in our truck. We will listen for sirens. And when we hear it, we will move. And he assured me that in 2 occasions, they did exactly that.
Do you know who you were speaking with who gave you that information?
I don't know his name. I know where he was parked. He was parked. I know where he was parked. I don't know his name. I know he had a paper bag full of letters from children.
I understand from your statement and from some of the evidence that you had several interactions with the people who were at either Rideau and Sussex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you come to learn about who was in that intersection?
There was a Polish Canadian contingent. There was French Canadians. And I know there was Anglophones on that corner. There was many different groups of people on that corner. Yeah.
The commission has heard many adjectives to describe the group, but I'll put to you the suggestion that they've been described as difficult or standoffish. Would you agree with that?
I know there was a reputation prior to me going there and speaking to some of them. And I didn't get the sense that they were difficult. I got the sense that they were there for their own reasons, which were separate from the overall convoy itself, the most of the people that I was interacting with. But I got the feeling they were there for their families, for their communities. I know one driver I spoke to said that he didn't have anything to go back to until these mandates were lifted. And they were quite determined. I didn't find them to be difficult. There was a little bit of a language barrier with one of the French-speaking men that I spoke to, but I didn't find it difficult. I just found it a different style of motivation.
We've heard a bit again about with respect to French Canadian protesters there. Were you familiar with the term farfadets at the time?
Not until I've been sitting in the audience here.
Would you say there was anything different in the makeup of the group at Rideau, Sussex than at any other locations?
Just that they were more independent than the rest of the convoy.
As you began to work on clearing emergency lanes, interacting with the police, working with the protesters, what did you come to understand the organization of the protest movement to be?
Very, very decentralized. I learned that the truckers were not from big organizations, that they were actually independent owner-operators of their vehicles, and that you really had to be respectful of the position that they were in. They were individual business owners. They weren't going to take orders from anybody. You know, they weren't going to take orders from me just because I said, you know, I had no legitimate or legal authority to tell anyone to do anything, and I wasn't signing anyone's paycheck. This was a case where you had to use your soft skills to communicate and get people to buy in with what you were trying to do collectively.
To your mind, were there any leader or leaders of the movement?
I think there were people that were in leadership positions. For example, Chris Barber is a very charismatic person. He's an honest person. He'll just tell you the way it is, and he was very, very effective at communicating with truckers, and it didn't matter what their backgrounds were. They were all truckers. And so Chris was very influential speaking with truckers. Tamara was very influential. Bridget was influential in her own way. And many of the other people that were there working out of the ARC had developed networks, and they were always trying to broaden the network to communicate the things that we were all trying to do. And that was a lot of the stuff was like, we've got speeches on Saturday trying to communicate that to the public and really work the social media angles, because we were getting vilified badly in such a grotesque way by the legacy media, that we made a conscious effort at one point to go into the trucks with cameras and get truckers to tell their stories on social media. So they were the leaders were out there developing that kind of messaging to get out to all the supporters across Canada that had given us $20 million to be there.
Did you ever interact with Pat King while you were in Ottawa?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell us what your interactions were and what your impression of him was?
Really, my interactions were very, very little with Pat King, and it wasn't overly impactful, to be honest. I just I had spent maybe 2 to 3 occasions in his presence, and it was very little. I know that at one point there were some slow rolls, and I had requested that one of the other members go with Pat, because I know Pat was leading that convoy. And I made sure that the person I sent kept him well behaved.
Are you talking about the slow rolls at the airport?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And why did you think you needed to send someone to keep Pat King well behaved?
Because I only knew Pat through reputation in 1 or 2 interactions with him, and I didn't want there to be any confusion as to what they were there to do. It was to really just do a slow roll and to guarantee that in no way did we stop at the airport, because we were well aware that there was an orange helicopter route for the hospital. And we wanted to make sure that we had no impact on any air ambulance ability to get in and out of that airport. We had no intention of slowing down or disrupting the airport. And I wanted to make sure that we had somebody that was going to guarantee that we weren't there to close down or lock down the airport or disrupt the air ambulance. We just wanted to basically send a message that, we can still move around the city.
So I take it, so one of your concerns was potentially that Mr. King might try to shut down the airport or blockade the airport?
It was just on my part, to be honest, and some of the others that we discussed, it was just a precaution, just to make sure we also believe that if we told him not to do something like that, he would listen. I don't.
So you take a precaution when you're concerned that something might happen. So is that what you were concerned would happen?
Yes.
Okay. And was your concern based on Mr. King's reputation, as you indicated?
Yes, just solely on his reputation. That was it.
And what was Mr. King's reputation?
A little bit of a wild card. I remember in a meeting once that I had jokingly referred to him as a hand grenade going off in a room and scaring everybody else that it was going to explode. And it was a bit of a joke. He laughed. Everybody else seemed to think it was funny, but it was kind of like funny because, yeah, that's true. But just reputation wise, he was a little bit of a wild card. And I just wanted to make sure that we were able to contain anything like that.
Were you concerned it was possible that Mr. King may not engage in peaceful protest?
That was never a concern that I shared or had.
And you mentioned that you had dealt with Mr. Bowder sporadically
Yes.
after the initial phone conversation and the introduction. At any point, did you become aware of the memorandum of understanding, which I'm sure you've heard about over the last few weeks or the last few days at least?
Yes, sir. I did hear of the memorandum of understanding. I learned about it once it was submitted already to, I believe, the Governor General. I think the media had a copy and I had read it. Again, I'm no lawyer, but I know it wasn't written by a lawyer. It wasn't very well written. And I remember having a conversation once I learned about the MOU with somebody that I believed to be involved in drafting the MOU. And it was a private one-on-one meeting. And I said, you must retract that. If you do not retract that or pull it back or put the genie back in the bottle, we are going to denounce it. It made us look like we were here for a completely different purpose than what we were there for. It really muddied the waters. And I don't know if as a result of that conversation, they pulled it back. I just know that the next day it was sort of retracted.
When you say it made it look like you were there for a completely different purpose, what was that purpose?
Well, I had read it, and as far as I was concerned, it was, we were there for the mandates. That MOU was there for a different purpose. And I don't remember the details of it, to be honest. I skimmed through it. It was not very well written. And so I didn't think it was credible. I didn't think it was appropriate. And I certainly didn't think that the government was ever going to suddenly resign because somebody sent them a memo.
You may not remember the details, but was your concern that what the MOU appeared to call for was something that was undemocratic?
What I believed when I read it was that they thought that it was a legal process, that they believed it was a mechanism of government that they were trying to initiate. Even though I'm no constitutional scholar by any means, but I could tell that it was not going to go anywhere.
You said you had a conversation with someone where you said this must be denounced. Who was that conversation with?
I believe his name is Martin Broadman.
And it's the Commission's understanding that Mr. Broadman was someone who was associated with Mr. Bowder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he seem receptive to your message?
I think he was upset. It didn't, the meeting didn't end on a bad note. It wasn't like he was upset about it. He'd been working on this, I believe, since the year before the convoy had even arrived. This was something that they were working on. They thought they were doing something that was legitimately recognized by the legal system. And he was upset that he wasn't getting support. But I believe at the end of that meeting, he said, okay, we'll pull it back.
You've been referred to in media and some of the documents we've received as the spokesperson for the protesters. Did you identify yourself to anyone as the spokesman?
No, sir.
Sorry, spokesperson?
No.
Did you see yourself as a spokesperson?
The last 2 days, on the 18th and 19th of February, was the one or the two times only during the convoy that I had chosen to speak without being or without discussion with other members of the convoy. And that was because I felt that given the previous media stuff that I had done, alternative media or live streams, that I would be recognized by the public as somebody associated with maybe some of the other people like Tamara and Chris and Bridget, because everybody else was either out of the city or were already incarcerated. So there was nobody left that I believe the public would recognize as a credible person to deliver those two final days worth on the 18th and 19th. And that's the only time. Other than that, I was always asked to speak on the live streams.
Right, and you did on multiple occasions either speak on live streams or in sort of forms of press conferences. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it's our understanding, but again, correct me if I'm wrong, that the first one was on February 7th. Does that sound correct?
7th or 8th, yes. And then on the 10th, and I did clean up some of the confusion that I had caused on the initial
Well, let's talk about some of that confusion right now then. So you it's our understanding it's the 7th.
Yes.
That you gave a press conference. Mr. Barber was there, Ms. Belton was there, Ms. Leach was there, and some of the other organizers.
Yes.
You know what I'm referring to?
I do.
And how did that press conference come about?
I do not remember the person who asked me or the group of people who asked me to speak, but I had, I believe, just previous to that, it was the night after the night of the Coventry raid that we did a live stream as a larger group, and it seemed to go okay with I guess my presence on a video. So I was asked the next day to deliver a message on a live stream. And I don't remember who asked me to do it. I just know that I was asked to do it and that I would be accompanied by several members of, well, I think the entire board, as well as 2 doctors who were in attendance in that video.
So if we could pull up COM 50884, and as it's coming up, Mr. Marazzo, this is, you can confirm if it is the case, but we understand that this is the press conference. And
Yes,
then
this is it.
This is it, okay.
Different sources that have
If you could pause it, please, and go to the 725 mark. And then play from 725 to about 821.
Home until the job is done. Okay, I am not calling for violence. I'm not expecting you to get into your vehicle, drive here and create problems, create crimes. Okay, that's not what we're saying. Strength in numbers. We got sent here to send a message. The message isn't getting through. He's not getting it. And I apologize if I'm bashing the guy, but honestly, from my assessment, he's got a 22 caliber mind in a 357 world. Okay, let's get at a table, for God's sakes. Enough hiding. I'm willing to sit at a table with the Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc as a coalition. I'll sit with the Governor General. You put us at the table with somebody that actually cares about Canada.
Okay. One quick question, and then I'm going to ask you about the statement that caused confusion. When you made a reference to a 22 caliber mine in a 357 world, this has been something that's been reported on. Were you referencing Mr. Prime Minister Trudeau?
I was.
In the video, you say, "I'm willing to sit at a table."
Can I just continue to answer, because I've been vilified in the media for that one?
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
It's a joke. I literally meant to comment on the man's intelligence. It was a joke. Sorry.
Understood. Sorry.
Yeah.
You can take the video down.
Thank you.
Then you said, "I'm willing to sit at a table with the Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc as a coalition. I'll sit with the Governor General, put us at the table with somebody that actually cares about Canada."
Yes.
What did you mean when you said that?
In no way did I ever mean or intend for us to be part of the government. I wanted them to come and sit literally at a table and start figuring out a way to be an effective opposition to the Liberal Party of Canada, because we weren't seeing any opposition at all with the official opposition of Canada. You know, if the Conservative Party had been effective as being an opposition, we may not be in this room today, but instead they just didn't oppose anything that was happening to Canadians as to why we were there. And when we got there, there was no attempt at any level of government, municipal, provincial, federal government, to even talk to us, to get in a room with us. And you've heard the testimony here. Nobody ever wanted to even have a conversation with us. So I want to say that I was quite sick throughout my time during the convoy, and you know, I was exhausted, I was dehydrated, lots of stuff. And in that particular moment of that video, I did misspeak. It wasn't very clear what I was getting at. 2 days later, I tried to clarify that, or 3 days later, but what we wanted was for the government, anybody, we were desperate. It was a basically a cry for help to come in and sit down and do this democratically. And that is a mechanism of government, because as we've seen since then, or even during the convoy, the NDP and the Liberals were forming a coalition that the public had not yet known about. And so, you know, forming a coalition seemed to be something like we were trying to nudge them, motivate them in any way we could just to talk to us. And to this day, they've never spoken to us, ever.
Some media outlets reported on those comments to suggest that you were saying that the protesters wanted to form governments in which they would be in a coalition with the opposition parties, but the protesters themselves would form part of the government. You know what I'm talking about?
That is my fault, that the way I phrased that in the video. That is not what my intention was, but the way I phrased it, I can understand that being confusing, but it's not what I intended. We wanted no part of being the government. We wanted the government to do the governing, but to listen to us.
I understand that you spoke again on February 10th and attempted to clarify your
Yes, sir.
statements. I understand that, but did you take any steps to clarify what you meant with the media outlets who were reporting that the protesters wanted to form a coalition government?
No, I was not in charge of direct contact. I had no direct contact with the media. And as far as I was concerned, my belief was if they actually started to do their job and report fairly, we would reward them with contact, or I would, or whatever, not necessarily me. But if they continued down the path of constantly vilifying and lying about us, I didn't see the point really of talking to them at all. We were effective, highly effective at getting out everything we wanted to get out to the public through alternative and social media.
So you didn't make any efforts to go to the
No, sir.
reporters who had reported
No.
a different interpretation and say, that's wrong, can you please fix it?
No.
And so you don't know whether or not they would have issued a correction or issued maybe not a correction, a follow-up story. You just don't know.
I don't know. And they never reached out to talk to me from my knowledge either.
After the February 7th press conference, Benjamin Dichter, who's a witness we'll hear from later, sent out a press release saying that only himself, Mr. Barber, Miss Leach, and a woman named Dagny were authorized to speak on behalf of the protesters. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I do. Vaguely, I do, yes.
Did you ever have an interaction with Mr. Dichter where you discussed who was authorized to speak on behalf?
My interactions with him were very, I think if I added up all the entire time I've ever spent with him, I'd be lucky if it was 15, 20 minutes that I've ever spent in a room with him. So I can't really say for certain when or what was ever discussed with him. I was just not interacting with him at all.
I'm going to move forward a bit, well, not that much forward, a day forward to your meeting with Steve Kanellakis, which again, the commission has already heard a fair bit of evidence about. But I take it you recall meeting with Mr. Kanellakis?
Yes, sir.
Why did you want to meet with Mr. Kanellakis?
I actually didn't. I had grown incredibly frustrated with the police liaison officers that I was dealing with. And I had requested through them to talk to an inspector. And I had also made that same concern known to the police liaison officer from the Ontario Provincial Police. And I didn't want to interact with the two sergeants that I had been dealing with anymore. I wanted somebody who was in a better position to make decisions. And also, I wasn't 100% sure that our concerns were being raised up the chain of command in a way that I was comfortable with. And that's not to suggest that, the two officers from Ottawa Police were bad people or anything like that. It's just I didn't get the sense that they were taking us as seriously as I would have hoped. And so I was requesting to not talk to them anymore. I wanted an inspector. And I was led to believe that I would be talking to an inspector one evening. And I was waiting patiently in a room by myself to speak to the inspector. And Mr. mystery inspector never arrived, even though I was led to believe I would get one. So I walked away from the meeting when I found out I wasn't going to be talking to somebody more senior. And the next day, I believe, is when the offer came to us, or to me, to meet with somebody at the city. I had no interest in meeting anybody from the city at that point. I knew where my focus needed to be was with the police. I wasn't interested in any level of the city.
Can I pull up OPS 8527? If we go to page 3, so Mr. Marazzo, you're not involved in this email chain, so but this is an email chain within the Ottawa Police Service, and if we can scroll up just a little bit higher so we can see, this is an email from John Ferguson to Mark Patterson and Robert Drummond. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you ever interact with Mr. Ferguson?
No.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and if we can scroll down. So we say here is one of our teams has already been out to Rideau, Sussex to speak with the representatives of that group. And it goes on and it says, in regards to the main convoy, our PLT members are currently walking red zones with one of the main organizers, Tom Marazzo, who's responsible for 322 trucks. Do you see that there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then if we could scroll up a bit further. So this is another, this is now an email from Mr. I forget his rank, so I'm going to call him Mr. Patterson. And it says, PLT members continued their conversations with Mr. Marazzo this evening. He has requested a meeting with an elected official or city manager level member. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall, now that you've seen this, ever being the one who requested the meeting?
From my recollection, I never had any interest in meeting with any of the elected officials in the city. I was perfectly satisfied to deal directly with the police. I wanted an inspector. I didn't really feel that, I certainly had no interest in meeting with the mayor. Steve K was, when I finally met with him, I realized that maybe that was an error, that it was good to meet with Steve. But I certainly never requested, to my knowledge, to speak with any of the municipal level elected officials.
You can take that down. So we saw in the press conference, you were talking, and in your answer about the press conference, you were talking about the importance of engaging with government and speaking with government. I appreciate you changed your mind after you met with Steve K, but why wouldn't you want to meet with a city official?
Because really at the time, I believe that was, if I'm understanding the timeline correctly, this is the next day after the raid at Coventry. I believe the Coventry raid was the 6th. That was the 7th. I wanted to deal directly with the police because I felt that the police were the ones that were getting the most pressure. And I thought that I would be able to have a conversation with the police and try to work with them, build a rapport, because I wasn't getting anywhere that I felt with the 2 police liaison sergeants I was dealing with. I felt that if we could develop a better rapport with the police, then things would change. Second to that is the police services board meeting that we had seen. The rhetoric from Diane Dean was just incredible. And I don't know if that meeting was before or after the 7th. We just knew that we needed to deal with the police.
And Mr. Wilson mentioned in his testimony on more than one occasion that you had a sense that former Chief Slowly you were concerned about the pressure he was under. Is that
yeah,
accurate?
I had seen the recording of the police services board meeting that Diane Dean had been the chair of the police services board at the time. And I was extremely concerned about the things that I had witnessed her say on the video. And so I waited to see the reaction from Chief Slowly. And then I got a little bit more concerned again. So I rewound it and I watched it again. I watched her comments. I watched his reaction, and I knew right there and then that the situation had fundamentally changed for all of us, them as well as us. And I realized that if we didn't do something to take the pressure off of the chief, things were going to dramatically change for the worse. And so that's when we started to completely reshift our focus to taking the pressure off the chief, thereby taking the pressure off of the individual police officers and hopefully ourselves.
And again, we heard Mr. Wilson this morning. He described that after the meeting with Mr. Kanalakis, there was an initial effort to move the trucks from Rideau, Sussex to Wellington. And as I understand it, that effort was unsuccessful because the police ultimately didn't move the barricades that would be necessary to do that. Did Mr. Wilson have that correct?
He did, but I think I heard we actually had, we were, you know, to use a football analogy, we were on the 1 yard line with all the trucks on that corner, and Eva and I had spent hours on that corner. Eva was talking with the Polish truckers. I was talking with the English-speaking French truckers. We spent hours there, and we finally got, because Sergeant Lee was there, and despite his best efforts, sometimes he can be a little bit hostile. And I had asked the truckers to basically, as a group, come to an agreement themselves, and then also elect 2 people to go and deal directly with Sergeant Lee, because I was actually concerned that if he went into the center of those 80 truckers, he would do something that would put his own safety at risk. So instead of him going to them, I said, you elect 2 people, come out, and then we'll talk. And then Sergeant Lee got that phone call. He walked away, and he came back, and the look on his face said everything. I knew that he had just had the carpet pulled out from under his legs, and he said, there's no deal. And so I was very concerned. I knew I couldn't go back to the truckers and say, hey, we spent all day convincing you to do this, and now the police have reneged on it. I knew that there would be no further chance of ever getting them to even be open to the idea of moving had I gone back and delivered that message to them. So it was, we were there. We were there that night to move them. And I just basically went back and I said, listen, guys, it's a safety issue. We're not going to move at night because it's too dangerous for the safety of people with decreased visibility. That's all I could come up with at the time to satisfy everybody.
And then Mr. Wilson talked about another attempt that was made on February the 10th, and then there was that which was did not proceed. And I take it you agree with Mr. Wilson.
Absolutely, yes.
So then we come to the agreement with the mayor, and there was a meeting on February 13th at City Hall. Were you at that meeting?
The one with Inspector Drummond, Kim Ayotte, and Steve Kay.
That's our understanding of who.
Yes, I was at that meeting.
Okay. And I appreciate at that point in time, it's the case that you had indicated that you wouldn't be able to move trucks off Rideau, Sussex. Is that correct?
No, I believe at that meeting we were just there to go over more of the details on how we could properly do that and then reposition or redistribute the trucks in different locations. That's what my recollection of that, the intent of that meeting was in the discussion. And I believe Kim Ayotte or Inspector Drummond were the ones that brought the map. And we were looking at the map from sort of trying to work out how to redistribute that based on the map that they had marked themselves.
So Superintendent Drummond testified that at that meeting it was represented that there was 2 locations where the organizers did not believe they'd get buy-in. One was Rideau, Sussex, and one was with the Coventry group. Do you recall anyone at the meeting from the protester side indicating that?
I believe that it was indicated that it would be more difficult given the events the previous 2 days or prior 2 days, that it would be more work, more challenging. But I also believe that there was a will on our part to go up, and we thought we could actually get it done.
I want to talk briefly now about the final days that you were in Ottawa. After February 17th, and after the Emergencies Act was invoked, was it your understanding that protesters were allowed to enter into what's called the red zone?
If they were on foot,
And what was the basis of your understanding that they could enter if they were on foot?
just based on some of the briefings from Keith Wilson and discussions with Eva, and but not with vehicles, clearly. And I don't believe they would have been successful trying to get in with a vehicle anyway.
And up until at least the 14th, you've been in daily contact with police liaisons, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any contact with them after the invocation of the Emergencies Act? And did they give you any indication whether or not you were allowed, whether or not protesters on foot were allowed in the red zone?
No, I don't think that my conversations with my regular police liaisons were like that. I did receive one phone call from an unknown OPP officer who said that he was the guy that they call for really difficult negotiations. I don't know who that person was. I just know he was OPP, and he had a lot of extensive experience with negotiating. And I knew from that phone call that the mass arrests were imminent. I didn't get a date or a time. I understood the vocabulary in the context of his comments. He didn't come out and tell me exactly when they would come in and start making mass arrests, but I knew that it was imminent.
Do you know when that phone call was?
It was right, I believe it was right after the Emergency Act was invoked. It might have been the 15th. I can't be certain of that detail, and I have no idea who that officer was.
Were you aware of the TikTok video that's been discussed a couple of times in which Mr. Wilson explains that protesters are allowed to continue to protest peacefully?
I hadn't seen that until I was here in the audience seeing that.
What was your reaction to seeing it now?
No real reaction.
Was there at any point when it became clear to you that the police were not going to allow protesters on foot to be in the red zone?
Not until the first day when they started attacking people up in front of the Senate.
And what day was that?
The 18th.
And during that time when the police began clearing the protesters, did anyone from the police ever indicate to you that there was an area where protesters could go to protest?
No, sir.
Did you ask whether there's anywhere that
I did not.
Is it something that crossed your mind?
No, not at that time. That's not really where my my headspace was. I was quite concerned about the things that I had personally witnessed. That day I was there when the two people were trampled by the horse. I had seen some things that I never thought that I would see in this country.
And I've run past my time, so I will ask you one last question, which is there anything else that you think is important that we should ask you about?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. First up is the Government of Canada, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brazzo. I'll just have a few questions for you, but I'll start with where my friend started you with. And for the record, I'm Brendan Van Heiss, one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. You described this call with an OPP officer that you weren't sure of exactly which officer it was, in which it was indicated to you that the police were going to enforce, right?
Yes.
And you saw earlier today the video on TikTok of Mr. Wilson advising people they could remain there on foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you yourself acknowledged that this was not, in fact, the case, right?
The stream stopped for me.
somewhat questionable.
Case back.
That you would be within your right to be, from my conversations, in the briefing from Keith, that you would be within your right to be in the red zone. I just didn't think you'd get a vehicle in there, but that you could remain there as long as you weren't, bringing in a vehicle or anything like that.
The call you described, you thought it was on the 15th, shortly after the Emergency Act was invoked on the 14th?
It's in and around there. I don't know the specific date or the time that I received that phone call. I just know that phone call was somewhat impactful enough for me to remember. And it was a short call.
Could we go to HRF 401510? I'm showing you a copy of this email, which appears to be an email from Avachippiuk to, among other, self and Mr. Wilson. Do you see that?
Yes.
And she is attaching a document that I don't think we have, but it's a document entitled The Right to Protest, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And she indicates, and I guess this is relaying some advice received from Saya Hassan, barrister and solicitor. Do you see that?
Yes.
And she's indicating or passing along a note to you and Mr. Wilson that says, I've drafted something on the right to protest, but have taken a cautious approach because I don't know what the emergency orders are, but it's my understanding that they can limit the right to protest, and while that can be challenged in court, at the moment, people who do not comply may be arrested, right?
Right.
And she goes on to say, I think that if we're advising people, it's important to let them know all of the risks that they're facing and let them make their own decisions, right?
Yes.
And that's sound advice that you would agree with?
But I would also say that, combine that with the fact that Justice McLean had ruled that we were legally within our right to be there in Ottawa to have this protest. And then, you're seeing an email from a lawyer who is saying that it is, my understanding. So if it is not completely set in concrete for a lawyer, what chance do we have for having a definitive bit of legal advice that we can make a 100% absolute decision on what is going to happen to us if we remain?
So you had an interpretation of Justice McLean's order, right?
I had, just from what I was briefed on the result, and that I do remember reading the decision, and I'm not a lawyer, so when I'm reading it, it's from a very unsophisticated perspective. But I do remember reading the part where it said to the effect that we had a legal right to be there.
All right. Well, you're not a lawyer, but Ms. Chippiuk is a lawyer, and Saya Hassan, you understand, is a lawyer as well?
I see there on the email that this person is a lawyer.
Okay. Did you take any steps to relate the risks that people are facing so that they could make their own decision with respect to the possibility that they'd be arrested if they did not comply?
I believe we handed out a French-English double-sided piece of paper that we printed to everybody. I think we printed out hundreds of copies, and it was from the pro bono legal team that we had, that if people were arrested, that was a description of what their rights would be, and also the phone number to call if that should happen to them.
Okay. Now, sir, you're publishing, I understand you're publishing a book which you intend to release on February the 14th of next year, is that right?
Yes.
And you've selected that date because it's the same date on which the report of this commission must be tabled?
No, it's the 1-year anniversary of the Emergency Act being invoked.
Oh, I see. You've been attempting to raise money for the publication of this book through a fundraiser on the website Give, Send, Go, correct?
Yes, because I have a team that is helping me, and they also need they need support.
Sure. Could we go to COM 50415? So this is an affidavit that you swore in support of an application by Canadian frontline nurses, right?
Yes.
Yes. And if we could just go down to the very bottom of the affidavit to find the jurat date. There we go. You swore this, it appears on March the 4th of this year.
Yes.
If we could go back up to paragraph 4. Now, here you say that you arrived in Ottawa on January the 30th with the intention of peacefully participating in the protest, correct?
Yes.
And you told us shortly ago that your arrival was due to the invitation extended to you to come to Ottawa by James Bowder.
Yes.
And you understood he was asking for your assistance in providing some form of organization to support his objectives as part of the group identifying itself as the convoy.
I wouldn't say as his, because to me it was the convoy. He was somebody participating in the convoy, but yes.
Okay. Well, so whoever the convoy
Yes.
is, that's who you're being
Yes, sir.
asked to help
Yes.
by Mr. Bowder.
Yes.
And you became familiar, you told us, with the memorandum of understanding that he was circulating and intended to deliver to the Governor General and the Speaker of the Senate, right?
Yes. I don't know who he delivered it to. I just recall the Governor General was a name that was thrown out there.
Let's go to COM 50886, which is a copy of the memorandum, just for clarity.
Council, COM 50886 appears to be some sort of social media post.
Excuse me, it's 866. I misspoke. And in fairness to you, Mr. Barazzo, you were clear in saying that this was at the very least not a well-written document?
From what I remember reading it, I didn't believe it was a very well written document. I knew by looking at it, it wasn't written by a lawyer.
And if you look at the second page of the document, looking at the top here of the page, there's a list of the parties in effect to this memorandum of understanding. Do you see what I mean there? The bold-faced lettering there?
At the top, yes.
So one group is the Concerned Canadian Citizens, Indigenous Community and Permanent Residents, represented by the Bowders and Mr. Broadman.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And then the next party is the Senate,
Yes.
as represented by the Speaker.
Yes.
And then it's the Governor General.
Yes.
And if we go to page 2 in Article 3, you stop there. You see the notion here is that there would be a committee formed between the concerned citizens and the Senate and the Governor General, right?
Yes.
And that committee then would, under paragraph E, subparagraph E there, instruct all levels of the federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to cease and desist, et cetera, provisions related to COVID-19, right?
Yes.
And if you go over to page 3 and look at item J there, you see that in exchange for this, the concerned citizens will immediately stop Operation Bear Hug Ottawa demonstration convoy. You see that?
Yes.
And so in effect, and that was Mr. Botter's name for the occupation or blockades or what have you in Ottawa. It was Operation Bear Hug.
I have no idea what he called it, and I don't know what Operation Bear Hug Ottawa is.
Okay. At any rate, you recognize that this document presented something of a nonsensical idea?
I would agree with that.
And you insisted that it be withdrawn and retracted publicly, and this was then done, right?
That's my understanding.
And you understood that any legislative action would require the participation of the elected representatives at the federal, provincial, and municipal levels, right?
Yes.
fact, if you go to Article 7 of the MOU, excuse me, Article 6, you'll see that it is in fact supposed to be construed in accordance with the laws of Canada, right?
Yes.
Now, you can take the document.
Can I just, looking at this, this is a 15-page document. This is not, from my recollection, what I read.
Okay.
This is not what I read during my time in Ottawa. I believed it to be more of a two-page document. I don't recall ever looking at this particular document broken down like this.
Well, I'm sure
maybe it was a media release of some kind they put out, but I don't remember ever reading this.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Mr. Bowder about it tomorrow to see if there's a distinction. You indicated in your press conference on February 9th, as we just saw, that you were offering yourself as willing to sit down with the Conservative Party, the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, and the Governor General as some sort of a representative, right?
Yeah, so from my perspective, I was thinking not even more as a mediator, but it was really just an SOS, to be honest with you. It was just a literal call for help, a desperation. Stop ignoring us, come and sit at a table. We've got a table. You guys, we'll get you a conference room, but just do something. Instead of taking cheap photo ops and opportunities with people and making this into a political joke for you guys, get off your butts and come here and do something meaningful for the 6 million Canadians that are affected by this crap in this country right now.
You had no interest in meeting with municipal elected officials, right?
No. Because our issues were not with the municipal government. Our issues with the federal government. We were here to end federal mandates.
On February the 13th, you had a meeting with Ottawa Police with respect to negotiations, right?
In what regard?
You had a meeting in the evening with Superintendent Drummond and others from the Ottawa Police?
He was the only police officer in the room.
Right. And you had commented that you'd wanted to have an inspector to deal with on behalf of Ottawa Police, right?
Yes.
You understand that a superintendent is a rank above an inspector?
Yes.
Can we go back to your affidavit, COM 50415? It'll be page 4. Now, we can go to paragraph 17, I believe it is. You indicate here that the freezing of bank accounts in the wake of the invocation of the Emergencies Act has left me real concern that authorities are surveilling me and may arbitrarily charge and arrest me, although I've committed no crime, right?
Yes.
I'm constantly looking over my shoulder. I am hesitant to leave my house. I have left my home only twice since I returned from Ottawa.
Yes.
Right? I'm concerned about traveling with my children, as I'm concerned they'll be taken away from me by Children's Aid in the event the police decide to charge and arrest me.
Yes, because I was informed after leaving Ottawa that there was a task force of RCMP, OPP, Ottawa Police, as well as the statements publicly made by Acting Chief Bell that said that you would be identified, investigated, and there would be criminal charges and other punishments coming your way. So that statement is true because from my perspective, I was one of the ones that was not charged during the time in Ottawa, but I was led to believe that I was under investigation, and I have since learned different versions of that, but it was my understanding that I was being investigated as the 42 of us on the one of the lists were identified to me.
You've obviously overcome this fear to be able to be with us today.
Well, I asked Keith Wilson a few months ago, when would I find out that I'm no longer being investigated, and when will I find out that I'm not going to be charged?
You would overcome this fear by May the 4th of 2022, when the election period began in the Ontario provincial election, fair?
Yes, sir.
And that election was held on June the 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
And you ran in the riding, I understand, of Peterborough Kawartha for the Ontario Party?
Yes.
And you there received 1,973 votes, amounting to approximately 3.8% of the vote in the riding, right?
Yes.
Could we go to pb.can.401774? I just want to put up a brief excerpt of the video. It'll be just at the very beginning.
Council, 1174 were the last four numbers that you just stated?
1774. Yeah, I've done it again. Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ontario Party candidate for Peterborough and Kawartha, a member of the Veterans for Freedom Steering Committee, Captain Retired Tom Marazzo.
This is a lot harder than it looks. Before I start, there are some people I'd like to acknowledge in the room. And I'd like Jeremy McKenzie to stand up for a moment.
Stop it there. Sir, how do you know Mr. McKenzie?
He does, he has a podcast, and he does a lot of political satire and comedy. He does some serious videos sometimes. He is the creator of a fictitious meme on the internet known as Diagolon, which I assume what you're going to ask me about. And the vice president of Diagolon being a time-traveling, cocaine-addicted goat.
I don't know if he was paying for the rooms or just had control of a block on behalf of somebody else. I don't really know because belong to some sort of an organization. And I don't know if it was the organization or Joe or somebody specifically who did it. I just know that I went to Ryan when I needed a room.
And we know through a variety of means a significant amount of money was raised with respect to the convoy demonstration. Did you have some of your expenses covered? Aside from that?
There was occasions where I was buying my own food, and whatever food was donated in the in the conference room that we had, like I said, I was sick, so I ended up losing 14 pounds, and I've gained more than that back. And I wasn't eating very where, you know, it was wide open. I moved my vehicle on right in front of the Arc Hotel on that street, no problems.
But presumably if people went anywhere other than up and down Metcalf, they wouldn't be able to access the city bus.
As you got closer to Wellington, it became increasingly more difficult.
Similarly, and particularly individuals who require paratransport buses, they weren't getting anywhere through downtown, correct?
Do you mean the shorter buses that are meant for wheelchairs?
That's correct.
I don't think that that's entirely accurate. I think, again, I would say that for that type of transportation, as you got a little closer to Wellington, it would probably be more of a challenge, but it would be up to the individual bus driver himself or herself to see if they could negotiate through that those intersections.
You didn't observe any though?
No, I did not.
And just moving to a different topic, police leaks. You were getting information about what the police were planning ahead of time through sympathetic police officers, is that right?
That's my understanding, but they weren't coming to me directly. They were coming from other sources, and then I would have conversations with people that information was passed to them.
So you were kind of like the clearinghouse for the intelligence, I guess, for the convoy?
No, I tried to decentralize that as well, in the sense that you could, you know, I wasn't a police officer. I had worked a lot with police officers in my military career, but I wasn't a police officer. So we had police officers that were retired that, you know, everybody knows Danny Bulford was one. If I had questions, you know, maybe him or Vince Gersey's, maybe. But at that point, at some point, I stopped actually caring about certain things, and I just left it into other people's more expertise or more capable hands.
Moving on to another topic, you testified about the slow roll, Pat King's slow roll around the airport, and that you cooperated to some extent assisting with that, correct?
Just so much as I wanted to make sure that there would never be a complete blockage or a stoppage of operations for the airport.
But you also told us there was some value to it as well. Yes. And it was sending a message to the city that the vehicles could move around and could move to other areas of the city if necessary.
Yes. And that discussion centered around what happened at Coventry when the police went in on the Sunday night and raided and stole the fuel and stole the food. And my conversations with the Ottawa police the next day was, you know, if you want to provoke a reaction from this organic movement, from individual truckers, that's the best way to go about it. And if you want to keep it as civil as it has been, don't put us in a situation where there has to be a tit for tat kind of a situation. And I said, by the way, we will never exceed the level of stupidity that you guys are doing to us. We might match it. We'll never exceed it. And by the way, your Coventry was your freebie. We're not going to do anything because of what you did at Coventry, because we don't see the value in it. We don't want to escalate this into something terrible. And so we just tried to always keep the temperature down, keep the tone down with them. But, you know, they were incredibly provoking constantly.
So the slow roll was a warning to the city that if the police did some kind of enforcement action, the truckers might retaliate in some way.
I'm not comfortable with the word retaliate, but you know, you could split hairs on that word, but it wasn't meant as a retaliation. It was meant really to send the signal that, you know, we've got the ability to move around, and do we want to escalate to that level? No, what we're trying to say to you is that if we really, really want to escalate to the level you guys are ramping up, then we can play that game with you, but we don't want to play that game. So they'll do the slow roll just to let you know that it is possible.
And just to be clear what we're talking about here, the game meaning the police enforcing the law. If the police attempt to enforce the law, the truckers, given their size and their numbers, will escalate towards the city of Ottawa and their residents, correct? That's what you mean?
I didn't see it lawful to go in and steal people's fuel or their food. I didn't actually see it as a lawful act on behalf of the police.
Now,
I saw it as theft.
With respect to Mr. King, Mr. King, you understood, people didn't want to deal with him because some of his comments online about bullets and so forth were distasteful. Is that right?
Yeah, that was the sense I got, but I knew somebody had also told me those comments for 2 years prior to the convoy, and it was just a complete hit piece by somebody, whoever put that video out there, that it was just meant to discredit him and make us look bad. And it was a video.
King was discrediting himself by saying the Prime Minister was going to catch a bullet?
From the testimony I saw here in the room the other day, the context of that had something to do with something completely unrelated to this convoy.
What about his online comments about race and the Anglo-Saxon race? Were those kinds of comments discrediting the movement?
I know nothing of those comments.
Or Mr. Barber, his online racist comments, was that discrediting the movement?
I believe he owned up to that himself yesterday.
Right. And then finally, Diagolon, you said that this was a joke and it was about creating a diagonal state of people who don't wear masks. Isn't it in fact the case, it was the concept or the image is a diagonal state where there would only be white people who would live in it and they could get all non-white people out, correct?
All right, so.
Hey, please, just wait a moment, please. Let's try and keep it quiet, please, while we hear the evidence. This is the equivalent of a court in the sense that we have sworn evidence and we'd like to keep a proper atmosphere. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
If you were to meet some of Jeremy McKenzie's friends and the ones that were on the video that I was describing earlier, where they were laughing about the Liberal Party using Diagolon as a justification, you'll see clearly that one of Jeremy's best friends is a black man. I can't even comprehend how somebody.
Does he have a Jewish accountant as well?
Sorry?
Does he have a Jewish accountant as well?
I don't even know what that means.
Have you looked at Mr. McKenzie's online rants? You've seen them. Do you think that
I've seen some of his rants, and some of them, some of the things he says I don't agree with, and some of the things I think he's absolutely spot on. But that's up to me to make a decision on whether or not I find that the content is appropriate or not. And I have seen Jeremy say things I don't like, and I've seen Jeremy say things that I thought were brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay. And next, call on the Ontario Provincial Police.
Guys, for the delay, I have no questions.
Okay. Next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Commissioner, but you may have missed Ottawa Police on the list.
Yes, I did. Well, we'll get back to you after. Okay, for former Chief Slowly.
Commissioner, I believe my friends from the Ottawa Police Service have more time than have I, and it probably makes sense for them to go ahead if they're prepared to, if it's your pleasure.
That's fine. I will concede to council's agreement. Okay, Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Barrow, and as you've now heard, I am counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
Yes.
I just have a couple of questions, and I wonder if we can start with the document OPS 14504. Have you seen this document before?
I'm not entirely sure.
If you read through it, and obviously we can give you a minute, it's a document that we've heard was circulated to the protesters, and it's dated February 17th. It was circulated by the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay. My recollection, I know there was a letter that was posted all over the city. I honestly never bothered to read it. I know there was something that was posted places, and And I know there was 2 different colored ones, but that's the extent of my knowledge of the documents.
So you testified earlier that perhaps there was a lack of clarity around whether you could be in the red zone on foot at this point, but it was your understanding that you could not be there with a vehicle. Is that correct? Do I have that correct?
Well, what I meant as in you weren't going to be able to bring in a large truck. I wasn't really thinking about it in terms of individual vehicles. I know my vehicle was there and I got 5 parking tickets in 24 hours and my car hadn't even moved. So I knew there was an issue with vehicles, but my mind at the time was focused on people that wanted to come to the city, came in on foot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this document then. If we could scroll to the top a little bit. It says, we want to inform you that you will face severe penalties under provincial and federal legislation if you do not cease further unlawful activity and remove your vehicle and your property immediately from all unlawful protest sites. And then if we scroll down a little, it says you may be arrested, your vehicle could be seized, a few other issues. Those delivering, if you can see at the bottom, those delivering fuel and other supplies can be charged. Persons traveling to the unlawful protest sites to participate or support the unlawful demonstration can be charged. So does that perhaps clarify the question of whether you could be there at this point in time on February 17th?
Well, that's based on, a document that was posted around the city that was not actually served to me personally. So I didn't look at it. I can't really explain why I didn't look at it, but you're posting that, but I was getting different interpretation from the lawyers that were accompanying us.
Right, so you're getting an interpretation from your lawyer,
Yes,
but
and
the
an
Ottawa
interpretation
police
from you.
are circulating information that you're choosing not to read that is telling you that if you continue to stay here, you may get arrested. Is that fair?
But I vaguely even recall ever seeing it. Like I might have seen something posted in an elevator once. That's all I even remember noticing, that there was something there. And but honestly, until the violence came to the protesters from the police, I didn't see this as something that I didn't see it as something that needed to be abided by, because it was a peaceful protest and I knew that Justice McLean had already ruled that we had a right to be there. Whether or not the Emergency Act was invoked, we're getting conflicting information from the police. We have information that I trust a lot more from our legal team, because we were dealing with pro bono lawyers. There was 5 of them that did criminal law, and we had the 2 lawyers that were on the ground with us the entire time. So we were there to do a protest, and we took the judges' word. I personally took the judge's word, as well as Keith and Eva's word, that what we were doing was lawful. And so that's how I conducted myself according to that.
So I respect the fact that you may have been operating on legal advice, but I guess my question to you is, it wasn't a question of there being a lack of clarity from the Ottawa Police Service. And in fact, it was just that you disagreed with the direction of the Ottawa Police Service.
At the time, I wasn't really considering that as direction, because at no time did the police actually come up to me and say that in no uncertain term. It was something that was stuck to the wall on a piece of paper. So when it stuck to the wall and handed to me, it didn't really seem overly credible. And I don't want to say credible, but if it was so important to them, I would have thought that any one of those police liaison officers would have walked up and handed it to me and explained it to me with either a puppet show or a box of crayons so that I could understand it. But that was never the case. It was just posted on a wall.
Were you aware that there was also social media posts in relation to these warnings?
No.
Were you monitoring the Ottawa Police Service social media?
I was not.
Okay. You indicated you referred to police violence.
Yes.
Starting on I presume on the 18th of February, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you indicated that you were watching that from your hotel room?
No, I was there. Okay. I was only 15 feet away from the horses when they trampled the 2 people.
So then you would have heard prior to the arrest taking place, multiple verbal warnings from police officers indicating that if people didn't depart, they risked being arrested. Is that?
No, I did not hear them verbally. The front line of police officers were extremely quiet. The front row of protesters were trying to engage the police in dialogue and to convince them to stop doing what they were doing. And there was no reaction from the police on the front line. There was no shouts. There was no, I didn't hear even so much as a bullhorn telling the crowd to disperse during the time that I was there on the line from what I had personally observed.
And so if there's evidence to suggest that there were sort of loudspeakers or whatever we're calling them, indicating that people needed to leave or they could be arrested, you just didn't hear that?
I did not hear that personally. If that's what was done, I did not personally hear that.
And notwithstanding that the police were obviously present and ready to arrest those that weren't leaving, they weren't leaving, correct?
They were not leaving.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Now, former Chief Slowly's counsel, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Marazzo, Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly. Just on the point that my friend Ms. Barrow was asking you about, can you just help us? I thought I saw in the statement, we don't have to go back to it, just tell me if I've got this right, that you encouraged the protesters towards the end as this enforcement action rolled out, you encouraged protesters to leave the protest site rather than be arrested?
I don't believe that to be the case. I never encouraged anyone to leave until the 19th.
On the 19th, maybe I had that date wrong then.
Yes.
So on the beginning on the 19th,
yes.
Did you then change your approach and encourage protesters to leave rather than be arrested or dispersed?
After what I saw personally in the city, the level of violence that the police had brought to the protesters, what I saw, I was so disgusted. That day, Danny Bulford had also been arrested later in the afternoon. And the following morning on the 19th, I had a meeting with the remaining people that I knew to be leaders or truck captains in my hotel room with other people. And my advice to everybody was to depart the city of Ottawa and to peacefully withdraw, but that it would have to be up to the individual owner operators of their own vehicles. They have to decide for themselves. But our recommendation was that they left the city of Ottawa as peacefully as they could. And at 10:03 in the morning, I remember the phone call with the OPP. I notified them and I said, we will peacefully withdraw. You need to move your concrete barriers and allow us to get fuel into the trucks. And we will start making arrangements to leave as soon as possible. But that each truck driver had to make their own individual decision. And, there is a video of it. I'm sure somebody may bring it up. It was a very frustrating phone call that I had with the OPP. But I said we were recommended. It's not my proudest moment. If you do show the video, my language is terrible. But I was angry and
then do you know how many of the protesters took the advice that you gave and left voluntarily?
there was a group of protesters that were set up with tents. There was it was an outdoor kitchen basically with a big pig roast and stuff. And that individual who was, I think, owned that tent or was in control of that tent had started to pack up and recommend to his people that it was time to leave. And I just know that various groups took the advice and some didn't. But by the morning of the 19th, from our perspective, the violence just actually got worse. And when they moved down to the War Memorial, that's when things got really quite disturbing and even on the 18th, things were incredibly disturbing. you'll hear testimony here, I'm sure, from Chris Deering, the horrific things that he had, and he's a combat veteran of Afghanistan. So after hearing that, in seeing the footage of all of that stuff, after that, there was no way there was any point in staying any longer. I mean, I understand violence. There was no way those truckers were ever going to be able to repel the police in any way.
The truckers those who remained and
those who didn't were not allowed to get out, because I think at that point on the 18th and 19th, the police decided they're going in. And we had seen the text messages of RCMP officers laughing and joking about bringing, like, don't do it all in one day. Let us get our turn on the next day. The police were getting geared up. That was leaked to the alternative or social media, where they were joking and laughing about using jackboots on people.
Right. So just a couple of things then. You told the commissioner that you were watching the interaction between the Police Services Board chair and Chief Slowly.
Yes.
And did you form the conclusion that Chief Slowly's support from the Police Services Board had been badly affected, diminished?
It was my understanding that it is against the law for a Police Services Board to direct police operations. And from my perspective, what I was watching was her covert or very, I don't know what the word is, but Diane Dean's deep desire to start directing police operations to Chief Slowly. And when I listened to his response, I had to listen to it twice to understand what really was going on in that meeting. It was very clear to me that he was getting pressure from every different direction. And especially because Diane Dean effectively was his boss, and she was putting an enormous amount of pressure on him. And combining that with all the other rhetoric from the mayor and the other politicians locally, it was my opinion that if we didn't do something to help him, to take the pressure off of him specifically, there would be a very negative reaction from the entire police service of Ottawa.
And you were attempting also, as I understand it, to take pressure off from the residents.
Yeah, and that was the strategy, was to take the pressure off the residents and thereby get less complaints to the police. And then if the politicians were getting less pressure, they would put less pressure on the chief.
You were there from the 30th on. Do I have it right that you understood, particularly having regard to your background in our armed forces, that the Ottawa Police Service, as a police service of local jurisdiction, did not have sufficient resources to manage and disperse the protesters 30th, February 1st, whatever day you choose? Was that a fair conclusion that you drew?
At that point, it was far too early to tell, because I knew that there was parliamentary police were here. I knew that there was Gatineau police were close by. I knew OPP was in the area, and I knew there was probably RCMP in the area. But it was my belief, because I knew that the liaison teams were interacting with us, at least, that we had an exceptionally good chance to work with the police. This is why we made a concerted effort to constantly work with the police, because we knew that, we had a measure of power in terms of the convoy itself, but they actually have the force, the physical force to change the situation. And so we thought if we could just keep the temperature down constantly and effectively with the police, there wouldn't be a need to bring in other police departments.
Right. One last thing then, please. Could I ask to show the witness HRF 1379? This is a short little statement that I think you gave Mr. Lawton, who wrote a book, published a book about these events. Just want to make sure that I have you confirm it. This goes, I think, to your ability to manage some of the protesters. Other witnesses have told us about the nature of the independent thinking, independent operator. You experienced that too.
Yes.
Page 5, please. Just a little higher. Perhaps it starts on 4. And a little higher, please. And I'm sorry, a little lower. There it is. During the meeting, do you see that? During the meeting,
Yes.
Marazzo and Wilson said they would try to move trucks from residential areas downtown and clear the Rideau and Sussex intersection. Police agreed to move their concrete barriers temporarily so that trucks could get onto Wellington Street. The caveat, however, which Wilson and Marazzo knew all too well, was that no one could force the truckers to do anything they didn't want to do. That
Yes.
remained true throughout.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
All of the areas upon which we had intended to question have been canvassed. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. CCLA, please.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Marazzo, my name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. I want to ask you a few questions with respect to the emergencies orders. After the Federal Emergencies Act was invoked, were any of your personal or corporate bank accounts frozen?
Yes, all of my bank accounts, my joint bank accounts with my former spouse were all affected. My credit card that was on file with my son's pharmacy were suspended. My former spouse, her credit rating was dropped 109 points. Yes, so everything was frozen. I had access to no money other than cash.
And so these were all your personal accounts, and not just ones that you hold individually, but also ones that you hold jointly with your
Yes.
child and your former spouse?
Yes, they were joint accounts were frozen, as well as my my ex-wife's, my first wife's financial institution reached out and cautioned her that potentially her accounts were going to also be frozen, and I haven't been with her in over a decade.
And Mr. Marazzo, for how long were your bank accounts frozen?
During the entire time of the Emergency Act.
So until the Emergencies Act was revoked?
Yes. And my,
And
sorry, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that luckily we had cash in the house because my son's heart medication, we couldn't purchase it. My account had been frozen. And if we didn't have cash, he wouldn't have been able to get his heart medication. He had a month and a half previous had myocarditis and was on some pretty intense heart medication.
And were you given any information either from the bank or from the police as to how your bank accounts could be reopened?
I was never notified that my bank accounts had been frozen, and I was never notified that they would be, and I was never notified that they were reinstated at no time.
So did you just find out that they were frozen because you could no longer use your
Could no longer
cards?
Could no longer access any of our financial assets at all.
And how did you find out that your bank accounts and assets were unfrozen? Was it just because you were able to use them again?
We just continued it. Once we discovered it, we would check every couple hours to see if we had access to our own money.
Were you able to access your online banking?
Just to get in, you could log in, but there was a message on it that said access to your financial whatever was denied.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Marazzo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Next is Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Marazzo, I'll be very brief today. You indicated at the beginning of your testimony,
Yes,
sorry,
go
my name is
ahead.
Antoine Dailly, Counsel to Citizens for Freedom. You indicated near the beginning of your testimony today that you saw things you never thought you would see in Canada, and that those things may have formed part of your motivation for your participation in the convoy.
Yes.
Is that a reference to abuses of power? And what are some of those things that you saw that you never thought you would see?
Well, the biggest thing for me, which was incredible, was that informed consent was being absolutely ignored. This is like prior. Are you talking about prior to the convoy, or
just the things you saw that you never thought you would see, which motivated you to participate?
You know, if you were to look at what the city of Toronto was doing, because I was living at the time close, I was just in the Barrie area, so I was looking at what the Toronto police were doing, what the premier was doing with all the lockdowns. The lockdowns made absolutely no sense. The vilification of Canadians by the Prime Minister of Canada was shocking. So deeply disturbing to hear him talk about Canadians the way he did. That's just one of the examples. Premier Doug Ford in the rhetoric that he had. And the other big thing for me, which was really, really shocking to me, was that they did not exercise or use Emergency Management Ontario to manage this entire pandemic for this province. It was mind-boggling to me, and I knew about them because I actually worked with the EMO representative who was a retired brigadier general when I was posted to the headquarters in Toronto. And so my expectation was to handle this pandemic, you would have used the very institution within each province that is meant to handle a pandemic. So I knew things were fundamentally upside down with the approach that the government was using. And you would see subsequent effects of those decisions, which were, you know, shut down a department store, stop selling kids' clothing and stuff like that. But you can go and get a case of beer. That's no problem, right? So there was a lot of stuff that were just so absurd. And cumulatively, after a while, that starts to build up this amount of anxiety and fear. And I know a lot of people that I was talking to, especially when I was campaigning, were recounting their time during all the lockdowns. And they felt the same fear that I did of the police, which was really unusual. I didn't want to go out in public because honestly, I thought that I was going to be, it would take nothing for the police to come for any infraction and start arresting people for the most bizarre things. I mean, we saw a year and a half ago, 2 Calgary police officers pointed a taser and threatened to arrest a young kid who was playing hockey out in Calgary. You know, and the next day, police on guard went public because there were law enforcement in this country that were just appalled by what was going on in this country. And they decided to, you know, start becoming public and defending what they thought was massive breaches of the charter, which they spend their whole careers defending the charter. And so when the police started to push back through organizations like Police on Guard or later on Mounties for Freedom, when the police started to push back, that was a sign that things had really, really gone off the rails for me. So cumulatively, there were just too many things to ignore in this society right now. But I think the worst thing for me was when the convoy was rolling through and I wasn't part of it, the statements coming from the Prime Minister of this country were terrifying, disgusting, just unbecoming of a Prime Minister of a country, you know, of people that actually voted him in to represent, and he was acting like he was a king, and it was appalling. And it's certainly not what I joined the Canadian military to defend. Nothing of the sort. So I just didn't know how we could possibly call ourselves a free country anymore if our Prime Minister was allowed to get away with the rhetoric he was getting away with. And nobody stood up until the truckers.
All right. Well, thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Bathsheba Vandenberg for Freedom Corp and the protesters. We have no questions for Mr. Marazzo. Thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, Commissioner, just one area. Mr. Marazzo, you were asked a few questions with respect to Mr. Jeremy McKenzie.
Yes, sir.
Did you know of Mr. McKenzie prior to coming to Ottawa?
Just from what I saw on his social media short videos, that's all.
Had you ever met him prior to coming to Ottawa?
No.
Were you aware that he was also a former Canadian Forces member?
Yes, I was, which was one of the reasons why I followed him.
Did you know that Mr. McKenzie was in Ottawa at certain times during the protests?
I did.
Did you ever interact with Mr. McKenzie in Ottawa?
Not physically. I phoned him on 2 occasions and I had a couple of text messages with him back and forth.
Do you still have those text messages?
I don't believe I do. I'm on a different phone and they were just basically as a hi, it's Tom. I want to have a phone call with you. I've had 2 phone calls with him during the time that I was in Ottawa.
And you described, I think, one of the phone calls. What was discussed on the other one?
The first one was, I actually, now that I think about it, somebody that I knew had Jeremy's contact info and they reached out and said, I just wanted to meet him. Because to be honest, at the time I was just a fan of what he was doing on his podcasts. I knew there was a veteran in town. And I kind of wanted to get his thoughts. We had a conversation, reminisced about both being posted to CFP Petawawa. But then later on, the next phone call was when I saw the video of him laughing about the what was going on in Parliament regarding Diagolon. I just called him and I said, "Tell me everything there is to know about Diagolon because we may get asked about it, and I'm just curious."
Who gave you Mr. McKenzie's phone number?
I honestly don't know. That is somebody that I probably met when I first got to Ottawa, and I did not know any single person. I never met even James Botter until I stepped into the conference or into the lobby of the ARC, and he brought me into the conference room. So I don't even know who gave me his phone number.
How did you know the person might have Mr. McKenzie's phone number?
It's a good question. The only thing I can remember, it was a female that gave me the phone number, and I can't remember how they came to have his number.
Did you ever have any communications or contact with anyone who was protesting or was in Coutts, Alberta while you were in Ottawa?
In Coutts, no, I had no communication with anyone in Coutts.
Did you have any communication with anyone at any of the other protest locations in Canada?
There was one message that somehow came through either text or email from somebody that was in Windsor, and I don't know who this person was. I know they were in Windsor, and my only reaction was, whatever you do, make sure you keep at least one lane open across that bridge so that there can be traffic going back and forth.
Do you still have a copy of that message?
I don't believe I do. And because I don't even know who the person was, I don't. And to be honest, I really did not want to have contact with any other protest around the country. I had my hands full with what I was doing. And all of these convoys and protests were all organic. They started all naturally on their own from citizens that were absolutely fed up with what was happening to this society and this country. So I was perfectly happy to have no contact with any other protest other than the one I was involved in.
During your 2 conversations with Mr. McKenzie, did he ever indicate to you that he was in contact with anyone at any of the other protest locations in Canada?
No, sir.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Thank you. I just have a few short questions. Just following up on one of those, the penultimate question. You answered all of the protests across the country started organically.
Yes.
How do you know that?
I didn't start to learn about the protest until I was already in Ottawa. The only one that I knew about was in in Ottawa, and then people would just say, "Hey, there's another protest in Windsor," or like people in the room, they would just be discussing where they had heard about another protest somewhere else. I had just assumed that it was very much like this protest in Ottawa, where citizens just said, we're seeing Ottawa as an example that you can actually do something. And I think the Ottawa protest was an inspiration for a lot of people. And what I later learned was that there was 20 convoys around the world, and they were all saying that they were inspired by the convoy in Ottawa. So it seemed to be a logical conclusion to me that there was further convoys being inspired by Ottawa around Canada as well.
So it's an assumption.
It's an assumption.
So I just wondered, since you made it as a statement, if you had some information.
No, sir.
Now, what I wanted to ask a bit more is the 322 trucks.
Yes.
It wasn't clear to me what those 322 trucks were. And by that, I mean, were those part of the convoy group you were involved with, or is that total trucks?
Now you understand the confusion. I was asking for a head count of all of the trucks in the downtown. So Wellington being the sort of center of gravity, and all of the perpendicular and parallel streets based off of Wellington. And I had asked for people that I was working with daily, if you could go out and find out how many vehicles we have on every street.
Yeah, it's the we. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, these were convoys. From my understanding, what happened. So, for example, a convoy came in from New Brunswick, and as they got into the city, they had a plan to stick together. And as soon as they got here and they interacted with the Ottawa police started directing that particular convoy, as an example, in New Brunswick, and that entire convoy got spread out all over the place. Same thing came from the west. Same thing came from Quebec. So when they came in here, they drove in together, they'd stay together, but they were spread out like buckshot all over all of the streets. So you couldn't say that, hey, the convoy from New Brunswick that started with 50 trucks, as an example, were still confined to 50 trucks over on a certain area. They just literally got spread out all over the place, and nobody can control that. So we were trying to organize ourselves in a way that we could get effective communication going between the ARC and every single individual truck driver. We just wanted to reduce our span of control to the convoy leader from New Brunswick. Just to talk to that person, you go share it. We couldn't do that because we were spread out everywhere. And so communications were near impossible for us.
Okay, maybe I wasn't clear. Is it what I'm trying to understand is 322, is that a total truck count for the city of Ottawa, all the streets, or is it those are the trucks that you had a relationship with, either because they were the Western convoy or one of your organizers' convoys?
At the time, I believe that was just to the downtown. That did not include the Parkway, that didn't include 88, didn't include Arnprior. That was just in the city on that given day. It was 322 trucks. That was given to me on a sticky note as the total number of trucks in the downtown core on that day.
So it wouldn't be the trucks that your group controlled. No. It would include the Rideau Street
yes.
trucks, all of the trucks.
Yes, all of the trucks.
And second, I wanted to talk just briefly about logistics, and I understand a bit better. Were you told when new convoys were coming in?
We would get reports that there would be a substantial convoy coming in from a new area, and then only to find out that that convoy either didn't show up or was much smaller than what was reported. And then sometimes convoys would show up and we didn't even know they were on their way. So our ability to track convoys was very, very difficult. So there's really no clear answer as to that question, unfortunately.
But was that your responsibility to deal with new convoys coming in, leaving aside how much you knew about what was coming in?
It would have been, because then we would have been able to, as a group in the ARC, discuss and figure out what the best way to get them into a good spot would be. So where I was at the ARC, yes, we would have handled that movement into the city and put them somewhere appropriate.
And that continued, or how long did that continue, where trucks were coming in and you would direct them to where to go?
I would say that was probably about the first week and a half that I would be involved in that kind of those discussions. But my role started to evolve. And so after I brought in a couple of people, one individual who was another military officer, once I brought him in, I kind of handed that off. And then I worked more strategically with Keith and Eva to do different things. So really about a week and a half max.
And finally, with respect to those convoys coming in, which convoys would you end up being involved with and which would you not be involved with, or was that a sort of a hazard?
For me, only the ones that were coming directly into the city. I wasn't involved in the ones going to Arm Prior or 88 or to the Parkway. I was only involved in the ones in the downtown core.
But I guess I'm trying to understand, were you somehow have an official, how would convoys know that you will direct the convoy rather than the police, for example?
We would go through truck captains, and we also had people that were in the ARC that would go out and try to meet with them and sort of direct, create that contact between them and then guide them in where we wanted them or where we could find space for them.
So it wasn't necessarily you who would guide
I would
them
not.
in.
No, I basically was, I rarely got out of the ARC. Not many occasions could I detach myself from the ARC.
And when you did, or your delegates do that,
Yes.
would it be with the police or as opposed to despite or contrary to police instructions?
If there was an opportunity to involve the police, we would have always sought to do that. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're going to take the morning break or the afternoon break, make the same mistake as yesterday. So we'll take the afternoon break, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back with our final witness for today.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
At least he's consistent on that morning afternoon break mess up. He's consistent on that. He does that almost every day now.
Yeah, it's actually a nice
Sorry, they got a hot
way to
mic. It's
set
in my
up.
ear. Let me just take it off for now. It's bothering me. First, right in the middle of the government of Canada questioning of Tom Mazzaro, boom, power goes up. Turn it back on. I got the generator going. Boom, Starlink goes down right in the middle of Paul Champ and the Aguilon. Quite literally waiting like 9 months for this particular testimony by these particular people. Government of Canada talking to Tom. Really? Universe, you keep me on my toes. You certainly keep me on my toes. But we got through it. You're going to get through it. Imagine if I was grid tied and I was like on TELUS or something like that. The first thought would have been government shut me down. Expedited C11. But that's not the case. I'm on Starlink and no grid. So it's 100% my fault. And it is snowing. So I had to clear the Starlink just to make sure it stays connected. Whew, thank you. It's over. And I promise you the next testimonies that we're going to have, like super big ones, I'll make sure generator is already running. So if something kicks off with the batteries, we're going to stay on. Sorry about that. Lessons learned. Next time, invoke the EA and I'll move faster. You can compel me to turn on the generator next time. John, you're one of my new favorite friends here, John Patterson. You keep me on my toes for sure. Going back and forth, and this is great. So I'd love to really meet with you, talk with you. We can do private first. That's fine with me. We could, whatever. Let's chat. You got some really cool things to say, and I'm impressed. Hey, Terry, nice to see you. Railroad, thanks for keeping everything going, handing out links, all that good stuff. All right, so Tom. I don't know about how you guys felt about him when you first met him, got introduced to Tom, but for me it was at the press conference. So the video that we saw during his testimony, that press conference, I didn't like him. I thought he stood out like a sore thumb. He used a lot of the wrong words. Coalition, that's the wrong word. Never, you shouldn't have been doing that. References to any type of weapon, even if they're trucks for Mr. Fleury, to stay away from Mr. Fleury's scary weapon of trucks. But any type of weapon, that wasn't right. And my initial, just watching the situation, not knowing anybody really, because I kind of was introduced to everybody through those press conferences, like most of Canada. He didn't fit in. He didn't fit in. And he also used the I word too much, like I will meet, and so I didn't like him. Okay, so John, I don't know, maybe that's where you felt it too, and you didn't like him, but clearly you got a little bit more background on him that I don't have, and but I do have a little bit more personal contact with him, so I've chatted with him a little bit. I find him to be, from what I know, decent, hardworking, sometimes down on his luck, trying to get things going guy. He would have been the kind of guy that ran out and put the generator on for you just to keep it going. Just saying. And then the guy that he described that he wants to be, sell everything, leave Ontario, go off grid, build your house. You just read my bio. That is me. That's what I did. I left Ontario, building a house, off grid, etc. So, mother from a different father, mother, whatever, brother from a different mother. So, John, whatever's going on there, if you're down for that one-on-one with him, maybe moderated something or whatever, I'll ask. I'll see what we can do. I'm sure he wouldn't mind having clear some air, but I want to make sure it's not a personal thing. So we're going to talk first before we get that going. But his testimony was all right. It was all right. Once again, we saw another witness that needed an STFU button. There was definitely a couple of times where I would have pushed it, not because I found his testimony damning. It was just running too long, and there are very strict time windows here. This whole thing about talking about the government as if he's a candidate, like he kind of almost talked like he was still a candidate for the Ontario Party at one point, talking about his upset with the opposition, not standing up, yada, yada, yada. Those are all things we talk about here. Okay, so it's not like it's a subject matter issue for me. Those are all things we talk about here, but it's a context and where it is. I don't know if you want to be sitting there talking about how Liberal Party and other parties and parties failed you in your opinion around that. Again, I don't disagree with almost everything you said there, but the commissioner might. You should understand your audience sometimes, Tom. Commissioner might. He's going to be sensitive on his whole Liberal association. And is it relevant, Tom, to the material of what you're presenting here? Does your opinion of the political parties change who invoked and what was invoked? No, I would have liked some of that to kind of stay out. Let me go. I'm trying to decide what I want to do with you guys. I do have some more notes for Tom. I say overall, he was a hard worker, trying to keep the lanes open, trying to do the right thing. And if we go with the commissioner's questions at the end there, it was almost trying to seem like, because he kind of said the word official. He was trying to get Tom to say that he was officially the point guy for the coordination for the trucks that entered downtown. And I don't think Tom understood that he was being asked to kind of take on that role because he's a bit of a commander type of dude. So he kind of walked into that one. But he did a good job on making sure that the commissioner understood that there wasn't a collective group and there was many different groups. And you also can't get consensus. The OPP not asking questions, once again, not a surprise. Freedom Convoy not asking questions. I wasn't surprised for Keith when they didn't ask any questions for Keith, because being a lawyer, he was certainly going to be trying to get in all the material he felt was necessary, and he knows how to get it in. But I was a little surprised there's no questions for Tom. I was a little surprised. Again, I don't know what, from their standpoint, they felt would have been missing or not missing. Okay, but I think I would have liked a few questions around clarifying whether or not he had command and whether or not the 322 trucks were actually under his direction. So what we heard earlier in testimony, that Tom's group had 322 trucks associated to him. And then what we heard in the testimony here, yeah, it came up again. 322 trucks were passed to him via Post-it note. And then the commissioner at the end was trying to find out, and he didn't fully answer the question still, because I don't know the answer yet. Of those 322, how many did you actually have command over? Like, if you told them something, would they listen to? Or was it just a count in an area The commissioner's first question to Tom was exactly that. He said, of the 322, were you in sort of command or control of, or was it more just a total of trucks? And the answer to that question was total of trucks. And why that's important is, well, maybe only one truck would listen to him. Like the commissioner was trying to find out, like, was Tom in a position to say 322 trucks move here? And unfortunately, I think at the end, Tom confused it a bit because I don't think he understood the question. I think what Tom understood the question of is which area was he responsible for and not all the other ones, whereas the question was whether or not he was in command or he had some sort of official authority over the 322. And then the commissioner wanted to find out also how much authority or command did he kind of assume in directing new participants. Tom, I think what he's trying to do there, and I don't know if he got it or not from you, that's only for him to know, but I think he's trying to find out whether or not you stepped up as, like, not just a leader, but a commander, and whether or not you were recognized kind of officially, even if you weren't voted or labeled, but at least even loosely officially, a commander. That might come back, Tom. I don't know. We don't know what they're going to do there, because the question is still whether or not the government had enough to invoke the Emergency Act. And I'm not sure whether or not you directing trucks or not has anything to do with that. But the commissioner, he's seeking something out there because he's been asking similar, related, same sandbox kind of related questions around whether or not the trucks could have left on their own, whether or not they were told to leave on their own, whether or not there was a place for them to go, and whether or not somebody was able to do that, tell them, and they would go. He's doing a lot of questions around that. So maybe he's just trying to figure out whether or not it was unachievable from the government side to have it end peacefully. And that's worrying me a bit because, we're certainly all chatting in the chat and stuff about our perspective, but there is a government's perspective too that is sometimes hard to try and see, but you have to try a little bit. And what the commissioner might be doing here is, if everybody's saying not all the groups would agree, there were always going to be holdouts, and there's always going to be some people who are not peaceful. And if this is where the commissioner is focusing on, he might get to the point where he believes that there was going to be a stalemate, even with the city deal, even with the PM deal, even with the OPP deal, and even with the convoy plan to move outside the city. There was always going to still be a group that was not working with all of those, working with all of them at all. And every group, there's always going to be unlawful or undesirable. So they might be trying to get to the point where, sure, Tom and team, you might have been able to coordinate 30 or 70 or 80% of the trucks to leave if you executed all your deals and you got your deal with the mayor and the PM. But we still would have been left with a whole bunch of people that wasn't going to go anywhere and weren't on board with your plan anyways. And maybe that's what they're starting to focus in on, like the unmovable protesters, not even the ones that we all saw. Now, that will not justify taking the police action on the peaceful protesters, because even if your argument is 30% or 20% we're going to be entrenched to not move, that doesn't give you the right to go after the other 80%. You have to find different ways to deal with that. You're going to have to separate the crowd. You're going to have to make sure you're not going after innocent people, because they all have the charter right. Okay. And one of the comments in here was the posting of that notice from the city police. That's not legally binding. By the way, just so you know those signs in the parking lot that says park at your own risk, the contents of your car are not protected, that kind of thing. Those aren't legally binding either. You can absolutely sue the parking lot. Just because they post a notice doesn't make it legally binding. Why they post that notice is because most people will just believe it. So if their car is broken into, something stolen, they won't do anything about it. But no, you are renting the space. You are an occupier. You actually have rights. So there's no, you can't waive your rights just by posting a sign. Most people don't know that. But maybe Tom did. Maybe Tom did. He's like, well, that's just a piece of paper. Anybody could have done it. But the Ottawa police seems to have this belief that that's how the laws work. Now, back to the chat, charter rights always supersedes any other law that we make. Every single law always has a caveat, or it's a root law, always has a caveat that it's null and void if it's trumped by the charter. The charter is the top one. Anything that doesn't violate the charter is stuff that we can turn into laws. Pretty simple as that. So even if the OPS and the city and they did a bylaw and they actually went through the process of voting it in and certifying it and yada, 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 and even if there was a mechanism to declare it to the entire city, the charter right to be there and protest still would supersede it. So it's not legally binding unless they were unlawful. The actual individual, not the group, the actual individual was unlawful. You can't stop them. They can't be there. There's a charter right. So that was jumping around our chat a little bit. I hope that clears that up. And I think Stunt even had a good legal question. What was that about again, Stunt, if you're around? I don't know, I can be able to find it quickly. Jeremy, so there's a lot of question on Jeremy. Tomorrow or Friday, last week, 2 weeks, when is he coming? If we're just going by the witness list, and I'll show it to you. Let me do that. I'll show it to you. Just to get rid of any confusion. You can also get it on the website. It's on the official website. Here we go. Where is that window now? That's always a fun thing to do, is find the window. All right, as you can see, I've been looking up evidence. So if you went to the homepage, and weirdly, if you look under webcast, you'll find the witness list. So this is a list for this week. And this is everybody they're going to try and get through. Okay. We had Peter Slowly for the entire day of Monday. Then we had Chris, Steve, and Bridget yesterday. They managed to get through 3 witnesses. Keith and Tom just now. And we get one more witness. They didn't announce, but Pat's next on the list. And if they continue this whole 3 witnesses per day, it will be BJ, James, and Tamara Thursday. Again, assuming that they go into this order here, because they have jumbled the order before. We've had a witness next. It wasn't next. They skipped to the next person, and then they came back. So the order in here isn't guaranteed. But if we go by the 3 per day and we go by the list, we could maybe expect BJ, James, and Tamara on Thursday. And then Chris and Maggie are likely testifying together. That's why there are 2 names there, because they might be testifying together at the same time. They've done that on day 1 for the first 2 batches, the residents and the counselors. And then Jeremy and Daniel. So, we're not confirming or denying that Jeremy is going to be tomorrow or Friday, because anything can happen. And also, I don't know the logistics of what his situation is. Is he in Saskatchewan? Did they bring him to Ontario or Ottawa? Is he going to be in person? Is he going to be by video? They don't release that information, so I don't know. But we'll find out together. So we'll just sit here and we'll wait for a witness to finish, and then they'll tell us who's next. But he's on the list, so we should be looking at him soon. Okay, let's make sure that we're got our audio. Okay.
Patrick King, and he
Yep,
is here
Patrick
with
King.
his counsel, Natasha Calvino.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Calvino.
Thank you for having me. I am counsel for Mr. King on his criminal charges. I'm sure the commission is aware my client is still facing a number of criminal charges there's a publication ban on, and there's trial dates have been set, and they're currently still before the courts. Mr. King is here today as he was compelled to by virtue of his subpoena, and he has answered to that subpoena. He invokes his protections under the Canada Evidence Act and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms vis-a-vis as evidence. We consider his response to questions put to him to be compelled statements or compelled answers for any future proceeding. We are here, and we understand the parameters of the commission, and there are quite tight time constraints on the information needing to come out and witnesses needing to be called. But that having been said, late yesterday we received, less than 24 hours before the hearing, 127 individual items and 2,460 individual pages of material. Mr. King is anxious to respond to his subpoena and offer his evidence. He and I have done our level best to get through the materials. There may become a point in time where he may need some guidance from me, or we might need a bit of time to review something, because we've done the best that we can. But we were able to get through all of it. And I would ask for the court's or the commission's indulgence if we get to that point, but I hope we don't. And Mr. King is available to testify. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. And yes, understand about the subpoena and the protections. That's obviously provided. And we do appreciate that it is sometimes challenging to deal with the documentation. I think you would have a lot of sympathy from the parties and the Commission Council. So I understand that, and we've been very accommodating as required. And certainly if there's something, please provide some sort of an indication and we can sort it out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. King,
Yes, to be
Sorry.
sworn.
Mr. King, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'd like to swear on a Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Full name is Patrick James King, Patrick-James-King.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely. So help me God.
Thank you.
Mr. King, just to follow on what your counsel has just said, if at any time during my questioning you need time to review a document, don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you.
And I'm going to be asking you questions to give you an opportunity to explain to the commissioner your involvement in the Freedom Convoy, and also to give you a chance to respond to some of the evidence that's been led before the commission. I'd like to start with your background. I understand you were born in Sault Ste. Marie.
That's correct, yes.
And how long did you live there?
Till I was 18.
And then where did you go?
I moved out to Alberta where there was work, and I've been living in Red Deer, Alberta ever since.
And what sort of work do you do?
Oh boy, I started out 22 years oil and gas, worked my way up from a roughneck all the way up to a driller, to a frontline supervisor, to a flow completions specialist. And then I went back to university and I got my degree in occupational health, safety, and environment, 3-year degree from the University of Alberta. From there, I took a position as a health and safety manager, admin, and I would look after upstream oil and gas manufacturing. And I was a H2S instructor. I drove truck. I had class 1 driver's license, oversized loads. I also have a course, certificate as a logistics coordinator and a dispatcher.
Thank you. Now, your counsel has indicated that you have been charged with criminal offenses, and I understand that a condition of your bail is that you are not allowed to use social media. Is that correct?
Not allowed to do anything. I've had absolutely every right of a Canadian citizen stripped of me. My freedom of speech, my freedom of protest, my freedom of everything.
So am I correct? You can't use social media?
No, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask you about your use of social media prior to your being charged in the latter part of February 2022. So if we can talk about the period, let's say 2019 to March 2022, what kinds of social media did you use?
Facebook, Instagram, that's it. I would never go on Twitter. That's a troll site. That's a joke. But Facebook and Instagram.
TikTok,
Just to like watch it.
YouTube?
Oh, I had YouTube, but around the time that Donald Trump was being elected, I actually hold a title. Only him and myself are the only ones who have ever been banned from using any Google product. So I would never promote YouTube.
And I understand you had a large following on social media. Is that correct?
Can you define large?
Well, how big was your following?
It was big.
Can you define big?
It was international. It was big.
Okay. 100,000, 200, 300, 400,000?
That all depends on Facebook's algorithms, what they really say. But on my website and on my Facebook page, about 500,000 people.
Thank you. And I understand on Facebook you would host live events. Is that correct?
I would do podcasts and I would do media. And I'd catch interactions in real time for basically just to show it in reality, and not some distorted mainstream media view. I'd show you what it was like in the real time.
And I understand in 2019, you were involved in a convoy called United We Roll.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a protest over some oil and gas issues?
That was a protest over Bill C-69 and C-48, which is the anti-pipeline and the anti-harbor moratorium, of which when we came to Ottawa, we were successful. They reopened all the contracts after. And actually, since I've been incarcerated, as of June 2022, both those bills have been scrapped because they've been deemed unconstitutional. And Alberta finally got our pipelines, and we're finally back to work again.
And that convoy traveled from, was it Red Deer to Ottawa?
Red Deer, Alberta, yeah. We left on February 14th, and we like to deem it as the love of our country. On Valentine's Day, we left to stand up for our rights and exercise our democratic right to a freedom of peaceful assembly, to exercise our democratic right to a freedom to protest, and to have our voices heard by the government.
And who led that convoy?
I was in the pilot truck myself and another person by the name of Angie Reed. Love you, Angie. Glenn Carrott was involved, along with, he drove OP-22 or OP, the fire truck. We brought a fire truck. He was an oil and gas fire suppression unit.
How many vehicles were in the convoy?
When it got to Wellington, we had about 170, 178, I believe.
Okay. Was Mr. Bowder involved in that convoy?
Involved in what way?
Was he part of it?
Sure.
What was his involvement?
Fellow Canadian exercising his democratic right to protest.
Was he part of organizing it?
Nope.
So I'd like to, and so when you got to Ottawa, how long were you there?
We arrived, I believe it was the 19th of February. We protested the 20th and 21st, and then we left that following Monday.
And you went back to Red Deer?
Yep. But I'd like to say that we left because the politicians acknowledged why we were there. They came out and said, "We hear you. We're here to support you. And we will back you, and we will do everything we can to try and get your issues heard."
Okay, now I'd like to come to your involvement in the the Freedom Convoy, if I could. Sorry, this. Trying to keep track of the time, but I won't. Doesn't seem to be working. How did you first get in? How did you first get involved in the Freedom Convoy?
Well, I'd already been social media. I'd already been doing my stuff that I always do, and I had happened to see some people that were talking about the trucking industry and how they were about to be affected. And I know that our truckers here in Canada are the backbone of the economy in Canada. They move the freight. Their importance is very under, basically they're forgotten. They're kind of, yeah, they're a trucker, whatever, a trucker. But I knew the importance that if you stopped the trucking industry within 72 hours, you'll be brother on brother for a loaf of bread. And when they started to hit the truck drivers, and these guys have already been working diligently throughout this nonsense, we've seen it as a direct attack against the Canadian economy. And not only a direct attack against the Canadian economy, but a direct attack to truckers are the guys that want to be left alone. They want to work in their trucks. They want to go do their job independently. Leave us alone. We won't create a stir. We won't cause a problem. We'll pay our taxes. And felt like they needed a voice.
Did somebody contact you and ask you to get involved?
Nope.
What did you do to get involved?
Well, I reached out to a few people and I asked if they'd like to, let's talk about it.
Who did you reach out to?
I reached out to Chris Barber, Bridget Belton. I reached out to, well, basically them, those two. And I said, I'd love to have you on my show. And I really think what you guys are wanting to do, I can be an asset because I've done this before back in 2019, and I can help you out in any way possible.
And am I correct that you then had a Facebook Live event on January, was it 13, 2022?
If that's the date that you have, yes.
And as you, Mr. Barber, Ms. Belton, and I understand James Bowder were all on part of that.
That's correct, yeah.
And
I gotta say there's people involved, but I've had my social media stripped. I've had all my videos gone. I can't recollect who was all there, but that sounds very close to who was there. I think there was some other people that were involved too. I think Dave Steenberg was one. Well, there was a couple, I think Joe Jensen was one. There was a few people, yeah.
And during that event, you talked about the plan for a Freedom Convoy with those people who were with you?
Well, we had thrown the idea around. We had said, you guys really want to do this? And they're like, yeah, we should do this. And I said, okay, well, I'll do everything I can to help you. I'll give you the platform. I'll give you the voice. I'll not allow, but I'd like to help you because I see what you're doing is absolutely prophetic. Finally, the hardworking blue-collared people of Canada were going to stand up.
And was this the first time you'd met Mr. Barber and Ms. Belton?
Yeah.
And my information was you had about 3,000 viewers to that event. Does that sound right?
If that's what you have a number, sure. I was never concerned about the numbers. I could have 2 people in the room and it didn't matter.
And have you told us why you decided to get involved with the Freedom Convoy based on the statement you just made?
The reason I did it was basically I have gone through my own issues with these mandates, and I have my own stance and my own beliefs on these mandates and what they're doing. And now I want everybody to remember a mandate is not a law. And they were pushing this, and I finally found people that didn't want it pushed on them anymore.
And what did you understand was the goal of the Freedom Convoy?
To go and protest and exercise your democratic right to a freedom of peaceful protest, to a freedom of assembly, to exercise your voice and be heard by politicians of your concerns and your, basically your agitation with the way things are being controlled.
And later in January, the 21st, did you have another video stream that involved Tamara Litch, Chris Barber, James Bowder, and others? You call that?
You bet.
And I understand there was a general discussion of what was going to happen with the Freedom Convoy?
Yes, there was a discussion. It was basically like so organic, like how are we going to do this? Who's going to do what? Who's going to be doing this? Who's going to be doing that? I basically was a platform for these people to be able to like show who they are.
And by this time, do you know if anyone in that group had contacted any members of a police force to tell them that this was going?
Yeah. James Bowder bragged about how he had Ottawa around his little finger, that he had all the police and he had all the connections. And I was like, is that the same connections of when we did the United We Roll? And he's like, yes. I'm like, oh, okay. So I reached out because I have a rapport with PPS. I've traveled around Canada protesting and speaking on public platforms. And I've given I've basically set a good communication between these officers. So I reached out to these officers and said, we're looking at bringing another convoy to Ottawa. Remember me? And they're like, oh yeah, we remember you, Pat. I'm like, it's good, right? I'm like, oh yeah, you're always great when you're here.
And you had some of those, at least one of those officers on your stream that night.
But we had a few officers, yeah, they were on our streams, yes.
And discussing safety issues and that.
Absolutely, safety is number one. Like your rules of the road and all that. And they knew who I was. They knew how we had organized the 2019 convoy, and they knew how absolutely law-abiding and professional we were.
And you traveled to Ottawa with the western leg of the convoy?
Yes, sir.
And what type of vehicle were you driving?
I wasn't driving. I had somebody who was driving our motorhome, and I sat passenger in the motorhome.
And where did you join up with the convoy?
I joined up with the main convoy in Calgary.
Now, Clerk, can you please bring up HRF 401221? This is a chronology of events that was put together by the group of convoy organizers and is now an exhibit in these proceedings. And it's a timeline of events from their perspective. And I want to ask you about a few entries that refer to you. We can go to the bottom of page 2, please. You see there, January 24, Chris Barber and Tamara Leach meet, and then concerns Pat King expressed. And Tamara and Chris discussed concern about Pat King after viewing a tweet with a video making reference to bullets. Chris agreed perhaps Pat should be sent home, but there was concern about the trucks Pat brought with him. Talked to Pat about the tweet, and he stated the video was an old one about an issue on a reserve and had been heavily edited to make it appear as though it was regarding the convoy. Following captain's meeting, everyone expressed concern about Pat King's involvement, and the decision was made to talk to Pat about in the coming days and request he not attend in Ottawa. Do you remember that conversation?
No, I do not.
Do you deny it happened?
Yes. I'm not the one. They're discussing their concerns.
That wasn't what I asked you. I'm saying, did the conversation happen, sir?
No. The conversation came up of, hey, there's a tweet out there. I said, don't worry about it.
Okay, can we go to page 3 of this document?
I'd like to give a little bit of an explanation there. The explanation is I have been absolutely harassed. I've been absolutely defamed, character assassination by a certain group, and they edit videos and they cut and splice and they take 10 seconds here and they blow it out of proportion. And I've been dealing with this for years.
I will give you an opportunity. I'm going to show you some of the videos, and I'll give you an
absolutely. I
opportunity
can't wait.
to comment on them.
I've been waiting for years to tell you guys how these videos are.
So on page 3, you'll see under January 26, concerns Pat King raised. Pat King was on the radio annoying others, had tried to pull in front of everyone with his motorhome, but was eventually set back to the back of the convoy. Everyone was concerned about Pat's involvement, and plans were made to talk to him in the evening when they arrived in Thunder Bay. Unfortunately, Pat did not stick around, but continued to Sault Ste. Marie, so no one had a chance to speak to him.
Nope.
Were you aware that that had happened?
I was one of the lead vehicles from Calgary all the way to Kenora. When we got to Kenora, I was in the front. And when I got to Thunder Bay, I sat for 2 hours directing everybody into their parking spots. And I told everybody that I was leaving for Terrace Bay. We're at a fuel stop and meals and basically a rest stop for everybody. And that's where I was going.
And if you can bring up, Mr. Clerk, HRF 50646. Again, this is a document that's been provided by the Freedom Convoy. And it appears to be a summary of a conversation between you and Tamara Leach. Do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Leach on January 28th?
Yep.
And did she request that you not attend in Ottawa?
No. What was happening is we were at a rest stop. I said, oh my God, this has gotten big. I said, I'm getting death threats and I might need security when I'm in Ottawa. And I said, this got way bigger. And I may have said this little part here where about the organizing thing, but then I checked myself right away and I realized Tamara said, whoa, it's not all about you. And I'm like, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
But that comment at the bottom, check your fucking ego, that never happened.
Thank you. Now you proceeded on to Ottawa?
Absolutely.
Now, were you familiar with an organization called Adopt a Trucker program? or a program, Adopt a Trucker?
Yep.
And can we put up, please, COM 50571? And you'll see at the top, can you just go that? It says Adopt a Trucker campaign created by Chris Guerra. Do you know Mr. Guerra?
I do, yes.
And if you scroll a little further up, no, sorry, down. In the first line there, you'll see it says towards the end, we are endorsed by Pat King and Canada Unity. Did you endorse this campaign?
I endorsed everybody.
Did you endorse this campaign by Adopt a Trucker?
Endorsed by, what do you mean by endorsed? Can you explain?
Did you support it and publicize?
Absolutely, yeah.
And who asked you to get involved in this?
They were just a group that we had asked for people to, in the Ottawa area, that community who wanted to help. Adopt a Trucker was, you would take a trucker and basically bill it, like billeting. So if you remember hockey, when you go to tournaments, you would stay with a billet. So people were offering up their homes for truckers to come have showers. There was food and whatever they needed and necessities. Chris and their group were going to look after I don't know how you say it, the care and well-being of truckers who didn't have a place to stay, like didn't have money for hotels, or we were trying to reduce costs for lodgings.
And I take it in this sense, you were in demand because of your large social media following to put your name to things like the Freedom Convoy, like the Adopt a Trucker.
It happens a lot. A lot of people like to, use my platform, and I'm okay with it, and I do it on purpose. I absolutely invite it. And a lot of people use my name and my platform to gain attention for their cause. And I'm absolutely 100% agreeable to that. I think everybody has a right to have their say and get their point across, and I never hold a bias. So I make sure that everybody use it, take my platform, do what you can.
And if I can ask you, did you have your own group as part of this convoy that came with you?
I was a road captain for, I believe it was the northern part of Alberta. So I took on the responsibility for those people that were part of our initial jump from Red Deer to Calgary and then onwards to Ottawa.
And can you estimate how many trucks were in that group?
Oh boy. When we left Red Deer, there was about 50 of us. But once I found out further on, we tried to get people to sign the documents and everything in Calgary, and it turned out to be about 148, if I'm not mistaken, that I was responsible for. I guess responsible, but taking care of their paperwork.
And you arrived in Ottawa on January 29?
Yes, sir.
And
no, we arrived in Arnprior.
I see.
And from there, I'll never forget it. It was the greatest, most elating moment of my life, where I can pass them off to Andrew and say, they're your problem now.
Where did you go? When did you get to Ottawa? What date?
I got to Ottawa that night once everybody got to Arnprior. I left and I said, I'm done. I'm going into town. I'm going to get my hotel room. And I went to my hotel. And
what hotel did you stay at?
One of the ones downtown. Holiday Inn on, I believe, Albert. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
And what did you do with your vehicle?
I never had a vehicle.
So how did you get to the Holiday Inn?
We dropped the motor home off at a secure location, and we had people give us a ride into the hotel.
Okay. And at one point, were you involved with a group at Confederation Park?
Nope.
Now, I want to move forward to February 12th. And on that date, did you learn that an agreement had been reached with the mayor of Ottawa to move trucks out of residential areas and onto Wellington Street?
I heard that was the plan.
And who did you hear that from?
Just from other road captains and people that were I don't know, people who thought they had a role in this and were a voice and could make calls, I guess, if you say like make calls, like they were told something and passed it on to the block captains, and then the block captains would pass it on to their drivers.
And so did you agree with that idea?
Sure. Whatever you want. I was here to help in any way they needed me.
Mr. Clerk, could you put up a video? It's COM 50881. And I understand this is a video you published on YouTube.
I don't have
February
YouTube.
13th.
I wouldn't have put it on YouTube. I don't have YouTube.
Well, let's see if it's you.
Other people can post things on YouTube.
Hey guys, we got a quick one out here for you all right now. Just been informed that while the counter protesters were involved, there were groups of them going around giving letters out saying that the convoy needs to move. They've made an agreement. It's a lie. It's a lie. Break, 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 break. Get this out everywhere. Get this to every person out there. Just come down from the top. They've gone out and spread letters to the truckers. Truckers, in your trucks, do not move. Do not leave. There is no letter going out. There is no letter going around. This was part of the counter protesters shit. What they did, it's all a lie. Do not leave Ottawa. Do not back your trucks out. Do not leave the residential areas. You are good to go. Stand your ground. That's it. That's all. Stand your ground. Stand your ground. Hold the line, you guys. Counter protesters went out. They passed out letters. They acted like they knew what was going on. They acted like they knew what was happening, and they acted like participants in this. They weren't. It was part of the counter protest. Do not believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, the more people that I find in these chats, that I see these rumors that are saying that everybody was told to leave, everybody was told to walk, and that they're leaving. And when I catch your little chats and the conversations as I go through them, I will be blocking you. You will be banned from the page. I'm done with the rumors. I'm done with the bullshit. Everybody needs to get this message out right away. Do not read that letter. That letter is a false flag letter. They're trying to use the counter protesters to push you out. Hold the line. Hold the line.
Thank you.
100%.
Now, do you remember?
I remember that there was a lot of stuff going on at that moment. We were, you said this was February 12th?
I believe so.
I believe that this was also at the same time that the community had organized their own counter protest. Actually, Miss Catherine McKinney, the council member of Ottawa, encouraged people to come out and counter protest. And they were leaving leaflets and things on trucks. So we couldn't determine whether or not these were true documents or not. So I put out this post because it wasn't confirmed. And there was no letterhead, there was no signature, there was no notoriety of who it came from. So I would assume that if the city council or Ottawa was going to make this leaflet and pass it out, somebody would have put their name on it to give it some clout, to give it some importance. Later on, we found out that these were asked to move, and then we said, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you put up HRF 401285? Now, I understand this was the leaflet that was passed around. You see it's dated February 12th from Tamara Leach. Speaks to a freedom manifest and has the Freedom Convoy symbol on it. And can you scroll, please? And you'll see there, the last two paragraphs, it talks about repositioning the trucks. And we'll plan to start repositioning on Monday to consolidate the protest. Now, that the document you saw?
I never saw this, no.
But do you remember what the document looked like that you did see?
It was a leaflet from the mayor or something like that. I might be confused on this. I've never seen this.
Okay. Now, while you were in Ottawa, were you involved with a group of trucks that went out to the airport?
Yep.
And you did slow rolls around the airport?
We went for a ride, yeah.
Well, how long were you at the airport?
An hour, 2 hours.
And were you doing slow rolls around the airport?
We were abiding by the law, by the rules of the road. We did the speed limit. We did not impede emergency traffic. We just went for a cruise.
What was the purpose in your going?
We were bored.
I'm sorry?
We were bored.
And that you found interesting?
We went for a ride to see what Ottawa was like, to see.
Well, you spent 2 hours at the airport seeing what Ottawa was?
Well, to see what the airport was and just go for a drive. We were bored. It was cold.
Do you recall speaking to Tom Marazzo before you went?
I've talked to Tom many a times.
And did he have somebody accompany you to make sure what you were doing went okay?
No. Not that I know of.
And did you, by doing what you were doing there, how many trucks were there?
I don't know. All of them.
All of what?
All of the trucks that were there. I don't know.
How many came with you?
They're all passenger vehicles. They're all
I see.
cars.
And
there was
how-
never a commercial vehicle with us.
Okay, and how many cars came with you?
I don't know, 30, 40, maybe.
And while you were doing what you were doing at the airport, would you agree with me that you slowed down other vehicles from accessing the airport?
No, I do not. There's, when you're going to the airport, there's 2 lanes. When you go into arrivals and departures, there's 2 lanes. We used 1 lane. We were in the 1 lane, and there was always a lane open. So anybody who wanted to go in, they could have used the other lane.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you put up HRF 26083? And this is, again, sorry, can you scroll the other way? You'll see it's on the Freedom Convoy letterhead, February 17th, reaffirming its commitment to peaceful demonstration. And if we go to look at the second paragraph, we do not support any form of hateful rhetoric, divisive comments, or calls for violence. We explicitly condemn anything of that nature. So let us be clear, we are a peaceful and lawful demonstration. We have heard about inappropriate comments being made by Pat King. Pat King does not speak for us. We expressly condemn any talk of violence from him or others. Pat King has the right, like every other Canadian citizen, to protest peacefully. Do you remember seeing this?
Never saw it, but I heard about it. I knew about it.
And do you know what they're referring to when they say?
Well, the reason is, and I'm going to say it straight up, and I'm going to have to give a little bit of a brief background to this. I've been chasing the government and exposing a lot of stuff of the overreach, the financial and economic hardships that have been happening. I have in my possession the document of the non-disclosure agreement between a young juvenile and a certain specific member of parliament. And when doing so, exposing also the $42 billion infrastructure project that was stolen out of Alberta's hands and handed over to the Chinese government, and the implementation of Chinese soldiers on Canadian soil. I've been absolutely harassed and degraded and defamed and discredited and character assassinated. And these guys were getting attacked because of me. So when they put this out, I get it. They had to push me out and look at everybody, and we don't want anything to do with packing. I actually absolutely encouraged it. 100%. Put it out there that I don't have anything to do with this. Put it out there. GoFundMe wouldn't release their funds. GoFundMe directly contacted them and said, we're not going to release your funds if Patrick King's involved.
So do you know
this is how much Target, like how much they're out to make sure that everything that I touch is ruined.
So do you know what they're referring to when they say talk of violence, inappropriate comments? Did you talk about violence?
Not at all.
Did you make any inappropriate comments?
Not at all. Wow, maybe. I'm kind of a hothead. I kind of talk too much sometimes, and I get that honestly by my mom. She's got the gift of the gab.
You recall that in Ottawa, there was a lot of honking, right?
Oh, yeah.
And were you involved in that honking?
How? I didn't have a vehicle there. I didn't have a truck. What horn can I honk?
And what did you think about it? Did you agree with it, encourage it, wish it didn't happen?
Do what you want to do.
I'm sorry?
People are free to do what they wanted to do.
Okay. Could you put up, clerk, please, COM 50851.
Remember, these people haven't been able to sleep for 10 days.
Can you try starting it again now, please?
It's kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. Remember, these people haven't been able to sleep for 10 days. Okay? It's kind of funny. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty hilarious.
That you?
Of course.
And that's what you thought, that it was hilarious that people couldn't sleep?
I look at it now and I'm like, no, it wasn't funny. But if you know my persona and my character and the way I show myself, I laugh all the time. life's a joke, laugh it off. It's kind of one of my biggest mottos. And I tend to laugh when I'm nervous. But at that point, it was kind of, it was funny. You see, we've been locked down for 2 years, and people are complaining that they heard horns for 10 days. Do you remember what we went through for the last 2 years? What's a little bit of horns for 10 days?
And did you make any statements on social media to the effect that you wanted to form a new government and that you and the truckers would take power?
No.
And did you make any statements that in a video that we will be the new government, we will just take power and share it together?
Say that again?
We will be the new government, we will just take power and share it together.
You have a video that I can
I
reference?
don't have a video, no. I'm asking you if you,
No.
you said that on a video.
I hate politics. I hate government. So why would I want to be the new government?
Yeah, I'd like to show you now a compilation of some of your videos.
Oh, I'm
that
ready
was
for this one.
Produced by
Anti-Hate Canada and edited by a $45 million contract that Trudeau and his Liberal government paid for to do this. Has been played over and over and over.
Well, I don't think you've seen this compilation. It was produced by the Ontario or the Ottawa Police Service. It's OPS 407967. Can you please start it and stop it after the first video?
Trudeau, someone's gonna make you catch a bullet one day. To the rest of this government, someone's gonna fucking do yous in. You sons of bitches. The only way.
I know this video like there's no tomorrow.
And what do you have to say?
Edited and spliced and fit to make the media their narrative, to show it in a negative context. So when you hear that, I had just got kicked out of the airport. I got denied my flight because I wasn't vaccinated. After being told that I had been allowed to fly, I had a 72-hour window. And there's a video before this, like, this is so ridiculous. Take 10-second clips and characterize somebody by it. But I'm waiting to defend myself on this one. When I stated in this, and I never said you're going to get shot. I never said of limelighted. You have mental health issues. One day somebody's going to have a breakdown. And if you push people too far, especially denying them their flight, you never know who you're going to get. And that person might have a mental breakdown. And what they're doing with their restrictions and these mandates, which are not laws, they're going to get that wrong person. And I said that because you're lucky it was me that day, because I would have never acted on that. But if it had been somebody else, and there's a lot of people that are upset, lost a lot, and don't give a crap.
Yeah.
They're going to have a mental breakdown.
Now, that was only a clip from the video.
Yep.
Can you put up COM 50898? And this is a transcript that was prepared of the full video.
I want to say, I just like to give you a little bit of brief description to this. You ever get in an argument with your parents and you get mad and you say things you don't wish you said, like you regret saying that? That's one of my moments. Yeah, it was inappropriate. Yeah, I should never have said it, but it was said.
Okay. Can you put up the document, please? And you see, there's the part that we saw. The only way that I'm going to say it out loud, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets.
No, you're okay. So this one, someone's going to make you catch a bullet one day. That's one video. What you've done is you've put another video in there and said this part, and this part needs some major clarity.
Okay,
because it's been edited and fit to make the narrative out like I'm some kind of loony and radical. But what it was is.
Can I just stop you for a second? I want to just go through this whole statement, and then I'll let you speak to it. If we go down to the next paragraph, you might want to change your name to Ishmael or drop a bunch of chains down the stairs and call yourself Chong Ching Ching Chang. Now you want to say the Indian culture and everything, the natives' culture is a disgrace. It is 100%. Every person who was born here in Canada and North America, you are indigenous. People don't realize that. If you were born of the land, you are indigenous of the land. It's called depopulation of the Caucasian race or the Anglo-Saxon. And that's what the goal is to depopulate the Anglo-Saxon race because they are ones with the strongest bloodlines. They are ones with the strongest bloodlines. They are one with the strongest bloodlines. And then going down to the bottom, I think I'm going to have a big gathering at my house and I'm going to film it. You're right, cops will get shot. Now, did you make a video to that effect?
Nope. No, can we go down so I can reference each sentence in this? Because I've been dying to get this out.
Did you make any of those statements?
Can we go down so I can defend each?
But first answer
line?
my
You
question.
have 4, if not 5 videos that you've transcribed. One from over 4 years ago. That's part of this. And they're taking out of context.
Okay, I just asked
So I need
you,
to defend myself on that.
I'll let you talk, but just let me answer my question. Are those statements that you made?
Those are statements that were said in a long line of online podcast that go along with the evidence or go along with the topic that I was discussing.
No.
All right. Can we scroll down, please? Thank you. No, sorry, up. I apologize. A little bit more, please. Right to the very beginning, number 1. All right, so we say, Trudeau, someone's going to make you catch a bullet one day. That's the airport incident. That's where I was mad. I was denied my flight after being told I can fly. And I got stuck in Toronto Pearson International Airport, of which I'm absolutely regret saying that. I was mad. The next one, the only way that I'm going to say it out loud, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets. That is taken directly out of context, 100%.
What was the context?
The context was, if you are Canadian and you want to exercise your political right to stand up and be freedom of protest and peaceful assembly, would you take it? Or are you going to allow it to become bullets? Because if we keep going on the way we're going to be going on, that's the possible end game. It's a prediction.
And you say at the end, a massive revolution on a huge scale.
If not, yeah, things are wrong in this country, massively wrong.
And what about?
And this is me just interpreting what I'm seeing from an outside person, saying this is what's going to happen if you do not make these governments be held accountable for what they're doing.
And the next.
Then we go down. You might want to change your name to Ishmael, drop a bunch of chains down the stairs. It's actually change, not chains. And I said that because there was a CSIS document put out, I believe it was in 2019, about the foreign economy, the foreign influence in our Canadian economy of a foreign government purchasing all our resources. And the CSIS guys were telling you, hey, something's wrong. Like, you guys know that we're being bought out. You know, we're being infiltrated. Our economy is being destroyed. And the comment was because it was China, Chinese influence.
And the next paragraph?
The next paragraph was, and I had to say this in my court, they use this in my bail hearing. The Indian culture and everything, the natives culture is a disgrace. Never once was said. It was said, what I said prior to that is what the Canadian government has done to the First Nations people is an absolute disgrace. And the way they're treated and the way they're ridiculed and not given the appropriate means to even have water. It's a disgrace.
And the next paragraph?
And the next paragraph, the depopulation. Oh, this is a good one. So there was a time the president of Iran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was his name, walked into a meeting at the United Nations with a bunch of binders, and he dropped them down on the podium, and he started bringing out everything who was involved in 9/11, and people started scattering out, and his words were, "We're not going to kill you with bullets. We're not going to blow you up with bombs. We're going to breed you out. We're going to get rid of the Anglo-Saxon race because you think you're the proudest bloodline. And we are going to breed you out. We are going to flood your borders with immigrants. We are going to infiltrate your education, infiltrate your politics." Like, you got to understand, like, the things that were going on around the world. I'm seeing these, I bring them up, I show the video, and that's what it is.
Okay, can we go back to OPS 407967? And can you pick it up where you left off after the first video?
Trudeau, say, this guy fucking do you in. You sons of bitches.
The only way that, and I'm going to say it out loud, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets. And yeah, I said it. That's the only way something's going to happen. A massive revolution on a huge scale. You might want to change your name to Ishmael, or drop a bunch of change down the stairs and call yourself Chong Ching Ching Chang. Now you want to say, oh, the Indians' culture and everything. The natives' culture is a disgrace. It is 100%. Every person who was born here in Canada, in North America, you are Indigenous. People don't realize that. If you were born of the land, you are Indigenous of the land. It's called depopulation of the Caucasian race, or the Anglo-Saxon. And that's what the goal is to depopulate the Anglo-Saxon race, because they are the ones with the strongest bloodlines. They are the ones with the strongest bloodlines. They are the ones with the strongest bloodlines. And we'll leave it at that, because then we get into a whole different topic. But now this year alone, I think I'm going to have a big gathering at my house just for that. And I'm going to film it. Yeah, right? Cops will get shot.
Very well edited. Congrats.
Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. First, for cross-examination, the convoy organizers, please.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Bathsheba Vandenberg, Council for Freedom Corp and protesters. We have no questions for Mr. King. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the Ottawa Residents Coalition, please.
Mr. King, my name is Paul Champ. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses of Ottawa.
Oh, you guys are the guys that got my bank account. That's still frozen after 9 months.
That's all. Just give us a call. Now,
you took my kids' college tuition. I hope you're proud.
We're talking about the funds in your Alberta Treasury branch.
Oh, you're very familiar with my bank account.
Yeah, there you go. How many e-transfers? How many e-transfers did you get into that account, Mr. King?
All of them.
So people across Canada are donating for your child's education fund. That's what it was for?
No.
Okay, you were raising money for the Freedom Convoy trip, is that right?
For myself,
Okay,
if people wanted to donate, they could.
okay, and they donated up to $100,000 to you, is that right?
No,
How much?
I have no idea.
You don't know. So you don't know if it was $100,000 or not?
I have no idea. You got my bank accounts frozen.
Okay, well, you can check the court records. You raised $100,000 for yourself.
Wow. Then give me it back so I can live.
No. I will ask you to be removed if this doesn't stop. You've been very good so far. Please.
I'm sorry, sir.
And I don't think you're helping. Just answer the questions and we'll get through
Sure.
this properly. This isn't supposed to be a show. It's supposed to be a questions and answers, and I realize you feel quite
I apologize.
strongly about things.
I apologize. I did take that wrong. I apologize,
Mr. King,
Mr. Champ.
Yeah, myself as well. Mr. King, I'd just like to ask you about the 2019 United Reroll convoy. You've told us that was a successful protest. Is that right?
100%, yeah.
It was. You organized a number of people, you and others, Mr. Carrot and others. You got a number of trucks together, including semi-truck trailers. You came across Canada. You got a lot of media all the way across Canada, came through Ottawa and generated a lot of attention to your issues, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, a successful protest.
100%.
Yeah, then the
Even with Mr. Trudeau's involvement in the Freedom of Information, where he sent 2,000 anti-protesters to come slash our tires.
Right. So for the Freedom Convoy protest in February, why did you stay for so long?
Why?
Yeah.
Because I exercised my democratic right to freedom of peaceful protest and a freedom of assembly. Because I'm Canadian and I have that democratic right.
Now, Mr. King, where did you said you stayed at the Holiday Inn, is that right?
Yeah, for like 4 or 5 days, yeah.
And then where did you stay?
In Gatineau.
Okay, that's what we had heard Ms. Belton testified. She thought you were staying in a hotel out of downtown. I guess the horns were getting to you downtown. Is that why you changed hotels?
Not at all.
Why did you change hotels?
Because your community decided to pull the pin on lodgings and hotels for people, and we were told they were no longer going to allow us to rent a room because the community had basically told the hotels, if you support these guys and give them a room, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And that's from the manager of the Holiday Inn who told me that. So I'm sorry, Mr. King, we can't give you another room. I said, that's fine. I get it. No problem. It sucks to be you guys because you're making a killing. And the money that you guys are generating from all of us being here, it's probably the best for you guys to recoup those funds after 2 years of being shut down.
Why didn't you go to the Ark Hotel or the Sheraton Hotel or the Swiss Hotel? There was lots of rooms there.
I didn't need a hotel.
Okay. And who paid for your hotels while you were in Ottawa, Mr. King?
Me.
Pardon me?
Me.
With the donations that you got to make the trip?
Sure.
Okay.
Are you speculating that or?
No, I'm asking.
Oh.
You're the person I'm asking.
It didn't sound like a question, that's all.
It was a question. And
Okay.
are you answering yes? That's how you?
Yeah, me, yeah, I paid for it. Sorry.
You paid for it. So I apologize. You got donations to come here, and it's with those donations that you paid for the hotel rooms. Is that
Yes.
right? And there's other people who were supporters of you, who you also assisted in getting funds to pay for their hotel rooms. So like in fairness, you were raising money to help others as well, correct?
When I got money donated, I gave it away.
Absolutely. And you were also working with Mr. Barber and the others about getting funds for other people that you helped bring to Ottawa. Is that right?
And what do you mean, like funds?
Like to pay for hotels for other people who were supporters.
Anybody who needed help or anybody who needed money, I was open. If
But
you needed money, come talk to me. I would help you.
And you would sometimes connect with Mr. Barber and Ms. Leach to see if they could assist funds as well. Is that right?
I barely saw Tamara and Chris.
You communicated regularly with Mr. Barber throughout.
Maybe text messages, yeah.
Yeah, through text.
I never saw them.
Okay.
They were busy, man. These guys were like, wow. what they had going on over there, you can have it.
Did Mr. Barber, Ms. Leach ever talk to you about trying to get the truckers to lay off their horns?
They asked me to see what I can do, and I said, yeah, I'll do what I can. And that's when I put the post out. I believe we had been threatened with some injunction or something. I still wasn't very familiar at the time, but they said, do what you can to get the guys to stop. And I did. I put out a post. I said, stop honking horns. And actually, as part of my evidence package, that there's 2 videos. One of the videos actually has me on the street on that evening on Wellington stating, listen, you wouldn't know what, you have no idea where I'm at. And it was the most quietest, most eerie place because there was no more horns anymore.
Now, with respect to the slow roll around the airport or to the airport, I take it that was just, it was your board, we heard that, but it was also a little bit of a message to the city of Ottawa. Is that right? That the vehicles could move and move to other areas of the city if provoked?
No.
Why did you choose that day? Was it because the police had just done the raid at Coventry?
No.
You made it down to Coventry a number of times, is that right?
Every day.
Every day. You were a popular figure there, I gather?
I wouldn't say popular. That's where I went and ate breakfast.
And how you were there often. Do you know where the fuel was coming from into Coventry?
From grateful patriots and Canadian citizens that were donating it.
Sure, but can you give us any specific names of those grateful patriots?
Joe Smith, number 1. I have no idea.
You have no idea, or you don't want to answer?
I don't remember names. I meet people all day long, constantly. I don't remember names. If you have a specific person in particular that you want to give me his name, and I'll let you know if I know him or if I conversed with them. Are you talking to guys that got arrested after they were told they weren't going to be arrested, that were running fuel?
You knew some of those guys?
Yeah.
You knew some of those guys personally?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were very upset.
Well, look what you did. You told them we're not going to arrest, not you, sorry. They were told they weren't going to get arrested.
Right.
And then they left and they got pulled over down the road and got arrested or got charged, got a fine for whatever. And I remember that night because the OPS came in and tried to flex or whatever. And because these guys didn't know what was going on, they asked me to come down. And I said, I'm not coming down there. Not a chance. But I went down the next morning to make sure the calm, cool heads had prevailed. And on that morning, that's when the RCMP, Special Response Task Force, they were staying at the Marriott. And they came down, one of the officers came down to me, said, Pat, you're not hot mic'd or anything. And I said, no, I don't got nothing on. Why? Who are you? And he introduced himself and he said, I just want you to know about last night. That wasn't our call. And I want you to know that the RCMP, we met with legal and lawyers and that we are not going to do this to you guys because they can't give us a justification of why we should be evicting you or arresting people. So I'm sorry for what happened last night. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? And he's like, well, we fought with lawyers to give us justification of why we should be arresting these people. They couldn't give us a clear answer. So we're leaving. I said, you're leaving? He says, yeah, we're going to Windsor. And they went to Windsor to break down whatever was happening at the border.
So you were in communication with people who were involved at the Windsor blockade?
No.
So you talked to people who
the police officer was leaving.
Oh, the police, the OPP. So
they were leaving Ottawa.
Right.
Because the lawyers couldn't give them a justification of arresting people.
Right.
And they said, we're not going to break the law.
Right.
So whoever is in charge of them sent them to Windsor.
So the people who were got tickets that night and arrested were upset. You were upset by that, and that's one of the reasons why you organized the slow roll around the airport of Ottawa. Is that
Not
right?
at all. No.
What did you do because you were upset about that?
I went and made sure everybody was calm and cool and everybody was understanding, like these guys got a job to do. Understand that, yeah, that was rude, that was ignorant, and just be more cautious when you're dealing with the police.
Now, Mr. King, you obviously could not and did not know everyone who was in Ottawa during that protest, right?
No, there was millions of people.
Well, thousands anyway, for sure.
Hundreds of thousands. Let's not undersell it. There was a lot of people here.
We'll agree to disagree. There weren't hundreds of thousands, but it was a bit of a dangerous situation with all those people downtown. Would you agree?
Dangerous in what way?
Well, dangerous. You don't know what people might have in their trucks. You don't know what they might do. They're very upset. They're very angry. Was that a dangerous situation for downtown?
Not at all.
Okay.
I met the most loving, most caring, most loving people, Canadian citizens. Everywhere you went, you were getting hugs, you were getting handshakes, and
well, then why
nobody
did you,
was violent.
Why did you need security then yourself? It was so dangerous that you yourself needed security. Isn't that right?
Because the liberal left trolls were threatening my life.
Okay, so that was dangerous, right?
For me.
Just for you. You're the only person in downtown Ottawa who is at risk. Is that right?
Actually, I was the most highly protected person in Ottawa because I think they had delegated 8 police officers to follow me around everywhere.
So, Mr. King, we've heard evidence that many federal elected officials, the mayor of Ottawa, had received death threats. We've heard evidence that someone was actually arrested with firearms who was coming to Ottawa, who had been making threats about.
Do you have a record of that? Do you have a?
Who had been? I'm asking the questions, Mr. King.
Sorry.
So, but you would agree with me that it was probably a dangerous situation for elected officials in Ottawa?
It was a dangerous place for us. People were dropping marbles from high rises. They were throwing eggs. Citizens of Ottawa were threatening to run us over.
Mr. King, you yourself said that someone who was maybe stressed out because of lockdowns and so forth might be compelled to shoot Mr. Trudeau. So you understood and recognized that that was a risk, right?
That was months before the convoy.
Also, but everyone was all, they were all settled down by the time the convoy came and there was no threats to anyone.
I've never seen anything more loving and peaceful in my life. Right. It was Woodstock.
So the only person who's at risk in Ottawa was Pat King. All the other threats to anyone else in Ottawa were all fake. Is that right?
I don't know. I can't speak on those. You know, my lawyer has been given death threats and bomb scares because she represents me. Do you know that my friends their children have been threatened from Ottawa? Do you know that, and I hate to say this, but this town is full of a bunch of people who really don't like people who speak out.
I disagree, Mr. King. Ottawa has dozens of large protests, many much larger than the one that you organized every single year.
I've been here for
I'm not sure that was a question.
Well, Mr. Commissioner,
can I just
I'll just note, Mr. Commissioner, I'll just note for the record that the people of Ottawa got one morning in this proceeding. We've had a week of all of these convoy organizers given a full platform to say whatever they want. The people in Ottawa respect the right to protest, and these folks are getting their time to say everything they want.
Can I say one? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm going to stop this. You'll get. Yeah. Hey,
please.
Could you ask have him? I'm going to take a break while you remove the person.
I'm sorry, sir.
The commission's in recess. La commission est levée.
Oh, fireworks. Holy moly. We didn't need that outburst. Oh my. Pat, he's clearly not coached. Okay. He's clearly not coached. Nobody really prepped him. I don't think you could if you wanted to. He's a really strong individual. It's a good thing. But it could be abrasive and prickly for some people. And in certain environments, in certain places, it could be tough. I'm a little annoyed that Paul Champ got under his skin so badly. but I'm kind of pleased that he also got under Paul's skin as well. What Paul did at the end there is so inappropriate. As a litigator, as a license holder, as a professional, what he did there, it was so inappropriate. The sparring a little bit earlier on, I didn't have a problem with. He was also very mean because the bank account for Pat came up and his children, etc. And Paul, not only did he confirm that, yep, that's him that did that to his bank account, he named the bank, ATB, Alberta. That was uncomfortable. Paul, I see your strategy. It was to get him mad and get him to repeat some of the stuff that you said, or he said in videos in the past. Whew, fireworks. Somebody's going to be removed from that room for sure. There's clearly an individual there that's been identified a couple times now, who should have really bit their tongue. Okay. So somebody's going to be removed. Whether or not there'll be more, I don't know. Please, anybody, if you're in the audience and you can hear this, or you can nudge the person beside you, shut the hell up. Okay. This won't help. This won't help, because this entire process is really about whether or not control, by the government was maintained, and people, and demonstrating a lack of control is not helping. But then again, it won't be fatal. It's not going. Those are not going to be the reasons why he'll make his decisions and recommendations. But it certainly will upset him and bother him. I think Pat's doing a good job. Okay, he's certainly abrasive. I don't think that would be defamatory to say that, and I think it's a good thing. Really, we need strong people in a whole bunch of reasons, and he's doing a good job at getting out his version of stuff. He also needs to be more concise and bring it in a bit. There's a time and place for truth, and then there's a time and place for truth. Truth is the stuff that a lot of people can't handle. Okay, we know what this is. The truth is the stuff that most people who have no idea what you're talking about will just pull back from. Okay, it's still truth, but it's not truth to them yet. There's a time and place for that, Pat, and so not okay in this environment. It's not okay. The talking about the video that triggered him to do that rant, I think that was good. Because it did establish context for his rant. Admitting to losing control in those videos was good. It was very good, because it did allow him after to then say, hey, this is edited, and this line came from my crappy video here, and this line came from another crappy video here. Remember that context I told you about the airport? So that was really good. And if he's correct, if there's a video that was edited together, and then a transcript was made from that, and then that was entered into evidence as a single video, because it would have to have a date on it of when this video was created, that could be a problem. Now, it is a commission's attorney, it's commission counsel that did that. So the commission itself would kind of have to, give themselves a little slap on the hand there. But it would be removed. Like, it would have no bearing at all anymore as evidence. It would have to come out. It'd be removed. Now, 10th, we absolutely went back and forth about the same thing. My bad. Words matter, words matter. And edit to me meant something slightly different. But you're 100% right. Yes. And that will happen with videos, audio, documents, photos, any type of evidence for many different reasons. Redactions and limits will be put onto it. They're usually argued ahead of time, and there's a reason for it. It's usually done through a motion. Rarely is it coming from the court itself, unless you're dealing with family court and children. Would a request come from the court to do any redacting of stuff? It's usually one of the parties that would have a problem with it or raise it as a problem. And then it will be dealt with, and then a redaction. And that's mainly, because there's certain stuff that doesn't need to be in a public record. And really the public record only needs the material things for the issues at hand. So 10th, thanks for helping me clarify that, get all that out. It's very cool to meet you and have you all here. And I can't keep up with the chat, folks. First world problems, good problems to have. I can't keep up with the chat, so I'll do my best. I know some of you that have been around for a long time got really comfortable and enjoyed the whole, I got to all of your messages. But, this is the pains of growth. So thank you all very much for coming and putting up with my 2 drops today of the internet stream. Jeez. But thank you all for taking care and coming right back. So, you know, STFU, right? We've talked about that a lot of times with witnesses now. If there was a button that we can push and just a little signal to just reel it in and stop, I would have pushed it a couple of times with Pat. Nothing fatal. I don't think things is fatal. But witnesses, you should try to understand, be more like what Tom did and less like what Pat and Keith did. Keith was a lawyer, so he lawyered a lot. But you want to have clear, concise, short, get to the point. The more you ramble, it's good for podcasting because when you're looking at a screen like I'm doing and you just see yourself, it helps, but it doesn't help in court. I think we're back. There's audio. So let me bring the screen up. Yeah, I'll keep going. So folks, I think it might be a little bit late tonight. This little interruption is not going to help. And I think we're probably going to get another break. Let me think. Who's got it left? No, we might be finishing up soon because Convoy pass on questions. OPP pass.
Order allowed.
Okay, yeah. Let's see what we finish up here. Okay, thank you all. Enjoy.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. It's unfortunate event, but if we can now get back and complete today's proceedings. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
The Ottawa Police Service has no questions. Thanks very much, Commissioner.
Okay, the Ontario Provincial Police.
The OPP has no questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Counsel for former Chief Slowly.
We don't have any questions. Thanks.
The Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. King, my name is Kathleen Tanner and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada. I just have one short area of questions based on a video that had been played earlier for you. And it was a video that I believe had been recorded on February 12th after some information had come through about some pamphlets or some letters that had passed around to the drivers. And you had made a video recording telling other drivers that it was a lie, that it was fake news, to hold the ground, stand the line. And later on in that video, and if you'd like, we could bring it up or we could just walk through it. I understand that you referenced the information that's at stake there is a letter which mentions Miss Leach's name. And later on in that video, you mentioned that Miss Leach would never do something like this, and you knew her well and you had good communications. And so this wasn't going to be something coming from her. So my question is, did you have any meetings with the city of Ottawa while you were in Ottawa?
No, I did not.
And were you aware of any meetings that Ms. Leach or other representatives of the convoy may have had with anybody from Ottawa?
No, I tended to stay away from that.
And prior to releasing this video, did you make any attempts to reach out to Ms. Leach to confirm whether or not this letter may or may not be accurate?
I may or may have, and I believe that we were all kind of confused. We didn't know if it was legitimate. So there was the initial, oh, like this is not a true statement, to they vetted the document and then we rechanged their statement and said, okay.
So I guess my question is, and then earlier when you were speaking to my friend from Commission Counsel, you had said you were uncertain about the truthfulness of that document, and that's why you would release the video.
Right, because I would assume that if these people are going to put these letters out and that they're coming from a delegated person that has like a high position, there would be a name or a signature or an emblem representing who it's from. And from my knowledge, we didn't know where it came from.
So I guess that's my question is it a pattern for you to release videos like this without first confirming the authenticity of the information
I had
before
a
it?
habit of that. I would act without knowledge. But there is an absolute disconnect between myself and their rooms that they had. And I acted alone.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is the CCLA.
Good evening, Commissioner and Mr. King. My name's Eva Krajewska on behalf of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, and I don't have any questions for Mr. King. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Democracy Fund or Citizens for Freedom.
Mr. Commissioner, Antoine Dailly for Citizens for Freedom. No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And I apologize, I've forgotten your name, counsel for Mr. King. Any questions, anything that concerns you about the documentation or want to put to your client?
Thank you. No, Natasha Calvino for Mr. King. I don't have any questions for the commission.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot your name, so I apologize for that. Okay, any re-examination? Nope. Okay, well, that completes your evidence, Mr. King, and you're free to go.
Can I ask for one thing? There's some evidence that I had given to the commission that needed to be brought out, that I would have appreciated that it got to the public and they got to see it.
I think that should have been done when, I think at the end of the examination. Now, I'm not sure at this point if there's something in particular you want to say, that of course go ahead, because it's despite what some may say, we're just trying to get at the bottom of all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to show the Canadian citizens in the light that they need to be shown, and how caring and compassionate towards the city of Ottawa we actually were, and how we looked. These videos will, like I said, what I've been shown as racist and all this stuff, and taken out of context. Nobody ever showed the positives. And that was the police officers who were right with us saying thank you. There was residents that were saying thank you. The community in a whole, the community of Ottawa that came together and respected us and understood that we hear you. I have nothing against the city of Ottawa. It's not who we're here to talk to. I understand that people were, I guess, felt that we were here targeting them. That wasn't the case. And to Ottawanians, to people who live here, to the city council members, to the police and all that, we weren't bad people, sir. We were Canadian citizens who we've shown Canadian pride, and we're nice, and we're good people. We're good people.
Well, if it's any consolation, there's been evidence about the various convoy participants on all these issues. There are more witnesses coming. We're just trying to put out a full picture. I'll weigh it all at the end, and the evidence will be there, and I'm going to make some findings and prepare a report.
Thank you very much.
But there are others coming. So with that, I will adjourn for the day. We have a big day tomorrow. There will be, I think it'll go a little later even than most. I hope we'll have no difficulties tomorrow, because that just slows up the process. But we'll be back tomorrow at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Well, maybe you want to actually have the audio. Hey, Joe. Well, that was pretty interesting at the end there. Thank you, Pat, for trying to put that little piece in there at the end that humanized you a bit, that showed the better side. You absolutely have a right to defend yourself. You were definitely portrayed in a certain way, and you nailed it at the end there. So thank you for doing what your lawyer didn't do. Your lawyer was absolutely given an opportunity to do exactly that. That is exactly what your lawyer was supposed to do. Could have asked you the questions like, did you do anything other than protest? Yes, we fed the homeless. Did you do anything else that would have been abnormal for you? Yeah, we had to clear the snow because the city wasn't. Was there anything else that you had to do? Oh yeah, we had to be garbage men too and clean that up. And then we had to protect stuff. Dude, yeah, man. You did a good job at the end there. I really wish your lawyer would have stepped up there. I think that surprised me a bit. You had one. Don't know what they were doing. CCLA, why didn't you ask him about his bank accounts? It was very clear that he also had bank accounts frozen. I know you don't care about the ATB one because that's part of a civil lawsuit and there's an injunction or some sort of motion and an order for that one. But if he was also part of the bank freezing, like everybody else, Tom, etc., a little surprised you didn't follow up with him on those ones. It's all good now. Yeah, no, look, I got excited at the end there because I was listening very closely to him and watching you, and I didn't hit the mute. So today was exciting. Okay, I think today was exciting. I think the comments from the commissioner at the very end, for him to pull out, there's been other evidence that kind of shows, basically the good behavior and the good nature and goodwill of the participants. So he's not weighing at all, which is good. What he did also say was there's more to come, and that's right. So tomorrow it looks like, and again, this is all tentative and it can change, BJ Dichter, James Bowder, and Tamara Lynch. That should be another exciting day, another full day, right? And I believe Tamara is probably going to have the lion's share of that one. So we might get through the first two in the morning. But again, they're all very important. So we might be there for a long time tomorrow. Hello to all the new people here. There's a whole whack of you. Thank you, whoever shared the link. Whoever's doing that, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And we're going to keep growing this channel. And I do have some notes. So today I am going to go through notes. The last couple days, I haven't done that as much, but I do have some notes that I want to do. And check the things. And 10th, whatever you're going through there, it sounds more like bad judge than proper legal. Sounds like possibly something's going on there that's shady as heck. If you go to one of my Donald Best extra videos, if you look into my YouTube under extras, you'll find Donald Best. You'll hear just how corrupt the system can be. He had to spend time in jail for the corruption he faced, and he was a Toronto police officer. So 10th, yeah, this stuff exists. Kind of sounds like that to me. Because what you're saying is very abnormal, but I understand why they might do that. But it wouldn't be the norm, and it wouldn't be right if it's covering up evidence and stopping witness testimony. So 10th, whatever's going on there, it doesn't sound like you're getting a fair shake. So I don't know what court you're in, if it's Ontario, Alberta, whatnot. Not much I can do here. I don't renew my license in Ontario when I left, so I don't practice there anymore. But certainly, that something doesn't sound right on what's going on to you. When will you find out who I am? You will understand, sir. Okay, cool. 10th. Listen, dude. Something with what you were saying there is, I would be helping civil liberties. Have you talked to any of those groups? They're not bad. And if you want to get behind the scenes and talk to me behind the scenes and be private, we can do that 10th. Stunt knows how to get a hold of me if you're friends with him. All right, so let's go to some notes because I do want to cover what I have here for you. I have a lot more notes for, let me go here. I have a lot more notes for Keith. Solicitor client, lots of talk. The Peckford thing was interesting. How come Peckford was a conflict of interest? That came up. Did you all know that Keith Wilson was working on that too? And Keith Wilson seems to be connected quite well with a bunch of the stuff around overreach from government. Lots of protesting stuff. He did some stuff in Alberta as well. And then he started talking about working with the city, working on that deal to move the trucks. It was moving along, but not as great as everybody wanted to. That was what was good about Keith was he, even though he did lots of lawyer talking, which was over expanding and getting more context in, I don't think he did any fabrication, lying, or anything like that at any point. I didn't smell it, I didn't sniff it, and I didn't find any contradictions. If you did, let me know. But I think he was pretty honest because he said things like, Steve K contacted me about the third attempt not being successful. Something was going to come. They started sniffing that something was going to come down. They were suspecting something was going to come down. And then even Tamara got worried and instructed him to move to another hotel. And then shortly after that, he went back to Alberta. We got a law lesson on MOUs. I think we quickly covered that one last time, the last break as well. You need two parties. So just because somebody drafted an MOU and sent it to the government, it's certainly not binding in any way, shape, or form. But up to this point, the government has pointed to it quite a few times, like it was some sort of anything. So thank you, Keith, for correcting our understanding that it's nothing until the other party agrees. And he called it legal nonsense. And then Paul Champ's got his fingers in everywhere, huh, for people's money, because Paul Champ came up here. He's also the one that has the lock on all the donated money that was in an Ontario bank. Yeah, because it's an Ontario injunction or order. And the crypto. There was some crypto donations that were going out. And Paul Champ has got his fingers in that, in addition to, as we heard, the ATB bank accounts of Pat King. So Paul Champ, I hope I'm never on the wrong side of the table from you. And if I never need someone like you, you seem to do the job. They started to get, oh yeah, so at one point Keith said they were starting to get concerned about the change of tone from slowly. So I guess at one point they were happy with slowly or working with slowly, but then he changed his tone. This was probably around the time where things were getting pretty spicy for slowly himself. His last few days were, everybody would call, well, pretty much everybody would call constructive dismissal. The last few days were probably quite rough with him. We didn't quite put a date on when slowly turned his behavior. This was something I found that Keith wasn't good at. He wasn't good at dates, and he wasn't good at like nailing the timeline. And he actually said that. What part of his testimony was for him to do recall, he kind of has to do it event-based, which means he's got a bit of a memory that remembers actions, like things he's physically a part of, and less of document and remembering things. So I don't have a lot of dates because he didn't mention a lot. So I don't know when the change for tone from slowly happened, but we can probably work it into the 11th, 12th, 13th area, and maybe sooner. Because that's what slowly we've heard plenty of testimony. 2 days from him is kind of where things started to go different for him. And for Keith to be referencing slowly, of course, it's before he resigned. So it'll be, I think, in that period. We also found out that Keith has been involved in a lot of things like Mad Cow in Alberta, H1N1. He was involved with the people of Patient Zero. Pretty cool. So, you know, that's why he's King's Counsel. He was involved in quite a few things for society. So when it comes to a credible lawyer, like somebody who, if you wanted somebody to come and be involved with the protest and trying to help and make everybody understand legally what's going on, this is the kind of guy you would want to end up with. King's Counsel, so has been vetted. And he's actually had some pretty relevant experience. So, you know, I'm starting to feel like there's definitely a camp that may have rolled out on 18 wheels out there that think this group took over, kind of took it for the money or something. And I can see how that can be an opinion that's made. I can see that because, yeah, they certainly staffed up, they legaled up. And even Keith said when he arrived, they kind of unannounced. They brought him to a meeting with the city unannounced. He said something like, typically we don't do that as lawyers. And yeah, that's true, because as soon as you lawyer up, you've changed the tone. You've certainly changed the conversation. And if the other side doesn't know you're lawyering up, well, they don't have a chance to lawyer up. And why are we lawyering up? Did something happen? Will be what goes through everybody's head. So against his better judgment, he showed up at a meeting with Steve K, and they had a hard time just even getting to his office. I would have liked to have seen him pull himself out of that meeting at that point when things were not helpful because of his presence. But then we also heard from him that it was getting clear that there was an organizational, they need to kind of do things legal. And then this is when we started to get into what we call the back channeling. So I don't know who Dean French is, Mr. Dean French. Why would I? But if you know Brian Peckford, apparently he's got his number. And Dean French is a fixer, a back channel fixer. I don't know if he retained them or if they just do it of their own goodwill. But he certainly laid out to Canada through his testimony that the Canadian government has back channels, uses back channels. It's common. This current one has it. And it's functional and it produces things. Cool, I guess. Okay, if you want transparency and honesty and you want to know what's going on with your government, that would be a big no-no. But is that just a reality of the world? And should we accept it? I'm going to say boldly no. These are the kind of things that we should find other ways to do it and still be transparent. I don't see why we can't start adopting things like liaison teams. Okay, please have them. Please have them. They have liaison teams. Their sole purpose is to go meet with the public and see what we can do for you. Why is there no real trained, well-intentioned government liaison team? I would be careful with that because they might show up at your door for everything that the government doesn't like. But at least having a way to have a little bit more contact with the government from the people, it would be a nice start. They might abuse it. But it might be a nice start to have a way to actually communicate better. It would have stopped this convoy if the government was interested in genuinely stopping the convoy. That would have happened and helped. But we'll see. I don't know what the recommendations are going to be other than we have a hunch on a few of them. Oh, and then his characterization of Tom. So we actually got a lot about Tom through Keith and the characterization of Tom as always calm. He never seemed to have gotten flustered and upset. And he's been observing quite a bit, Tom. So I guess he was poking his nose around, seeing who's doing what, getting himself active. And he was working a lot with the PLTs. It seems to me, Tom, at this point in his life, because he shared all this with us, it came out in testimony. So there isn't much that we we have to find out from other sources, but he was going through a separation or just had it or just finishing off with the house, just finished losing his job with cause, which makes things difficult because he won't get EI or anything like that. And probably found himself with a what do I do now type of mindset, and has had some free time and was frustrated with how things were starting to close in on the government control and overreach, and then decided to do something he doesn't normally do and wouldn't normally do, which is to completely volunteer himself to a cause to try and change the world. Not change the world, but change Canada in a little bit so that he and his family, or at least his children, can feel like the Canada going forward will be better for them. Does that sound familiar? If you've been following this channel for a bit, that's my story. I was not a politician like earlier this year. It was the convoy that told me to kind of get upset and do something. I'm not being paid. I'm just volunteering. I'm just reaching out to people. I'm trying to talk to people. Am I not doing the same thing as what Tom was trying to do? Maybe I'm not trying to orchestrate and cause people to kind of protest in a certain way, but I'm certainly trying to open channels to the government. I'm certainly trying to get a message to them. I'm certainly trying to do it loudly with every tool I have. I'm doing it for free, and I'm only doing it because I really think it needs to be done. So when it comes to that, I can see why Tom put his boots on and headed down there and started walking around and introducing himself. He does have some experience. He does have some training. He may not be the captain or colonel or all that other stuff or super awesome at everything he does, but who is? One of the themes in my comments was, well, he failed at this or he failed at that. What are you expecting? This is an amateur volunteer, and he's also working harder than the actual trained people there. In fact, the actual trained people there, the PLT units, adopted him as someone to work with. It was very clear to the trained people on the ground working there that at least on the surface, he appeared to be an ally willing to work. So for those reasons, like, I haven't shaken his hand, but I tweeted some stuff to him today. And let me actually see if he gave me permission, because he tweeted something or he DM'd me something. And if he says yes, I'll share it with you. Okay, he didn't say yes. He hasn't said anything yet. So I'll check that for tomorrow. But it's related to the poppy. Okay, so I did send him a message about the poppy. It was not forgotten. I can tell you that. There was no forgotten poppy. But if he lets me share his actual reason, I will. Look, I didn't shake his hand. We didn't go to camp together. We didn't go to Young Global Leaders program together, like the foes that we're fighting. But he is an imperfect human being. I think that came out. And I don't see anything wrong with that, because I'm certainly similar when it comes to that. Okay, so then after he talked about Tom, then he started getting into at least one date. So on February 8th is when Tom was trying to move the barriers. So we heard this before. We heard this even before Tom came out. Who was it? It was one of the police. Oh, it was OPP. It was OPP saying that Tom was trying to work the plan, move the barriers, and couldn't get in contact with OPS. So Keith reiterated that. Yeah, sure enough, on February 8th, Tom was really concerned about trying to get an inspector level OPS officer because just nothing was happening. And as Keith reiterated in his testimony here, it upset and lost a lot of faith with some of the more harder to get on board truckers. You're going to have a spectrum of truckers. You're going to have people that are absolutely willing to follow everything that Tamara, Tom, and team says. And then you're going to also have some people that said, no, I'm going to follow everything that Bridget says. And then you're going to have some people that say, nope, I'm going to follow what Farfada does. And you're going to have people that go, nope, I'm going to do what I want. You're going to have a spectrum. You're going to have a spectrum. And it seems like Tom was working hard at bringing in the more determined to be independent, do their own thing people. And then when the goodwill was broken, so when you actually succeeded at, hey, let's move the truck on the 7th, and they didn't move the barriers, trucks didn't move, and then the truck drivers would just turn to him and say, were you even right? You said that you were working with the city and they're going to move this and let us out, but they didn't. So yeah, that absolutely would destroy goodwill. And unfortunately for Tom, there's no real good recovery from that. He's not going to get on his knees and start kissing boots. He's just going to look him in the eyes and say, look, this is what I'm dealing with. Tried to get an inspector level yesterday. Sorry. And that's it, hat in hand. But yet we've got the government trying to make Tom into this coordinator that could have moved every truck on a snap. And then we also have truckers who are not making things easy for Tom because they're also independent and they have their own things. So I think that's where the term rock and a hard place came from, because that's a rock and a hard place. Good on you for trying, Tom. It looks like Keith recognized it and he did give testimony that corroborated all that. Eva, yeah, she's the one that made a great idea for the long-term injunction as a carrot to the city. And it looked like the convoy was cooperating with the injunction. They didn't try and fight it. This is something that I think the government and the commission was trying to figure out and establish on whether or not the convoy itself was taking legal means to stop the legal means. Try to establish an argument that they needed the EA because they would lose injunctions. I don't know where they're going with that. But it looks like the convoy not only wasn't fighting them, they were cooperating. Not to the point where they would just say, yeah, we would accept your injunction as is, but to the point where, well, here are the terms that we do agree with, and let's extend this thing longer. Let's make this injunction longer because we're going to be here for a while. I think that helped, and I'm kind of glad that that came out through the committee council questions. And then we're kind of wrapping up here. Paul Champ, our favorite under the skin dude, had an objection, and Bridget was not aware of the plan and called it fake news. So part of Keith's testimony was Tamara's notice about the city deal about moving down to Wellington. Part of the government's testimony that we heard a while ago with a different witness was, and at that time, the government didn't tell us who the counter tweet was, but the government established that Tamara sent out a tweet, and then there was a counter tweet that called it fake news. And then they were using that as like confusion, and there was no control over everything. Well, we now know that it was Bridget that sent that counter message or post or not Instagram, but I think they're on TikTok, the counter message. And Paul Champ brought that up. So when Keith testified that he saw that message and it was posted and it came from the leaders and stuff like that, Paul had to object, and he was kind of right here. He was kind of right. The testimony from the previous day said that from Bridget that she didn't support that message from Tamara, and she countered it with this is fake news. So it was kind of right of Paul to at least identify that of the people who were sent that notice, which included Bridget, at least Bridget isn't supportive of it. So I cleared the record on that one. Again, that's not going to be the pivot that clears the EA, but it does show Champ doing a decent lawyering job, paying attention, and ruffling feathers. It's what he does well. And then somebody mentioned something about the tax or rich on his laptop, whether or not a judge would ask him to remove that. If it was offensive, for sure. If something was offensive, he'd be asked to cover it up or hide it. If the other side brought it to the judge and made a good argument on why it would be inappropriate, then maybe. But not generally does a court get involved in stickers on the laptop, unless it's really just obscene, like F the court or something like that. Then yeah, maybe. But tax the rich, I don't know. I've never come across it. That's pretty brazen and bold for someone to do that. I haven't seen that before. So I don't know, but I don't think so. Basically, the government was misinformation about the EI. Right. So one thing that Keith was talking a lot about was he was going out there and preaching the law. And basically his message to anybody that would listen to him was, if you don't become unlawful, if you don't do wrong things, if you stay within these parameters, you can walk anywhere in downtown Ottawa. He is preaching the Canadian Constitution. He's preaching the law. Then he was doing that because it bothered him so much that the government went on TV and said a bunch of things that was just factually and legally wrong. So he was upset that the government was misinforming people about the EA. So that's why he was going around informing people about the true law. Fog of war, battlefield, I don't know. That's going to be a tough one because he's not legally wrong, but is the government now going to say we were going through these mechanisms to clear things out? We were using the tools available to us, but yet we had too much opposition on a legal front for them to be effective. Is that what they want to try and go with? Because again, the EA doesn't allow for that. And if you're losing the legal arguments, why are you stepping forward any more on trying to make it more illegal? If you're losing the legal arguments on a simple level, there's nothing illegal here. I don't know why these aren't indicators to the government that maybe they're not correct about the law. When they're losing injunctions, they're only getting one out of like 30 items from the injunction. They can't get another type of injunction to force people to move because it's not legit. Why are they skipping all these flags? Ignorance or 4D chest? Okay, so I'm going to jump over to the chat now. So before I get into the government of Canada for Keith, we'll go see if there's anything here in the chat. So you're all still, there's a lot of you still here, 54. Holy moly, thank you all so much. We almost got to 100 before we had that internet and power thing, but hopefully tomorrow's clean and we'll reach it. But thank you all. There's a ton of support. I can see in the chat a lot of new faces and a lot of new people, and a lot of you know each other. So I'm definitely into a community that's wonderful. So thank you very much for having me in. F2 drove the sticker, Charlie. You thinking the sticker on the laptop, would that get covered up? Tell the judge it means fantastic instead of anything else. Maybe it'll stay. They clearly not good drivers based on the blocking traffic. Whose privileges? Who's the bad drivers, Puddleton? Who's the bad driver? Revoke their privileges? Who do we got to do that to? The mentality doesn't fly here, Puddleton. Okay. So are we having some fun there, Puddleton? If I could hug you, I would. Whatever. You're welcome. You're welcome. Pendleton, how much do you get paid to try to? Oh, okay. So you're here to have some fun. So 10th man, it's not 40 chance. Simply, it is how it always works. Really? You think so? You don't think there was more going on there? The provoking before they got their 10th. The EA isn't a quick thing to do, but it's ready to go. MPs knew about it. There are several other plans to do it. They're definitely going to have a lot of egg and explaining to do now through this inquiry. You really think they did all that because they're just crappy at what they do? I don't know, 10th. Love to have you on as an interview. I think you and another person who just jumped in, you mentioned that you do stuff like that. Come on. Hey, why don't I throw the invite link in here and see if you just come on? I'm not here to argue or anything like that, but I'm happy to chat with you, see where it goes. And anybody that wants to hit this link that goes in right now, you hit that and you'll end up in my studio and we can chat. And if you don't, that's fine too. I can try and keep going here. But not Pendleton. Not Pendleton. Jason Levine, Pendleton is commenting and then deleting comments after trolling. 10th. Lucky me.
What's up, bro? Be very, very careful.
Lucky me.
I'm fairly new to this from what I can ascertain. You will get porn bombs. So people that will come up and what they have the ability to do is make their avatar. So my screen where I have my formal attire there with my cat.
Uh-huh. Yeah, your cat.
That whole box will turn into a porn video.
I'm not going to tube in anything on this end,
So,
but
you
wow.
know.
So that gets you flagged and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, well yeah. But, so I've been around for a little while, like almost 3 years. I'll give you a couple pointers as they pop
Sure,
in my
please do.
brain. I'm also
Please.
a little high.
Cool.
Because I'm off for
Hit me up later.
No, I'm all good. So, but because I had a death in my family, so I'm on
sorry, brother.
bereavement leave. No, it's fine. So anyway, I'm not trying to troll you in chat. I'm just saying.
No. I hope you're not getting the impression. Sometimes I don't get
Just
sarcasm.
people get a
very
little
well.
bit edgy,
Hmm,
right?
not
Like
this
because
guy.
you even said that some of my ideas were like just a little strange. Not you didn't say strange, but just I'm not critiquing you. I just
No. My
it'll
perspective.
take you a little bit to get used to me. So all I'm saying is this. I do not believe you asked a specific question. You said, okay, so
4D chest.
Do I think that it's incompetence? No, they literally know that they will not be held responsible. That it's literally just a way of thinking, right? It's just the way that they've been brought up, right? So like
thinking.
I had a friend of the family that was, just like family, right? Till I was in my early teens. Then all of a sudden he became a cop and no one ever saw or heard from him again. It's a cult, right? Once you're in the cult, you have to think a certain way. If you don't think that way, they will dispose of you by any means necessary. They'll fire you. They won't send out help. If you're a cop, they won't. You call in for help because somebody's shooting at you. They just don't send help. Like I know it's hard to take what I'm saying as factual because you don't know me. But
I don't know you, but let me just tell you quick. I've been in courts. I've seen cops lie. I know corruption exists. So go ahead.
So, quite simply, like I was saying in chat, we are regarded as livestock to the rich and powerful. So, I feel that this entire thing, that's why I'm not covering it. I always take every summer off. I usually come back around this time of year for the last 3 years. I don't know if I'm doing that this year. My husband kind of wants me to play Warframe with him instead this winter.
What's Warframe?
Rather than broadcasting. I don't do this to get money or get clout. You happen to show up on my YouTube feed, like one of the boxes that shows up.
Yeah, cool.
And quite simply, I'll always just go back and refer. I have not watched that much of this. I'll watch like some shorts and stuff like that off YouTube. I'm pretty busy usually, right? I will always just remember what that cop said. I don't know if he was the commissioner or whatever there a week or two ago, maybe 3, when he said quite simply that pollution and loud horns are violence. And then when the lawyer with the glasses, the short like stocky guy, said, so, but is that in the CSIS code? Like, is this a actual crime? No. He said, no, it's not. But in his perception, it was violence, right? So we don't have law. We don't have a legal system from the top down. The entire thing is corrupt. I was thinking earlier while I was watching this, I was like, maybe if we were, instead of using these artificial intelligence bots to do stupid things and like create a fucking interview between Joe Rogan and Bill Gates, or not Bill Gates, the Apple guy, right? How come we're not using this to investigate law? How come we don't have an artificial? Maybe I shouldn't be saying this live because my ideas are usually used for some very nefarious means. So this could be the coming of Skynet. But quite simply, why don't we have an artificial intelligence that's looking into this, to the contradictions of law?
You mean from the people side or the police side?
There shouldn't be. That's the problem. Even you just saying that right now.
Well, because I want to
side there shouldn't be a side.
Well, I get that, but what I'm going to tell you is they do have AI on their side. We're the ones that have no.
Right.
So I just wanted to inform you there already is one, but not for us. So we don't have
a biased, jaded AI. I'm sure. Yeah.
What's that?
A biased, jaded AI. I'm sure. Yeah. That's made to make us look like criminals. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Now, do we need something on our side? Do we crowd source it, or do we do AI on our side? Like, I think what you're getting at is a justice side. Like, there's no AI on the justice side for us. Is that where you're going with that? Because the other side, they have plenty.
Put it this way. Okay, so if courts are allowed to go to a judge or whatever, right? In America, it's the FISA court. I am Canadian, but I concentrate a lot on American stuff. That's where the majority of my fans are. Well, not anymore. But anyway, if they have the right to get a FISA warrant for Trump, for instance, to go and say, oh, he's a Russian colluder, then why wouldn't a citizen be able to go and do the exact same thing with any government representative, and especially anybody that was involved in that investigation? Why do they have special rights? Why do they get this indemnification where we just have some type of faith that they're doing a good thing? Why do they get that?
Because we allow no oversight.
No, but I'm saying what, and this is where I get a little weird.
Okay, get weird.
In my opinion, it's because most people are willing to just go along to get along, right? Like almost with just like with sadomasochistic sex. Everybody likes to switch roles, right? Sometimes your wife's the aggressor, sometimes you're the aggressor, or if you're like me and you get a husband. So they capitalize on that by using fear, ignorance, all the human frailties to put you in a submissive pose automatically. They do that when you're a child. When I was a child in school, you speak out of turn, that's wrong. You do anything that the teacher tells you not to do, then you're automatically the bad guy. Well, who's to say that? So it's bred into you from a very young age, like you're a puppy instead of a human being that has, consciousness. So then the government uses it to trick us. And what I was saying about the legal system, you're saying, oh, I must be in a really bad spot, or like not.
It sniffed. It sounded like
getting the right kind of help or whatever. No. What it is that. Okay, so just I don't know you, right? So if you have a problem with a government agency other than civil litigation, where do you go?
Today.
What is the proper process? I know. I'm just asking. I just want to know if you know.
Well,
say you have a problem with a government office, say it's like the DMV or whatever we call it, Service Canada here, right? Something like that. Just a problem with one of their employees and it hasn't been addressed, and you go through all the complaint processes and you try to do what you're supposed to do. what's supposed to be the final stop
For the government, the department, the
and
minister?
anything governmental?
Yeah, the minister.
No, the ombudsman's office.
Well, that's one place the public can go, but you said the final option. The final could be
That-
the minister.
Oh, no. Even if you've dealt with them, you're supposed to be able to go to your ombudsman, right? And he's
who controls
supposed
the
to have it
ombudsman,
looked
though?
into to make sure what the policies are, to make sure that they're following the law, to make sure that they're following the rules, right? That's what the ombudsman's there for. What would you say if I had pointed out a lot of the stuff that's going on in society right now, months before the pandemic even started, and went to the ombudsman and gave him, like, I've got emails. At the final email he sent me, there was like 17 or 21 or something like that responses to all the emails I had sent his office. And at the bottom of the email, he said, we just quite simply don't have the resources to respond to all public complaints. And I said, but that's a direct contradiction to what it says on your website. This is what you're supposed to be there for.
Right.
And he said, there will be no further communications with you. Do you understand? So
No, I
we
completely
aren't
get it.
citizens. We don't have rule of law. We are subservient slaves that will be used or disposed of as they see fit. And that's what we're bred into from the time that we're a small child. I got into an argument when the Queen died, and I didn't want to push it with this person because I said she's a terrible, evil monster. Terrible, evil monster from a long line of terrible, evil monsters. You know, so what happened? What happened to the children that she took from the residential schools back to England? Were those some of the skeletons that were found on the grounds there? I know this sounds conspiratorial, but these are facts, right? I've done probably about a dozen shows about the residential school program before it became mainstream, like 3 years ago, before everybody was paying attention to it. No one's ever going to be held responsible for any of that. The people who are alive, the people that made money off it, nobody, right? So for anybody to ever think that the legal system is going to step in at some point, or that we have some type of actual way, like, do you think Pulivari, or whatever that guy's name is with the glasses,
Pierre.
do you really think that he's going to get into government and things are going to be any better? Were they any better under Stephen Harper? No, they were not. Not for the average
I have no
citizen.
delusions. I have no delusions that we have opposition, and I have no delusions that we have full parties. So maybe we can talk about that a bit. I'm an independent candidate. I'm running as MP.
Oh, are
for
you
all those
seriously?
reasons. Yeah, for all those
Oh.
reasons. I'm
See, I
aiming
would
for
love
MP
to do
power.
something like that, but I'm
Do
not.
it.
I'm not the
Why
type
not?
of guy that people like.
Well, neither am I, but somebody's got to do it. I'm tired of not seeing anyone do it.
Yeah.
So I am. I don't think I'm grand or anything like that, but my MP sucks. He's not going to be standing up. Pierre's
Right.
going to get in there. He's going to get some power.
Yep.
He's got his WF connections. He's got to really come out against it, and he's not. We need independents in there who are not affiliated to a party, are not under a whip. It's not under a platform,
Right.
and they're not in the game at all, not lifelong anybody's. I'm one of them. And my goal is to get in there and open the cabinets and go take a look. If it kills me, that's possible. Like I have a meme out there that has, here's my 5 steps to fix Canada. Step 1, expose the truth. Step 2, tell the truth. Step 3, survive.
Yeah.
Okay. Step 4, repeat if necessary. Step 5, go home to Alberta. That's what we have to do. There's no other plan. But look, I'm trying. Yellowhead's west of Edmonton. We have independent minds out here. We're a bit of a reform riding. And if we get in there and give the accountability and oversight that we haven't had in this country since Confederation, maybe we can start rocking the actual system. It might kill some people, 10th, okay?
See, but now they can right there take what you just said out of context, like they just did to Buddy.
Sure, but I'm talking about me. I'm talking
I
about
know.
offing me.
I get you.
Yeah. So, but I'm not thinking, because we don't do that in Canada, but that's how much of a thorn I intend to be, because I'm not part of the system. So look, I hear you. And I'm also a paralegal. So I gave that up in Ontario before I moved to Alberta.
Right.
So I have been around the courts. And ironically enough, I have to go back to Ontario in November to deal with the court fraud like a legitimate straight up court fraud. I
Okay.
can't go into that detail right now.
Yeah,
This is why I absolutely empathize with even bad judges. Okay. I had Donald Best on last week. We spent an entire hour talking about how he ended up in prison, or not prison, it was jail for 63 days because of corruption. It exists. And we spent a long time talking about how do we bring justice back to people, because there's no access to justice. It's incredibly difficult to actually get someone charged, to get someone to look into things. And I'm saying that as a paralegal, as somebody who's bold enough and strong enough to push authority. And I don't know how to navigate the issue I have to deal with right now, because I'm dealing with a court who's also part of the foe. Who do I call? And I'm genuinely, I'm intended to go in there and do some legal work, get a certain document, and then get on my knees and go see the OPP, and I hope there is somebody that wants to get into corruption of justice that's actually happening in Ontario right now. So guys like me, I think 10th is something we can start to find and do across Canada and get behind, get a couple per province, and get us in there. If we start disappearing, replace us with another one and keep going until we get these answers. Because 10th, what else do we have left? Do we just belly up? And,
no, I say, and I've said this about America, because do you know what First Amendment auditing is? Cop watching, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know a lot of people in that area, like a lot. And if you check out my channel, you'll see one of the oldest videos that's on here is from January 6th, where I had a whole bunch of people on there and we talked about January 6th in America.
Okay.
And I've been saying this for 3 years. We need a rights violator list, right? If they get to have a registry,
like a sex offenders list,
because you have a gun, right? Say because just like the thing that they had for like 20 something years with the registry for firearms that they got rid of because it was too expensive, right?
Well,
they're allowed to do that. Then there needs to be one for, okay, so 2 years ago approximately, there was a lady who had her dog in her own front yard. I know that some of the things that I might say seem small, but it's just evidence that this is a systemic thing. The cop comes over, the dog has not left her yard, tells her he is taking her dog, puts his hand on the dog's leash, and the woman has her hand on the other on the leash as well. And they're arguing while her friend is recording this, right? The fact that the cops believe, that's why I don't have a dog, because I know that if my dog is barking, the cops can come onto my property, shoot my dog, shoot me, right?
Hold on, where are you getting that from? Sorry, like
they
look,
can do whatever they want.
Yes, and so can anybody. You don't have to be a cop to be an asshole.
Right, but there's a difference. If you're my neighbor and we're having an argument, you don't know that you're going to not be held responsible.
Oh, so the immunity. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see where you're headed.
So I have a lot less fear of you coming into my property and shooting me or my dog than I do somebody who wears a badge and a gun and knows that they're not going to be held responsible.
Do they know that? Like,
yes,
it's every time. Like, we do see cops charged. Like, I'm going to push a little bit back on that.
It's happening more now. Yes, mostly because of the First Amendment movement, right? Because they're out there recording this stuff.
Yeah, you're not wrong, because that's why we have SUI, and that's why we have some other departments to look into it. Like, how do you police the police? I don't subscribe to the same idea that they have this complex where they would go shoot dogs and people just because they think they can get away with it.
But they have.
I'm not saying they haven't, but there's bad apples everywhere, not just cops. But I would be surprised if that was a common behavior in lots of them. I would buy that you could isolate the narcissists and the sociopaths in any group and say, okay, well, these guys are really willing to go over the line. But certainly,
okay,
that should be the exception.
I live in New Brunswick. right?
Okay.
And 99% of the time that I've had any experiences with cops in New Brunswick, it's been awesome, right? I was just watching a
Okay.
video earlier that I didn't even ever display publicly, I don't think, because I was going through my phone. And I said to the cops, I always tell people that cops here are not like they are in the US, but I've heard a few things. And then a couple weeks ago, I was down going to the bank, and I saw a fire truck. So I said, oh, there must be a fire. I'll get some footage. And then I walk over to where the dollar store is, and there's a bike, flipped upside down on its handlebars.
Mm-hmm.
And I say to one of the other people that are standing by, hey, what's going on? They said, oh, it's a stolen bike. I said, oh, okay. So I'm just standing there recording. The video's still up there. And the sound's really messed up. So I start recording. I get into a vantage point where there's other people standing over there because I'm very careful, right? I know the cops can say and do, a lot of weird stuff. So I'm just keeping my distance. And I'm recording the guy inside the back of the car in case they're choking him, punching him, anything like that, right? Because I've seen it hundreds of times. I'm there for maybe another 3 or 4 minutes. All of a sudden, he's let out of the car. I hear a cop say, and I don't think you can hear it on the video because the sound's really messed up. I hear a cop say, oh, yeah, no, I've seen you driving on that bike many times. So supposedly a couple bikes were stolen across town recently. Now, I didn't get footage of this. I can only go off of witnesses. But the guy, when they let him go, let him off the cuffs, and there was at least 8 or 10 cops there. All the 4 or 5 cop cars, they all just drove away like nothing happened. And the guy whose bike it was told me that he was driving. No one said anything, no sirens, nothing. They just hit the back tire with their front fender, with their front bumper. He went flying off the bike. They pounced on him, threw him in cuffs, threw him in the back of the car, and said he was on a stolen bike, but he wasn't on a stolen bike.
Right.
So that's not a few bad apples, right? That's probably half the police force that's on at that, or maybe the full police force, because it's not a very big town, right? There at that time. That's not a few bad apples, right? The fact that the cop that hit him with the car, if that happened, was not drug off in handcuffs right there in the back of one of them other police cars proves that the legal system is a farce.
Well, it proves that incident was not done properly, but the whole legal system?
Yes, the entire legal system, because the
Well,
fact
did you
that
file a charge or did you do anything?
I wasn't there.
Well, whose video is this? So you found a video and
No,
someone else's
I
video?
recorded the video after he supposedly got knocked off the bike.
Oh, so you interviewed him and got his story?
Yeah, after he got out of the cop car. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So what happened is they hit him, they assaulted him, they thought he was a criminal, or at least they're saying that. Threw him back in the car, realized who he was, probably did the moment, and basically threatened him probably at that point and said, they didn't say, oops, I'm letting you go. They said, well, you're lucky we're letting you go right now. So STFU and get out of
Probably,
here.
who knows? But all I'm saying is the fact that that person that looked like he was probably homeless or just not very well to do now has to go and navigate a legal system that I, as a fairly intelligent man, have a very difficult time, and just the actual time that it takes to go and deal with that. Yet the government has unlimited resources to come after you if they even just assume that you might be doing something wrong. That means that the legal system is a farce. If you can show me one example where the legal system isn't a farce, I would love to see it.
Oh, please. There certainly is lots of examples where it's not a farce.
Name one.
Okay, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay.
Johnny Depp. That was a hard battle for him to win. Being a man, oh my gosh, that was a hard one.
Neither one of those battles should have ever happened in the first place.
Agreed, but that's
so
kind
it's a
of the
farce.
point. No,
that's what I mean.
No, but this is where we won't agree, because the legal system is meant to not solve every problem, but it's meant to give you a platform to argue it out and see where it goes. You can't expect 100% out of any system. So you definitely have to expect you're going to have some real bad stuff happen. And you're not wrong. Look, there's even more that you haven't talked about that I'm aware of that's even worse than what you've talked about. You're not wrong. People disappear.
Yep.
Okay. Complete records gone.
Yep.
They completely vanish, like birth
Right.
even. So look, there's a lot more to where the system truly is. But to make a statement like the whole system's broken, I get so, because I have had successes, okay, and they might be minor and little ones like civil and small civil or summary stuff where I help people out. But where you're definitely not wrong is the access to justice, and it's a rich man's game. Those two things are super horrible, and they're stacked against everybody else. That's 100% true. So your guy on the bike who was assaulted criminally by officer, at least one, with a deadly weapon, because that's what the car absolutely is. We got plenty of case law that a car is a deadly weapon. And then the accomplices who covered up his actions, some of them may not have known, but some certainly would have figured it out because the guy would have talked. They all should be in jail. They all should actually be in prison. They should be in prison because all of those.
But none of them will ever be held responsible. That's what I'm saying is,
well,
if one cop does.
Well, what did you do though? Did you report it to anybody? You talked to the witness. Did you
No.
help him?
I told him you can find my video on my channel. See, that's the thing. I just don't bother. Because what if I'm wrong?
I think you just found a kink in the armor.
What's that? Yeah.
Well, just like people that don't tell the truth about rape and other things, like they're just silent. That's part of the problem. You really should be speaking up as much as you can. And I'm not saying you're part of this problem, but the problem for this guy was he never did take another step, and he didn't have somebody.
Who knows? I don't know. I thought that's where
well, the assumption is it's not, because, well, hold on, actually, Tenth, let's actually do this. Are you assuming nothing happened? Are you assuming like a week later no cop was fired?
Yes.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe he did file something and there was a follow-up, because it's not going to be public. You're not going to know about it.
Well, it should be. That's what that's
that's a good point. And that's going back to your truth list or whatever, your list. Like we have a sex offenders list. Why don't we have a corrupt public offenders list? Officials. Yes, I think it would be good for that.
I think that if a cop, right? So I don't even know. I could bring up 1,000 different examples, but if a cop does something that is like, I just saw a video, I don't even remember what it was, just a couple days ago. I believe it was out of Texas or Florida, where the cop did just horrible things. Might even been New York. And then he was never allowed to, I think it was on the accountability report with that lady with the glasses. Okay. He's just not allowed to ever be a law enforcement officer in that specific state.
Yeah, like
right. But then I've had hundreds of people bring up, oh, well, we have the Brady list. Okay, so then why can that guy not be a cop in that specific state, but he's not in the Brady list? Because the Brady list in America, I don't think we have anything like this in Canada, as far as I'm aware, is voluntary. It's
so
voluntary whether or not. The Brady list is for any cops that have committed crimes that they wouldn't be able to be a cop if they're on that Brady list. It's a federal thing. Right. So but it's not mandated. It is voluntary whether or not the police station and or whatever actually puts a cop on the Brady list. So as far as I'm concerned, probably 90 to 95% of those people that are on that Brady list shouldn't even be on that Brady list, because it's a pretty good chance that those were the cops that were set up by the other cops that were the one good cop.
Gotcha. I hear where you're going with that. Okay. Yeah. At first I was going to say, why is there anybody on the Brady list? But yeah, to set people up and backstab.
I know what I say sounds crazy, but like something said earlier there, I came to YouTube pre-pandemic. I told everybody exactly how this was going to go down. We did shows about this for 10 to 18 hours a day during the entire pandemic for over a year. I told everybody what was going to happen, exactly how it was going to go. And I told everybody how this trucker protest was going to go too. I sent a correspondent down into the trucker protest, because I'm kind of like a news guy, but I also do other stuff. And I report the YouTube nonsense news. And I told everybody what's going to happen. They're going to go up there. They're going to cause a big fuss. The government's going to lie. They're going to break it up. People are going to fall in line. Our rights are going to be restricted further. These people are going to be made out to be terrorists. And Canadians are just going to turn a blind eye to the whole situation.
It's looking that way, to be honest with you, Tent. Too many of
And
us
that's
are doing
it's
that.
exact, dude. I've got it recorded. What I said was going to happen. I can see the future because I told everybody it's not magic. I imagine what would I do if I was evil.
Right, and that's actually a good way to look at this.
I'm
You
right
try and do
every
that.
time.
Well, I would say on this call, I'll give you an A, but I kind of disagree with some of the blanket statements about everything.
I get
is
you.
now, yeah. So I'll give you a high rating, a high mark. But I think
wasn't asking for a mark, but no, I get
yeah,
what
but
you're
I think we certainly can talk a lot more and hash out a lot of stuff here.
I just have zero faith in human beings. I believe that we're.
Well, that brings me back to my belly up question to you, though, Tan.
ahead.
Well, what's the path forward then? Are we just gonna hate humans
Full
and the law?
accountability. No,
there we go.
Is that every government representative's phone calls when they're on the clock, every meeting that they have,
Recorded
everything they
and
say or do
broadcast. Yep.
has to be publicly accessible. Just if I work for a company, I've worked in call centers for the last few years because I'm disabled, right? So it's really hard for me to go out and do other stuff. But all my phone calls are recorded, and I even asked one of my bosses about 8 or 10 years ago because it was my first time working in a call center, and I said, okay, so how far back can you go into my calls and like write me up, or because I didn't understand how this worked, and write me up, or like is there any type of, like there is in law, a what do you call it when 7 years or whatever do they call it again? I'm a little high and tired.
No, expires.
Statute of limitations, right?
Sure.
Is there anything like that? And he's like, no. You could work here for 50 years when we go back to the first day and, write you up or fire you for something you said on the very first day that you worked here. You have no protections.
Right.
So why do I have no protections when it comes to anything to do with my employment, but these people do? And I watched a video about it earlier. It's sovereign immunity, right?
for police,
Because they're
yeah.
the same as a king, right? A lawyer is a duke. Like I've asked lawyers face to face. I had a conversation with one a couple days ago, and I'm like, how come if you are in association with a terrorist, you're a terrorist? But if you're part of a corrupt legal system, you're just an independent citizen. You're just a lawyer. Why is that?
Because they built the system and lawyers run it.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you have to be a lawyer to be a judge. Yeah, I get it.
Right.
Yep. It's
a cult. It's no different than a golf club. So to say that something like that's not going to be corrupt, they have their own best interest. There is no, I can't sue a lawyer. You can't go into a court and say, I want to bring suit against this lawyer. You have to go to the association that they pay dues to.
That's not true.
To make a complaint.
That might be
against them.
American stuff, but that's not true here. I've sued a lawyer, and you could make a complaint in the Law Society, but I've sued a lawyer.
And what
I've
did you
won?
win?
A complaint and the money I can't collect because she went out of business. Okay. But you certainly can sue lawyers. You certainly can sue lawyers. And the Law Society drags their feet and they don't do anything. They just slap hands at best. I get your frustration, but I did have to correct that because I have sued a lawyer.
Oh no, I sometimes I deal in extremes. So yeah,
it's okay. It's okay. You're very, very close to the truth. So let's just
all I'm saying is if we don't start recording everything that they do and say, then we can never know that they aren't evil.
Yeah, and if they don't want to let us do that, then get out.
Why? If I was Prime Minister of Canada, I would do it just like a YouTube show, and it would all be broadcast,
except the bathroom breaks. But yes, everything. I've
no,
already
they can have that
pitched
too
this.
if they want. It'll be adult content.
Yeah, I actually threw this at Rumble the other day in a tweet. I'm like, Rumble, you need to offer every single room, every single meeting, every single thing streamed. We
Right.
want everything streamed. I don't care how redundant and boring it is. I want it all streamed. So just like the cashiers with a camera above them in the front line at the restaurant has a camera on them, I want a camera everywhere too, inside of our Parliament and Senate and PMO office, just not their bathrooms. That's where I will make an exception. And I would push for that. Because if you're under that kind of watching, and if you're not doing anything wrong, right? That's their argument to us for all the laws that we have to follow. If you're not doing anything wrong, you should have no problem with it.
Right.
So that's what we should call the statute. If you're not doing anything wrong, act. And it's a government oversight.
So since this, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but
No
so
problem.
since this stream was about the trucker protest, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know you, I want to
Yeah.
ask you some stuff about the trucker protest because
Okay.
I just want to know.
Please
You
do.
believe that our government had any legal justification whatsoever to institute an emergency act?
Are you genuinely asking me that, or is
Yeah,
that...
I'm asking that. I'm going somewhere.
Oh,
with this.
absolutely not. They absolutely
All right.
not. They didn't even have the right to do the Provincial Emergency Act. They didn't even have the right to do the municipal
Right.
one. Yeah,
Yep.
and I think it's all related to this. Maybe I don't know if you got that book
Mhm.
too. Yeah, we got some
Good old
threads.
close. Yeah.
Yeah, we got some threads
so,
there.
So my second question is then,
Mm.
isn't that when the Magna Carta comes into play?
Magna Carta is a nice old document that gives us a bunch of rights against the government, doesn't it? It was the king,
Just
right?
asking. So then, them trying to paint Buddy in a picture where he's saying like some type of extremist thing, isn't that them trying to shame him for talking about the rights that we have under the
Mhm.
Magna Carta?
Yeah.
Why would
Complete
they do that?
violation. Because they're dehumanizing us and we're turning into
So then
sheep.
shouldn't their law license be revoked right there and then? You're acting outside the law. You're literally telling somebody that they can't act with or even talk about it within the law.
Yeah, but it's not illegal for someone to defame. It's civil. It's not criminal.
No. But they're a lawyer.
Mm-hmm. Officer of the court. Yeah, there's penalties if they get themselves in trouble,
but they're a lawyer, and they're supposed to be acting within the best interest of the law for society as a whole, right?
100%. That's what officer.
So
of
if
court
they're
is.
not, then why should they be allowed to be in that position?
Well, you're not wrong, but you're kind of skipping a step. They got to be reported and then found guilty. I still believe in due process.
Is there
I
due process? But they're an employee, right? So if they're the crown attorney, they're an employee of the crown, right?
Yeah, the king. Yeah.
But if I act outside of the policies and procedures or the law in my job,
Mhm.
I can be terminated. There's no like if I'm a contractor and I have a license to be a carpenter and I act outside of what I'm allowed to do, that can be taken away, right? There would be no process. They would go and they would file and say, hey, this person acted outside the law, and it would be immediately revoked.
Sorry, civil or criminal law? Which law?
No. If the building inspector went to one of my job sites and I'm a carpenter, they could file with whoever holds my license to be a carpenter and have that immediately revoked. There's no process.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Inspectors, they would have to issue you a warning. They'd have to issue you something and give you time to fix it. I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing that I'm aware of other than stunt driving that has an on-the-spot component to it.
You sure about that?
Well, yeah, I studied it. So I'm not sure of any other than stunt driving, because stunt driving has a special component of on the spot. You're guilty almost. They just take your
You
car.
mean stunting when you're like over the 50 kilometers?
Yeah,
or
50
whatever?
over. Yeah, this is stunt driving. Yeah. So if you do that, they'll just take your license and your car right on the spot. And that's the only one that I'm aware of, because it was a special law that had to get special permission to do that, to have an on the spot adjudication almost. Because the cop basically becomes a judge in that scenario, says you were over, I'm now taking your license and taking your car. That's the only one I'm aware of. And especially when you're talking about regulated professions.
Or providing a breath or blood sample. You're required to do that in Canada.
You're not
now.
supposed to. When did that change? Because that was something I fought not too long ago.
That's quite some years ago, isn't it?
No. I actually had to take an American company to court because they tried to do that in Canada. They were asking for cannabis, whether or not people are taking cannabis.
As far as I'm aware, you do not have, unless they changed the law since it changed that you had to provide it.
Well, no, the only time you would have to provide it is if you contractually agreed to it. So you entered into an employment contract that had it, but they're not allowed to even ask. So no, that's not even true. They're not even allowed to put that into. That's what I thought. They're not allowed to put that as a condition of your contract. The United States, they do that all the time. Drug testing is a common thing in the United States.
No, I'm not talking about as a job. I'm talking about as far as I'm. No. As far as I'm aware, the police are allowed to pull me over today and say, we want to give you a breathalyzer, and I don't have the right to refuse.
Oh, sorry, we changed subjects.
No,
So
that's
now
what I,
we're-
that's what I was talking about the whole
Okay,
time.
okay, okay.
I think we got lost.
Breathalyzer. No, you should be. You might have to go to jail for the night if you refuse one, because if they actually suspect that you're intoxicated,
Right.
to put you in the drunk tank.
No, as far as I'm aware, the law in Canada is and changed. I believe it was under Stephen Harper.
Actually, I don't recall that. Just give me a second.
Yeah. I'm just saying that there's an awful lot of that the citizens got to do what they're told, yet the government does not. Even if they act outside the law, right? That's what we're talking about. The Emergency Act that's treasonous, right there. Like the fact that Trump has been lied about, saying that he said, let's go down and take our government back and all this stuff with the edited video, just like they just tried to do to Buddy there during this deposition or whatever.
Pat King, yeah.
Yet, you don't see the same type of coverage about Trudeau. You don't see CBC doing a story about when the United Nations are getting up there one by one saying Trudeau is the most horrible person ever in all of history.
Wasn't it
a lot of pardon me?
Wasn't that amazing?
Yes.
I love that moment.
People are appalled by him. The fact that we have such a monster as prime minister, and the only reason that he got voted in is because he's pretty.
Yeah, he got the pretty boy thing, his name, and there was actually I got a document, the Liberal Party, how they got him in. There was 12 ridings that they targeted, and it's very suspicious what they did there. There was 12 ridings that they targeted in order to flip red to get him in.
His father did the same thing. His father called out the military during that standoff.
Yeah, the Quebec one. It
This
was
is
a
what they
War
do.
Measures Act. Yeah, well, Trudeau specifically did it. Both of them did it.
But isn't that awfully ironic?
No, I don't think it's ironic at all. I think it's because he is a Trudeau and his dad was prime minister. He was recruited and trained and then eventually got into the seat that they wanted him in. That's what I think happened.
There you go. That's what I was trying to see who you were. All right.
I believe that.
Now, if you actually have, it's just you have such a mild mannerisms that I was like, man, this guy seems awfully mild.
Well, I also think his father left him some property in the family plot in Cuba, so maybe he'll go visit there when he's done here.
Who, Castro?
No, his dad. Yeah, his dad left him a couple acres back home in Cuba.
Yeah.
We'll go retire there. There's a lot of things. I'm a WEF fighter, so if you go to my bio, against the globalist agenda, I stand up against it. I just did an interview with Andy Lee today about that subject. She's all over Freeland and her connections with the WEF. I'm all over Singh, Scheer, and Trudeau because all of them are also in it. So no, listen, I'm not naive. Just because I'm not yelling at the screen and pissed off means very little.
That's mostly what I do. Do you see what my avatar is?
I saw it now. I just changed to 10th man.
Yeah. That's one that I use for months and months and months. Some of my people made me some stuff, right? Do you see what that's of?
I want to say it's probably Auschwitz or something like that. But
because the outro to my show is when they come pounding on your door at the dead of night because they wrote your name down on a piece of paper because you have unicorn virus or whatever type of thing that they wrote your name down on a piece of paper for. Says you have to get taken with these people, thrown onto a train and dumped into a fire pit. There's not going to be anybody to call because business hours are 8:30 to 4:30 and you can go fuck yourself. And that's the way all of this works, right? Is that they can come in, break the law, put the emergency measures in effect, whatever they do, all this stuff. They're never going to be held responsible. Just like Trump said, he could walk out
Fifth Avenue
in the middle of the street
Fifth
and
Avenue,
shoot somebody.
Yep. Yeah, but don't tweet nasty stuff. That'll get him. Listen, I hear you. And Canada, if you're listening, he's not wrong, because if you're Canadian and you think that this kind of thing can't happen here, you forgot about what we did to the Japanese in World War II. You completely forgot what Canada did then.
And the residential school program.
There's lots of horrible history. Canada likes to talk about the good and forget the bad.
Were you ever aware of that worksheet that they sent home with the kids, talking about the secret places they like to go at home? teacher sent at home with them for homework?
To order to discover their feelings down there. That
About
time,
yeah,
that one?
yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
I'm
creepy
aware of
stuff.
Yep,
So
yep.
the fact that we are in a society where anybody thinks that that's even remotely okay, right? You would think that
Well, I
every
want to say we're
institution-
not. We're not in a society. Something happened, and there's a small
Right.
minority that's doing this.
right? You see the guy in I think it was Ontario.
Yeah.
That there's some people are saying that he's just trolling that
No,
school.
he is.
Right?
Yes, yeah,
Because
he
they
is.
were going to fire him because he had anti-trans views. Right?
No,
That's
it's
why I'm
deeper
a
than that.
non-binary, transgender, paleo vegan ghost that's transracial, a wolf every second Tuesday, a witch, and a ghost.
Cool.
Right? I'm all the things. That way, I can't be held responsible, right? For
And you're
anything that I
also-
say or do.
Well, technically, yeah, I guess you can. Well, not on my channel because I'm none of those things right now.
No, I know.
But on your channel, maybe. But no, listen, I do actually believe because he's in Oakville, he's in the Halton School District.
Yep.
I do believe he is not just trolling. He's actually trying to break the narrative.
Right.
I think he's doing that. That's what I think he's trying to do.
Right.
He's not. It's not for a paycheck. It's not to sue. That's some of the around that. I think he's actually trying to break the narrative. He's trying to get the unlimited, the people that say everything's possible or you should be able to do everything.
Yeah.
He's trying to get them to limit.
Right. Because if
And
we
it's
don't
gonna be
have
tough.
limits, then we're just animals, right?
Well, that's what gives us a society. That's what gives us the difference between, that's kind of where we started to civilize when we decided mutually that we all want to kind of live longer and not kill each other and have
Right.
some civility. And one of the things I say a lot, and this is something I saw in my chat just now, a few people say, we are not here to recover our rights. We never lost them. Well, we just have an overreaching government and we got to stop them. Because people sometimes think that the government bestows rights onto you. That is one of the biggest brainwash there is. They've been stealing it from us and taking what's not theirs. So I'm in Alberta. Okay, so we're in the province that wants to stand up and do a lot of damage. Danielle Smith has come out against the WEF. She laughed at them in a video recently because of the partnership with our Alberta Health Services. And I'm all over her on that one. I'm going to stay on her every single day. And every single day that website is still up and it shows that partnership is existing, I'm going to bug her again and again. We have an FOI request in order to get more information around that particular website, the webpage, and that particular partnership. Because there's no reason for the WEF to be partnering up with governments and influencing them in any way, shape, or form. And this is what we're doing here in Alberta. And to my friends in Ontario, the WEF is proudly working with you on digital ID. You're going to be setting the example. I think that what they're doing is they're templating it their 10th, and that will be the national ID program at some point soon. WEF proudly on the website. It says inspired basically by the WEF guidance, something along those lines. So look, we got this stuff everywhere. It's quite literally everywhere. And I'm not afraid of it. I don't think it's going to be fatal to fight it because that particular group, as soon as you get some sunlight on them, they run away. They don't like to be exposed. But 10th, are you really thinking that we don't have a path forward on this, or is there room for some optimism if we can find enough people who think like us and who want to fight like us? Do you think that we might be able to at least start to make a dent in this, or is
It's too
just
late
belly up?
because the time for that was pre-pandemic. They used that time to set everything in motion and to test everybody. That proved that we're good little pussy bitches. I'm sorry. I didn't
They
mean to swear
said
on the
that
channel.
too. You know what? They put that on their website. It was a success in control.
Because when Biden gets up there, I've really tried to curb my speech on here because I don't. I swear.
Yeah,
a
don't
lot.
get me kicked off. I already have one. I got a warning already.
He won't get that for swearing.
No.
So when Biden got up there the other day and said, "What do you don't have Predator drones? You're not going to fight us." I mean, there's your answer. You
Oh, to
have
the people?
So yeah. He said you never saw that.
I think I recall even
But the Second Amendment, he's like, "Oh, well, you're not going to be able to fight F-16s. What are you talking about?" And it's like, and then literally a couple weeks later, he gets up there on a red stage with troops standing behind him,
Right, I remember that
saying,
one.
I'm coming to kill you."
Yep.
So there's your answer. They are willing to kill all of us if they need to. This is not a discussion. This is not, oh, well, you know, maybe they'll have a revelation and they'll be Uncle Scrooge and say, oh, here's some money for a turkey. No. They see us as less than them. We are the unwashed, the useless eaters, like Perth likes to say.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
see
we
that.
are to them. They read Ayn Rand or Ayn Rand or whatever. They believe the When Atlas Shrugged theory, that without them, we would be nothing. And they literally don't need us. And that's why, just like I said on my second last show or the last show, is there was something I didn't like about Musk. And I didn't pull it all together until just a couple days ago when he did the Twitter takeover here and took the sink in and all that stuff. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. They've been funding him this entire time, right? So that he can make self-driving tractor trailers. This is all part of the plan. Going to get on there. It's not that they want to silence the people's free speech. They want to limit it more. He's going to go in there and limit it more. Everybody's been tricked. They're going to have their self-driving trucks. They're going to have their 500 million people, which is, they said, that's all that they need. And that's what this is. This is a depopulation scheme. There's a reason why the European nations are now demanding copies of their contracts with the medical fields, with the producers of the jab stuff, right?
Well, let me ask you something about that. We ordered 400 million of them.
Yep.
Okay. There's 38 million people. So why did we order 10 doses for everybody?
That's a very, very interesting question, isn't it?
And then why did we start building a factory for vaccines in Quebec that will make 100 million? That's another three for everybody.
Isn't it?
Yeah. That's not confusing to me. I'm sure it's not confusing to you because we're both sarcastic about this. But
we got to be careful what we say.
A little bit. Yep. I've already, like I said, I've already got my strike. I've already been warned.
I've been through about 20 of them.
Yeah. Well, I'm really trying to stay up on this inquiry. I really want to keep that service going. I think that's important.
It is.
So I'm working on that. But look, I'd love to do this again with you.
Yeah.
And you have a show. Do you want me to come on there where we could be a little more free? I'm biting my tongue a bit here too, just for trying to
see. Well, one thing is, if you put your show up as education, strictly education, and 18 plus in the settings, right? So that every video that goes up automatically is under education, right? Now, you can't then copyright strike other people because you've made it fair use.
Gotcha,
right? And that's what my channel is. That's why I've gotten away with what I've gotten away with, because I operate within their fair use rules and stuff like that. But I've still had, like, one time there was this girl named Lil Fungus that I found that was trying to accuse this guy of terrible things, but it ended up being a doll. And I knew right away. And so I kind of exposed her. And then I played this other little video where this other person was Lil Fungus as well. And she had these flashy LED gloves and it was really cute. Immediately I got taken down for something about that I had a child on the panel, but I didn't. I just had a video that I played because I thought it was adorable. You know what I mean? So
but the video had a child, and that's what they tagged on.
But it was a YouTube video.
Oh, so it was already up. So why are they tagging you?
Well, just it got revoked. But I'm just saying, like,
okay, good.
You got to be real careful because they'll get you for anything.
Yeah, well, I got taken down for dox harassment, and listen, here's what I did. I did stream. Okay, I'm doing inquiry, and when I'm done my stream, I download it and then I strip out the inquiry and I just leave my commentary because some people want to watch just the commentary part. Yep. So I have the full stream, like 10 hours, and then I have a commentary about 4 hours.
Yep.
They took down the stream and left up the commentary. So the infraction that they're saying for doxing, they said harassment doxing, had to have come from the inquiry itself. It had to have been testimony that came out during inquiry.
No, that should not. No, YouTube, it's all an algorithm that, like, I watched talked about how this is done, 97% of all of it is from an algorithm. So
sure,
all it had to be was somebody else that was restreaming that, the same thing that you had, the same
for harassment and docs. So
yeah,
it was classified as harassment and doc.
Somebody
And I think
reported you.
That's probably what happened.
Yeah,
I think that's more likely than the algorithm picked it up.
You said
because
something somebody didn't like. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't mean that's right. It doesn't mean they're right. Because I didn't.
Yep.
Mine's a pretty clean channel. Most certainly didn't dox anybody, and most certainly it was not harassing anybody, unless it was Justin himself. But we all know him, right? That might have been the only person with a legit dox on me or a harassment on me. But yeah, look, I got to be careful. I even got a copyright notice that wasn't an issue because it was allowed. But for 1 second, because they were playing video in the inquiry of the trucker convoy, and in the background was music.
Yep.
So I quickly muted as quick as I could, but a second was all it took, and then it flagged it.
Yeah, my last show got knocked down for that, and I lost more than half my viewers immediately because it was a song on a TikTok video. See, I do all different stuff.
Yeah, I'm learning. Yeah, they get you.
I'm not like you. I'm not a serious person who actually thinks that I'm gonna make any type of change or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm
Like,
delusional on that level. I get it, but
no.
and
You know what? A lot of people say to me about a lot of stuff. Why don't I do this? Why don't I be this? Why? And it's like, because you're literally fighting against the zombies from World War Z. Right? You can try as much as you want to, but they're gonna find something wrong with you.
Yeah. Well, like I said in my master plan, I'm expecting problems. But that's not something that scares me. I'm a pilot, so I'm very comfortable with making sure I can get to my destination, no matter what. So I'm pretty confident that I'll get there. I know it's a tough road being an independent. But if I accomplish it, I think a couple of things will happen. Either I'm successful and I get in there, and then I can show people what an independent can do. What doors can we open? What meetings can we call? What committees can we establish? What inquiries can we request? And maybe do some of that, and hopefully inspire other people to also get in there, so that we create a permanent oversight independent class, so that every single election, every single province sends 2 or 3 independents on purpose, for the purpose of oversight in the government. If we don't do that, we're just going to keep getting the red, blue beating. They're just going to keep doing that again for another 150 years.
Yep. Oh, but by that time, we'll all have chips. It won't matter.
You're not 100% not wrong. But look, I live off grid for a reason. I have a fish pond. I have goats. I have chickens. I have solar. I'm on Starlink. That's really the only thing I pay for. And look, Elon, he's definitely in the business of creating all the billionaire toys. He's definitely doing all the things that all billionaires dream of.
I think he's a monster.
I'm on his Starlink right now. I don't know what to say about that. I just don't know what to say about that. But I certainly prefer to live my life independent and live with my neighbors. We do a lot of micro community stuff because we're in Alberta and we get picked on, and we're just going to be ready in case the trucks stop rolling or the borders are closed or people are being turned off. And I'm not paranoid, and I don't think I'm a prepper or anything like that. Not that there's anything wrong with it. But I think I'm practical because I'm not blind.
I just think that things are a lot worse than most people realize.
Yeah.
Right. So, like,
but here's the thing: should we just give up? Like, I really don't like the defeatist type of tone.
No. We should never give up.
Yeah.
But I've given up. Right?
Well,
I think everybody else shouldn't give up, but I give up just because you can't trust anybody, right? Everyone's going to turn against you eventually, right? Even my co-host, he says he never will, but eventually he probably will.
Will you turn on him?
Will I turn my back on him? Yes.
Well, you said everybody will do it, so will you do it?
No.
Well, then,
because I just walk away instead. Because I walk away.
You just broke your own theory. So
a lot of people would think that that's turning turning on somebody too, just turning your back on them, where you're just like, nope, I'm not taking part in this.
No, but 10th, my question was, you said everybody is untrustworthy. Then I asked you, are you untrustworthy?
Okay, so
trustworthy?
maybe I should rephrase it. Anybody who is willing to actually put the energy into doing anything conglomerately will turn on you eventually.
I don't
As
know.
soon as your interests don't meet up with theirs, or you say something they don't like, or something will happen, right? Familiarity breeds contempt, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say the next part, as somebody who's had to deal with, I just want to put this so delicately, a very troublesome father, a whole bunch of reasons, and massive problems that I had to deal with legally in order to correct everything. So I definitely know how it feels to be bitten by someone who shouldn't be biting you. So I could easily fall into the pessimist attitude.
It's just, all I'm saying is I'm the guy who is willing to take part when I think that it's actually useful. Do I think
so what does
the
that
trucker
mean?
protest was useful in any way? No.
Well, it
I
got
think
us
was
this inquiry.
stupid. Yeah. Okay. And
I think
you know
I
what?
think that was an accidental benefit, was this inquiry.
But
we might get some
what,
names.
What do you think is going to come out of the inquiry? Some maybe best case scenario, a few people end up with some cash settlements. Do you think that 10 years from now we'll be more free or less free because of it? See, I think we'll be less free because of it, because all it did was show that we're not willing to, just same thing with January 6th, right? If they're gonna say that you're insurrectionists, that are violent, like I heard one of the people that were in that place at the time when it happened say, we didn't know what was going to happen to us, we were terrified. Well, if that's the way it's going to be portrayed in the first place, right? For you to even go there, you need to be able to take it to the end game, or don't even bother doing it. You're just wasting everybody's time and resources to go up there and cry to your slave masters real loud, please stop taking our rights away, is adorable.
I'm not 100% against that. I'm not 100% against your take on this one, especially the Jan 6 one. That's very
just
funny.
saying, is all you're doing is you're just children whining because mommy and daddy won't let you stay out past midnight. That's all I hear.
Okay, now here's what I'm doing though. I'm collecting names and I'm collecting the data and I'm collecting everything for future sleuthing and going through. What I'm doing here is this is not due diligence. This is discovery. We're collecting all the information and let them dump it. Let them talk. Let them give us the documents. Let them overwhelm us with 60,000 documents. Let them do all of that, and we'll just keep going through it. And if we can get some MP power, and here's one thing I think, I think the 45th Parliament is the fork in the road. Either we're going to get away from the 2030 agenda, or we're going to cement it. One of the two is going to happen. And I'm actually very concerned that we're actually headed towards cementing it. This is why I came out of private life. You know, I'm a tech guy. I'm setting up a shop, doing a homestead. I didn't need to do this. But I also have a young son with disabilities. And I very, very adamantly believe, because we homeschool him, that at some point in the future, these no better than you thous are going to determine that my child requires a special type of education that I'm not capable of doing.
Right.
And if I don't cooperate with that new program, they will make the decision on his behalf that he needs to go somewhere else. That would be a hill I'm dead on. So I've got to do everything I can to absolutely make sure that there's no way someone's knocking on my gate one day to do that. Quebec has already started. Ontario's on its way. Canada, in March 2023, is opening up the door for assisted suicide for children without parental consent. We're well on our way to doing that. Our children are under attack, a whole bunch of different weird ways. And I have children. So listen, look, that's my line and that's my hill. I will absolutely stand on that hill. I'm doing that now because they're already in Quebec making their way over. Alberta might be the last to stand, but
we have become a pussified society, right? Where
the snowflake society,
the average person.
Well, we're at 80%.
99.995% of the people in Canada or the US believe that violence is never okay.
Hey, guess what? I chatted with my wife about that this morning. When did society sit down and say violence is not an acceptable form of correcting the problems? When did
Right,
we
so
all decide and agree on that?
When they write your child's name on a piece of paper, now he's going to the residential school program, you being violent is going to be seen as wrong by the largest majority of our society. So
Correct.
you're already done.
Except for the rulers who already know that they can still use it.
Right.
Yeah, and I get that. And we've been brainwashed from Sesame Street for a long time ago about that. Also, shame. Shame is something that we took out of society for some reason, and it was necessary. Shame had a function, and we took it out for some reason. And that one bothers me because shame is a good way to help people self-regulate. When we take away all shame, nothing's shameful. People can live their life and enjoy their life, but we have limits, don't we?
We're supposed to.
At least the children. Can we
Or
put a
else we're
line at the
animals.
children? Right. Can we put a line at children? Like, I think once you're an adult, be a free person. I'm an independent mind. I'm an independent soul. I'm a true independent. I really have no desire to get into anybody's business and help them figure it out.
Yeah.
Except for children. This is where I'm going to draw the line. And I see that line moving. We have politicians talking about, let's move it voting to 16. Okay. The reason why they're doing that is they're growing our children up sooner.
Yep.
Soon it will be the age of consent will slide down, and soon it will be other things. No, this is a reverse we need to do now. I will stand on that hill, and I won't stand on guard for thee. I will be aggressive. I will go forward. I will go back to Ottawa, voted in to do this. I don't want to go back to Ontario. But if that means I can go and expose a few things, embarrass a few people, get some names out, maybe find the documents, whatever I can, dude, like quite literally, whatever I can. I know I'm going to get a lot of complaints against me. All the MPs that did some wrongdoing are going to hate me, but they won't be able to get rid of me. I'm voted in, and I'm not doing anything wrong.
I hope that you're really real.
Well, I am. I can tell you I'm real because I know that. And I've also been accused of being fake because it's almost too good to be true. I've already received that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can come and check my blood. I'm a real person. This is who I am.
I don't need to. Other people. I let everybody else do the work, right?
Yeah, sure.
And all I do is report the YouTube nonsense news, but I can see the future. That's the difference. You seem like a up and up guy. I think that you probably would make a good prime minister, but are they going to get their fingers in? There's a lot.
I'm
of
not
people
bilingual.
said,
Tapping on that cutties. I'm not bilingual. I can't even be a leader of a party. Prime minister. They won't let
Why
me
not?
Because I didn't learn French.
Is that a requirement? By
No,
law?
but it's not. And I have a tweet on that. And I actually did a segment yesterday on that. That's my frustration because
That
we
seems
actually
like discrimination.
It's 100%. It's against our laws. We actually have language laws that stop you from doing that. But it's not a written law. It's just tradition. And if you don't, if you're not bilingual,
Tradition.
Yeah, you're not in the club. It's an elite.
As far as I
thing.
know, it's tradition not to chop off children's body parts.
Yeah. Well, I didn't do it to my kids.
I understand. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I didn't do it to my kids. And by the way,
Talk about the guy who's still not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, no kidding. And we left Ontario because they wanted to take my son. He's got Down syndrome. He got Down syndrome.
They do.
So, yeah, Ontario. For everybody that knows, they will put a pretty lady in front of you, make you feel horrible for society if you want to keep your son. They did that to us, so we got out of there. But anyways, listen, 10th. I do have to run. I got a family.
Live your life.
Yeah, but do come back. I would love to
just
spend more
hanging out,
time
bro.
with you. Yeah, and check out some of my other stuff. My commentary from. Are you on? You're not on Twitter. Are you on Twitter?
No, not really. I mean, I have a Twitter, but
yeah,
I'll catch up with you, man. Go live your life.
Yeah, well,
do
check
your
me
thing.
out.
I'll
Yeah.
promote you when I see you around.
Yeah, no,
I may
and
be
I'm
coming
I'm
back
legit.
to YouTube or playing Warframe. You can
What is Warframe?
take my spot. That's just it's a cross-platform video game. You're a space ninja.
Oh wow! So it's like Warcraft where you're building up
No,
stuff.
it's Warframe. You just you get. You're like you used to be a kid, but now you're an adult, and you got like this ability to essentially just get into a suit of armor through a thing, just kind of like the Matrix type thing, and then you control this suit of armor, and it has special powers, and there's like 100 different types of special armor that you can have, and like there's different guys. There's Rhino, and he has these special powers, and it's it's just a video game, and just you're a space ninja, and you go out and you grind and you grind and you grind and you grind and you grind. You do missions, and then you might get parts for a different warframe, and then you build it up, and you got to tear up your weapons and modify them and stuff like that. And in all honesty, huge waste of time. Huge.
Am
waste
I going to
of time.
get the advertisement in this video's label now for this?
Yeah,
It's
it's a huge waste of time, is what it is. But my spouse plays it with their family, right?
Okay,
So
cool.
sometimes
Keeps them together, chats.
Yeah, and we on voice and everything, play
That's neat.
Warframe. Yeah. It's like a family thing.
Yeah, I had this one debate with somebody just the other day about how technology sucks and it's really bad for society. But we were doing that through Twitter.
Okay. That's funny.
It's like, well, where do you really stand if you're sending
We
me Twitter?
misuse technology.
It can actually be, yeah, we can get into that. If you look into me, do my LinkedIn, all that kind of stuff, you're going to find I'm an eclectic kind of guy and not normal in a lot of
You can
different
look
ways.
into me, you won't find nothing.
Well, there you go. I see that.
I don't exist.
Well, then
don't
know about digital ID and turning people off, and you know how people can vanish. It's too easy.
Yeah, I don't exist.
Well, let me say thanks a lot, because that was fun. That was spontaneous and that was fun. And look at this. We still have a good chunk of the crowd here. 32 for me is a big crowd. So I'm very pleased to have them here. Yeah, I'm just starting up and I'm enjoying every single number I got.
Don't let the trolls get to you. Just control your panel, right? Control your panel. Don't make
Well, how did you feel? How do you
don't
feel
get
this
close
one?
to people? Oh no, when it's two people, it's different. But just don't let people off YouTube get close to you, right? Assume that everybody has nefarious intentions.
Oh, we have to do that because I'm running for MP. We have to be careful, extra careful.
Like I'm telling you, the people.
Somebody
off
sent
of
my wife a
YouTube-
ring. Did you hear that? Somebody sent my wife a ring.
Yep.
Yeah, it's at the RCMP office because why are you sending us rings?
Oh no, some weird stuff's gonna happen.
And I told my wife to
ready.
be extra careful. Yeah, because and here's why 10th, because I am genuine.
Yep.
So they're
But
gonna
don't matter.
have to
Don't matter because they'll make up stuff.
That's fine. Throw it at me.
Just like they tried to do during this thing that we watched today. Like they just.
Hey, Pat may have actually found a crack in their armor though with that, because if he's right and they did edit a video and then did a transcript of it, that could be a problem. That could be a problem. And that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for, by the way, 10th in this inquiry is the stuff to catch people later on.
Yeah.
So, look, I think this is an interesting conversation. I have a little bit of hope left. It's a long walk from Alberta to Ottawa. I don't want to go back to Ontario, but I will if that means I can raise my children the way I need to. And then their world is similar to what I grew up in, but not exactly the same because it led to this. And listen, 10th, I don't think...
Best of luck.
I don't think we're out of time yet. I think we still have a little bit left before we're past that point of no return. And that's a term we use in flying because we have to calculate fuel, and there's definitely a decision at some point. And I don't think we reached it yet, but I definitely see it. I think we're coming close to it. But that's my naive opinion right now because I'm not a professional at this. I just started getting into it about 6 months ago.
All I was trying to say earlier in this week, and then you should take off and go deal with your family, but is that I believe that most people want to be a slave.
I do agree with that. Yep.
So that's why there's no winning, right?
Yeah,
Because
no, the UBI debates I have
fighting-
with people, it's shocking. It's shocking how people think.
you're fighting the zombies from World War Z, where they'll pull your helicopter right out the sky, right? They don't care. They literally. It makes them have that warm, fuzzy feeling of protection to know that they're not in control of anything.
They like to be taken care of. Yeah,
that's what they want.
They're still children. They never grew up.
Which is hot in the bedroom, but not in everyday life. Right?
Fair. But
saying.
yeah. Look, and I don't think there's a quick fix for that. Okay, I don't think there's a quick fix for that. There's a lot that's lost, and I actually 10th. This is something I'm just going to throw out there, completely personal opinion. But I've spoken to a lot of people who's on the vax injury side of things. Foggy brain is a common side effect I'm seeing a lot of.
That's what they
foggy
want.
brain. Yep. Listen, and you're not far off with that zombie thing, because there's going to be some people whose body fluids and stuff are going to become very valuable because people are going to need it.
Yep.
So I'm worried about this whole brains thing, because the more we know, the more we're out of that group. So maybe they want our brains, kind of mapping it to this whole zombie imagery here. But I do think we're surrounded by a bunch of foggy brains, and it might get worse. And I'm a little bit worried about where that's going to lead. So I kind of got that one out there, 10th.
This is you are at this point in the show where I usually go, enjoy your train rides, idiots.
Yeah, but look, I do take on the trolls, and some of them, they're still talking. And
no, it's better to just ignore them like they're not there. That's what I was trying to explain.
Yeah,
but as soon as you give them any attention, you just CFW tried to tell me this. I didn't listen. I should have listened to her. Her name's Carolina Fort Worth. She's from Texas. She's a cop watcher, and she's been arrested 700 million times. And she told me, because she's a mod on big channels and stuff like that, is soon as I know you want to be like, hey, free speech, blah 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 blah, as long as you're not. No, I'm saying if they are not, this is her words, not mine. If they're not supporting the narrative of your show, I know it may seem like, hey, I'm doing the same thing these people are doing, right? Like, not limiting people's speech, not being free, blah, blah. No, because it doesn't even matter if they're paid to come and harass you. They're just trying to fuck up your show, dude. That's all they're doing. So just if they're saying stupid shit in chat, fucking wipe them out. Like they didn't even exist, because they are not ever gonna. You're not gonna sway them.
Right. That's a fruitless battle. But I've been I'm still naive. I haven't been burnt yet. I have taken a few on, and they leave with the tails. Could check out my Twitter. You'll see how I did in the UBI debate. There was this gentleman from the Washington, D.C. really pushing the UBI conversation.
What is
UBI?
Really pushing. I don't know.
Universal basic income. It's the way to make everybody a slave. You just pay them to stay home. Everybody. Yeah. They want to send everybody money, and they want to bankrupt the entire economy through inflation that way. But anyways, I was put it out there, and he came out, and he came with his trolls. He came with 6 of them from Canada, and none of them stuck around. Look, I'm not
agree
aggressive.
With universal basic income, right? But this is the way it should be. Is if there's gonna be a minimum wage, there has to be a maximum wage. That would be universal basic income. If there should be number one, there shouldn't be a such thing as a corporation, right? There should never be. There should only, just like your car, only you can own your car, right?
I don't know if I follow that right now.
No, it's just because as soon as there's not a human being responsible for the actions of this company, it's game over.
Right, because they're isolated. You can't put a company in jail. You can only fine one. You can't take away company liberty. That's
so
kind of the
if
problem.
you're going to have an owner of a company, he can sell shares off and stuff, right? But anything that happens, if he says, oh, well, my company's so big, I have 1 million employees, I can't be held responsible for what that employee did across the country. Well, then obviously your company is too big and you can't handle your responsibilities. So you're not allowed to have that company.
What are you suggesting?
That the people, like, if you own a company, like under my rules, right? Not the rules that are now, but if you own a company and your company leaks a whole bunch of toxic waste and you knew that there was a possibility that could happen, your company's completely taken away from you. It's dissolved. That's what I expected was going to happen after 2008. I was like,
yeah,
oh,
well,
this is awesome.
They bailed them all out instead.
I have a little bit of money back then, right? I'm like, this is going to work out perfectly. As soon as it started happening and they started closing down, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. I'm going to be able to buy like 50 houses for $2,000 a piece because I have money and nobody else has any money.
Yep.
And I'm going to be able to go in and I'm going to be able to monopolize on this because that's the way it's supposed to work. right? Because I have the resources. I'm supposed to be able to go in, just like Penguin, Danny DeVito used to do in the movie that he did there. That's where he was like a corporate takeover guy, right? And he would go in, devalue a company, make a fortune, right?
Well, that's John Kerry's history too, right?
I should be able to use my resources to go, and instead, they literally take my resources away from me through taxes and give it to these people. That's absurd. So instead, these people should have been hauled off in chains. You know that they have now ruled that Fauci is going to have to be under sworn testimony now, right?
Sure, but he's still going to lie.
Right.
Yeah.
But
do you have any faith in an inquiry with Fauci? You already know what
I have faith that we are going to find out a lot of what we already found out, which is none of these people operated within the law.
Mm-hmm.
So you say, is there a way to come out of this? Yeah. If people finally just come to the realization that this is all a farce. The whole system is a farce, right? Like you were saying about something about when you were young. I was attacked by a teacher when I was like 8 or 9 years old, right? Thrown across desks. Nothing ever came of that. That person didn't lose their pension.
Today, that'd be a different story, though.
but I don't think it would.
Oh, that's on YouTube or Twitter or TikTok. Yeah, today that'd be a different story. But no, you're not wrong, because back then it was very different too.
I just have zero faith in humanity as a whole.
So then what's your plan? Your plan is to just watch the world burn?
Pretty much.
All right. Well, what if it doesn't burn? Will you join me for coffee in Ottawa one day?
Probably
on my
not.
first day. On my first day when I come in
It's
there,
just,
actually get in there?
I don't meet people off the internet.
Well, I will be a real person once elected, so I don't know if you consider
well,
me that way. But anyways, the offer is out there.
Putting the bag over my head.
Yeah, well, the idea though is if that happens, is to show you from the inside that A, an independent can come in there, B, what can an independent do, and then C, maybe give you some hope that we can actually start cleaning it
And
up.
then appoint me as seeker of truth, where I'm not allowed to affect any type of arrests or anything like that, and have a board in place where I'm allowed to go around to every government office, any bank, anywhere I want to go, right? And I'm allowed to go in and get any information that I want, and then it gets put up in front of a board. And if I release anything that wasn't allowed to be released, then I go to jail. I understand that, because then that leaves me with the out that if all of a sudden we find out, oh, hold on a second, those lizard people really are real, and they have trains that go from coast to coast, north to south, and they're bringing all the children down there and taking them for their adrenochrome, and that I actually have proof of this, that I can just take the hit and expose it. I'm being ridiculous, of course, right? But you get what I'm saying?
I do.
That's all I want. I want someone to be able to go in and find out the truth.
Well, here's how that will go down. Mr. Speaker, Jason Levine from Yellowhead, I'm here to plead the 10th, and then spill the beans.
Just saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But
there should be no secrets unless it's really, really important.
Right, and we got to be careful, because the person that goes in there with the no secret motto has got to be clean, because they can't have secrets either. And that's how boring I am. I am that boring. So go ahead, look under my
no, I think that you would want the bad guy looking
to go in there as a whistleblower to catch a criminal. It takes a criminal to catch a criminal type attitude.
Kinda.
Well, I've seen a lot. All right, so I have also been in government. I did that for a couple of years, county level, Eastern Ontario. Right. So I've seen the corruption there. I think the worst corruption are the unelected officials. The elected ones we can expose and get rid of, but the unelected are there.
You in office. You seem like you're pretty respectable.
Well, it's either I'm going to do something or I'm going to die trying, and I'm pretty sure those are the two options. Yeah, because I'm not going to come home with no effort done. It's either I'm going to piss them off so much that they found a way to get me out on complaints that aren't valid, or because I think I'm going to get a lot of complaints. This guy keeps knocking on my door. He keeps asking me stuff. It's uncomfortable. I don't want to talk to him about my WF connections, that kind of stuff. You're going to get a lot of those.
Well, you're still sticking around, so I'll say one last thing. So when I was
Sure.
ranting in chat at the very first when I came in,
Yeah.
and I was saying blah 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 that they can block out certain parts of videos. So I had two
Yes.
specific instances. I
Okay,
have
go on.
a fellow that I used to be really close to off the YouTube. His name's North Carolina Tire Fucker. Or sorry, no, it's not. That's what I call him when I'm doing my bit. Sorry.
Sure.
North Carolina Tyrant Hunter, NC Tyrant Hunter. All right. His name's Jeff. Okay. His name's Jeff. Also, Jeff is here audits. Jeff's here live. All that stuff. Like he's pretty big channel. Like he's probably got 100K subs at this point, right?
Oh, good stuff.
And he had a court case where he had lost the original video. Right, it was on a backup or something that got lost. It was a whole thing, but he couldn't get the original video. So all he had was the edited version of the video.
Okay.
The judge would not let him admit the video because it's not the original. Yet, just a couple months ago, there's a gentleman who lives in Florida. He's a political candidate. Trust me, it's right along what you're talking about. But so he's a political candidate. He went to a university public event. He said he'd been going there for half a decade or more already. Right? There's never been a problem. That's what he does. He goes there. He shakes people's hands. He gives them his business card. That's it. Right? There's no controversy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he's out there about abortion or anything like that. He's just, hey, my name's this. I'm a political candidate. Vote for me. Here's a business card. There was an event there. One of the girls, who looked like she was like 18 or 19, didn't like him being there. So the cops came. He tried to explain it to them. I did a couple shows about it. I know a guy who's very close to him. His name's Rights Crispy, right? He's another cop watcher / auditor type thing. And he has been following the story because nobody's paying really attention to it. And when he went to court, I'm trying to sum this. This is months and months. I'm trying to sum it up into a short.
You're doing a great job.
Is they wouldn't allow the audio portion of the video from the body cam video of this man being accosted and very calmly, with no raised voice, nothing, explaining that, no, this is a public place. And the law is the same there as it is in Canada, where you're not allowed to bar people from canvassing for politics, right? If there's like a gated community, that gated community can't tell you can't go in there and put your flyers in their mailboxes or knock on their doors as a political candidate. They cannot. They tried to do so about 10 or 15 years, about 15 or 18 years ago here in Canada. They can't do so. It's illegal because you are a political candidate. That's the way it works. They directly breached this guy's rights in every form, to the point where Lackluster did a video about it where he showed the policies of the university that explicitly state that exactly what this man was doing. He's like 72 or 4 years old, something like that, 72, 74. Completely legal within the policies of the university, showed the actual state law, everything, complete breach. And then in court, they would not allow any portions of the video to be played other than the actual arrest, other than when they said, okay, you're under arrest, threw him on the ground, roughhoused him, and arrested him and took him to jail. Right? So the courts can literally dictate what parts of and I understand you're probably going to say, well, that's because the lawyer asked for that part not to be blah, 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 blah. Irrelevant. If I'm the person who's going to court for some type of criminal thing or civil, and I say, I want this part of the video to be played, that is up to me. That's not up to anybody else to say, oh, no, we can't show that.
I don't know if I 100% agree with that, because what would stop anybody from just playing everything? Like, for example, Pat King on the stand today. Good
What's
witness.
wrong with that?
Well, you could just, what if it's not material? What if it has nothing to do with what you're there for? Like, I'm not saying
Okay, but
you can't play everything that's
and
relevant.
after of an arrest is definitely material.
Right, but that's what I'm posing to you. There's definitely a relevance question that has to be asked
Right.
on every piece.
Right.
So if you say something like, I think I should be allowed to bring everything in, well,
Yeah.
you're skipping the relevance question. Now, you might be right. Everything you want to bring in is relevant.
Right.
But there definitely has to be a relevant stage, or else you can bring in Disney movies and you kind of do like, what is it called in the States where they're trying to just kill time? They're trying to get rid of it
Filibuster.
now. Thank you. Yeah, filibuster. Because you can almost then filibuster your own criminal trial. That's
Okay.
yeah.
They did
And
that
that's
in the
what-
Johnny Depp trial. That was
pretty
nonsense.
much. Wasn't it fun though? Wasn't it
No,
fun?
the whole I barely even watched any of it because any even little clips or anything like that I watched infuriated me.
You should go back. You should go back. There's a lot of Johnny stuff because look,
get
dude, from the man from a man being accused, going in, being the one that's the plaintiff.
Yep.
Like there were so many uphills for him, and he accomplished it. Kudos. There's a whole whack of people that have a lot of.
I think she should
admiration
be
for
in
that.
jail.
Yeah. Well, yeah. She's. That process isn't over yet, by the way, because Australia is
get it.
still mad at her right now too. There's some stuff brewing in Australia around some contempt and some perjury she did there too. But I think we can all agree, Amber Heard has a private life and she's a little bit more public than we are. She's going to be punished in a way that we never would. Right. So I don't know if she needs to go to jail. But she certainly, her life's ruined more than an average person like me would have been. So she has a different level of punishment, which I think you can agree with me on that 10th. Like she's never going to have that life again, no matter how hard she tries. That's going to be gone forever for her, right?
I disagree.
You think she'll become a movie starlet and have a handsome husband and get on with life? Really?
Definitely.
Solark is. What is my wife doing? Get in here. Get in here.
Well, you
My
go
wife's
live
trying
your
to
life.
No. She's sending me a message through the window. Let's see what she's up to. Solark. You can talk to me. Sorry, everybody. Here's my wife. What's this with Solark? What?
Don't show your family on camera.
Nope. I know. But we have power here. I just didn't want to kill the stream. Yeah, I'll take care of that, love. All right. So my solar power system needs some attention. Yeah, needs some attention. But I got 31 of you here. Look, dude, I live in the bush. Like, we got to take care of things here.
Everybody, thanks for coming.
Yeah, no, thanks for coming. Subscribe, like, do all that good stuff. Whatever. The system likes it. Love you all. You're all great. We're going to do this again tomorrow. I'm just going to do a little recap here at the 10th. Tomorrow we have, it looks like it's going to be BJ Ditcher, James Bauer, and Tamara Lynch. So join me tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock where I am at. We're going to do half an hour before the conference the committee starts. It's going to be a long day. We were warned today, folks, that it's going to be a long day tomorrow. We're going to have to get through some pretty important witnesses. So clear your evening. I'm going to have to clear mine. I'll have the generator on the entire time, so we have no hiccups this time. So thank you all for joining me tonight. Thank you, 10th, for spontaneously joining me. I think we are brothers from a different mother. We have a lot in common here. We're just on the other sides of the country from each other. And listen, man, I will have you out for coffee in my office when I take that, and I'm going to show you. Keep some hope, because I don't think it's time to give up. 2030 is not here yet, and I think we still have some time. Do you want to say anything, 10th? Say goodbye?
Enjoy your train rides.
Enjoy. Well, at least they're going to spray us down with some water on the way there, right? Everybody, you take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you a lot. God bless, and we'll see you on Twitter. We'll see you on YouTube. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow if I'm banned for this particular conversation. Take care, 10th. Bye, guys.